Hello, I'm APX Toycat, and honestly, this is just a little bit of an experiment because if you've been partnered for a certain amount of time, you can upload videos on YouTube that are more than 10 hours long, and I feel like we have to use this ability, and we have to test exactly how long people are willing to watch, and therefore I figured why not save you some time, why not save you some separate videos, and put all of the Bastion destruction, that giant survival project that took 5 mega, survival pods, why not take all of those little live streams and combine them into one place, and that's what we've done here, starting with part 1. So right here, I guess like right around this corner here makes the most sense. So we're gonna place down a bunch of shulker boxes so we can take them with us. It just kind of makes sense to place them immediately in a shulker box. So I've got a yellow one, which will be for rare resources, and then I'll make a bunch of like, obviously purple ones for, oh, made some sticks. Didn't want to make some sticks. I'll make a bunch of purple ones for the things that are otherwise happening. Grab me a crafting table, place it down there, and let's make a bunch of shulker boxes. Actually, first we have to make one of these, then we have to make a bunch of those, then we can make ourselves shulker. And just like that, we now probably... Actually, chat, how many shulker boxes do you think this will take? Anna is loading. Hello, my friend is in the hospital from a car accident. She'll be okay. I've been a bit stressed. What do you think about using distraction to go? Oh, wait, oh god! Problems. Man, I am not a fan of ghasts. I forgot. You forget how bad ghasts... Oh, no! Wait, no! Where'd it go? Where did the ghast just destroy a yellow shulker box? How is that physically possible? I'm so mad. I didn't realize they had that ability. What? It just deleted the shulker box from existence. Why? 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 I don't understand. Okay, you know, this is a nightmare. I'm gonna take my shulker boxes elsewhere, apparently. Today we learned how shulker boxes work with regards to ghasts. It's an interaction we haven't had to deal with forever, and I'm very regretful we had to learn that way. But I guess we'll have this be underground somewhere. You know, I thought over here was a cool place, but instead I guess we'll do it like under here. Oh, even here there's like skeletons. You know, skeletons are like a small problem compared to losing your shulker boxes. So, place a shulker box, place a shulker box, place a shulker box. I'm so brokenhearted that like, how is that, why is that possible? That's my biggest concern here, you know, like, why are they allowed to destroy them and why don't they drop themselves when killed by a ghast? Like, maybe it's like, it got exploded in, you know, it's fine, it's wonderful. So yeah, here we go. This is, I wanna like intro like a video in the middle of this. Actually, wait, yo, we'll do the thing in the stream where like the post version doesn't have all of this. It'll be nice. It's not supposed to be possible, dude. Yeah, right. That's my feeling on the matter. So yeah, my life is pain, and I hope you all enjoy getting to witness that, because that's just the start of today's live stream. Okay, so I got myself some shulker boxes. I got myself some pickaxes. I was gonna have a special shulker box just for the rare stuff, and now I don't have it. What dye can we find in the nether? Chat, I need your advice for this one. What dye is very easily found in the nether? Shalom, Sir Cat. Great to see you. Missed your last couple of streams, but I be here. Here's your harassment tax. I'm drunk. You know, if you get drunk and harass people on the internet, that might be on you. Red, white. Oh, white. Yeah, I literally killed a skeleton. I'm literally like killing skeletons, thinking like, you know what, where can I get dye in the nether? I just don't know if it's gonna be possible. The nether is dark and full of terrors. You know, never has a truer phrase been spoken. Actually, many times truer phrases have been spoken, but you know, that's a catchy thing that people say sometimes, so I'm gonna stick with it. Make a white shulker box, and this represents, oh, I hope it made the right one white. Okay, it did. And then this is gonna be the rare stuff box. It's gonna be great. F for yellow boy in the chat. Boys, you know, I just don't understand why it would. Also, good to see you, mischievous. Bone blocks also help. Anyway, yeah, there's bone blocks, and there's bones, and there's like skeletons, and there's wither skeletons. Like, there's just so many ways to get bones in the nether, and I'm in the biome that has all of those. Anyway, with that said, hi, never have dashery is finished. Hashtag hose or hose. That's good to hear. Also, as I've said before in my streams, birth is a curse and existence is a prison. You know, that's nice. I'm glad you're having a good life there, Juliana Bryant. Okay, let's do this. I just wanted to have like a little intro moment here. I wanted to just say, hey, hello, I'm ABX Toycat, and today I'm gonna be destroying this entire Bastion remnants, and I'm gonna be putting it into these chests right here. Right now, I have 7 shulker boxes. I really don't know if that'll be enough or not. That's something we're going to work out as we go. But yeah, the intention is using survival means, genuine pickaxes, not doing that YouTube magic where we hop out into creative 5 minutes later. No, block by block, we will destroy this Bastion remnant for the purpose of recycling, of course. I think recycling's important, and so to prove that, I'm gonna start mining this thing, which I guess I'll start mining it with a netherite pickaxe. Let's just like get into this, shall we? Of like maximum speed possible. Ooh, you can instant mine basalt apparently using a efficiency 5 pickaxe. So let's start with that. We'll mine from the top down, and we'll see what a Bastion remnants is made of, like once it's in the chests, and then more importantly also, I'm gonna be very careful not to drop any off the side, like just dropped over there. But yeah, we're going to be seeing what a Bastion remnant's made of, and also working a bit of a from recycling project. Who doesn't like that? So, yeah, we could use a beacon because it's in the nether, but personally, you know, this is a dangerous place. We all know that. It's fine. Also, why didn't you find pig steps, says Peter Valkov. Yeah, I think one of the first things, like, we should be doing in this update is getting pig step. The fact that I haven't got it already is a tragedy. I will be fixing that momentarily. But I just really wanted to, like, get into a nice, big, hefty mining project. I like dumb projects. Like, when a new structure comes out, taking it apart. It's just one of my favorite things to do. How many streams do you think this will take? I think destroying it might genuinely be a one-stream task. I could be horrifically wrong. I could be, obviously, underestimating that one. But, yeah, the intention is, like, it could be pretty quick. We're gonna start super unorderly, and then we can, like, work out the order later, you know? That's a thing we can dive into. Also, remember me, says Julian O'Brien. I will try my best. I hope you're doing well today, though. I think you're going to be wrong. I honestly, like, I thought to myself, this is gonna be, like, a few dozen hours of mining. And then I thought to myself, you know, it's only, like, what, 50 blocks tall and, like, 30 blocks wide and, like, oh god, it's so big. You know what? Maybe this is gonna be multiple streams. But I wanna at least go into this, trying to get it all done today. If you don't... So, oh wait, I mined a... I need to be very careful to mine Gilded Blackstone only with a Silk Touch pickaxe. It's the rarest block in the entire Bastion remnants, I can say already. And you're going to be very careful about what you mine. In fact, that might be the biggest argument for mining this in an orderly way. Just to be extra careful. 50 by 30 by 30 is 45,000. You know, I can mine 45,000 blocks in one stream. I don't know why you think I can't. If we mined 1 block a minute, it would take, like, 15 hours to do that. And I think we're averaging a little over 1 block a minute, so that basically means it's possible. You know, 15-hour stream. Is everyone ready? Everyone should be ready. Hey, Toket, hope you're doing well today. Thank you, Sharon Smith. I'm actually doing pretty well. I know people who live in other places are always like, ha ha ha, don't you understand? Not real hot. But, like, melting a little bit today. I missed some base salt. I need to make sure I get it. Oh, my inventory's full. Ooh, let's drop some low bow with nothing on it. Pick up this base salt. I guess I need to, like, drop my stuff down anyway. Like, I've got far too many. I need to, like, sort my inventory out. So I'm going to make, like, a junk chest. Just to put it all in temporarily. And then we'll sort it out later. But yeah, what is it with the Neverin pigs? A grommet. Aha, pixel. Pixel. That's definitely how you say it. I have indeed Wallace and grommeted once in my life. No, hey, hose or hose, don't mind things in real life. Why should they in Minecraft? You know what? Exactly. If you're... Oh, wait, why am I... No, this doesn't go in here. The trash goes in here. So, like, oh yeah, garbage, rubbish, don't need. Get it out there. These aren't part of the thing. They're just things I've picked up. Throw it all in there. Even scaffolding, like, we got flying abilities. We don't need to worry about all this stuff. Even the chests is going to weigh me down. And then a couple of pickaxes. We'll get those later. But we want to, like, maximize our storage space for things we actually can use for now. So there we go. Inventory sorted. There's an official warrant for your rest in Simpcraft. Please turn yourself in. Okay, so this is going to be my Blackstone. You know, we'll just throw everything in here and we'll sort it all later, I guess. And then we'll also start over here for the base salt, and we'll work inwards. I think there's going to be a lot more base salt than not, but we'll see. And then the rare things go in this white shulker box. There we go. That's nice. So as you can see, after about 15 minutes of trying, we've made some pretty good progress. I think this thing will be destroyed any minute now. You might say that it looks exactly the same as it did a few seconds ago, Toycat. And I would say, oh my god, you are definitely right. But just go, oh god, 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 oh god. Okay, it's fine. We'll just start mining from the inside. And everything will be okay. As you can see, I'm very good at what we're doing here. Should we, do you think we have to count the lava as part of this? I think we do. I think we have to grab some buckets. We have to fill those up. Where's my nearest ender chest? Oh, it's going to be a hard thing to find one of those. Have a great stream. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Tamio1977. You know, I was having a terrible stream. I was like, oh, these guys, can't believe I have to talk to you for a whole 3 hours. Ugh, get out of my way. And then you came along, and you know what? You made it even better. Also, -594, -98. It'll be a tool for us to use later. You know, I'm glad someone's keeping track of the coordinates, because more often than not, it does become a problem. I will freely admit that right here. Also, I think I want to leave the corners of this thing up, because I want to do something dumb with it later. So we're going to mine from the inside, and then leave the outside there, just because then we also don't have to worry about blocks going over the edge until later. So let's, like, mine inwards to about here. There we go. Nice and easy. And then as soon as, like, the ceiling starts breaking in, that's kind of a good thing. You're the best streamer. Good luck. Thank you, Jane Diner. Also, crispy cookies. How did you find bastions and what's inside them? You find bastions just by looking around your nether. Right now, there's no official way. I would love it if there were, like... I think every Minecraft structure should have tells as to where it's going to be. Right now, you just look anywhere that's not a basalt deltas and hope for the best. And what's inside them varies from 1 to 1. It's not a huge... Like, there's loot in there you might find valuable if you're new to Minecraft. If you're experienced, you can just, you know, take it as some free stuff. What do you think about the double hard piglins? Yeah, it's such a... My honest take on the new piglin... dude, piglin brute, is like, if they added that in the initial update, it'd be more useful. Adding it later seems kind of weird, because all your existing bastions won't spawn with piglin brutes in, or like they will add them in later or whatever. And therefore, like, you get like an easier play at the update if you play now versus if you play later. And it seems as though it should be the other way around. Like, it's okay to make structures. Oh, please don't tell me I broke a gilded blackstone. Okay, I didn't. It seems like the other way around makes more sense, but that's just my casual observation looking in. Is a loser. The Ghast being able to blow up and delete your shulker box is a bug. It happened to me yesterday. We had to roll back the server so I could get it back because it had valuables. So what I'm hearing right here is a loser. Is that not only is you a loser, but you is a filthy cheater. But no, yeah, that's such a dumb bug. Like, I'm not gonna roll back the world for that because it was empty. Like, and you know, I feel like again, I tried to only for the most egregious of things use backup. But it's like, what? There are some serious, you know, like, bugs, like, you know, when you throw netherite and it doesn't... Right now, do you want to throw netherite in the lava, chat? We shouldn't throw netherite in the lava. Had all her armor. You know what? It sounds like the real armor was the ability to cheat, you know? That's all I'm saying. Anyway, no, replace the bastion with nether brick. Oh, that's a really cool idea, actually, Catgirl. I love the idea of, like, making on the outside a... like a nether brick version of that. What I was mentally thinking, and bear in mind, this is just like shower thoughts I'm thinking right here. This isn't like my full-on thing. I was thinking polished blackstone would be kind of cool. Do you think Wallace and Gromit would go to the nether for piglin cheese? I don't know how to answer questions like this, so I'll say yes, haha. No, haha. Yes, haha. Very much, haha. If you say haha a lot, it covers up for the fact that you have no idea what you're talking about. That's been my advice for like when you're first meeting someone, what do? Laugh a lot. Laugh all the time. You know, sometimes it's obnoxious, but if they want to believe you're laughing with them, they'll believe it. If they want to believe you're laughing at them, then they'll get all the defensive and they'll get off from you. My ex believed the real armor was his ability to cheat. Love a good bitter X comment, Juliana Bryant. I think that, you know, I think I've said this before, but it's worth mentioning right now. That cheating in Minecraft is kind of like cheating in real life. The reason we're doing this absurd project by hand, because admittedly, you could just type /fill, remove the entire piglin bastion if you really wanted. Oh, we have to pick something up. Admittedly, you could totally just do that. There's no one who's going to stop you on a technical level. But even though that is true, I think the reason that cheating is, you know, the reason that you don't do either is because there's like a set of rules that you follow in society. And breaking those rules seems advantageous in the moment, but the long-term downsides will always outweigh it. And even though it hurts to be cheated, the reality is most of the time the person who cheated you has like a weight on them as well, which is how it's how it should work. If you could cheat with no repercussion, everyone will do it all the time. We all think that the reason we don't cheat is because like, oh yeah, because I'm like a good person. It's like, well, you're a good person, and what that means is sadly you get, you know, a lot of guilt from cheating people, which is good. We should all have guilt when we cheat people, or cheat on people indeed, in the case of people's ex or current boyfriends. I mean, hopefully ex at that point. But it's too bad you can't roll back relationships, IRL. Oh, okay, here's a fun, like, dumb life question. But, hence your ex-thinking about the baby zombie jockey was true for the chicken. You know, I'm just saying, it was, also, I would say that was an ex. That was like that was a potential to be partner, but we'll leave that to the side for now. Oh, love your channel. Keep up the great work. It did make a noise, but I saw there was text on screen. Thank you, Shalom Marroquin. Shalom Marroquin. Does shalom mean hello in, like, a language? I think, like Hebrew, right? Yiddish, maybe? Or does it mean this guy's name? Someone's gonna have to tell me. But, yeah, thank you very much, Shalom. Shalom to you, too. Probably people do that to you all the time, actually. So instead, I'll say thank you for your thoughtful, you know, tip there, my friend. I feel no guilt for Fet. I do what benefits me most, says Noah Gaming 207. Yeah, honestly, like, enough people don't feel bad when they rob big stores, right? The big stores hire their own private security. It is not only a crime, but it's very immoral to rob a store. Like, stealing is wrong. Even from a giant corporation, it's, like, technically speaking wrong. But enough people don't feel any guilt when they're robbing a giant faceless corporation that, like, stores have to literally, you know, stores have to hire security people, like I said. Because they can't prevent you with just the idea that it's bad. Maybe Yiddish. You know, I still want to know what Yiddish, like, there's so many moments in my life where I've been like, you know what? I should look into what that thing is. Oh, wait, I had an interesting question. So, thank you, Triple Threat. I'm your Welsh mum. Here's my allowance. Here's your allowance, my child. Thank you very much, Mr. Welsh person. I thought I felt something on the back of my arm. I'm crazy. Is stealing from piglins wrong, though, says David Solomano. See, if we were in real life, stealing would be wrong, but because it's a video game, you can do whatever you want. That's the reason that you you know, you steal from villagers and their chests. That's the reason that I've burned down villagers for being bad. You know, it's all okay on the internet. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, it's not, but you can pretend it is, and that's what really matters here. So, yeah, here's an interesting one, right? Let's say you can roll back in real life, which is, let's be honest, we're just talking about time travel. Time travel has a bunch of, like, fun, what would you do? I would win the lottery questions. But the way more fun ones, in my opinion. Love you, sweetheart, says Pile of Dirt. You know what? Thank you, Pile of Dirt. Do you think the actual crime is committing a crime or wanting to? And that sounds dumb to say, because, of course, the actual crime is committing the crime. But we do have a, you know, we have a pretty high-end charge that you can get that's a real big problem for conspiracy to commit murder. Wanting, you know, planning to commit murder, even if you never commit it, but because you wanted to commit it, is a crime, because you made reasonable steps in the procurement of a murder that you wanted to commit. That is, that's considered big no-no. Oh no, I think something must have burnt. Hope it wasn't one of the blocks, they're all messing my counts. But yeah, so, given the way we look at murder, you know, like, therefore, like, so there's the actual crime wanting to, or the crime itself? It kind of depends. It's kind of both. And therefore, so that, an interesting thing, therefore, is, like, you know, if you could go back in time to before, you know, you roll back your relationship to before your ex cheated on you, whatever, you know, do you trust them? They haven't done the bad thing yet, but yet they did, you know, there were circumstances under which they could. I've been saying Shalom Sirkat for the past 2 to 3 months on your streams, and then saying they harassment taxes. I say Shalom as if I'm speaking to you in Hebrew. Maybe I just don't know enough Jewish people in my life. It's actually crazy, because a lot of people, like, who grow up in, like, small towns say, like, oh yeah, I never see, you know, I never saw a, insert race here, like, black person, you know, like, till I was X years old. But the thing for me is, like, I've never known a Jewish person personally. Like, I met one once when I was in New Zealand, of all places. I met a Moroccan Jew. It was a very weird crossover, like a Moroccan Jew in New Zealand. But, like, I've never actually, like, had long interactions with a Jewish person. Whereas I have, you know, I have black friends, Asian friends. But like I never even met or had a real conversation with a Jew outside of one time in New Zealand, a very niche situation. So, first time in ever, traveled hundreds of blocks, almost died in lava Bastion, was stranded 100 blocks away from spawn, almost died multiple times. If that's not a good never experience, I don't know what is. But anyway, so the philosophical question there is like, if the damage is so like if we take it a step further, because most people would say no, even if they cheat on me and then we go back in time before they did it, I can't trust them because they would have cheated on me, right? I can't trust them because they were able to do a bad thing to me. That's a breach of my trust, a breach of my whatever words you want to say. But then here's the deal. There is a, if you believe in the multiverse theory, and if you don't know it, multiverse, every time you make a decision, the universe is like cut into two. A universe where one thing happens. Well, no, I hate this so much. A universe where one thing happens, a universe where it doesn't happen. Where every time you make a choice, it splits the world in two. It's a very simplified way of saying that everything that could happen is happening somewhere. Which is a simplified way of just saying, hey, you can look at the world and say that everything that could happen is just as valid as the things that have happened, which I think is I hate this so much, by the way. Play on peaceful. I never do play on peaceful in this world, because, ignoring the fact that I think that's cheating, it's also like, also we don't need fly away, I barely got there. That's just mine on the other side, actually. Easy stuff, easy done. But therefore, like, if you take that, there is a version of you, like, somewhere under some set of circumstances, that is willing to cheat, that is willing to murder, that is willing to steal, that is willing to do whatever crime you think, that you would never do. If your relationships are based on trust and cheating breaks it, it really only happens because the relationship was flawed in the first place. Again, I can't really, judge every relationship ever because I don't know every dynamic between every set of people. Like, I used to think, there's two schools in relationships, right? There's the one where you assume that there is a type of... It's like a business contract, like, oh yeah, you can enter into a contract with another person, and that contract is fixed amongst the society. Or you can think about the fact that every two people that get together are making their own little contract between themselves. And that's kind of what a relationship is. If you pre-assume all the rules exist, then of course, yeah, anyone who ever cheats is just, they're basically ending a relationship in a very unstable way. But also, there are people who choose to be like, oh yeah, well, this type of cheating is not real cheating. And you would say, oh, well, that's not actually cheating, right? That's because if you agree it's okay beforehand, then it's not a breach of trust. It's not a violation or whatever. But therefore, there are some people who are more disposed to be like, it's bad, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. And there are people who are predisposed to be like, if you cheat on me, I will murder your dog. You break the rules, I break the rules about not murdering dogs. You get every end of that spectrum, and they're like equally valid, because you're signing it, you're making a person-to-person agreement about how this should be. Again, if you want to see it and legalize, you're making a contract. Every time you agree, hey, we are hanging out right now, and I would like for this to be a thing that we don't have to agree into every time we want to meet up. So instead, we'd be like, hey, every time. We agree not to do this of people, and if you do it of people, that's bad, and this, that. Anyway, so the point is that, I think to say that, oh yeah, if anyone ever cheats ever, it's flawed. I think, most people probably should, I think 99% of cheating is yeah, you're bad at self-control, or you're a bad human being, and probably both, if we're being honest, right? But I also think that, you know what? There's a huge range in there of, even if you just say, oh yeah, but we'll only count bad cheating, as to what that can really mean. And again, that kind of applies to Minecraft too, right? Even though it's not really, it's fixing, when in Isalusa, regular here on the stream, if you don't know, but for now, we'll just call her Loser. Actually, wait, for now, we'll just call her Cheater, is a cheater. So, when she cheated on her Minecraft realm, which you can, you can roll back a world. It's not really even cheating, you might argue. But when that, social contract was breached, that, I will use this to my advantage, it was really to fix an injustice in the world. In the same way, if your partner cheats on you and you decide, hey, this can be even, as you know, but I need to cheat on you first. It's not really cheating when they do it. It is, but it's like it's balanced. It's agreed on. The biggest thing that makes cheating bad is the loss of trust. Most people would say. Also, as a dog is a third party, killing it is an irredeemable action and cannot be connected with the cheating. No, I personally think that, but there are some people who are like, oh yeah, any rules about civility go out the window. I will accuse you of bad action here if you cheat on me. I will accuse you of the things that society will, like try and, literally, like get you killed for. But don't cheat, like it's bad consequences for a bad thing. In the same way that as a society we agree, oh yeah, if you murder people in some jurisdictions, you lose your right to be alive, Human life rights, nah, they only exist if you don't commit murder. Anyway, so if we look at the again, I don't like those people, by the way. I find those people to be genuinely terrifying. I don't think you should ever it's a type of human that exists. It's a type of human I would like not to exist. But if people are okay with that, like, you gotta be okay with people's things. So anyway, if you look at the Minecraft cheating example, it's like, oh yeah, all Minecraft cheating is not equal. If you're the sort of person who, says that you destroyed an entire Piglin Bastion, but really you just like hopped into creative, destroyed it that way, and you're trying to like seek praise and attention and like stuff like that, pretty bad Minecraft cheating. You're devaluing everyone who does play Survival Minecraft in exchange for your little ego trip or whatever. I've seen a lot of people, paste like clearly creative things and be like, oh, this was totally survival. Just don't ask for proof. Wacky stuff. Whereas if Minecraft cheats on you first, cheating on it back is generally, like, again, varies person to person. But some people are like, oh yeah, kind of okay. Thank you, John Mitchell. And that's what I was trying to say with like, oh yeah, you can't make a generalization about all cheating. You can generalize and say it's all bad, but to say it's all the same amount of bad, or that implies the same thing about everyone, I think would be a overstatement. Can you say overstatement? I've never tried. I said it. It's a word now. I made it a word, and that's a thing. Thank you, John Mitchell, by the way. I love hearing Pigstep, and you making Pigstep happen means that I like you. Is the cheating bad or just the lies? See, there's a whole nother like philosophical. We won't dive into that now, but like that's again, that's really that's what like most human activity comes down to. Like, there's someone who can forgive pretty much any activity, but the one thing that everyone agrees is mostly bad usually comes down to lies, right? Like, people don't like being lied to, which is why I find it so surprising that most people are just like, little white lies or whatever else. Most people have like a big acceptance in their life for like, there needs to be some amount of lying somewhere. And I'll agree that like, again, I've told this story before. I tried to not lie for, like, I just one day was like, you know what? Lying takes effort. You have to like remember the lies, whatever. I'm just going to be honest all the time and see what happens. And I realized a few situations where you just have to lie very quickly. Like when someone asks, hey, do you have any money? When you say, oh yeah, I have money, but I would not like to give it to you. Not a very good thing to do. There are sometimes, like when someone asks, hey, do you want to hang out? And you're like, or like, hey, can you come do this thing? It's like, I could do it, but I actually would prefer to hang, by myself. It sends the wrong message because there are so many, like, we have a lot of, like, weird social signals attached to things that basically lying is telling the truth in some situations, which I hate. I would prefer that we fix that ASAP, but I am not in charge of humanity just yet. I mean, I'm getting there, working on it. That's a joke, of course, want to clarify. Yeah, so basically, lying. There are some times where lying is like important because again, there are some. We think that words mean what words mean, but words can mean lots of things that they don't mean. Hey, thank you, Laura Lantos, for the pig step. I love me some pig step, and I hope you do too, because you just got to listen to some, and rather I got to as well. Social niceties are a pain. But like, I found this video. I really loved it. By the way, I just want to like clarify right now. This was a very funny. Oh, soul speed again. How are the wife and kids? Also put the fan on. You deserve it, says Emma Swift. My plan is I go for as long as I humanly can without turning it on, and then I turn it on when like I'm at like the edge of my existence. So, because like I've got an air conditioner. I'm one of the very few people in the UK that has one. But I'm like, you know what? I have to keep the audio quality as good as it can be. And if that means burning, I'll burn till the last minute I humanly, you know, I'm not broken for it. But yeah, so, like, here's an example. I saw it, like, I found this, like, prank channel on YouTube. Most of them are like, hey, we committed genocide, but then we said it's a prank afterwards. Ha 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 ha, lol. Or, like, cheating on my girlfriend, telling her that it's just a prank, bro. And it's like, that's not how pranks work at all. But, oh, no, please, Ghast. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. But, like, I found a prank channel, and one of, like, the funniest thing on there to me was, they did a thing where they asked people, hey, do you know where, like, insert store is? Like, do you know how to get to Johnny's, you know, tires? And then the people will say no. And then he goes, oh, here's the directions. You take a left on Fremont Street, you go forwards past the roundabout, you know, you go around the thing and that. And, like, it's absolutely hilarious to me. Like, it's super stupid, of course. Like, it's literally, you know, a guy giving people directions when they say they don't know a thing. But it is technically a valid, you know, response. Like, oh, yeah, he's asking people if they know the direction to a place. They say no, right? And then, you know, after they say no, he gives them the directions. It's valid, but it's messed up because, like, when someone asks you, do you know where a thing is? It's just, you know, it's just assumed that they are asking because they would like to know. You know, they're asking for information that you have that they do not. And that's why it's so weird. You know, like, and that's why even though it should just be a normal sentence, like, hey, do you know where this is? And then, oh, you don't know? I will tell you. That's so weird and wacky. And in the same way, sometimes people ask things where a lie is the correct response. Or at the very least, not a lie, but there is just a correct response. And if the truth isn't the same as that response, it's rude. Like, oh, hey, you know, am I looking fat today? Correct response is not, you know, like a little bit, but like you've looked fatter. No, the correct response is nah. And stuff like that, you know? And even then, I try to, like, break down those social niceties, but, you know, all it does is it costs me... It costs some other people their self-esteem, because they expect the answer to be yes, and if it's so bad that I'm saying no, it must be suspiciously bad. Also, yeah, it's a channel called Vlog Creations. I like it, because I think, like, harmless pranks are... It's what pranks should be, right? So many people, and this is, like, applies to school, applies to lots of parts of life, are just, like, you know what a prank is? A prank... Like... When you're just being mean-spirited towards someone, just like hurting them and being like, oh, but I'm laughing, so it's fine. Your well-being is worth less than my laughter. That's mean. But when it's just like, oh yeah, I am gonna play around with the social contract on you or whatever, that's kind of nice. OMG, don't ever say you've looked fatter. See, right? But it's a totally valid, like that. If you're just telling the truth, they're asking you a question, you're giving them the answer, but that's not what you're really doing, right? The way you're breaking the Bastion is really stress-inducing. Oh, that's what I loved hearing, David Z. Did you hear where did I get... Oh, no. Okay. Man, I hate these ghasts so much. Pro tip, if you're going to do this, find one in a warped forest. You will thank me later for that one. So, yeah, we'll deal with these teeth later. Oh, man, there's ghasts on both sides. So I guess we'll just start mining on the inside here. Even out this whole thing. Why wasn't he mad at me before? Do I have gold on? I don't. Oh. Maybe he was just dealing with the hoglin or something. First of all, we're going to, like, flatten this area out. Oh, there's a hoglin there. That's nice to know. We're going to flatten this area out just because, like, it'll be nicer, easier to use the bridge if it's flat. That's my high-quality theory right here, at least. You broke the block the arrow was on. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't notice there was an arrow on the block. I don't pay attention to these things. I talk about dumb social conventions. But yeah, now you do not got a life, says Marco. When you do not have good spelling, is my response to you, friend. No, I have full Neverite stuff, big flex. I've seen a lot of people show me their, like, full Neverite gear. And it is a very interesting thing because, like, if you're an existing Minecraft player, it's taken people it took a lot of people less than a day to have the best equipment Minecraft has, even when they made it so much harder to get. And I wonder, like, if they made stuff that was, like, genuinely hard for existing players, would that be a thing that just makes it impossible for new players? Or, like, should they do it anyway? Or what's the deal there? Like, do you think that we should have a type of gear in Minecraft that is genuinely challenging and lengthy to get? Or do you like that when something new comes out, even something as big as Netherite, you can get as much as you like? Because there is this eternal, like, gameplay balance matrix, I think, of like, challenge versus... You know, like, making something good for existing players and new players are two very different concepts in a way. Thank you, I hand out Liz, and also, thank you, Emma Swift. I missed your thing before, but actually I didn't miss it at all. But you know what, I'm saying it again, because I appreciate that. So, like, challenging. Like, so a lot of people are saying, like, yeah, I'd love a good challenging, you know, thing. Like, what does it matter for new players? Like, them not enjoying it's not the same as me having everything. But then a lot of people also feel like, you know, why can't I just have it this way? So maybe an enchantment that's really hard to get, not a new gear type, but still rewarding to find. Yeah, that's honestly, mending was intended to be that. I'm 99% sure. But then they made the mistake of making it tradable through villagers. And now everyone has an infinite amount of mending. I would even say that mending is, like, more common than other enchantments because, like, it's the first thing anyone goes for. Oh, Lord. And it works with everything, right? They made a rare enchantment, and then they made it so good that it goes with everything. And then they made it easily farmable. And now we got to the stage where if you don't have mending on something, it's like, why don't you? I have non-stop questions about, like, hey, Toy Cat, you know you could have mending on insert thing here. And it's like, I know that. I'm going to need a lot more of these boxes, by the way. I've just now reached that realization. This is going to be a long project. But that's half the fun, isn't it? Dragon armor, you have to kill the dragon over and over again for multiple dragon scales. Says FBI agent. You know, FBI, open up. No, also, we can actually see the progress now, right? Not much, but we can see it. So that's a good sign. That means progress is happening, in my opinion. And it gets easier as we go down, too. So there's that. Let's destroy these walls here now. Oh, I want to keep the walls... we'll do it a bit later. We'll work it out. I think getting Netherite is easier than getting diamonds, because Netherrack is faster to break than stone, and there's actually a method for finding Netherite, whereas diamonds are mostly random. Yeah, I do like the fact that, like, ancient debris is genuinely... There's, like, skill and challenge. I don't know, like, it feels like it's a thing you can get if you're good at getting it. Whereas diamonds are just, like, put some time in. There's no way besides strip mining, mining everything and finding the diamonds that come along with it. Hello, Toycat, how's it going, insignificant YouTuber? You're not insignificant in my heart. I mean, in real metrics you are, but no one should be using those when we can measure by Toycat's heart. So, I think I'm accidentally being mean with my compliment here. I'm sorry. Let me try that one again. Let me do fake polite language and be like, you're not insignificant. Someone cares about you. I mean, if you were to go missing, I bet it would only take, like, a matter of weeks before someone noticed. You know, like, we gotta really stop these ghasts. I'm so, like, annoyed. I guess we should just use a crossbow and some arrows, right? Yeah, I think it's that simple. Just, we don't need an axe for now anyway. Let's just fire a crossbow. Okay, we need to get some arrows for this. And then we're gonna fire the crossbow at them. New solution. It's a very good one. Also, get some more arrows. Get some more bones, because why not? Throw those in there. Throw these out here. And now we got a crossbow. And we'll just take down Ghast. I guess I should really have an enchanted one. But you know what? Using secondhand piglin drops. That's the dream that I want to live. And you can't stop me. Oof, that FOV is already crazy. Still being mean, says Aussie Mama. You know, sometimes you just can't stop it, right? But yeah, like, that's, like, a lot of people who do say, like, I'm just so good at being honest. They are just mean people, right? And, like, there is a good place for brutal honesty. But sometimes it's just like, I'm being mean and hiding under the guise of being honest. There's a real thin line and no one really knows where it ends. We can just see when it has ended. That's all it is. Also, do you play on Realms? By the way, keep it up. Good work, says Camille. Honestly, I would love to play on Realms, but the problem with Realms is it has such a ridiculously tiny render distance. Like, I don't know, Minecraft wants, like, you know, £6 a month from me or something, and then they cheap out so hard on the servers. Like, it's obviously to make, clearly they have enough infrastructure that, like, making a profit's hard, because people, like, abuse the heck out of it, and they give you an infinite amount of all the stuff you might want otherwise. But it just means that, like, Realms are a bad experience compared to playing on even like a low-end phone. And that's kind of staggering to me. Like if a Switch gives you a better experience than playing Realms, that's a bad sign, you know. So, ooh, here we go. Nice. Should we start mining in the base a little bit, just for fun? You know, I might as well treat myself. We'll use this pickaxe because we might run across some Gilded Blackstone, and we'll just mine some lines through, like do a nice little cross down here. Just because, like, whenever like Ghasts come, we need to come down here anyway. So let's go through here and let's see how much Gilded Blackstone we can pick up. In fact, actually, the best way to find Gilded Blackstone is generally to branch mine or to like strip mine or whatever through the Bastion itself, which is kind of funny when you think about it. They feel self-righteous being honest, but no one asks for their honesty. Yeah, that's again, it's the interesting thing where like they're telling the truth from their perspective, but the truth from someone's perspective isn't. Again, it's very interesting the way these social conventions work. That the truth is not always the truth and the truth are different things, which should not be possible. But yet here we are in a world where that is a valid sentence. Do you think we can hit the Ghast from here? I don't think so, apparently. Also, all the piglins are very mad. You know, you should be happy that I came to visit your little shanty town off of Bastion. I'm just saying. Also, I did the challenge you gave to make a good build out of build Blackstone, says Merchant Nest. Oh, I'd love to see it, friend. I'd love to see it. Like, I didn't see a single like image as a response to that, so I just assumed no one tried it. But if you did, I would like to see. That would be nice. Gilded Blackstone is a beautiful block. You know, it's a beautiful block in the same way that, like, I am a beautiful individual, you know? I mean, if you really stretch the definition, you can maybe get away with it. But otherwise, it's an ugly husk that somehow continues to keep on existing. Also, Andrew, haven't attended a... Hey, Toket, haven't attended a stream in a while. Happy to be here. Hey, thank you. Good to see you. I lost your name immediately after you said it. TA Music. You know, you like music? Who doesn't? Me is actually the answer. This is the worst thing. Like, whenever people ask, like, so what music are you into? Because, like, for so many people, like, their one relatable thing is like, oh yeah, I like all the music, so I can like you. And I have to be like, oh yeah, I don't really like music. And they're like, yeah, that's a fun joke, but what music do you like? And it's like, oh yeah, sometimes like I listen to video game stuff, but I'm more of a podcast guy. And they're like, no, this isn't acceptable. You're not allowed to not like music. It's it's like I hate it because like some people on the stream, people are like, oh yeah.
Yearly toy cat tax. I've played Minecraft for 8 years and have never killed an Ender Dragon on any solo or multiplayer server.
I find that to be shocking, actually. Like, is there a reason, or is it just like, it's not a part of the game I enjoy? Like, I'm genuinely like staggered that there are people like you that exist. But first of all, thank you for paying the toy cat tax on a quarter-yearly basis. You know, that is someone who knows how to file their taxes. Second of all, I want to say, I assume actually, I don't know for sure that it does mean that that's what you are. But second of all, I want to say that it's like, I know so many people just get around to it for the first time really late on. But it's also like, oh, but aren't you curious? Like, don't you want to do it? I just, you know, these are all questions I have, but I guess I'll never truly have answered in the way I want it to. Haven't beaten the dragon in 7 years because I always die. I've got a video on how to beat the dragon using just, like, wooden tools. And if I can beat it with wooden tools, using that same technique, you can beat it with diamond and elytra, or whatever else. Because yeah, I've heard a few people actually, like, say, like, oh yeah, I beat the dragon because of this video. And that's always, like, the coolest thing for me. They're like, yeah, you finally took on the hardest part of Minecraft. And the rewards, you know, they're nice. Like, having a third dimension in Minecraft to build around with. Actually, you know what? I know we're going, like, way on a tangent here. But I think that proves the interesting thing about, even if we always ask for, like, oh yeah, it'd be nice to have more high-end armor or stuff. The fact that, like, a decent percentage of Minecraft's players have never defeated the Ender Dragon proves that high-end content is not what's most in demand. Like, a lot of Minecraft players just want a brand new mob that they can spawn in and put in a prison and be like, I have a llama prison. Lord knows I've seen enough 7-year-olds in the world that just want to do that. And, oh, we are surrounded by lava. I should be very careful about the lava. So I've got a single bucket. I need a lot more than a single bucket. I guess we have to go back to get more shulker boxes anyway. We've concluded that this is a big project I have taken on. We're like almost an hour in, and we've barely shrunk it down. But you know, that's fine. We'll keep on. We'll make up the progress. We'll get a beacon out here. It'll be great. Don't use a beacon, reverse psychology. You know what? I was just thinking about using a beacon, and now you said reverse psychology. I know that means you really do want a beacon. And now I don't want to do it. Also, campaign for IVX Toycat to play Minecraft Manhunt with Dream. I think that's, like, because I play on the Bedrock version, I think I'd really suck. Like, I actually do suck whenever I do Java PvP. I recently turned down, like, this mega event because, like, you know, even on Bedrock, I don't think I've got, like, amazing PvP skills. Like, I like doing weird niche stuff. But because of the combat update, I'm, like, so beyond, like, I generally just don't know how, stuff there works properly anymore. And that is a tragedy, but it's the tragedy that is me. Okay. So there's a lava bit over here for some reason in the ceiling. Okay, that's fine. That's whatever that is, I guess. I keep seeing blocks go like flying to the side, and I pick them up, but I'm always like, oh, what if I didn't? What if that didn't happen? What do you mean? Why would you want to use a beacon? There's a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, you get a 20% speed increase. Well, I'm always like, but, you know, getting it here, sending it up, moving it later. I guess I'm doing like hours worth of stuff. I think I generally just have a beacon shortage though. I don't think I have a spare beacon. Chat, do you know if I have a spare beacon? I don't think I do. So I have to like dismantle an existing beacon. And that seems like a lot of effort because I'll lose the effect that's powered in there. Hey, thank you, Giovanno, and also Troy. The first and only time I killed the dragon, my XP fell in the end portal and into lava on the other side. Why is your world spawn at lava? Is my key and important question for you. That like generally hurts me. That story does. Like physically, I am in pain. You have broken my being a little bit there, and that's no good, friend. That's no good. Shouldn't be hurting Toycat's very existence. So yeah, the Nevrac isn't part of the structure, by the way. The Nevrac is just the world generation. So when we pick up Nevrac, we're going to put it in like a separate chest. Just in case you're curious as to how we're going to count that. Also, my Elytra is... oh, I hate Ghast so much. Hide here. Okay, no more explosions. No. Okay, we're fine. Pull back crossbow. Find the Ghast. Oh. You know what? Honestly, killing Ghast is just a happier way to live life, right? Hey, there we go. Now the Ghast is gone. We can live our life happily again. It's so weird because for the longest time, Ghast didn't spawn in my nether because any like long-term nether would just break in that way. And it was kind of nice. It was like Ghast didn't really exist. And now they're back. It's like, I missed when Minecraft was broken. It's a phrase you never think you're going to say until you realize that it's broken in a way that you actually enjoy. Maybe they fell into the portal in the stronghold. Oh, I guess that could be it. No, even then, it's like... yeah, your world spawn has to be a pit of lava, right? Or near a pit of lava. Or your bed has to be next to one. Did you see our Nether? Rana, I spent a long time on it. I was told there was nothing else worth seeing, I'm pretty sure. That was how I remember the encounter. And I bounced right out there. Notice me and I'll donate $50, me boy, says Yoda Hunter. Yo... no, wait, Yoda Hunter, Ida Hunter. I can work this out. I'll make this pun work, Mr. Yoda Hunter. Anyway, so, did you know you can one-shot an Ender Dragon with a... okay, don't understand that one. Kara the Shapeshifter. Probably a reference to something that isn't my area of expertise. So anyway, let's move on from that whole nonsense. And let's talk about destroying a Pigman Bastion. Because a part of me wants to dwell forever on the whole, like... hey, did you know, in some alternate universe, there's a version of you that is willing to commit whichever crime you think you would never want to. And in some alternate universe, there's a version of your partner or whatever who is willing to cheat on you and finds the opportunity where they do. Like, it's a real big mess. Also, thank you, Aiden Phillips. Hope you're doing well on this fine evening. But, there's a part of me that wants to dwell on it forever, right? And be like, huh, I wonder how that do be. Also, thank you, Mind Laughter. But the real I think technically we've been in a video together, by the way. There you go. We technically already have collab. There you go. At Minecon, a lot of people show me that video whenever that happens. Like, I was just there. I showed up one day. It was a very weird feeling. Also, Orange Square TM looking good. I agree. Looking great, I would even say. Do you know if you shift-click around your inventory, it loses its color as it moves? It's the same with potions. Look at this. Oof. Is it the same with... Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, that's something different. That's the color bug thing. Yeah, it's a very weird thing. Lots of weird things are happening with this current Minecraft update. Good thing they're fixing them, huh? Good thing they're fixing them. Okay, so let's go and put this blackstone away. Yeah, I'm realizing right now that, like, every inventory we have of blackstone is not, like, moving the structure down in a significant way. There's going to be a lot of this to come, is my high-quality prediction. I have to be so careful about, like, ghasts or something coming over here. I should really work that one out. Either way, though, our base salt's coming along nicely. Got some polished base salt, some regular base salt, a lantern as well. That's nice. So Cat, what do you get for becoming member? Says, Liberty every definition. Honestly, like, as far as, like, you know, like, it's the same as, like, any other channel on YouTube. Like, you support the channel, in exchange you get some emojis, you get a little badge or whatever. If you value those things. Like, I don't think doing it for the value of the, like, inherent things is the only reason that you ever do it. But if you want to, feel free. But it's more like, you support the channel and then you get these things as a side benefit, you know? Whereas if you say it the other way around, you might get caught in a trap or something. I'm not too sure. Hey, Brooke Granberg, thank you for becoming a cheap cat. Welcome to the club, the coolest cat club. So, Cat, what does Bedrock pause when you pause in a single-player game? Yeah, it's a weird question. I don't know why. It's weird because on the PC version, if you minimize the game, it can pause in a really weird way. I'd love to know what the official answer is. I think it's because every single-player game is, like, technically an online game. Where do you become a member, says Mind Laughter. Link at the bottom of the description, friendo. But yeah, so, that's a nice lecture. Where'd you get it? Fun joke. Wife simp. You know, you're right, Alcazar. What's the benefit of becoming a member? You can be a wife simp. You see that logo next to Alcazar's name? You know, the one that says, wait, it doesn't say anything anymore, damn it. You know, they used to say things. You see that gold cat next to Lina Khan's name? You see what that means? That means, like, master simp. Oh no, base salt, it burnt. Okay, we need to, like, avoid that happening as much as we can. Let's be very careful around these edges. Very careful. Or let's just mine on the inside again, and then deal with this stuff later. Always a better idea. How nice, how wonderful. But yeah, destruction in Minecraft always seems like a dumb side thought. Like, you know, isn't this the worst part? Getting the resources to do the thing. But the reason I really like destruction, the reason I find it to be useful is because without destroying something old, if you don't, there's just a need inside of us to, like, get rid of old things to make new, better things. The cost of keeping something around, even once you don't want it, is higher than just having a bad thing that you don't want. Also, how's your day been? Do you recycle? Also, Toycat tax. And can I still buy your plushies? Mr. Bradman113, you cannot, sadly. I would, like, I've been considering, like, oh, it'd be cool to have something in the long run. But no, it was a limited 3-week run. They'll never be sold again. If you didn't get one, then they're gone forever. And I like that way. I like that it's a limited time item. I think we should maybe not do that again, because a lot of people are, like, upset. They're like, oh, I was just at the edge. But I think it's like a one-time campaign. Sure, why not? Also, forever spending my OnlyFans coins on IBX Toycat streams. You know what? Laura Beat Boop. I am internally fascinated. You're not the first person who said that they OnlyFans for their day job and they use it in a way to get my attention. And you know what? I'm very pleased with that. Thank you very much, Laura Beat Boop. This is my favorite thing to hear. So anyway, I've never seen your face, and it's nice. It's funny, most comments I get about my real life appearance, it's literally like 99%, hey, what's with your hair, man? And then the other 1%'s like, hey, you look significantly less attractive than I expected. It's like, you know, I play Minecraft, and I talk about geopolitics. How, you know, like, what my interests include flags, and, you know, like, you know, food and cultures around the world. How do you think I'm gonna look, my man? Isn't Neverwood supposed to be inflammable? Because I thought it was till my Neverwood bridge burnt down on me. I think it might be a bug with the Bedrock version, maybe. Again, there's lots of weird things happening with the Never update right now. I want to collect a bunch of them together, because some of these are, like, disastrously bad. They really are, like... I almost think, like, I don't want to encroach on Silence territory, of course. But, like, Minecraft Bedrock bugs is, like, something I could literally make a whole channel out of and enjoy the entire thing. So now the chat's come the other way and it's like, Tocat, your hair and face is beautiful. Thank you, Baguts12. You know, I appreciate it. Shower me with praise, friends. See, lying to people is good sometimes. You will lie to me about how good I look, and then I lie to myself and I say that, yeah, they're definitely all right. And then I lie to the, you know, to the waitress who says, hey, you know, this is for 2 people, right? And I go, yep, just other person gets here later. You know, it's all a happy endless cycle. I was the guy who made the song that you featured on your livestream channel. Hey, oh, I knew I recognized it from somewhere, Mr. TA. Good to see you, friend. I made Survival World back in 1.13, and it was meant for me and a friend. Should I let people join the world too, or is it just me and my friend? That's like down to you, right? Like you have to decide, like, is that gonna be you and your friend, or is it gonna be for everyone? Like, work out the rules in your head and then follow those rules in the world. Honestly, that's a good way to solve a lot of things. But yeah, destroying things is like one of the quotes. I think again, I don't learn a lot about U.S. history because it's not widely taught outside America. Like I did like a history unit on like the American West at one point, and like I always used to think like Americans would get really obsessed with like the Constitution stuff. It's like, we get it, that was a long time ago, you know, like I guess that's the start of history as far as some Americans are concerned. It always seems dumb, but something I think is really, where's my elytra? Oh, it's the cape thing bugging out. Look, I can fly around like Superman. Anyway, so one of the things that I do think is interesting though is that Benjamin Franklin. I don't know. You know, it doesn't matter who it is, right? But it's. I'm pretty sure it's Franklin, who's. I don't think he ever actually was a president or anything like that. But he's like a pretty high up government figure, where a lot of like our thoughts and feelings about how government should be is kind of based on. And one of his thoughts was, every 20 years, the entire, you know, constitution, the system of government should be reviewed, because oh yeah, you should look at the state of things and be like, every generation shouldn't be bound by the rules of the generation before it. Like, it's in reality, it works like that anyway. There are laws in the UK that stem back to like the 1700s. Like, did you know it's illegal to have a smelly fish while walking down the street? Like, there's really dumb stuff like that that are technically illegal, but you won't ever get stopped. You know, no police officer will be like, hey, that's a smelly fish and you're walking down the street, sir. Or like, there's a law where if you're pregnant, if you're a pregnant woman, you're allowed to ask for an officer's hat to pee in. But in reality, you know, like, actually that one's questionable. I looked into that once and it's like, it might not be a real law because it's so old that it's hard to like properly find out, because that's how old the UK is. But the idea of like having taking down things before you and making your own set of rules, it's something that happens like every generational shift, because just playing by a set of rules that wasn't designed by you or anyone of your like type, people don't like that, it seems, is a widespread thing. It's kind of like, you know, when you first move out, I'm sure if you haven't ever moved out, then you'll have no idea what I'm talking about with this entirely unrelatable thought. But when most people first move out, everyone goes through a phase, in my experience, of like, I don't need to do any chores. I don't need to clean the dishes, man. I don't need to wash clothes, or, you know, it's always gonna be dumb stuff. And most of that stuff you grow up and you're like, oh yeah, actually, turns out if you don't wash dishes, you don't have clean dishes on. Or like, you know, like, whatever, like, dumb things that you don't do. Like, I broke the rule and I didn't wear clean underwear one day. It was crazy. There's actually, like, a lot of other examples of, like, things that you think are, like, super great ideas. And then you just realize that, oh, yeah, there's a reason for this. But then there are some things that your parents do, that your grandparents, like, that people do for traditional reasons, that you're like, oh, this is dumb. You can live life perfectly fine without it, right? Like, you can you can genuinely be fine. Never. What's that? Okay, we're good. You can end up pretty okay. Oh god. Oh lord. You can end up being pretty okay even if you know, heaven forsake, you know, you decide that you're not going to buy butter to live by. You know, because there's a lot of things that you just assume to need to have. Bread, for instance. I've gone through this so many times, so I won't open that net right now. But like everyone's like, you need to have bread in your house. It's literally called a staple. It's like a thing everyone buys all the time. Without bread, you don't have a life. Is how some people view it, weirdly, in my opinion. But like, I don't need bread in my life. I'm happy specifically not buying bread. The most bought thing, something like 250 million slices of bread eaten a day or something in the UK. It's it's probably billions across the world. There are billions of slices of bread being eaten. How many of those are mine? None, friends, because I don't need no bread. But yeah, like that's like a micro version. But it's the same with like, I don't know, Minecraft builds, or it's the same with the rules for anything. Like, if someone imposes rules on you, eventually you go, how about we don't for a bit? And so I've been thinking about like, oh yeah, you should you should look at the things that you don't need in your life by taking it all away and then seeing what you need. Seeing the things that you miss the most when you don't have them is a good way of working out what you appreciate the most. Like, again, not having bread has not ruined my life. It means I don't have toast in the morning. You know what? Cereal's okay. You know what? Without cereal, there are many other alternatives. I can have a crumpet. I can just not eat breakfast even. And some people work really great not eating breakfast. Again, there's so many ridiculously dumb. Again, that's a big one, right? Like, you're told that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You don't need to eat breakfast. There's no like scientific reason why breakfast is gonna, you know, like. Anyway, point is, with all of this that I'm trying to say, is that if you remove everything, you work out what you appreciate a lot better, and then you can rebuild something much better. Like, well, for instance, I used to travel a lot when traveling was a thing that existed. It boosts your metabolism. That's what the Kellogg's company wants you to believe. Cat Gale, can't believe you're buying into their propaganda. But yeah, so there are lots of things that seem necessary, but really are not. Since I moved out, I got rid of my bed and sleep on the floor, and haven't had anything bad happen because of it, says Oliver Cashmore. See, right, a lot of people will be like, oh, no, you need a bed. And it's like, no, actually, don't know about that. When I got my house, I bought, like, the minimum number of furniture pieces. Like, everyone's always like, no, you need storage. It's like, why do I need storage? Storage means I will get things to fill the storage. That's awful. And yeah, so the same thing I used to kind of do. Ooh, okay. Toy Kitten has bread. You know what? I disagree with that. This is a factually incorrect statement. Mr. Banana Boy, I'm going to start reading. I'm going to look at the game rather than that. So, like, another thing, like, to give a better example, because, like, you can't destroy your whole life and build it back together again. Although you sort of can. You know, that's kind of intimidating. I used to travel a lot back when it existed. And the things that you need to pack to bring with you somewhere, like, it varies from person to person. Some people need to bring an absurd amount of stuff with them. They're like, oh yeah, how can I travel without my hairdryer? I try not to call out the YouTuber, but like, there is a YouTuber I know who is in the same vague genre as me, who went somewhere overseas, and they're generally like, yeah, I brought my hairdryer, and I don't know, I think they had some serious issues with it, and like, it blew up and like broke the entire hotel's electricity, and it's like, you know, and then they realized afterwards, oh yeah, the hotel had the hotel had its own hairdryers. It's like, yeah, you brought this heavy thing with you across continents that is worse than a thing that you'll have while you're there. You don't need a hairdryer, and just in case you did, because, you know, like, it's debatable as to whether hairdryers are even a thing that you should want in your life, let alone need. But also, I'm thinking of putting down like a protective layer of Nevrac around this. Yeah, I think we'll do that, actually. I think we'll do that right now. Let's grab some Nevrac out. I'm really worried about stuff going over the edge. But like this, I eat way less than I used to because it's so hot outside. I don't have the appetite. That's a nice positive change to a life, I'd say. But yeah, okay. Let's start a whole new chest. We are really just rolling through this Blackstone at an incredible pace. Anyway, so the number of things that you think you need and the number of things you actually need are very different categories. Is the whole point of this entire story. And also, scientifically speaking, breakfast revs up your metabolism as opposed to going hours without eating, which will slow it down. You should consume something every 3 to 5 hours to optimize. See, McBella78, you say that, but also the most popular dieting trend right now is intermittent fasting, which is only eating for, I think it's 6 or 8 hours in the day. Not specifically not eating for 16 hours, and then it puts your body into starve. I don't believe. I tend not to believe most dieting fads because they change all the time, which tells you that clearly they haven't been right many times before, and the odds of them being right this time very low. But everyone has like super strong opinions they're sure they're correct about, but they also are all conflicting with each other. So either someone's wrong and they aren't caring to admit it, or we just found out that we're right now, and that yeah, your breakfast theory is correct, or maybe this intermittent fasting theory is correct, or maybe all it really is like your different bodies work differently, and the generalizations we can make between them are, you know, like hard to be precise about. Oh yeah, we wanted to go down super low. Ooh lord, always a nerve-wracking moment. We're gonna we just stopped flying around for a bit. Okay, so we're gonna just bridge across to here nicely. We'll make like a little perimeter out of Nevrac, just around here. I'm gonna do it above the lava because then when I remove the Nevrac, the lava won't be flowing real weirdly. Just seems logical to me. Let's just hope we don't get ghasted, huh? What's the worst that can happen besides the thing I just mentioned? Both can be true. It's not one or the other. I think there's nuggets of truth to both, but they literally are. They are mutually exclusive, right? Like, either you should eat every 3 to 5 hours to optimize your metabolism, or you should optimize your metabolism by not eating for a lot of hours. They're literally contrary piece of advice, in my opinion. Diets don't often focus on health anyway regarding fasting. That's true, yes, a lot of diets are just about lose some weight. Which, let's be honest, like, it's interesting that that's, like, the #1 focus of all these things. Like, the #1 thing I've always felt we should be focused on as humans is extending our longevity. Like, even though I don't care about 80-year-old me and I kind of I'm worried about living too long, I still try to think to myself, I'm going to extend my life, and that way if I have to put myself out of my misery early, like, you know, bang bang head, at least that's like a choice, right? That's like, whereas if you hit 40 and you have a heart attack or a stroke or something, and your life's just like gone, it's like, oh yeah, that wasn't a choice. Did I really need, you know, insert thing here? Like, what leads to a heart attack? I don't actually know. Let's assume it's sugar. Probably salt, actually. You know, let's just say it's salt. It's like, you know what? Did my fries really need to be that salty? You know, in exchange for me losing my life at 40? And it's like, I don't know, probably not. But yeah, like every diet is always focused on. Losing weight, and I find that like to be like an interesting take on how we deal with problems. Again, like a lot of people say, like, looking at, for instance, climate change, and be like, you know, we're being so short-termist about this. But the way I see it, should we go around the whole perimeter or not? We'll finish the rest of that later. It should be easy to do. The way I see it is like, we see the short-termism of human thinking in literally every single field. You know, the number of you know, like, again, diets that are focused on just like the thing that makes people worry about their health is not, oh yeah, I had a really bad feeling, you know, I had a big pain in my pancreas this morning. Is it pancreatic cancer, or is that, you know, just like the food I ate last night? I find most people, it's interesting that most people are like kind of worried on the, oh yeah, the thing that really made me think I need to get my health in order is I looked at myself in the mirror and I assumed that other people might not want to mate with me as a result. And it's like, huh, that's interesting. Things we're seeing as increasing longevity by increasing current and perhaps future well-being. But it's also not the only sign of well-being. Like, I think back to, can I tell you about something dumb I did for a while? I lived basically a carnivore diet at one point in my life, because the easiest way to, like, lose weight was to eat, like, because, actually, can I give, like, one, This is one weight loss fact that is just objective truth in the world. How you use it is important, and if you care about how to use it, sure. But this is one of the few things about weight loss you'll hear that is ever like actually correct. Every gram of, again, I'm sorry, I know not everyone knows grams, but you know, convert what a gram is for you. Every single gram of food that you eat that is carbohydrate is going to be 9 calories of stuff once it converts in your stomach, because that's how your stomach converts carbohydrates every single time. I don't know why it's so precise. Like, it seems like it should be. Oh no, no! Ah! Why? You broke a Minecraft. I needed. There was a full box with a blackstone. Why? Why? Ah! How long? How much time have you ruined with that one? Get out of it. You don't get to live anymore. F for the shulker box. Okay, so I need to protect these shulker boxes. That is the clear lesson I'm learning here. I'm so. Oh, I was trying to like count the number of things in here now, and now that's gone out the window. We're just done. It's over. Minecraft bugs. You know, I can't be mad at the Minecraft bugs. If you play Minecraft Bedrock and you don't expect bugs, that's on you, you know. That's on you. Build a wall. Or all back would save you. No, I like to live. I like to roll the punches. And in this case, that means doing one of these things. Make a nice little wall. Make our little shulker box community great again. I think I need to go get some cobblestone or something that won't explode, because Netherrack definitely will, which is a big problem. We'll get some glass or something. It'll be beautiful. Why does it explode and destroy? Okay, you know, this is the most frustrating Minecraft bug. I'm just lost. Oh, I think we picked it up. Okay, good news, chat. I'm not mad anymore. I'm not mad anymore. Aha, I pranked you. I pretended to be mad to get your views, and this intermittent fasting is the best diet, says Sarah Catherine. I agree. I got you good. You thought I was mad. I was just faking it for the YouTube cash. Actually, the viewers did go up after that. That's quite interesting to me. Whew. So yeah, wow, okay, it was just a prank, bro. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take some, we're gonna have to get something from somewhere else. Actually, wait, what do we have in this one? Torches, and then Nevrack. Let's just make a little Nevrack. A little place for ourselves, right? Yeah, let's do that, let's do that. We need to, like, section this off anyway. So let's place that there. Grab some Nevrack, make a nice little place over here. Just walk fast across this. Make sure that there's no direct line of sight between Ghasts and these boxes. Oh god, this isn't working how I want it to at all. Make a roof right above the boxes. I wish I could live a long life and die in my sleep. I dream about peaceful, boring life with the people I love. I mean, I wouldn't say that sounds so boring. That sounds nice. Super blast resistant. You got here. Yeah, if you're building in the Nether, pro tip. I should make a whole video of just bad Minecraft tips. Oh, I'm doing that right now. I'm putting that right down. I'm just gonna look this way, down at the floor. My shulker box is a thing. Bad Minecraft advice. Only build out of Netherrack. If you ever see that video, you know how it started now. That's down to Cat Gale right there. When's 100% ad stream, says Alina Khan. You know what? If you just got YouTube Plus, YouTube Premium, then maybe you would. Actually, if you watch streams of YouTube Premium, I want to say, like, I don't know how if YouTube counts it the same, but it's like that's like the bomb as a YouTube creator, because if you're getting paid per minute watched or hour watched or whatever, and you watch a lot of minutes of a stream, I think. I could be wrong. You know, I'm definitely wrong. But you know what's better than being wrong? Being right and just not knowing about it. So yeah, we'll leave that little hole in the thing. Maybe we can make like a door out of one of the new blocks. That'd be nice. Are you gonna build a Bastion in the overworld? My intention is to build maybe a big like castle outfit near the ice. But I am tempted about the idea of a Bastion in the overworld, filled with some like zombie pigmen, just for fun, or zombified piglins, as they are officially called, as we all know. Everyone calls them that, right? It's the official common name. Oh lord. Okay, you know what? This is good enough for me. This is a absolutely ghast-proof wall we've built right here. Anyone who says otherwise, they're a heretic. This is this is very ghast resistant. Okay, we nailed this. Nailed this indeed. I don't see anything going wrong here. Actually, let's put some blackstone. This is not from the Bastion, by the way. This is just there in general. Let's place some blackstone there. Let's place some blackstone over there. Maybe over like here as well. You know, I think we've nailed it. I think we've officially nailed it, friends. I don't see any way this could go wrong. And we'll like put some blackstone up there as well. Yep, this seems good to me. Oh, there we go. Nice. Oh yeah, that's the stuff right there. I think we've done a pretty good job defending our stuff. Honestly, I know a lot of people think ghast proofing is impossible, but I think today we have pulled off that very impossible feat itself. You can disagree, but you are wrong if you do so. Oh, we missed a block here. That's nice. Boom, done. Yeah, that's solid. That's good. That is ghast proof to the max. Honestly, it might be too ghast proof. Like, it's a bit unfair against the ghasts to lock them out that hard. Okay, let's just use cobble ghast. Can't break cobble. They can't break blackstone either, and I have a bunch of blackstone, so I could use blackstone because it's more like nevery. You know how it is. First of all, though, speaking of things you know how it be, let's check my elytra. Okay, it's got a little bit of durability in it. Fly through here. I need to get my crossbow out, don't I? Let's do that. Fly back up. Jump down, and we're good. So, how's it going, Stompy Kitty Cat? I found a really big thing. Last of Us is horrible. Okay, you know, chat, you lost your right to say things. Wow. Ghasts also can't break shulker boxes, we thought. See, right, everyone's using traditional logic. When you play Minecraft Bedrock, you gotta roll with the punches. You gotta be like, you know what? We assumed that throwing netherite in lava was okay. I really want to do it now, by the way. Like, I'm just... Oh, no, you don't. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, Lord. Okay, nice little hole in the ceiling there, and it's dead. Or she. I always assume Ghast is a she. Maybe that's offensive, just because they may have high-pitched shrieks. I go on walks at the worst times. How's it going to get? My phone is almost dead. F's in chat. Yeah, I honestly think that one of the best things you can do if you're, like, emotionally distraught is to go on a walk or something. I think, like, whenever you're, like, having emotional issues of any form, like, whenever you have... Like, I like to describe... This is dumb dichotomy. Everything's a dumb dichotomy. I really do like to see the... Like, your body and your head are two different things. They want entirely contrary goals a lot of the time. And so whenever my head is hurt, like whenever my head has issues, I'm like, go for a walk, go for a run. Like, let's do some physical activity, because then you're like if you're at least half succeeding, that's kind of a good thing. And then sometimes you have the opposite, where it's like, oh yeah, my body's really hurting, and then it's like, I'm gonna do whatever my brain wants. You want to just sit here and read, you know, Reddit for 3 hours? Sure. You wanna just, you know, like, whatever dumb things I do otherwise on the internet that aren't worth my time? Yeah, do it. You want to read just tweets non-stop, even though you hate Twitter and it makes you an unhappier person? Yeah, you do that. Right on, sir. I love working out when I'm sad and angry. It helps so much. Says Shravia. It really does, right? It really does. I got my first piece of ancient debris. Congrats, Mr. Hashtag Turtle. That's a hashtag achievement as far as I'm concerned. It's either a dumb dichotomy or it's not. That's what I say. But are headaches body or head? I would put headaches into body, personally. Which is weird because it is your head. Like, the reality is because our like most animals have a body that they have like a head just to maintain, whereas we have a head that requires another part of our head to maintain, which sounds weird, but I think is true. So I put like anything physical into the body category. Even if you have like brain cancer, that's a body issue, not a head issue. Like I've never had brain cancer, so let me just. Also, you can walk or you can just dissociate. Says Laura Beat Boot. I'm sorry to hear that, Laura Beat Boot. I knew someone who used to, or said they used to dissociate. I mean, whole like side note. So I'll just be like, I knew someone who used to dissociate. There's no asterisks to that story. The simple pro tip is to always like, you know, you just gotta like ground yourself, keep things simple. That's kind of like the opposite problem, right? Like, hey, oh lord. Okay, the Ghast stopped caring about me. That's all that matters. You know what? Why are there so many Ghasts these days? It's very frustrating. Honestly, I'm in a Soul Sand Valley. I kind of deserve what's happening. I'm basically asking for it. That's it. I know someone. That's the story. You know what? Can we just like? Okay, wait. So because first of all, the chat rate today is 69. Nice. Second of all, I wanna just tell like, because there's gonna be new people who are joining who don't hear this. I'm gonna tell stories that go nowhere, and I want to see like how upset people who just joined the stream get. So in like 10 minutes, I want to do that. It's gonna be great. I'm just gonna warn you now, and on watching, you're gonna be very, very confused and frustrated. What could someone have done to make you not trust they have mental health issues? Oh no, they were at a they had extreme what's the term for it? I think maybe sociopathic tendencies. Not sociopathic though. I don't know what the word is. But anyway, that whole like, I remember once like oh wait, I'll just tell you a story actually. Love your streams. This is my first tax. I found you after getting home from boot camp after fracturing my pelvis. See, you know what the problem with boot camp is, like a whole camp dedicated to just boots seems like it's just a bit too much. Like when you get too far into any interest, things are gonna be a problem. And apparently your interest broke your pelvis. I don't want to know what you were doing with those boots to break your pelvis, friend. But I do know that I appreciate the Toy Cat tax, Mr. Nicky Michelle. Toy Cat, you always tell stories that go nowhere though. Ooh, ouch. Okay, no, I'll just give the one detail that like, I once caught a person in my life crying, and then they got mad at me when I called them out and being like, hey, let's like, and they're like, you know what, I can't believe you'd call me out for that, like, and then they started crying, and then I had to comfort them the fact that like I was the monster that would call them out for fake crying, and that like that, you know, it was admitted, like, because like it was like a court thing, like, anyway, it was a whole dumb interaction, and I was like, oh yeah, this is the moment where I realized that I remember at the time actually. Can I just use this as a moment to say, sometimes when something bad happens to you, because our brains are like learning machines, right? And so, like, you know, when you're like in a certain phase of your life, you're learning how life works. So sometimes you make super faulty judgments based on faulty information, and sometimes it's important to go back and revisit things from like, let's not call it traumatic times, but like times in your life that were weird and were non-standard. So like I remember my first thought when I was in a relationship with someone, they did something awful, and then like I don't remember what it was, but like they pretended like I don't know what it was. It was like they pretended to cry. I called them out, and I'm like, oh, I can't believe that. Just because you're right, it doesn't mean that you're right, you know. And then I remember my thought to that was like, oh, relationships aren't this like trust-based thing where relationships are all about trying to get as much as you can from the other person. That's why I've been playing by a different set of rules as she has. Narcissistic tendencies. That's the one. That's what I'm going for. So I didn't realize at the time like, oh, I've been playing this relationship by the wrong rules. Like, I'm an idiot. I can't believe I thought that it was all about like loving someone and like the actual rules of the game where you gotta like try and trick them into doing things for you by making them feel bad. Oh, I can't believe this. Because, you know, like whenever someone does something bad to your relationship, you do actually get something in exchange usually. And it's like, oh, you gotta try and create. No, Gilded Blackstone. I should have made the border thicker. That's the lesson I'm learning. You okay, mate? So anyway, the thing I was trying to say about that was like, I made a super judgy thing, and it took me like a while to like unlearn that. I would say, I don't know. Let's call it like 6 months. I don't think I broke anyone else of that particular thing. But like, if you don't reevaluate the heuristics and the lessons that you picked up in your life, sometimes you'll be dealing with someone who, again, if you learn by, oh, that was weird. If you learn by following other people's stuff, sometimes you'll make a super faulty judgment. So anyway, I've got this really important story I want to tell. Chat while we're here anyway. We're having a pretty emotional sherry time. I want to tell you guys about the first time I learned how to wash clothes. Like I never expected what was going to happen. Like let me preface this by saying I don't think that anyone could have expected what was happening here. But items you lost in the Ghast explosion in case I'm active. Polished black stone times. I think I got them all back, by the way, malfunctional. I think it turned out like the box broke but went into my inventory. So we were all good in the end. But thank you, malfunctional anyway. It's very nice of you. So anyway, I was doing laundry for the first time, and I pressed the on button on my washing machine. You know, and it made a sound. I wasn't quite there for that. And then after the sound happened, I pressed you know, I went to daily wash, and then I put the clothes in, and that's when I realized that I didn't know like how you put the soapy stuff in. I know there's that drawer, you know, that washing machines had. My washing machine had the drawer. And I was like, what goes in there? Like, where do I find the laundry powder? And then I realized it's okay. You can get these pods that go in the main washing machine themselves. And that is how I washed my clothes for the first time. I hope you enjoyed that one, friends. Hope that was a good one. Good time, good story times in store. What are your thoughts on Terraria? So Cat says Pro Sniper Boy 1234. I like it. I want to dive back into it now that it's like finished, you know? I'll probably do it off YouTube because there's like a certain type of person I'd be attracting into my life if I did it on YouTube. That I guess we'll be better off not for now. Fun story. You're welcome. That was a good story, I think. Again, it was an emotional time for me. I learned a lot during that. But no, the actual real lesson from that previous story. I'm not like, I think just telling bad stories is sometimes, no, okay, it's gonna be picked up on the Netherrack maybe. I think telling bad stories by itself, like it's good like as a healing thing, but like this live stream, I try not to tell things just as like, you know, I don't want to burden your life with anything bad that's happening or has happened in mine. But I think the reason I mention a dumb story, maybe it makes you distrust a certain section of humans. But the real lesson's meant to be that during your life you pick up lessons, most of which are valid and good. But if something bad happens to you, you pick up a lesson that isn't correct. Like, you know, people who, you know, a lot of people, if you go through something when you're young, you might come to the conclusion that like, oh yeah, all adults are bad because that one adult who did that one thing. That one really bad thing that I didn't really understand at the time, but you know, like that's like a really basic example because like whenever anyone thinks of trauma, they're thinking of like, you know, something bad happening to, you know, like someone in their formative phases. But the way, you know, you have to empty washers drains. You know, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that because I have not done that in ever. There's probably gonna be some limescale in there somewhere though. You know, I'm terrified of all the things that come to do with maintenance of a washing machine. So I'm gonna not. That's my plan. I should become a better storyteller. I've never put my thoughts into words properly. Yeah, storytelling's so hard. Even like so many times I tell a story on stream and I'm like, oh yeah, I missed the interesting parts of that. You gotta like find the parts to like hang a story, and like, there's a lot of things that go into a good story. It's a whole talent you can probably learn though. So honestly, for a portion of my life, where parents are racist because of a really bad incident. They rethought that recently though, says Akina Ding. Yeah, a lot of people like, again, a lot of people think that there is a type of person that just dislikes, oh lord. Like a lot of the most faulty behaviors that seem like it's so much easier to look at someone and be like they are a bad person than to try and work out like, but why do they do the bad things that they do? And I think racists are like people who are genuinely, you know, like let's not talk like, you know, let's use the historically considered definition of you know, like a racist, someone who like actively hates people who do not share their same skin color and you know, like part that they came from. But like there are a lot of people who like have some like something in them, and that's not like an excuse, that's not like a justification, but it explains it so much better. And once you know why someone is something, you can like fix that, you know? Like disliking someone for something doesn't make the world better. You know, like convincing them like how you know, like working out what's wrong there and how to deal with it is how you make the world a better place. Like I really think that so many of the world's like modern big issues come from like small scale issues that a lot of people have. Like people like to be like, oh yeah, there is you know, like boomers and they didn't you know, like they're the ones ruining everything. People who are like old right now. I think a boomer is like someone aged like 60 something, right? But whatever. And but I think like the biggest sin they probably commit, like, you know, if you think about like, oh yeah, they were bad parents, but why, like, you know, or bad grandparents, or whatever. They left a world for their children that wasn't better than the one that came before it. Which for like most of history, there's like a generational contract. Like you leave the world a better place than you find it. And so like, you know, if you look at that and you're like, oh no, the problem with boomers is they're just bad people. They're just all fundamentally broken human beings. They just want different things to us and we should murder them at the stake. They're just bad. That's I read an article on the internet and I read an angry Twitter thread that confirmed they were bad and they seem pretty informed. So but in reality it's like, oh yeah. There's if they were, you know, bad, if they didn't follow the generational contract, it's like, so why didn't they? You know, like, what is it that's different about these people? What are they doing that's so different to all of the people who came before them, you know? Genuine question you should be asking. One sec. Okay, I'm good. Heal that damn pickaxe. Oh god! I'm getting anxiety reading your comments instead of dealing with my real issues. Yeah, we'll switch out the pickaxe soon, I think. I'll leave it, like, at this level of durability. After one more, like, run with it. We have to destroy this, of course, first. Oh, Lord. I am so annoyed by the number of ghasts. Like, genuinely frustrated at this point. Whatever, we'll just, like, mine in the middle here. It'll be fun. We'll make little tunnels through it. It'll be nice. Who doesn't love tunnels? Everyone loves tunnels. Use beds. If you, if you explode things, you only get, like, 33% of the blocks back. And I want to get the things backwards that way. Because otherwise, again, like, if we don't care about getting the blocks, then what's the point in loads of this? People are like, I listen to Ticket streams to watch me, to help me sleep, as if they aren't more anxiety-inducing than free Red Bulls. You know, I don't see how my streams are anxiety-inducing in the slightest. I play Minecraft in the perfectly normal way. Maybe it's a sign that you should. Also, you found ancient already. It took me hours. If you watch my video on how to find ancient debris, Mr. I know I'm like self-promoting, Mr. Zfreef. But you should be able to find it like every 10-15 minutes at most. We found 101 yesterday in 3 hours, so you should be all bueno. But yeah, I'm so glad you understood my typo. I don't have a brain. Whenever people typo, I'm like, ah, yeah, there goes my opinion of you. But you know what? My opinion of you was already so low, it couldn't sink any lower, and therefore I worked out what you were saying. The way you're breaking this is giving me anxiety. You know, let's give some people some more anxiety. Let's like hang on the very edge of this block right here, and then let's mine this way, shall we? There we go. This seems good to me. Seems pretty proper. Seems like the correct. Oh yeah, this is good. This is what I like to do. Oh no no! Oh, do we get it? No, we missed it. Baso, I think. If piglins kill hoglins for pork chops, and they're pigs, is it cannibalism? You know, that's something I haven't thought about, but it definitely is, right? It definitely is. It's very messed up. Now that you say it, I'm realizing that it definitely is. I can't wait for him to fall in lava. I brought a lava resistance potion for this that very situation, I'll have you know, Mr. G-Bay. And boy, was that a good idea. I am starting to appreciate though that like we're almost 2 hours in. There's a lot of destruction to go, huh? Although we're almost at the bridge level with this, and we are with the other side, so there is forwards progress at least. There is forwards progress. That hasn't given me anxieties. 2 out of 10. The pickaxe worries me more. So bear in mind, this is a Neverite pickaxe. It has 2050 durability, I think. And it's got unbreaking on, so that means it has about 4 times as much. This has 8,000 durability, and it's about 1/3 done. I can mine 2,300, plus maybe more because it's chance-based, blocks on average with this pickaxe before it breaks. Like, why would you be concerned now, you know? Like, of all the times to be concerned, of all the things to be concerned about, you know, right now should be pretty low on your list. You should be concerned about the fact that, you know, roaming black holes exist, and we won't really know about them until we get hit by them. You should be concerned about the fact that, like, gamma rays can hit the planet at any second, and we have, at maximum, 8 minutes warning, except in reality, like, we don't have any real systems to detect them. There could be a moment where the entire planet, like half the planet dies in an instant, and then the next few instants, the other half of the planet slowly boils to death as the oceans turn to a fog that happens as a ray from the sun goes astray. That does happen every now and then. We just have to pray they don't hit us. That's what you should be terrified of, you know? You should be terrified of my pickaxe. We got plenty of ancient debris. I can break this pickaxe. I might even do it now. I feel like, you know, I want to be the first person to naturally break a Neverite pickaxe. I think that'd be a fun little thing. Also, I'm constantly zoning out of reality and to be brought back by your voice. That's nice. Well, there goes my mental health. No, again, I really think learning about the world makes it a more terrifying place. But the terrifyingness of the world itself should remind you... Okay, did you not need to know that, says Steve Pitoski? I think you needed to know it. Again, like, if you think... There are lots of variables in your life that are outside your control. And knowing about those variables makes you feel less bad when you mess up the ones in your life that are in your control. Like, there are some things in life where you need to feel like you're 100% in control of yourself, the world, blah, 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 blah. But there are some things in life where that's genuinely unhelpful. And for those things, I say, remember, any moment now, we could all be melted and you'd never even know. Also, thank you very much, Mr. Pro Sniper. Stop making me scared. Okay. Also, what I use my Neverite for. You're about to find out what I used 36 of my Neverite scraps for. Boy, did that hurt me to use, but had to do it for a little project that I finished recently. And the rest, I guess I'll just, like, make a full set of tools, maybe, question mark. You know, I'll work it out. I'll work it out. Make an unruined bastion, says Nitrous Cat. You know, honestly, I think that is a cool idea. Like, it's the unruined version. But I think that's more of like a fun creative challenge than anything else. Maybe you disagree. Like, I don't know, maybe it is more fun for survival. Maybe I should have my other one, like, destroy one bastion and make the other one unruined. I kind of like the idea. I might. Bastion renovation. You know, it is a very catchy name, the Unruined Bastion. I do have to give that one to you. Very, very catchy. It's got catchiness in spades, in droves. I don't know what the expression is, but it has, whatever the expression is, it has that. Should we take these lanterns down? We'll leave them there. Let's leave the lanterns be. Actually, no, we'll take them down. Just because otherwise we might mine them from above. Oh, that's weird. Well, I guess I'll leave that. Great Monkey, thanks so much for making a part of my childhood, making me smile when I'm sad. Love your content. Keep doing what you're doing, says Great Monkey 66. I hope by that you don't mean dropping Blackstone onto Hoglins. No, I'm really glad that I have helped in the slightest, Mr. Great Monkey 66. It's cool that you think I have. I don't know if I have. I think the biggest part of your life is being you. But I'm glad you see me as being any part of it. You know, that's nice for us, isn't it? That's a thing we share. Me. It's nice that we have me in common. Oh, okay. I thought that would happen. But I just believed that it wouldn't. I thought the Hoglin loved me for who I was. but I was foolish. Okay, let's go. Hoglin be dead. There you go. No longer alive, thank you very much. Okay, okay. And also kill you, apparently. Don't know where you came from, but don't know if I care. You gotta do something to the lava soon, says Imja. Yeah, the next time I go back to the overworld, I'm gonna grab some lava buckets, and we're gonna scoop them all away, I reckon. That's my high quality idea. And we'll see if it works, I guess. Okay. That's good. I guess we should get rid of this giant thing over here, too. It's so satisfying being able to, like, instantly mine a block. Oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that just fun? Great, enjoyable. But yeah, I'm definitely seeing, looking at this, though, like, oh yeah, doing an unruined version of this would be so fun. I think I generally might do that. Maybe, like, separate to this project, maybe as part of it. But I love the idea of an unruined Bastion now. Oh god, we got more explosions coming. Love those. What do you think of a block that works like the sponge for lava? I don't know why that's not a thing, Roost Plays. I really don't know why it's not a thing. But yeah, have a good day, Mother Russia. It was good to see you. Based on makes such a good sound. Says Shrevia. Oh yeah, it's such a satisfying one, I agree. Like the blackstone's just the same as like cobblestone or anything else. But my god, the sound the other stuff makes, that's the real impressive one. Do you have a Discord server? If so, can I join? Yes. Discord.gg/toycat. Hope it helps. Okay, we're gonna grab this chain and this lantern. Grab this chain and this lantern. Just oh, I think I might have missed a chain there. Ooh, you didn't see that. Definitely didn't see that. Mine that block. Does it take a while for the thing to realize, or is this like a bedrock bug? If it's a bedrock bug, then you know what? Might as well enjoy that one while it lasts. Yeah, I guess it's just a bedrock bug. You can remove the blocks above chains. And they don't even seem to care about it. That's nice, I guess. That's real nice. Okay, let's get back to this little thing over here. We'll like mine vertically and up to get there. Just make a nice little tunnel through this. Our inventory is getting pretty filled. It's not a bug, chains are freestanding. Oh, chains can freestand. That makes sense now that you say it. That's so weird. You can just have chains hanging off nothing. Oh, that's like uncomfortable. So you can have a chain and a lantern anywhere in your world. That doesn't make any like logical Minecraft sense, but you know, I'll take it. You can craft chain, don't worry. Chains don't have to hang. That's good to know. That's very good to know. What do you think of the piglin brute? I think it's cool that it exists. By the way, it's hot. Still suffering through. Oh god, you can see how hot it is. Oh my god. I'm learning how hot it is from looking at my webcam, apparently. By the way, chat, do you like my straw? So I've got myself a metal straw. And then I've got myself another metal straw that I put inside that metal straw. And now I've got a retractable metal straw. Isn't this delightful? I'm a big believer in metal straws, by the way. Like, if we could just trust people to clean their straws, we wouldn't have this whole plastic paper debate. Because you know what? Save the turtles to sophisticated BOT. Oh no, I hate turtles, but I like my number one concern is like turtles are literally item number 812 on my list of concerns. I care about Justice Cubing and Josh Rainwater and Mr. Scarfy. You know, I care about those people with those delightful names more than I care about turtles. You know, that's my high quality. But no, so turtles are my top opinion. My top opinion is actually like, how do we get like a good straw system? Because paper straws suck. I don't care if they save turtles. They don't get the drink to your mouth. And if you don't, if you don't care about that, then you didn't really like straws in the first place, you know? So the issue should be, how do we get a good drinking implement that gets liquid from... Oh, we're gonna have to kill some skeletons just to get some arrows and also get some experience. Oh, okay. Love whatever's happening to me right now. It's so satisfying just one-hit killing all these skeletons. Oh, that's so good. If you don't enjoy that, something is fundamentally broken with your brain chemistry. That's my official reckoning. Now, let's kill the zombie pigman as well. You know what? Why not? Why not, right? Oh, gotta get jump hits for these guys. Oh, yeah. Are you guys getting anxiety yet? I hope you are. Oh, Lord. Okay. Just fly out there. Get nice up here. And we're good. Oof. But yeah, what I really care about is like a good drinking implement that is also sustainable in some way, you know? Like, sustainability is important to me, not because, like, you know, the turtles die if we don't make sustainable things. Because they do. You know, the turtles are going to die because of something else we do. If plastic straws don't kill the turtles, we'll come up with something that will. Like, if there's anything humans are good at, it's, you know, powering through. Also, look at this. Gonna repair the pickaxe a little bit. Are you happy now, friends? Are you happy? Do you feel good? Do you feel like everything's better? Okay, my elytra is slightly less close to death now. So, anyway, yeah, like, when it comes to humans being good at, like, wiping out animals, we're gonna do that regardless. So let's just work out a straw solution that we can do without having to have all the downsides that come along with, you know, like, either plastic or paper. Metal, reusable, like, lasts way longer. It's cheaper per use, if you think about it, than buying a million paper straws. I mean, plastic straws. It's theoretically the best of all worlds. But that's why it will never be widespread, I guess, huh? So let's throw the lanterns in here, because for some reason that's where lanterns go. It's been decided. And then let's fill up this box of goodies. Oh, God. Okay, it's filled. Next one along the road go. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of shulker boxes. I really didn't understand just how much. I thought, like, yeah, 7 shulker boxes. That'll get us most of the way, right? And it does get easier as we go further down, don't get me wrong. But just, my God, there is a lot happening here. So let's start mining down from the back, maybe? Yeah, let's not actually. Oh, stop! No. You will cease and desist. Your current behavior, please. Oh, yeah, I was going to switch out the pickaxe. We'll do it next time. Oh, Lord. Hate ghasts so much. Want them to be dead. And out of my life. What if Enderman could pick up shulker boxes? I would enjoy that so much. Like, just an Enderman walking around with a shulker box, being like, oh, this, just gonna take this one right here. I like listening to your live streams when I'm, on that grind, says insert word here. Oh yeah, podcasts on Minecraft is wonderful, right? Podcasts on Minecraft. See, Mr. Scarfy says bedrock, and then he goes to, like, sick emojis. See, even this man of no culture, who doesn't even appreciate the beauties of bedrock. Even this man I care about more than the turtles, because I have this instinctual feeling that I think one of the like, again, if you in the same way that like oh God, the way I work out what to travel with is by, you know, having nothing and then working out what I need the most. At some point you have to do that with like your set of values. You have to try. You can never really succeed. We have to try and like separate what values you have just because, and what values you have because there are reasons in the world to warrant them. And so like one of the few, like, my one default position is killing humans, not good. If we ever get to a point where we're like, oh yeah, let's kill the humans to get that thing done, we should be like, let's try and no. They actually can explode chests. It's a big problem if that does happen. Big problem. You know, should we just trap some ghast and some minecart or something? I think maybe that'd be easier than we're about to do. Okay, grab the bone block. Actually, let's just break the things with our thing, and let's just... That was a good, high-quality sentence we made right there. Let's just break it, grab the stuff, and then we'll know what we picked up in the chest, I hope. Probably. Definitely. That seems correct. And then we'll throw it in a little thing, and we'll probably smelt up the bad stuff. Maybe we won't. Maybe we will. So, Cat, have you ever considered speedrunning Minecraft VR? That sounds pretty cool. Hello, Mr. Cat. I have a question. Why are you mining out the Bastion? Asking for a friend, says Master Deal 101. I like weird Minecraft projects, and this comes under my definition of a weird Minecraft project. So I figured, you know, if I like weird Minecraft projects, and I got one in mind, let's do it, you know? It's a fun opportunity to talk, to interact. Oh god, that's so high up. I let it get away from me. And this is the price I pay. So we'll just take some of these, and then we'll break it, and it'll go everywhere. Okay, there's basically nothing in there. And now we should go back down. Yeah, we've got basically full inventory. So we'll just do a little bit of mining here. Always a good idea. And it'll be great. Chat's slow, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like whenever there's a new update, there's always like a huge rush of like viewers, but not everyone's like a chatter. Because like on your first stream, it's like, why would I bother chatting? I mean, what do I even have to say? And statistically, most people don't have things that are worth saying. That's a true fact right there. Most things that you think are worth saying are in fact not. Are in fact a negative thing to those around you. But despite that, sometimes we should say things anyway, just in case you accidentally have something that is worthwhile. But yeah, I want to get a door. That'd be nice. How come the Bastions have little to no actual loot? Yeah, I think that's the biggest design flaw. I think they need to like make the piglin brutes worthwhile killing by themselves, because the loot is great if you're new to the Nether, but once you actually know what's going on, it's like, oh yeah, we're good now. IBX podcast / IBX podcat. It's podcats, I believe, is the thing we got to do. It's again, it's like podcast, but we're admitting that it's cats. No, I remember once, like forever ago, I made the mistake and I put podcats instead of podcast. Oh god, we need to. You know, let's make a little hole through there. That's fine. That's great. Then we'll move the blocks to like there. There we go. That's good. That's pretty safe from Ghast, I'm fairly sure. And then we'll grab a new pickaxe out. Nice. And then we'll break this almost all the way, and then we'll combine them. It will be wonderful. I watch Tucket streams all the time and I never talk. Yeah, 90% of people will never interact with a thing, is the reality, I'm pretty sure. And it seems weird if you are someone who chats a lot, but it also makes sense because, like, again, most of you are hearing that and you're like, yeah, I don't chat, why would I? It's a cesspool down there, whatever things. Also, Tucket, yes, thank you, Dr. Cookie. I agree with your assessment here. But, yeah, if you don't see my comment, I'm not subscribing. You know, awesome dog doo-doo, don't subscribe. If the one thing you decide to subscribe based on is whether someone reads your comment, then you're not the subscriber anyone wants on their channel anyway, you know? Pro tip with Toy Cat. So anyway, I felt like destroying all of your, like it's something that happens in like philosophy a bunch. Like you just gotta like take everything down and then work out what remains. It's almost like a form of minimalism, because we carry so much stuff around us in life. Like, I heard someone say this again recently, because they're like, oh, you have to get out of a bad situation. You know, they had, like, I think abusive parents or something, maybe. And it's like, the amount of stuff that you collect is a way that is... The stuff you have is a thing that people who keep that stuff safe can use over you. There's always someone who has the power to take away your stuff. And by not taking away your stuff, you know, maybe you get something in exchange. Also, I'm wondering if anyone else has the trouble with piglins not picking up gold in bedrock realms. None of my piglins will pick it up. They won't pick it up while they're mad at you, I believe. That's my kind of thing. But anyway, so, like, stuff around you in your life is only as valuable as if you can protect it. And if you are sure that, you know, like, again, if it's like, you know, like, if you don't know the concept of the mafia, they'd ask for protection money. They'd be like, hey, I don't want to hurt your business, but you give me some money, and I won't have to hurt the business. But if you don't give me some money, then, you know, maybe I come in here and I rob you. It's like politely up, you know, like, but you didn't really have a choice because they could take away your your livelihood, the thing you spent all your lifetime on, because they had the, you know, the bigger gun, the bigger power, the bigger force to actually use. And again, this is, I think it's like important, especially if you're like in a volatile situation, to like pick up some amount of minimalism and realize like, yeah, stuff seems really great, but if, like, I always see this like, I guess I feel like happy for people like this, because it means that they never fear it or they've never had to fear it. But people who buy just dumb things all the time is like, oh yeah, I'll put that in a collection. Like, I've seen a lot of people who like, I've seen hundreds of people who bought like Pokemon cards as like, oh yeah, I'll frame them, I'll put them in a thing, and it's like, oh, that's cool. You know, you can, you know, drop like whatever dozens of thing or thing just to have like this nice decoration, and that's like, that's the thing you need most in your life, just decorations. And it's like, oh, to me, when I see that, I'm like, oh yeah, if I want to move house, it's now that amount harder. I need to move my my Pokemon cards, my giant Lugia blow up whatever. I have to, you know, even if you don't have it, you have to throw it away, you have to like deal with it, you know. It's like, it's a thing that you are now responsible for. It's the same when I see people like get a bunch of like cats and dogs and you know, stuff like that. I'm like, oh my god, you are like, you're seeing it as like, oh yeah, there's this friendly thing that follows me, and I see it as like, yeah, you have to feed that animal till the day it dies. You have to work out what's wrong with it. You have to, you know, work out how to feed it and, you know, take it for walks if it's a cat. That's you know, you leave dogs inside and you take cats for walks. That is the story, and I'm sticking to it. And it's like, oh yeah, that's like a big thing to like have on you forever. And that's why oh, I know it's like I feel like the biggest version that we don't see as the biggest version is like, if you have a child, your life is now for the next 18 years or whatever. Like, you're locked into that same position. You want to quit your job and go be a you know, a portable clown. A portable clown? Are all clowns portable? I guess they are. But if you want to quit your job and become a clown, you know, like, because that's your dream, that's your passion, you always want to follow. Nah, you stay being a data entry so that your, you know, the human being you brought into the world doesn't become messed up. And you know, your dreams literally are second fiddle to the needs of the thing that you've brought into the world. Still love my 100-pound Rottweiler puppy though. See, but I assume, I don't know for sure, but I'm just gonna guess that like someone in your life can like take over that responsibility should things come to worst. But like if you don't trust anyone to take over your responsibility or to be a guarantor on it at least, then it's like, oh yeah, in that situation things are terrifying. So anyway, yeah, taking things are like, I only heard this because I heard from someone. One of my like Minecraft friends has like I know a situation with one of their family members. They had to like get out all of a sudden one day, and they're like, oh yeah, getting out just one day, just deciding, you know, oh yeah, I'm gonna be gone now. That's like a challenge. That's like the more stuff you have, or the more things you decide to collect, the more that grows into a thing, right? So most people aren't ready to become parents, and most people don't ever become a good parent. I used to think when I was younger, like, we should have like a test to become a parent. Like, if we can force people to like do a test to learn to drive, why can't we have a test for the most important thing you'll ever do? But I think the reality is like, most people, oh god, that's nice. Oof, my temperature increased by a little bit there. But most people will, you know, like, again, everyone's gonna, you'd have to be like, oh yeah, most people can't do this thing now. And then you realize that also, like, having a child should be all about the child, but, you know, in reality, like most things you can do, you can make it about the thing in question, or it's in reality gonna be some amount about yourself. Again, something I learned about from people who have narcissistic tendencies. Did the blocks reappear? No, they didn't. But absolutely, it sounds great in theory, but absolutely terrible in practice. Yeah, right. There's a lot of things like that. I don't know. There's a trillion ideas that like. I think the best intentions of ideas are always the ones that are the ones you gotta have the most scrutiny for, because they're always the ones that have the most asterisks of like, oh, if. I think I've said this before, like, as a devil, I like to play devil's advocate a lot. I like to question what I believe a lot. And oh god, that ghast might genuinely give me troubles. Okay, it didn't. We're good. I'm safe. We're fine. What's your favorite feature of the new update? Also, how long will it take to destroy it all? So glad I squat stream, says Silly Lily A. I honestly have no idea how long it will take to destroy. I'm hoping not a huge amount of time. But clearly I could be wildly off on that. We have 17 gold blocks. That is so much gold to just pick up from a thing. That is like insane. Can you just study for the right answers and still be a bad parent? Yeah, like again, even ignoring that, even if you can assume like, oh yeah, here is a way we make people perfect parents. Most people, like, first of all, we're talking about someone's like biology that you can't really control. Like, you're gonna force them to get rid of it if they failed the test. That's like horrifying, right? Second of all, it's like how being a good parent can never be tested. It's like I also think the best like lock on being a bad or good parent is that whenever whenever you're raised badly, in your opinion, whenever there's something bad about your childhood you dislike, you try your best to not replicate it with your children. And whenever there's something good about your childhood, you try your best to replicate it. You know, there's all these, like, dumb traditions, like, oh yeah, every year we go out and we get a Christmas tree. And it's like, you know, they sell plastic Christmas trees now. It's like, no, my father got me a Christmas tree and I loved it. So we're gonna go out and get a Christmas tree. It's gonna be fun. There's so many traditions that stay around like that. And there's so many, like, minor styles of parenting. Realizing what you liked as a child and what you didn't like and using that to make yourself a good parent is probably the best check we can have, because the objective good parenting is changing all the time. I'm a bad parent. I really try to be a good dad, but I struggle. So I start parenting classes because I want to give my kids a better life. Right, but I'm sure the things you'll learn in the parenting classes aren't... You could take those classes and still be an awful parent, because it's all about interpersonal skills of someone you hold. It's a type of interpersonal skill, you know, skills with another person. Except it's a very different relationship because of the power dynamic that's involved. And because of the fact that, like, they trust you in a way few people do. And, you know, I think that's really cool, Brother Sis. I think it's cool that, you know, a lot of people just be like, ah, nah, I'm the best, or like, nah, they deserve it, you know. A lot of people generally have the logic of something bad happened to me, I think it should happen to other people. And anytime anyone breaks that cycle, like, oh yeah, strangers are mean to me, so screw you, strangers. Or like, you know, my dad hit me, so I'm gonna hit my children. Whenever people break the cycle, you make the world a better place. You know, it's kind of like, I think that's the whole, like, concept behind karma. I mean, let's say modern day karma, not the Buddhist concept itself. We could spend forever talking about that or whatever. But if you're like, you know, the amount of, like, mean stuff that happens in schools, for instance, is a great example. But yeah, so I think karma's a great example of just, like, if everyone does nice things and assumes that someone else will eventually do it to them, it would work. This is one of my, like, oldest thoughts that I think I mentioned it in, like, Let's Play episode 52 or something. But if everyone believed in karma, if everyone believed that if you did good things to other people, the world would repay the favor eventually, the world would be so much of a better place. If everyone's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get something later, and all I'm gonna do is be a good person now. Everyone would be so hyped to be a great person. I can't remember one time my parents made their wrong, and I think it has affected me. See, right? You gotta break the cycle, man. It's sad the moment you learn this, but you can't make your life perfect, but you can make the lives of those around you less imperfect. You know, you can't fix your own, whatever happened in your childhood, whatever. You can't fix it. There is no going back in time. But what there is there's making it better for other people. That's like the one core thing that is objectively going to help your soul, and at least help other human beings. And again, that's a thing I would recommend. Or maybe not. You know, break the cycle by not having kids. That's actually, I remember I had a moment when I was like super, I know, I was like, you know, normal teenage depression stuff, suicidal, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you know, I don't think anyone else should have to go through this. This is the end. This is the end of the bloodline. It ends here. Also, any tips being a Minecraft YouTuber, says the Mouse Kid. Find a niche that isn't exploited yet. Like, you know, the reason Graham grew big is because he was like, hey, here's Minecraft building from like a super in-depth perspective that's also super accessible. Like, hey, we're just making a Minecraft village slightly pretty, whatever. The reason, let's take another big, you know, YouTuber in the space. Another reason Mumbo Jumbo blew up is because, like, hey, here's redstone. A lot of people think you have to be the best at something. You have to be the best at, like, making it widely appealing, you know? Like, that's the real challenge. You're kind of like a teacher, but even for just dumb things in Minecraft. I also just don't like kids, so, you know. Man, does anyone like children? Okay, I know some people claim they do, but it blows my mind. It's like, children are dumb. You ask them questions, and you speak to them, and they're like these little robots that are being produced by the people, you know. I know I find children weird. I think that people who are in like, I guess it's good. I think people need to like children, but also like, not me, you know, not me. Especially like, you know, like super bratty children is the worst, right? Like entitled children. I saw a video today of like a child trying to steal another child's, like trying to like, the child was blowing out the candles of the other child's birthday party, and I was like, I wanna, I need this little kid. This kid needs to die. Like, maybe that's just me. You know, that's probably just me. I'm gonna quickly go hop inside this, and I'm just gonna turn on some cool air because I am melting. Because it's the hottest day in the UK so far. Look up the temperature in your local thing and be like, haha, it's way less hot than that here, where it's not humid and we do have air conditioning. But I assure you it's hot. One sec, friends. Ooh. I died to lava and full netherite gears tools, only to find out it burns. I rage quit and I'm here giving my money to my favorite YouTubers. So it shouldn't burn in normal Minecraft, but if you're in a realm, you can roll it back. Elsa Wagner, you know, like, is a cheater here in our stream. And it's so humid here, there's no need to take a shower, just walk outside. Yeah, humidity is like a killer, right? Like, so many people don't appreciate the temperature is not just a number. It's like how it feels, both relative to like what you're used to, but also like humidity is such an effector of the temperature. An effector? Yeah, that works. Like if you ever go to somewhere like super dry, you'll realize this real. Oh god, how is it dodging all? There we go. Ugh, I hate Ghast so much. Yeah, it's boiling. I'm getting a drink. Let's look at things. 40 is hot, but for me it is 100. Yeah, one of the things I used to like get annoyed at this every year, but it's one of those. Actually, you know, can I talk about something that's maybe it's not going to be relevant for anyone else, but I've been thinking about a lot the idea of like eternal conversations, because the news is kind of like their whole job is to like bring up these eternal conversations again, but there are certain subjects that people don't generally change their mind on when you talk about it, but people get heated about, etc., etc. So an example of this would be religion. I can't convince you that God is or isn't real, you know, regardless of what I believe on the fact. You're going to believe your thing, almost, you know, regardless of that fact. I can't convince you that it is hot here in the UK. You'll just have, you know, you'll be like, oh no, it's hotter where I am, because numbers and stuff. Also, we be remaking the Bastion 1-1 in your world. That'd be a cool idea. Also, thank you, Sam Doggo. I definitely have yet to hear a single person ask for a beacon. No, I definitely will bring a beacon next time we come in here. But that time is not this time. I generally, like, I think I have a beacon somewhere in my world, but I genuinely am not sure. So that's another little limiting fact right there. But we'll deal with that one later, I guess. But yeah, I'd love to remake the Bastion, but I want to do something else with it. I want to, like, turn it into something brand new. That's my rough plan here. We'll see if it works, I guess. Okay, take all these goodies. Throw them in. Oh, God, what's happened? Okay, it's a skeleton. It's fine. It's just a skeleton. Honestly, I want to just go on record now and say Soil Valleys, worst biome for so many reasons. If you ever do a big project, don't come here. So yeah, this is the progress we've made in 2 hours, by the way. It's like, you can see there has some progress, but also it's just, it's overwhelming how much we still have to do. It's midnight in the UK and also 40 degrees. Why? It's actually not 40 degrees in the UK. Just to clarify, I think it's like, it was 30 something early today. But that's hot, okay? But yeah, there are some conversations people like, people get heated about, and people have like these big lengthy conversations about. And I've started to notice that so much of discourse can just become that. Like, you know, it's fun to discuss. So let's go through some of those right now, chat. Do you think? Remember when you thought you could do it all in one stream? You know what, Chantal? You're challenging me. And you know, I'm sticking through it. You know, I've got time. It's midnight. But who's counting? I mean, my computer clock is, apparently. Whew. But yeah, my intention is to get this done. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be nice. And we're gonna talk about some of the fun, open-ended questions of like, hey friends, do you think that when we die, we go into the ground or something else happens? Wow, type your comments in the chat. Hey, do you think that right and wrong are objective do you think there are objectively right and wrong actions? Or do you think it's all just shades of a thing that humans have created? Let me know in the chat, friendos. While we're here, what do you think, you know, do you think that it's ever justifiable to kill a person? The trolley problem, eh? Let's go into that one too. No, we can do this endlessly, is my point. But that doesn't mean that we should. Yeah, I want to leave this up actually. I think it's more satisfying to like see it being super big as we go through. So, I'm in London, I'm about to die. Right? No one appreciates our struggle. Everyone's like, it's actually not hot where you are. I've done a statistical analysis that tells me it's not hot where you're at. So, turns out you're just being whiny. See, you might think there's no such thing as objective. You know, like, I guess this is the big debate, is more about like objective truths. Are there things that are just true, or is everything relative? And that debate's such an interesting one. Like, cause that's the real debate at the bottom of all of this. Like, is there even a real answer to all those questions I just posed? Is there a correct thing that we'll one day find? And I think there are something, like, I think that's why, like I said, if you want to really improve your understanding of the world, you've got to start with the things that are objectively, yes, they're not. Every time you get to a muddy waters where there's no way to improve your perspective, you just have a perspective and that's it, you're generally not learning anything. You're just reiterating your same point. If I try to tell people that it's hot every single summer and I don't change my arguments, no one changes their mind, I'm just complaining. Which, like, you know, let's be honest. Everyone loves a good complaint. Do you want to despawn? That'd be nice. Everything is relative. It's hot on the surface of the sun. I mean, hot, but not hot for the sun. The sun finds that to be a perfectly acceptable temperature. It even burns at it, perhaps you could say. Why decide not to leave the walls anymore? Says Sharon Smith. I just decided that, like, because mining the walls was like a super messy thing. Actually, maybe we should. Maybe it looks more impressive that way. I'm going to go back to not mining the walls. Just got back from the half. Wait, the half? Did I read that right? From the beach at 12:32 and it's like 1,000,000 degrees. I'm melting, so I can't send. Please, I will. Try to survive at 40 degrees, 99 humidity in winter. That sounds fun, Enrique Navarro. See, I can never convince Enrique that it's hot for me. Enrique's like, nah, he doesn't know true suffering yet. And it's very intriguing because if you can't convince someone else of something, then your own belief, and obviously like there are some people who won't believe anything. Like I could try and convince people the Earth is curved, and they'll be like, nah, I saw a documentary somewhere that said it wasn't, and the man was real charismatic, so that means he was right. Whatever, like, dumb stuff someone might say. But even, like, leaving aside that is a thing. Oh god, this is such a giant project. What have I embarked upon? What have I decided to do? This is my realization. Expectation of the UK cold, actuality of the UK, people burning. I think it is that, like, the UK used to have a heat wave once every, like, couple decades, and now we have a heat wave every year. I think that's the real change. You can almost directly attribute it to something that's happening in the world, huh? It's okay, how much do you think your arms will hurt after this? Not at all, hybrid doggo. Question mark. Why would my arms hurt? I'm not sure what you're getting at there, friends. But, yeah, so I think like working up from things you can verifiably say are true. I think that's useful for like if you're having a political discourse, right? Like, hey, what do we, we got this really complex thing we call the government. How's it gonna work? What do we want it to do? It's like make people successful, wealthy, happy? Question mark. You can come up with a billion different factors, but like even working out like one of the debates we're literally having is like how do we determine if a country is doing well? It's like, oh man, we don't even have that locked down. Like, cause I think you can tear apart everything and say it's worthless, but instead it's simpler just be like, but why is this? And then try and improve it, and if you can't improve it, stick with the current thing, or see if it's better with nothing. But anyway, global warming isn't real. Thank you, Dylan Causa. See, there are some number of people who you can never convince that is real. Like, the argument is not worth diving into. Like, you have to... There are certain things that, because, like, they're such charged topics, people can only learn by themselves. And it's sad that, like, global warming is... like, climate change is one of those. But I think it is sometimes. Like, I think it's good, though, that we can have... This is actually one of my... Oh, wait, controversial opinion time. I think we should be able to question climate change. Not because I personally do, but because I think when it, like, oh, God. There are a lot of people who have the idea of, like, oh, yeah, it's really damaging if we let people question it. But I think it comes down to the whole, like, yeah, but, what if, like, this would be mind-blowing. This won't happen. But, like, tomorrow it's like, oh, yeah, scientists have found out that, the machines were being tampered. Like, it's so many machines. This could not happen. I want to clarify. This is not fundamentally possible. They're like, oh yeah, oops. Turns out it was actually a hoax. No way that happens. But like, if that was like the new consensus, I would respect your right to be like, nah, actually, pretty sure it is real. The scientists say it's not, but anyway. Wait, do you think climate change is fake? No. What I was saying is, I think that you should be able to think that anything is fake. Like, you should be again, I think it's a dumb position to have, but you should be able to say that, you know what, I don't think that, who's a famous figure from history? I don't think that President George, no wait, who's someone who's like definitely dead? I don't think that JFK died. I don't think he did. I'm just gonna throw that out there, controversial opinion time. I think he's still alive somewhere now. It's a silly opinion to have, and it, like, immediately debunks itself, right? But, like, you let people have it, It's like, you're allowed to believe something. Because otherwise you just isolate them and put them in their own little bubble, where they find other people who are in that same bubble. And it becomes a whole problem, right? Here's my Toy Cat tax. Oh, yes, is Toy Cat, says Lorenzas. Also, is the UK the best place to live in Europe? I think if you're an English speaker, you're going to like the UK the best. I don't know if it's objectively the best. Like, I think London has a few of the best metrics. Otherwise, it just comes down to, like, what you want in a country. There are lots of things the UK does better than Europe, like, in general. And there's lots of things that each individual European country might do better than the UK. How old would he... JFK isn't real. I'm just saying, has anyone seen JFK with their own eyes? Has anyone, like, actually, like, touched JFK? Or are you all just going off secondhand sources here? Because if you haven't really touched JFK, how do you know he's really dead? That's what they want us to think, That's what they want us to think. I reckon that JFK never even existed. Again, it's a stupid opinion. You can all immediately tear it apart. And then we can be like, oh yeah, that's the reason it's wrong. Because X, Y, Z. Like his video often, Here's a lot of... There were like 1 million people who were alive when he was. All of them are in on the secret. Which is actually like... I think that's the simplest way to like question any conspiracy theory. To be like, how many people have to keep this a secret for this to succeed? We don't have a single Blackstone staircase. We got a brand new block. How about that, friends? That's exciting, huh? And we got our 14th Guild of Blackstone today. But yeah, I think an easy thing to like look at for like how viable, because lots of things can be kept a secret. How many people have the information, or how many people would have the information if it were not a conspiracy? Like I don't know. I saw a video that's like Kellogg's is putting secret messages in their adverts, and they're like, if you play this advert backwards, it says, yes, I am evil. Oh god. Like he's saying like, yes, I am evil, and it doesn't even like good. It's like he sounds vaguely like he's saying, yes, I'm evil. And it's like, okay, so first of all, you got to question who benefits. Someone has to benefit, or there's no point of the thing happening. People don't just do things for kicks. I mean, I say that as I destroy a whole giant Bastion. But even this, like, you can see I'm streaming it. It's not just a dumb project. Well, it's good to see you, Mischievous. Again, you've been here the whole time, I would even assume, based on the timing of those things. That's why sci-fi or space conspiracies are so hard to debunk. But you gotta be like, who knows about this and why? And you just gotta be like, okay, so only one person ever learned about this? Oh no, a whole team did. And all of the people on that team kept the secret perfectly? No one's come out and confirmed that there are... And it's just like, huh, yeah. So yeah, you like, everyone wants something from things. Even, again, literally this stream, you might think it's dumb and pointless, but one, I'm gonna have a cool thing in my Minecraft world by the end. It's a project that feels great. Two, I'm streaming it. Look, you know, this empty sponge fella just gave me, you know, they signed up to become a channel member, support the channel every single month with a regular tip. What a wonderful thing for them to do, that empty sponge. How nice of them. And even then, they didn't do it entirely selflessly, right? Like, it feels good to support a channel. They get the little logo emoji. Everyone does things with reasons behind them. I remember one of the weird things in my life that blew my mind was when I first learned that you can just go to a store and ask for boxes, and a lot of the time a store will just give you cardboard boxes. Hey, thank you, Mischievous. Hooked from the start. Love a good project. Oh, me too. Again, there's something just cool about starting a new project, working through it, seeing where it goes. I like it personally. Do you have auto jump enabled? I don't. But one of the things that blew my mind is that if you go into a store and just ask them for cardboard boxes, they'll just give you some. And whenever I ask anyone about this, they're just like, oh yeah, they'll just give you boxes. It's a nice thing they do to help you move. If someone explains it to me like that, I'm like, why do stores give you boxes for free? Not a single store charges you for them, and it's like, oh, you can buy them from certain stores, but also just go into your local McDonald's and they'll give you a box. Because I remember, again, I also, at one point, there was a very disabled pigeon I picked up at one... Long story behind this disabled pigeon, but just went into McDonald's, asked for a box for a pigeon, and they're like, yep, here you go, here's a box. You can just get some things, it's crazy. And it's because of that very concept, like, why would they do that? And thinking back, it's probably because they have to throw away the boxes anyway. Giving them to you is just as easy. And like, you know, who are they to say no? I used those boxes to make forts in the UK as a kid. Is that sad? I made a bus out of mine once because I didn't have as many boxes as you, clearly. Honestly, cardboard boxes are like a dream as a child. I'm gonna have a kid and I'm gonna give it so many cardboard boxes. That's my manifesto. But yeah, just knowing that like people generally do things for a reason. I think that's a useful life tip to pick up. Put him in a Happy Meal box and say you got free chicken nuggets. See, that would be a funny prank. Actually, not for the pigeon, but like, if I was just like, hey, do you want to see my chicken nuggets and show them my pigeon? That's I don't know about that one actually. That's not funny. I'm gonna take my word back on that one. But you know what? I'm gonna undo that. Agreeing with that, Elias Shea. Because your kid will be a cat. Exactly. Because my kid will be a cat. Do cats even like playing with cardboard boxes? It's been a while since I gave a cat a cardboard box. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh lord. Oh yay! One killed the other. Perfect. I love that. I love everything about what just happened there. Oh, finally, Toy Cat gets a break. Lord, bit dodgy. Want to see my chicken nuggets? You know, if you say anything in the wrong voice, it sounds dodgy. That's my life pro tip. Sorry, I shall be punished for that. When's the stream ending? Your eyes will hurt. I don't know when the stream is going to end, actually. I just kind of stream and then we see where it goes. It's a happy life we live. It's a happy life. Sometimes the simple things are the good things. And this is one of those cases I like to believe. Oh, I don't like that it's like just exposed and open here. Let's remove the walls, I guess. Or maybe let's not. Let's just remove this. Dude, my cats love playing in cardboard boxes. Oh, that's cute. Wait, Jousty, that's adorable. I love that. Both my cats love this one cardboard box we have, says Jackson Brinkerhoff. You know what? I love that too. That's delightful. You know what? I'm glad that cats love cardboard boxes. That sounds cute. I'd like to see that sometime. Ooh, we got some more Gilded Blackstone. I think you find way more of it down here than you do up there. Pro tip, if you want to destroy part of a bastion, probably best to start at the bottom if you're looking for Gilded Blackstone. So, Cat, I love your streams because... Oh, God, I think we're almost going to mine some stuff. I love your streams because they're always so chill. See, my AC's on, so that's a funny joke, but I can't work out how it's tied in here, so just pretend. Funny joke to do with air conditioning and your chill comment. Combine those together. Thank you for doing the work for me. Thank you very much, Empty Sponge. Appreciate you and your live commentary. Cheers. Hey, thank you, man, Mr. Empty Sponge. I'm glad you appreciate it. I feel nothing but, like, worry when I'm talking, and I'm like, oh, does anyone really care? Because when you're streaming, like this is how every platform works. They're like shoving numbers, metrics in your faces, and when those metrics and numbers are doing good, it's like, yeah, people love what I have to say. But like today, for instance, you know, like we had peak like an hour and a half in. I don't know what happened, and then like things like slowly started dropping. It's like, huh, something like 1,000 people have left. It's actually a lot more than 1,000, but like because people have dropped in and out. It's like, but like the concurrents go down, and you're like, oh no, what's the deal with this? Like, what's happening here? People, today has been less interesting. Then I'm like, you know, am I saying anything interesting? Because you don't, like, interesting is in like the eye of the beholder, right? And it's really, I think this is why a lot of people get like super socially anxious. Like, this idea that you can never know if you're interesting to those around you, or if they're just like tolerating what you're saying. Because we've all had situations where we're just tolerating those around us, and we've all had situations where we're genuinely enthralled. And it's polite. Again, this is like one of those lies we tell to society. When someone's telling a boring story, we put on the same face as if they were telling a great story. We like hide our true measures. And so it's like, you know, you just don't get to know. You just gotta hope that you are enjoyable, huh? Modern society has the shortest attention spans ever, to be honest. Yeah, did you know the average watch time on one of these live streams? Again, we've been going for 2.5 hours. The average watch time has been 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Oh, God. That's, like, mind-blowingly low. Like, I'm glad it's as high as it is. But also, that's, like, shockingly low compared to... Again, we've been going for 150 minutes. We've watched for 6. You're so good at carrying a convo. Teach me, says Misael Avizu. So carrying like what I'm doing right here isn't really a conversation. I'm just talking at you, and like there's a billion things I'd love to talk at you about. Like, hey, did you know that the answer to all the worries in the world is all actually inside of us? Or like, hey, do you want to hear about the last time I went on a train and I got stuck for an hour in between stations? Or like, you know, there's things that I want to talk to you all about. I went climbing on a real little cliff the other day. That was interesting. You know, there's things that you want to talk about. But like when it comes to having a conversation with someone, I think the best thing to do is like genuinely listen, have some like genuine questions, and then if they like leave the floor open for you, say some things about yourself. Even if you want to, this is like, I think this is bad form, but if you're bad at conversations, maybe give it a whirl. Like, prepare some things you'd like to talk about. Again, it seems really formal, and like I try not to do it too much. But whenever I'm going on like a high stress situation, like meeting someone for the first time, I have like a backup question in my mind, so there's never that like awkward silence. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm meeting this Moroccan Jew who lives in New Zealand. My question's gonna be, so hey, how about this whole Israel thing? That's a bad question to ask anyone, by the way. I'm joking. It should be clear. Tell us more about this clip. What is the meaning of life? Oh wait, So Nick Ironman, the meaning of life is 42, or more seriously. I've said this. Oh God, how did you even appear there? I've said this before, and maybe you think it's a cop-out answer, but this is my genuine take on the meaning of life. Is that the cool thing about humans is we get to make our own meaning of life. We legitimately get to look at the world and be like, it works this way. No other animal, not like we are alone in the animal kingdom, and that we don't just have to survive, you know, and carry on our bloodline or whatever. We get to decide what matters and how. And the downside of that is, like, when you don't feel like you have any meaning, that's disastrous. No one wants to feel like they have no meaning. It sucks, right? It's painful. But the upside is that you get to choose what to do. You know, this freedom of pathway. You might think it'd be great if, like, every decision was made for you. And for some people that would be great. I think there are people who might be happier under a system like that. But under a system where you make your own meaning, you can choose for your meaning to be to follow someone else's directions. Find someone whose directions you would like to follow. Or if you think the meaning of life, if you want the meaning of life to be making the world a better place for people, make it that. If you want the meaning of life to be having the most enjoyment, playing the most games, being the best at a thing you can be. You know, do you want to be the best at, you know, indoor climbing? Fun fact, the fastest female climber in the world, there's this woman from Iran called the Spider, like, her nickname's the Spider. She's not literally called the Spider. It'd be cool, actually. If I have a child, I'm naming it the Spider. But she's called the Spider. Look her up sometime if you want to see something insane. There's these 15-meter climbing walls, and she can go from the bottom to the top in, like, 7 seconds. It's insane. She goes faster up this wall than most people could, like, jog. And she's going vertically, right? It's insane stuff. The people who, like, dedicate themselves to a craft, you know, we see it in the Olympics as a obvious example. But, like, that's a valid option you can totally follow if you really want to. I think the meaning of life is to overcome the great filter, says Golden Flames. That is genuinely one of my, like, I would say that is something I think about a lot and would probably put as somewhere on the meaning of life. Like, what is the meaning of life? To get humans to a point where we can be one of the few species that goes to other planets. To finally have interplanetary contact. That's a big goal to me. Stream you playing all CubeCraft game, but no dying. I don't think I can promise that I won't die, Mr. Tarantulas and more. Also, Dix4Prez, Dix, what a weird name. Thank you for the 199, I missed it. What is the Great Filter? Oh, the Great Filter is the idea that, it was like I was saying yesterday. There's billions, trillions planets. Off those planets, some number of millions or billions would support life. And therefore, why haven't we seen any life? Either it's on its way to us and you know, we just haven't seen it yet, unlikely. Or, you know, we're the first life in the universe. Or there's some great filter where life can never get off its own planet or beyond its own galaxy or solar system. The world got dark again. You know, I like the dark world. I guess I'll keep it for now. So yeah, let's grab a beacon and 9 blocks of iron too. You know, oh, we want to make some buckets, right? So let's grab. We need more than this, right? We're gonna need a lot of lava buckets. Yeah, that seems about right. And then let's also. Should we throw lava into one of these? Actually, should make some while we're here. Actually, just for fun, let's make some netherite ingots. I think I deserve this. Oh, it's weird in here. If space is infinite, the number of livable planets is a lot. If space is infinite, which it isn't, but if you can imagine space is so close to infinite, that means the number of planets is also, the habitable life is infinite. And therefore, if there's an infinite number of planets of habitable life, why have we not seen one? Why has one not tried to contact us? I actually looked into something quite interesting recently. We got a signal from outer space in like the 1980s that we still can't explain. And that like blew my mind because I always assumed people were crazy when they spoke about aliens. But that was like a little bit of a shock. Okay, look at this. 57 of one, 64 off the other. Let's make ourselves some nether ingots. Oh, isn't that good? Isn't that glorious? 14 nether ingots right there. Oh, yeah, that's good. I'm gonna spread them out on the chest, actually. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then we'll put the 8 gold over there. And the netherite scrap over here. You can't have close to infinite. You can have close to infinite, damn it. Who's stopping me? Who's stopping me? No, we're going to throw the netherite pickaxe back over here, maybe. Grab another one, perhaps. You know what? This one's good. Let's just upgrade this to be netherite-y. Makes sense to me. Yeah, let's trade this for that. Turn this into a netherite pickaxe. Screw it, why not? Honestly, yeah, that's the thing about netherite is it's just going to be like slightly more durability for a cool pickaxe. Okay, look at this, my second ever netherite tool. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Does more attack damage now too. Almost as much attack damage as the as my sword, in fact, which is fascinating. Anyways, we need to grab a beacon. I don't think I have a spare one, so I'm just going to grab the one next to my house. It's going to be annoying, but I guess we can do it. Actually, I think the beacon next to my house isn't even doing anything right now. If I'm not mistaken, I don't get a speed... Yeah, I don't have speed on it. It just exists. I forgot to, like, ever recharge it, so I guess. Well, if that's not reason to bring it with me, I don't know what is. Famous line, heard it on Facebook. I mean, I trust everything I hear on Facebook. Why don't you, proud citizen? Oh. Yeah. Beacon. So we've got ourselves a beacon. We've got ourselves a little bit more food. Just take another 13 of that. What else do we need? I think we just wanted iron and a beacon, right? Yeah, I want to get more iron. Is there any, like, more lying around here, perhaps? You know, 58. We'll put 1 back. We'll put 4 back, just in case I need more. You know, we'll put that many back. We'll take, like, 17 buckets. We'll definitely require more, but, like, we'll work as we go. Oh, and sugar boxes. Sugar boxes. There we go. So we'll take, like, another... We're going to need at least another 7. Realistically, a lot more. So let's make a bunch of these. Sugar. Oh, box. And then we can make another whole chest if we want to. What proves that space isn't infinite? We haven't discovered all of space. Honestly, there's nothing that proves it's not infinite. It's just unlikely, right? Because if space... One of the things we know is that space is growing, and if space is infinite, that's confusing. And also we know that space all came from a singular point, or we don't know. It's a theory. I mean, everything's a theory, though, right? Like, if you discount things that are theories, you'll get very little distance covered in any real time. But anyway, so based on the way that things are right now, we assume with some level of probability that space is probably finite. Anyway, so yeah, space. The Great Filter is one of the, like, when people talk about human challenges, we often think about, like, oh yeah, doesn't it suck how there's like a bunch of homeless people in the downtown of my city, or like, hey, you know, you ever hear about those like Africans and those villagers? And which, by the way, I always like, this is something we all forget about. We're like, you know, you think of Africa as being a wildly poor continent, but they have cities.
Good evening, Toy Cat. I hope your day was as good as you wanted it to be. Tomorrow is my 36th birthday.
Happy 36th. Wait, in the UK, it's the 26th, which is presumably your tomorrow. So happy 36th birthday in the UK. You're 36 in the... You're 26 in the UK now. I misspoke. You get to be 10 years younger as a result. Wait, actually, no, wait, you're subscribed to the channel. You're 9 years old, so you're turning 10 tomorrow. You know, it's going to be sad that you're not going to be able to be a viewer of the channel any longer. But, congrats on turning 10. Just slimmer. You know, that's how you stay so slim. You stay slim by, continuously being a 10-year-old. Pro tip with Toy Cat. Dieting advice right here. Okay, we got some of the good stuff. We're going to throw a whole stack of that in there. Gonna put some of this away. Oh no, over here. Slowly collecting leather. And now let's go to the nether. Oh, that rhymed. There are rich parts of Africa. The majority of Africa is a corrupt politician. That's why it's so cool. Yeah, no, it's an important, like, thing to, like, I will quickly dispel it right here. But, like, most of Africa isn't poor. There are hugely wealthy parts, as well as impoverished parts. As indeed there is of any country, though. And the fact that, like, people think of those, like, you know, like a charity ad on TV, like, here's, like, a well, and people living in huts and stuff. It's like, nah, it's doing worse off than the rest of the world. There are very successful people and cities in the Africa. And I don't know how that whole tangent came about. But yeah, like, you might think the biggest problem is like, oh yeah, something this, that, the other in Africa. But like, no, the biggest like human-wide problem, like ignoring our international, you know, we have like, you're gonna see in America, because the whole world follows American politics, how big internally America fights, even between states. You know, there are lots of states that have very different opinions about how a thing should be run. But oh god. Oh lord, okay, this is great. Everything about what's happening right now is wonderful. Oh, oh yeah, this is good. This is nice. I like this a lot. I'm gonna get a blue ice pathway to link these things, I think. I took an ancestry DNA test and found out I'm 25% Nigerian. That's pretty cool. I wonder how you didn't know that, because that's like the equivalent of a full grandparent, right? It's a weird thing to be missing, friend. Anyway, so I've got like the itchiest like thing right here, by the way. Do you want to see it? It probably looks gross because it feels gross. It's like, you know, let's not talk about some weird bulge on my back. I just want to like make it go away, you know? And my plan is to scratch it until it does. Things go away when you scratch them. That's why I'm gonna scratch your comments out of existence, friends. I'm 100% Welsh, says Aliyah Shea. Oh man, I missed an opportunity to make a great joke like that. Like, you know, DNA tests came in. I was really shocked because it turns out I am actually Welsh right now. I didn't think it was possible, but I am in fact Welsh. I found the original clip that came from recently, by the way, and I was like, oh yeah, that thing. That sure was dumb, huh? And that's nice, you know? I like dumb things. That's why I love all of you, chat. Got you good. Fighting among the states is how we entertain ourselves, says Tiffany. I really think that conflict between groups is one of the things that keeps people united. Like, because America's so busy fighting about, you know, blue or red, red or blue, blue or red, red or blue. By the way, you hear about how bad the other side is. The one that's not your side is the worst, right? The side you're on, though, they're the good people. But anyway, so like, I really think that the people who fight amongst themselves endlessly, because you're having that discussion endlessly, you don't have the discussions about like, hey, you know, should this be a power? Like, you know, there's lots of things that go unchecked if both blue and red agree on something, or if they both disagree on something. Like, oh sorry, if they both think something is good or both think something is bad, then it's like, but what if you disagree with, if you disagree with the consensus, you know, then it's like, oh, guess you're out. Are you based on cat? What about red pill? I have no idea how to respond to that one, so I'm not going to, friend. Chat is not pleased. I'm not dumb, I'm unique, says Pulp Station. Okay, I was talking about everyone else in chat, not you. You watching this right now, thinking like, oh, Toy Cat called me dumb. No, you're not dumb. You're delightfully intelligent. You are differently smart. But everyone else watching this, they are dum-dums, and I love them. Where did the I'm Welsh and Toy Cat is Yes come from? There's a good chance there is old as existence since Toy Cat is Yes, says Merchant Nest. Also, there are so many Ghast spawning around it. It's genuinely frustrating at this point. So Toy Cat is Yes is an old reference, like 8 years ago. You have to watch the very first Minecraft 360 Let's Play if you want to get it. It's such a dumb reference, but it's a thing. And if you want to get, oh man, one sec. This is like genuinely annoying me now. Ugh. That would be a compliment for how unintelligent I really am. Hey, nice. Differently smart. You can call me names, I like it. Oh, you like it when I call you that, huh? You dumb sluts. Yeah, you're liking that, chat? You like it? I don't know what this stream has become. Nothing worthwhile, though. Anyway, so, anyway, going back to what I was saying about... No, actually, I lost it. I called you all dumb sluts, and then I lost what was going on. This is all your fault, you dumb sluts. It's all your fault. If you just weren't so dumb, and you weren't so darn slutty, then maybe this wouldn't have happened, friends. Anyway, so, yeah, I, clip for Toy Cat is Yes in the rewind. Oh, that's nice. Oh, yes, the I'm Welsh joke came because I was recording a video, like, during a live stream. It was a bad idea, admittedly, but, like, I needed to record it for a bit of a thing. And then while I was like midway through, someone like super chatted just to say I'm Welsh. Like they messed up the video, I had to like restart again. And their message was just I'm Welsh, and I was like, what does that mean? Why did they decide to say that? And then we concluded that I'm Welsh is universal code for I don't know what to say, but I'd like to say something anyway. Like if you want to super chat but you're not sure what to add to it, I'm Welsh. If you want to say something in chat but you're worried, you know, you're worried that you're not going to say something worthwhile, I'm Welsh, you know. And even though I started as like a joke, it actually does have some value. Like if you say I'm Welsh, I know that you've been around here since whenever it was explained. Like if you know the in-jokes on the channel, you're someone who cares about the streams, watching them, etc. And therefore if you say I'm Welsh, it is like, oh yeah, you don't have anything to say, but I know that you're a, you know, you're a fan or whatever. I know that you, even if you're not a fan, because like that has connotations, you at least watch the things and you listen to the words that I say. Honestly, the ultimate like, the ultimate thing is just being understood, right? Like someone caring about the words you say enough to hear them and to understand them. Like, again, this is another one of those things that you can like get wrong in the world because so many people are just bad at this. But like sometimes you just assume that, oh yeah, when you tell people stories, it's not so they remember them. It's just so you know, they get the words out of your mouth. But there are generally people, and I love that there are people on the internet that are like this, because there are things that I just want to share and talk about and say. You know, someone earlier said like, hey, do you want to talk about that cliff then? And that was nice. Someone genuinely cared and wanted to listen. Like that's one of the greatest feelings in the world, is like someone who actually listens to the things that you say. Because it's a surprisingly rare trait, I would say. Which, you know, whole discussion on that and how that is you can have. The essence of chat is defining the friend/enemy distinction, or maybe that's politics. Hey! Also, there are 10 by 10 by 70 possible arrangements mapped in the universe. If universe's volume exceeds that, then exact clones must exist. That would be true, Jake, but you missed the one key operander in there. Because I used to think that was true too. I don't know, like, I heard it in a really smart, like, science video of some form. But the one flaw with that is it assumes that every single, you know, every single meter cubed possibility is just as likely as each other. However, the most likely possibility is space, you know, which I think is nothingness, right? I'm pretty sure space is nothingness. The most likely 1 meter cube volume is 0. So the odds of a clone of you existing somewhere else, it's possible, but it's not high. The possibility of clones existing is non-zero, but it's definitely not 100. Anyway, so yeah, being listened to is nice. Thank you for listening, chat. Thank you for understanding. But more importantly, I think... oh, we are mining blocks we can't pick up. That's no good. Let's go kill some skeletons again. Skeleton warriors. Do you know why skeletons are dying in 1 hit to this, but zombie pigmen don't? There's gotta be a fun reason for that, right? There's gotta be a fun reason. Anyway, do you have a clever name for your subscribers, like Imperial Battalion 10 Troopers or Yeses? The Toy Kittens is the adorable name people picked up for themselves many years ago. We don't use it very often, but I think it's absolutely adorable when we do. I am Welsh, says Carl Lacey. Oh, I brought a beacon, and I just didn't do anything with it. That's great. I love that. Also, something else I brought with me is some buckets that we have not made either. You know, we'll do both these things. So this lava bucket was one I had with me, right? Or did I pick this up somewhere in the nether? I think I brought this with me. So let's throw that in this chest. We are the wives, I thought, says Kelly Buzzard. Oh no, Kelly Buzzard, the channel members are the wives. You are the privileged few who get to be internet married to me. But Toy Kittens is the more adorable term we use for everything else. Okay, so let's place down some shulker boxes. Should be nice and easy. Instead of the axe, I guess, whatever. Just shulker box. Plop it down. Plop it down. Actually, let's get a little closer to over there. Actually, no, let's just make a long row. Whatever. There we go. Nice stuff. Is there a difference between, like, forwards and backwards for shulkers? I genuinely don't know the answer to that. Okay, that's good. We got more shulker boxes going now. That's nice. My name for Toycat subscribers is people who make questionable decisions on how to spend their time. Nice, nice. Love a good self-jab. I mean, there definitely are streams where we spend many hours hanging out, And then the end result is like, what do we do again today? Oh, Lord. So I think the way beacons work in the Nether is they can go through bedrock, but not too much else. Let's just place it like just in front, I guess. Or just behind, I guess on the bridge. Ooh, that's kind of dangerous given the situation. We'll place it like down a bit maybe. So we'll place it down here. We're gonna have to surround it with some stuff to keep it safe. Okay, so we'll just like place it in the ground. Okay, look at this. Real. Okay, that's a concern to me. That's a big concern. Because we're gonna place some netherrack down below it, just for safety reasons. And then we'll okay, we'll place that there just so we feel safer. Then we'll place 9 blocks. And then we'll place down a beacon. And again, the rules are a bit weird in the Nether, but I think we have to remove all the netherrack for this to properly work. Plus, we have to remove the blocks on top of it. So the block that this is on is minus 590. So let's just mine up there first of all. And then we'll mine the block that's just above it as well. And then, yeah, we got to do this a lot. It's going to be a whole fun thing. The Simp War of Commander Y donating £100 as epic, says Ice Maiden. I still think back to the Simp War some days too. You know what? Good. Do love a good Commander Y. Okay, so next up we need to go grab our scaffolding. So we're going to the ceiling. And scaffolding will help with... Oh, God. I should stop doing the things that I do. Has to reach the sky, right? I believe it can go through bedrock, though. Again, it's been a while since I did that. And I think it was, like, console edition. So maybe the rules are different on bedrock. We're going to find out the painful way if that is true, though. Oh, it's not one of these chests. Oh, actually, while we're here anyway, let's just dump off the single block of blackstone I picked up. And let's go find that scaffolding. And let's go climb towards the ceiling. Commander who? Commander what? Commander when? I don't know why I enjoyed that so much, but you better believe I laughed at my own continuation of your joke. Okay, so 590 is over there, right? Yep. So we remove these blocks, pick up the remnants. So now it can go straight up to netherrack. It can't go through netherrack, though. So we need to get back over to 590. We'll just mine through the ceiling. Yeah, that's a great idea. Oh, this pickaxe isn't fast enough to do instant mining. Oh, actually it is, never mind. So we'll get, like, into the ceiling over here. Chat, can anyone remember the exact coordinates that we placed our beacon down at? Because it's going to be hard to see from up here. Ah, that's fine. We'll work it out. Oh, I'm very worried about, like, Okay, it was 590. I remember that much on this one. So we go over to here, and we hit 590. And then we look down, and we see if we find what we're looking for. Okay, so it's roughly over there. Oh god, I can't... Is that right? Do you reckon? No, that can't be right. We could drop the scaffolding down as to see where we end up. Okay, the scaffolding ends up to the right one. And also, like... Okay, I think we're, like, 2 blocks away. We just go, like, here. And that should be the beacon, I think. Let's test by dropping a scaffold on the beacon. The scaffold did, in fact, land on the beacon. So now what we do is we mine upwards. Oh, God. Just like this. 590 minus 193. Okay. Jump, 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 jump. Oh, yeah! Look at that. Goes through the bedrock. Nailed it. You know, this Alina Khan should really be named Alina Khan because of her negative attitude. I'm Scotty, you can't do that scaffolding on Java. Yeah, the fact that, like, even scaffolding works differently between versions is kind of weird to me. But yeah, look at this. We got ourselves a thing! That's real nice. Definitely didn't almost die there. You didn't see that. And now we just have to put ourselves a little thing in here. And we're good. Look at that. Made a beacon in the Nether. Not common you get to do this. We'll leave the scaffolding there. It looks kind of cool in my opinion. Place one of those in there. Give me some haste. And now we've got ourselves some haste in the Nether. Are you happy, chat? Are you happy? We got haste. Is this the difference that your life needed? Actually, let's see if with haste we can instant mine Blackstone. Oh no, we can't. Even with efficiency 5 and a netherite pickaxe and haste, oh, we actually lost haste. We're like just outside the zone over here. I think we'd have to like keep stepping in and out. So if we go over here. Yeah, I think I placed it too far back. We should probably move that. Yeah, that's probably good thinking. Honestly, the difference is so minor though. Well, I don't even know if we're gonna notice it too much. Like, can you notice it, chat? In the snapshots, there was gravity effect, and you could place it like that, and then village police place, at least it was no more. That's real sad. Jump, jump, jump. I agree, Israel Bludget. Also, I'm Welsh, says Carl Lacey. I missed, you're not Carl Lacey. I'm a monster. I'll replay it just for you. Here's Carl Lacey saying, oh, it didn't actually show up on screen, but they said I'm Welsh, and I like that. You know, they watch the streams. They know what's what. That's cool. Yeah, I think we need to move the beacon a bit, but it took a lot of effort to put it there. Ah, we'll just live with it. That's, when in doubt, just don't deal with your problems. That is a strategy that can only go right. That's the way I see it. So yeah, let me just mine some blocks right now with this same pickaxe. Do 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 do. I could probably do like a timer to like really confirm. But you know, it's nice, it's great, sure, wonderful. But now what we can do is we can go grab this haste effect for 13 seconds. There we go. I think the range literally starts and ends just over the corner of this thing. Is it really that much faster? Like, you can see my pickaxe is swinging faster, but is the braking speed that much faster, friends? Also, I'm back from my walk. It is far too hot for the moment. Sup, Toy Cat? How's the mining going? It is too hot, Commander Y. Wow, we have that in common. I mean, not with Mr. I live in a place where it's 40 degrees and humid and no one else is allowed to be hot. But everyone else agrees that it is darn hot in the UK. You're not close enough to break beacon. So let's like mine downwards here. Let's make a little way through here. And let's see if it's like Y position that's being a problem for us, maybe. Y position, more like why do I need to position it? It would be if you used haste 2. Honestly, the cool thing about having a beacon is now people think I might have haste 2, so they're gonna stop bothering me. That's the biggest benefit. The biggest benefit of a beacon is people will stop bothering you to have a beacon. Literally, benefit number 1 right there. Lockdown, it's wonderful. So, I made you a meme. Thank you, Elias Shah. So, yeah, I think, I want to, like, finish before we, finish. I want to finish my thought before we finish today. But first, you know what I want more than that? Looks like exactly the same speed, but keep doing it, it's funny. Says, interpersonal communicator. Yeah, I think I'd like to do the breakdown on actual speed difference. Because we only have data for Java right now. Oh, you know, I'd love to prove beyond a doubt that haste is nothing. Okay, after this stream, someone tweet me. You right now, you watching right now, if you have Twitter, tweet me and remind me. Hey, wait! Trusty Llama, thank you for becoming a support cat. A support cat. Welcome to the club, my friend. We went down below 500 members. It was sad. It was a real tragedy. Don't know how we're ever going to emotionally recover. But, would you believe my middle name is Skid? Says Charlotte Marks. Charlotte Skid. No way your middle name is Skid. If you can provide proof that that is true, I will be shocked, but I do not believe that you can. I think that is fundamentally impossible. But I really hope that your middle name is Skids. I really hope so. Remind you what? So after this stream, I want to test the ancient debris thing, and I want to test haste. Like, they're both, like, kind of technical testing. I bet that they're both slightly wrong. It's exactly what I do. Go to a Bastion. There's finally a YouTuber who can read my mind. Exactly. You want to destroy it, Bactia. Get all these blocks. Look how many blocks I'm picking up for free. No charge to me right here. But yeah, I would be willing to bet there's a high chance that haste is broken on Bedrock. Like, on Bedrock, you know, like, there's a decent chance anything's broken. But I think haste is one of those things. Only one way to find out for sure, though. Can we have a cutting your own hair stream, says Claudia? Honestly, even if the hairdress was open right now, I wouldn't be getting my hair cut. Not even for, like, health reasons. Just, like, I'd probably give it another, like, I'd give it, like, another couple months. Wait till the heat of summer. I might be moving to Nevada over the summer, so like I get it cut before then because I hear the desert's real hot. But otherwise, like everyone's talking about like quarantine hair, and I'm like, this is just my hair, but thank you. Some people say I put it off, and it's like, well, I should hope that I pull my own hair off. You know? Well, actually, I hope I don't pull my hair off. That would be cutting it in a way, which is what I don't want to do, as we all know. Why the move, says Max Hunter. It's a long, boring story. But honestly, I wanted to live in. It's something I've wanted to do forever, and then I finally had an excuse to do it, and I was like, yep, sounds good enough for me. Like, you know, so there are some things you just want to do, but also this piglin did spawn right there. How fascinating. There are some things you just want to do, and you just need an excuse. The cat's hair is squishy. That's nice. Can confirm haste wasn't broken. I was instant mining stone for a build out today. Oh, I know that it works for instant mining purposes. I can confirm that haste plus, like, haste will allow you to instant mine if you get below a certain time. But I want to know what percent it does on all the other blocks. If it does anything. Because it feels negligible, whereas you can feel other differences much more strongly. Which is interesting. You know, I'm just asking questions. Just getting them out here, you know. So let's dig our own little tunnels through here. Let's just make a whole little nightmare thing. Ooh, got a black stone. How nice. Let's just keep on mining. Pickaxe kept in mine on all night long. But yeah, I really think that humans have, like, the biggest human issue we have, like, as a whole, genuinely is how we deal with getting beyond our planet. Because there are so many freak events that can wipe out our planet, and there are some freak events that can wipe out our solar system. We need to be diversified beyond this one planet, you know? Like, our lack of tolerance for risk should be one of the things we use to our advantage. Like, you know, there's lots of doubt. You know, like, humans being the conservative side of humans, and I don't mean, like, politically. I mean, like, the fact that we try to keep things safe. Like, hey, have you ever met someone who, you know, does some crazy, you know, like, makes some seemingly irrational decisions with the benefit being stability or, like, not, you know, like, there's lots of things that seem dumb on the surface, but really it's because we like to conserve what we have. You know, we value what we have more than things we don't have, to some extent. If you ever give people the heads, like, if you give people the opportunity, like an anti-lottery, people don't take it, generally speaking. Because if you say, hey, there is I'll give you $1, in exchange, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that you'll lose $500. That's an objectively good bet to take. That's like, those odds are so in your favor. And yet, in spite of that fact, most people would not. Because we have this nature of, like, we value things we have now more than, you know, like, in terms of, like, we wouldn't like to lose the things we have now. We don't value them in terms of we think they're great, but we think they're, like, important at the very least. There's also, like, the opposite effect where we think things we don't have are so much better than they are. Things that someone else has, you know, like, when we covet our neighbor's stuff, or, wait, is it don't covet thy neighbor's what? Property? When we covet our neighbor's property, which, by the way, thank you, Interpersonal Communicator, for becoming a channel member. I'm glad you decided to join the club, and I appreciate that. Enjoy your green name. Means you're a cool cat club person. Favorite TU update? TU 71 comes to mind. I don't know what it is. No, actually TU 31. The world changing was really cool. In my opinion. Grass is greener, basically. But we also have this, like, instinctive desire against losses. Like, Commander Y, space travel will not be big until we find a way to mine asteroids. Because that can end up being big money. Money makes things happen, sadly. Yeah, I think asteroid mining's the only, like, big benefit to space travel. So you need to make asteroid mining oh, what did I just do? You need to make asteroid mining worthwhile to make space travel worthwhile. But even just the idea of, like, okay, there's a colony on another planet, and that colony can do some things that bring us value here. Like doing experiments on Mars, for instance, that we could use to, like, test certain products here, or whatever. There's like a long game in, like, having experiments on other planets and working on interplanetary travel. And we'll get there. I don't know. There's no reason to go space, but we do anyway. There's no reason to get up in the morning, man, but we do anyway. Like, that's what we do as a species, you know? We go and we do things. Minecraft gets a new structure in the
Minecraft gets a new structure and the first thing you want to do is destroy it? Oh yeah, I really am part Welsh. Toy cat
Hey!
tax.
You know, I'm glad that for part of your comment you weren't sure what to say. But no, thank you so much, Andy29280. I'm glad that you're Welsh. You know, I wouldn't have anyone else be my Welsh super chat buddy today besides you. But no, yeah, I hope all is well in the Andy world. You know, Andy is the shortened version of Andrew. I hate it, by the way, fun fact. I don't share that with too many people. But oh, okay, yep, we forgot about some Blackstone earlier. Good thing we're coming back for it. But yeah, so I feel like I think the 10th commandment is simply thou shalt not covet. So yeah, like the fact is, like, humans being super conservative like that, you know, like valuing things we have, the hope is that that will allow us to, you know, like spread our risk across planets. Because literally, we're one disaster away from being wiped out as a species. And if you don't care about humans as a species, like, you know, you shouldn't care about that. But again, I think one of the fundamentals, like, first things we should care about is humans. We should look at humans and be like, yeah, I care about... Oh, God, shouldn't have done that. One of the fundamental first steps should be like, yeah, let's care about some humans, yeah? Let's get some stuff. You know, like, and, you know, like, if you care about humans, you need to care about where they're... You know, where our future is, because right now we're not so certain. Yes, Canada's too hot right now. Need AC just to survive. Yeah, I'm so glad that a couple of heat waves ago I just like bit the bullet and spent money on like at least one AC unit. It's not the perfect one. It means that things get like chilly eventually. I hate the name Andrews since I'm Andres, but if I was Andrew, I'd hate Andres. Yeah, I hate Andres right now. You know what, Papa Station? Unsubscribe. Get out of there. I'm kidding. Please love me. Actually, you know, you can unsubscribe if you want to. If that offended you enough to unsubscribe, I give you permission. But I hope that it did not. That's my professional response right here. Anyway, let's start mining up through these tunnels. Let's remove all of this. 11:21. Oh, God! I'm so worried about all these drops that we keep going through. And I just keep on letting them happen, you know? They just keep on coming, and then they keep on coming, and they keep on coming. But yeah, so, I guess what I'm saying here is that, you can set your personal goal to be whatever you want. For some people, that means doing whatever it takes to bring humanity forwards to one day go beyond our planet and, you know, get beyond the Great Filter. For some people, that can be, even if it's like as simple as like, set your life goal right, you know, set your current meaning to be get yourself in order so you can help out people later. Or so you can do anything worthwhile later. But, like, the things that we tend to value most, the things that give us most meaning, is when we do something that generally benefits the herd, the 7 billion humans. Repugnant is a creature who would lift an eye to heaven, conscious of his fleeting time here, says Cody Gordit. Tool. You know what? Don't know if I understand the deeper meaning behind that one, sadly. Like, you should, like... Nope, don't get it. I want to get it. It seems deep. But I'm too shallow to get it, clearly. Does Toycat like CBT? Cognitive behavioral therapy? The something bicycle test? It took 3 hours to break. Oh, we hit 3 hours? Okay, that's a sign that we've got to say. This is going to take 3 streams, I would guess. I'd like to do it in one tomorrow. But this is what we achieved today. We got some good progress made, but there's a lot more to come, and we'll need to scoop up a lot of lava. There's a lot of things we've got to do, basically, but that is part of the fun, I guess. Thank you very much for watching today's live stream. Toycat is baby. Thank you, Potato. If you enjoyed the live stream, you know what? You don't have to like it. If you're at this point in the video and you haven't liked it, that's cool. You know what? You make your big boy adult decisions. But if you did want to see more of these and you're not subscribed, consider doing so. There will be a part 2 somewhat soon. And yeah, Toycat humorously underestimates builds. We'll continue as a series, because that is what this totally is. Anyway, yeah, thank you for watching. Would you rather go to Mars or I'm Welsh? You are Welsh, Mr. Lorenzis. and I would like to go to Mars one day. I wouldn't actually like to personally go. I'd like to help send people who want to go to Mars. That's my role in this whole ordeal, I reckon. But no, yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, because I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Probably. Or maybe not. Maybe not goodbye. Maybe hello. You know, you ever consider, why would I say goodbye when really the stream's not even over? Maybe it's a scam to get you to leave. No, yeah, we'll probably be streaming tomorrow, because like in the Never Update stuff. But for now, I'll see you next time. You know, the title says #1 anyway, so I think we did a good job here. See you in part 2, which will be somewhat soon. Or maybe it won't. There's a lot to do here. There's a lot to do. I underappreciated this one. Hello, I'm AppyX Toycat, and this is my 100% Ghast and explosion-proof shulker storage system, because here are all of my valuables. As you can see, I've got blackstone, 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 and more blackstone, and then some basalt in one of these. But I'm collecting lots of blocks. Why am I collecting those blocks? Well, I'm glad you asked, because today I'm mining an entire piglin bastion. Brackets, never recycling, #2, close brackets. And what I'm going to be doing is destroying this here piglin bastion with my bare hands. And by bare hands, I mean my diamond pickaxe. Really, I could use netherite for the pickaxes, but like, actually not today. What I want to do, one of my little mini goals myself, is going to be to actually, for the first time, destroy my first ever netherite pickaxe. So if you stick around long enough, you'll get to see that. It'll be delightful. In fact, let's put that there right now. I'm looking forward to the moment we get to use this to its death. But before we can use that to death, we have to do some normal pickaxe mining, because you know, if you start with the netherite pick, oh, I forgot the iron this time. Damn it! I knew I needed iron for something. You know, we'll go back. We'll get some iron later. It'll be great. Anyway, so last time we set up this nice little beacon as well, and also we did a lot of destruction, as you can see. And today, I hope to improve on and to step that up another level. So, wow, that empty inventory is nice, says Chantal Exley. You know, I get a lot of people saying my inventory management skills are not up to scratch. And you know, I totally agree. Oh, we got a fight going on here. And I totally agree that, sure, I could be better at managing inventory. But I also say, you know, is that, look at the improvements I've made. Only like 13 tools and an empty inventory. That is absolutely huge for me. If we just celebrate the wins more, then maybe we wouldn't need to step on the things. Also, how much money do you make on YT? Don't have to answer. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, I don't have to answer. You're right. No. So, this is a question that like as like a viewer, I'm curious enough about. So like the simplest thing you can just say is for every 1,000 views you get on YouTube, roughly you can make about you know, like $1 or $2. If you're like a really high-end channel, it can be as much as 5 or 10. But like I simplify it and just be like, okay, multiply the reviews by $1, more like 3 or something like that in Christmas, and that's how much someone makes. That's how you can like get a good estimate. If they're a non-English speaking channel, divide it by a bunch. If they're a premium makeup or, you know, whatever channel, you can times it by a bit. But yeah, if you want to work that out, you can. Or you can go add up all the stream donations we get, and you can work out the income that I make from it that way. Thank you very much, Galaxy Fox. You know, but today is not about how much money YouTube makes, because it's one of those things I find, like, I like to, you know, again, be honest, open the curtain about as many of these things as I can, because when you're talking about money, you can only ever really alienate people. There's a reason we don't, you know, you don't talk about money in polite conversation, right? Also, the audio is choppy. Is it really now? Oh, I know how to fix that. Sorry. Okay, tell me if that's any better. I, you know, don't know for sure if it'll be fixed. I got a new capture card because my old one gave me so many issues with crashing and whatnot. And then my new capture card crashes more often and has this, like, scary audio issue. And it's just like, what is it? I am cursed with capture cards. I do not know how to use them correctly, it seems. And hopefully we fix that. So anyway, hello, I'm AppyX Toycat. And yeah, like, talking about money in polite conversation is something that is generally disregarded. But I also think there's so many, like, insights you can get from it. Like, there are so many things that are there are lots of discussions that it's really valuable to have that we don't talk about because it's, like, an awkward conversation. You know, like, people are all too happy to share their, you know, like opinions on whatever issue they can come up with if it's like hot and in the news. But like, you know, there's a billion topics I could mention right now, you know, like, I don't know, like a miscarriage or like, you know, sorts of issues that like happen all the time for people, but no one ever knows about. And you're like, yeah, that's when you have a discussion about it, it's great. And speaking of miscarriages of justice, today I wanted to talk about, yeah, because like honesty I think is valuable, but it's like hard. And someone, I think it was in the last stream, someone mentioned like, hey, you know what, Toy Cat, I like that you're, you know, you tried to be honest in these streams. And I mentioned something like, being honest is actually easier than not being honest. And a few people like pushed back on that. And I was thinking this morning, while in a shower, if you'd like to know, about how actually society much prefers lies to the truth. And like everyone like thinks that it's not true. Also, thank you, Atheorix. Atheorix. Thank you very much, friend. But yeah, so a lot of people feel like, you know, honesty is what I love. It's great. It's wonderful. But as like as a world, like collectively at the very least, we definitely prefer lying. And in case you're like, nah, Toy Cat, that's wrong. Think about like if you go to Burger King or something, because I was reading up about some famous exec. I don't know. It's like some politician who started out running Burger Kings. It's a very bizarre thing. I go on wiki walks sometimes, don't we all? Also, thank you very much, Mr. Fusion Warrior.
Exploding all the beds and getting all the debris. It's a shame it's so rare. Debris has a perfect petrified wood texture and would make a lovely petrified wood forest. Shame.
Oh god.
How are you today?
First of all, good luck on the ancient debris mining. A lot of people seem to have like worse luck than me, and I guess I'm proud that I didn't have to spend 20 hours or whatever mining for it. Good luck with the bed mining. Hope it goes well for you. And I'm doing pretty well today. You know, thank you for asking. I don't know, I get into like, whenever there's like a slump in something, I'm always like, oh. But I had like an epiphany about some stuff that I was working on today, and I was like, that's good. Whenever I'm in like a good headspace, work-wise, I'm like a good headspace, life-wise, and that's dumb. But you know what? Life is dumb. And you know what else is dumb? You know, lying, because or like telling the truth. Because if you go, I read this whole story about this Burger King executive who became he became a politician of some form. If you really want to look into that, I'm sure there's only one guy who's done this. Actually, it'd be funny if there's like multiple Burger King executives that have gone on to become major US politicians. But anyway, so one of the changes he instituted was he made like this was before this was like common policy at fast food. Is like, oh yeah, I made the people at Burger King smile.
Give me your best French accent.
Give me your best French accent, baguette. Baguette, yes. This is my French accent. You speak like you are slightly French is the polite word I'll use instead, and this is how you... I don't know what that even was. You just gotta sound vaguely foreign and then say baguette a few times. Oui, oui. Baguette. Anyway, so I was reading about this this one guy, and his big reform, the clever thing he did to like reform the Burger Kings in his area was he like went into the Burger King franchises and he instructed the employees, hey, smile at the customers. They, you know, if they think you're happy, they're more likely to be happy. And like obviously what that effectively is saying, you know, that message, which by the way, that's like commonly accepted business practice now, right? Like, what do you do if you you know, if you go into a fast food place and the guy's not smiling at you, you assume he's having a bad day now because it's so widespread. But you know, that is effectively, we all like being lied to. That is proof, like business proof, by the way. This is like, you know, this is a dude who, you know, made hundreds of millions from just like that simple observation of like making them more efficiently run businesses by making the employees look like they wanted to be there, which is an absolute lie. Like every workplace you ever go to that expects you to look like you want to be there, that's a lie, right? Why do we work? We work, but you know, like, or why do you work at a Burger King at least?
Master, how are you today? Did you use TNT or beds to find your netherite? Why no baguette?
why no baguette? I used beds. There's a huge debate about beds versus TNT, but anyone who argues for TNT is just I know they just don't know how to change their ways, you know.
New mining requires... I'm going to off myself because of your French accent. That hurt so much to hear.
You know, if that See, now you know. Now, some people question why we stream, why we spend hours mining a piglin bastion, and now you know the answer, right? Now you know the real beauty and the real reason behind what we do here. So, yeah, French cat is yes. You know, I agree with Dead Fox. But, yeah, like that, I feel like, you know, like if you're working at a Burger King, no offense to any Burger King employees out there, like at least like, you know, there is like an enthusiastic following for a McDonald's or you know, maybe a Wendy's. Like you might be at least open to the idea that it's sometimes enjoyable, but no one's like hyped to work at Burger King, right? Or, like it'd be cool if they were, but at least the majority of people will not be, but they'll always smile at you at Burger King, or at least they'll try to. They're meant to at the very least. And that's like an explicit lie that we all like in our day, like, oh, the Burger King guy's having a nice day and he wants me to have one too. I would say the very like, how are you doing question is one that people like a yes from. Le chat, François Saint-Oui. Oh, the cat speaks French? Yes. No, wait. The cat, the French cat is yes, I'm guessing. What's your favorite fruit? Says Vohon Awesome. Favorite fruit is probably the passion fruit, because it's barely a fruit. It's just like sugar in a purple ball that happens to grow on a tree, which is like my dream. So, cat, we're here for you. We'll help your epicness French accent. So, cat, chat in French is pronounced as shat. So, the shat on the rug. Wait, the shat on the rug? You know, this is very funny. Thank you, Mind Laughter. Mind Laughter? It's I know it's meant to be laughter, but I read it as like the second half of the word slaughter. Which, by the way, isn't it weird that to spell slaughter you have to have the word laughter? Whatever, whole problem. Anyway, but like what I was trying to say. Toy Cat, call your fan base Toy Cult. Nah, I'll call my fan base then. Actually, I think someone mentioned that like if you keep any data on anyone below the age of 13, it's a violation of the US law. So I've upgraded you all, chat, from 9-year-olds to 13-year-olds. How are you excited about the sudden 4 years that you've all just aged? I'm excited, personally. Hopper, that's the one. No, it's okay. This like drives me mad. Whenever there's a US regulation, I don't live in the United States of America. You know, a decent proportion. The majority of my viewers on most of my channels. I don't know if it's true on this one anymore. But the majority of my viewers aren't in America. But yeah, I follow American laws regarding, like, you know, I don't have any information I want to store about 13-year-olds, if I'm being honest with you. But the fact that I can't, like, you know, like YouTube won't give me those 13-year-olds data. I think that's messed up. So yeah, you're all 13. Happy 13th birthday, everyone. You excited? Yeah, you can now... Actually, what can 13-year-olds do? You can watch movies that are rated. You know, you can go into a PG-13, I think is the American term, right? You owe us so many birthday presents. Oh no, you aged 4 years at once, so you get one birthday present. Like any YouTuber made a child and had his channel be called Toy Dog, and I don't know what I just watched, but thank you, Almighty AJ. It's literally my birthday in a month, Lamau. Statistically, 1/12 of people have their birthday a month from any given point in time, so that's like one of the least notable facts. Zombie D's 5-year-old subscriber, Toy Cat Tax, and also we have returned to the Super Plat World. I was considering going back to make like a nostalgia video soon, because like every now and then I like to go into one of my old worlds and be like, wow, isn't this wacky? Because you know that's life, right? Sometimes you want to make a high quality dent in the world. Sometimes you just want to enjoy the dents you've already made. And yeah, thank you very much to Von Awesome. If Cave's got an update, what would you like to see? I would love to see some form of ore that could give you boots that were lighter than, so you could go fast. Actually, judging you, I'm not 13, I'm 13.1. Ah, you're the aquatic bug fix update. I don't know where I'm going with that joke. I try my best. Anyway, so I thank you for allowing older people to live longer, says Toti Toast. I don't know what you mean. You were 9 years old before, now you're 13 years old. You've aged 4 years. You've lost those 4 years of your life. They're never coming back, friends. So yeah, also, joke's on you. You just made me 23 because I had to lie to get my Gmail account. See, okay, first of all, we have to go back home now. Second of all, it's funny because you can tell the age of people because, like, this is one of those things I noticed about the internet. the age that I used to lie on the internet to like, get into sites that would require you to be whatever age.
Hello, Mr. Toy Cat. I've missed quite a few streams, and so am here to ask how you've been doing lately.
Thank you,
Toy
Mark.
Cat is indeed yes.
Thank you, Marcus the OK. That's that's a high quality name. You're not feeling great about yourself, but you admit that you're okay at least. So first of all, thank you very much. Second of all, just want to throw. Oh wait, we forgot to drop the gold swords in there. Second of all, just want to say good to see you again. Third of all, I've been doing pretty great recently. The Never update's out. There's some new Dungeons DLC I'm excited for. And then after like the July crazy season, I'm hopping over to America for a bit. It looks like right now. Again, lots of asterisks and all of that. It's weird. My whole life is being held hostage by the world's weird situation. Don't know if you guys have heard about it. You guys definitely haven't. It's a pretty niche little situation. Yeah. So things have been pretty good. But I'm like really excited about some stuff right now because I don't know. My life has been flipped in some interesting ways, and I'm trying to turn that flip into a good interesting way. So Cat, thanks because you look extra cute today, says Laura Beatpoop. Oh, thank you so much. I am blushing as hard as your emoji is in that message. Laura Beatpoop. What a fun name, by the way. Are you a robot? Actually, I can't trust whatever you say because a robot would say no to. Anyway, so so Cat, can we get Andrew to $0.5 million? If everyone just gives 33 cents. Oh god, I hate when ghasts fire at me because they can destroy the blocks. No, you don't. Oh, we actually fired that one. Oh, we don't have any arrows. Right, that's a problem. God damn, the amount of my nether that's gonna be destroyed. Just come on here, friend. There we go. A lot of effort, a lot more than I would have liked, but we got there eventually, and that's what counts. Let's go into this side because I bet it's probably easier to keep that beacon effect on me. Oh, there's a dude here. You having a good time there? That's good to hear. But yeah, so let's go back to so just like I want to finish because I always whenever I go live stream, sometimes I don't finish a topic and people are like mad and like, I never learned the climax of that story, Cat. Why did you start talking about Burger King employees lying to you? So I wanted to tell you about Burger King employees lying to you. Implicitly, even if not explicitly, because they're not happy to be here. Because there is this like societal contract that you don't tell people the truth if it will bum them out unless you know them kind of well enough. Also, beans, says Mama Johnson. Thank you, I agree. But the, I should start, I don't even know what to do sometimes when I read a comment like that. I feel like, okay, not people who like type messages like that, I just gotta assume from now on, like, okay, they're not saying it to me, they're saying it to the chat. That's not for me to read. That's for like to show up on the screen and I can ignore. Because like as soon as once you read like 99% of all comments, everyone's like, why won't you read the other percent? And it's like, okay, we're gonna have a better policy about what's going on there, so we can have a better show for the people who aren't saying beans. PSA, stop saying that people's ages in the chats. Yeah, I always find it weird, like, there's like a certain demographic. Again, some number of people are just joking, like saying like, yeah, I'm 14, not 13, because that's like their definition of a joke. And there's clearly like some people who are like, hey, Toy Cat, I bet you'd find it funny to know that I'm actually just 12, so you aged me up. And it's like, man, first of all, don't tell people on the internet you're a 12-year-old. Good advice in general. Like, whether you are or not, probably a good thing to avoid. Second of all, it's like, how did you find your way here? I'm not too certain, but you know what I am certain of? I'm certain that Burger King employees are lying to you because, yeah, actually, let me tell you a story. I'm sure I've mentioned this before. Once I went to America, and I remember I was like checking out at some like, supermarket of some form, and my preferred interaction with any human being is do not speak to me. Like there is this like the ideal interaction would be, hey, here to leave this place with my sandwich. I went to Subway today. If I want to leave this place with a sandwich in my hand, you need to make sure that the money's gone into your system. So you're the thing that keeps me honest with the machine because you don't trust me to use the machine myself. So there's an employee that does that. Okay, that's fine. That's if that's how it needs to be. That's how it needs to be. But like we don't. You're not. I've never thought to myself, you know what? I wish there was a guy like who was at the door who would like small talk me as I left. I wish that the guy when I said I wanted tomatoes would be like, oh hey, I love tomatoes too. What are the odds? You know, I've never wanted those interactions until you have them. You know. Also, hey yo, how are you? Have my first ticket tax says eggeroni pepperoni. An example of this that also like I was thinking about today because I've been missing flying because obviously right now flying is usually not recommended. So the way most like airline service works, right, is someone rolls like a cart down and then they go, hey, so what do you want to drink? Or like if you're on like a real nice like thing, you got like flying something like business or something, you can have a little. Also, thank you. There's a Burger King in my town that's been running. The Burger King company disowned, and they're not supposed to be a Burger King, but they pretend to be one anyway. I love stories like that. I'd love to go check out a Burger King that's not a Burger King. And store that in my mental notes. But anyway, so I think it's very, oh god. So like airlines, I get so distracted sometimes, and I feel like these sometimes like I like that people want to support. Sometimes I get like really thrown off by it. I'm like midway through a story, already like distracted by myself, and then I get like, oh god, another piece of distraction that I want to go. I should put on my feather falling boots, not these. Wait, is that feather falling on? Yeah, feather falling 1. I mean, it's something. It's not a lot, but it's something. Anyway, so going back to my point. So like, like the way it works is they like, they just roll down the thing. They're like, what do you want to drink? And if you're, ooh, I don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. And if you're flying on a kind of nice question mark airline, they'll take your order and then they'll come back with a drink. You know what will be way more efficient than that? Is if when you wanted a drink, instead of this like everyone gets a drink at the same time, you could have like, there's touchscreens on the seats anyway if it's a long haul flight. If you're flying domestically in America, like obviously you don't care about this. But if you're like flying long haul, there's like a screen there anyway. And there's one airline in the world. It's a low-cost carrier, Norwegian. Like they do this to save money, but it's better because there's no social interaction. It's like, I would like a Coke. You swipe your card, and the Coke comes to you. I don't know why like these like unnecessary interactions that people love confuse the heck out of me. If somebody ever says, what are the odds? Just say very high in your most monotone voice possible. I promise I'll stop talking to you. Also, sorry for interrupting, says Plinky Plinky. Don't be sorry for interrupting. I need to be better with, I need to get better at, I think. Also, hey, Benjamin Rogers, good to see you here. Rendering out the new video now. Hype in chat. So if you don't know, the new video, the new editor that we've been working with has been Benjamin. He's Australian, so I had real problems believing he existed. But oh god, you might have noticed I have. Oh, okay. Blackstone is resistant to gas explosions. The day I learned. I went to a Burger King, New Jersey yesterday. It was the worst fast food restaurant I've been to. I was waiting for food for 25 minutes and it wasn't even crowded. Oh yeah, I'm so confused when you go to a fast food place. Like if it's busy, I almost understand. I still don't, but it's like, this is not what they intended for. But when it's near empty and fast food isn't fast, I'm like, well, you failed. You had one job, well, you really had 2 jobs, fast and food, and you were slow, and a lot of people would debate the food bit. So, you messed up. I was in a there's this weird chain of like Peri Peri. You might know if you live in the UK, but if you don't, I'm not gonna give them my online advertising because I know all of you will immediately go out and get your Peri Peri from this place if I mention it. But it's like, I was in there I was like one of 3 customers, and I waited, like, this is their promotional item. I waited for like some ungodly number of minutes. Like they said it'll be 4 to 5 minutes, and then 15 minutes later I'm just like, why, how, what? At the very least you could have been truthful, been like, hey, it takes 15 minutes to make one of these items, like this spicy quesadillas that we're advertising very prominently right now. But no, they did not say that. They were just like, it'll happen when it happens. Anyway, I'm mad. When fast food isn't fast, life is hell. Speaking of things that are hell, I will finish this point, whether you want me to or not, chat. So first of all, I've got a new editor, been working with. So if you like the edits, honestly, this is how you can tell if I edit my own videos. If the editing's good, I didn't do it. That's like a good rule of thumb, I would say. You could also tell which editor it is based on the font they use in the outro. Because for some reason, one of the things I haven't standardized across like myself, my assistant, and my like, you know, the many people who've edited me over the years, myself included, is like font size. So I've got like a very particular font that I use, and then every editors use their own font. So if you spot that the font changes, that implies a new editor. Except in tomorrow's video where I just used the wrong font because I figured I'd mess with people. But you know, I didn't intend on telling you all. So there you go. We know the new editing style is really good. Yeah, it takes a lot more time, a lot more effort, and obviously like it's an investment, like a pretty big one I have to make in the videos. Like it's really scary. The thing about YouTube is like it's this kind of amateur. Like the thing, this sounds kind of dumb to like this about YouTube, but it's like it's a super amateur platform, which means the bar to entry is basically none, right? But that kind of when you have like editors involved, that kind of goes away, and it's kind of scary that like you can genuinely lose money on a YouTube video, even if it's like a gameplay video. If like, you know, the editing bill is higher than the money it brings in, and that like blows my like it's something that can and you know like genuinely happen with the more expensive like higher time style of editing. But it's like, man, this is like you know, it's weird that this happens in like every industry, like costs raise as you go through it. And it's weird that I've seen that happen in like the Minecraft YouTube space. Like I've seen a lot of Minecraft YouTubers get back into the game.
Your
and
comment
like
about interactions with people was the most relatable thing I've ever heard.
Thank you, Josh Drabble. You know, so many people whenever we bring this up get super also, thank you. You made my first Netherite sword today, and zombie killed me and took it and ran off and probably died. F in the chat, says Laura Beat Boop. Yeah, one of the things I definitely want to dive into. Also, F in the chat. Everyone, nice F in the chat. Is like a zombie with a Netherite sword is technically a buff to that zombie. I should have mentioned in my small features video. Fact that I didn't is a real tragedy. Here is pound by a cat pot or something, or some food to farm and milk it. Also, Simon Richardson says, where are you from, Toycat? What's your name? My name is Andrew, and I'm from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. If you want to be more specific, I live in the London, what's the term in the UK? The London built-up area, I think is what it's called. It's outside the official city boundaries of London. So Sadiq Khan is not my mayor. Yeah, other than that, it's nice being me. I like where I live. It's nice enough. I don't like it enough to not move to America, apparently, though. Yeah, showed you. Wait, showed myself, I guess. Anyway, so I am gonna. It's interesting seeing the costs, because I've got like a few Minecraft YouTube friends who like were big, well, not friends, people I know. You know, I hate most of them. I've got a lot of Minecraft YouTube people I know from way back in the day who got huge in like 2011, 2012, 2013. You know, like the early days of Minecraft on YouTube. And because they left it for so long, and because they were like so replaceable, like their fans either grew up or like stopped caring about them or never cared about them in the first place. In case you're curious as to why I'm so sure that will happen one day. Over here, I've seen it happen time and time again. But a lot of them like got back into YouTube because they retired. Just, you know, they made $1 million or $2 million a year, and they're like, I'll never need more money. And then 5 years later, it's like, you know, I would like more money though. But like they're getting back into YouTube, and like after they hire an editor, they're making like quality videos, but because no one's finding them or whatever, they're losing money on every video they make, and it's like, man, that's like, it's gonna be a big shock to go from making, you know, again, literally 6-7 digits a year for some of these people to making, you know, negative amounts in a month. I live in Nottingham, so close, I guess, to Simon Richards. I go to Nottingham a few times a year, so we are definitely close. I was in Leicestershire the other day, which is not Nottingham, but it's like close enough, right? In my head, they're close because it's like you go to the train, it stops in Leicester, then it goes to Nottingham, but maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, so I'm playing my first trip ever. Do you have any tips? Says Galaxy Fox. It depends on where you're going, honestly. Wait, first trip ever. It depends on where you're going. So I finished my Burger King story. We're gonna do it. Chat, do you believe in me? Okay. So, the implicit lies that we're all telling in service, because every single employee of like every large company could tell you, hey, I don't really want to be here. And they could be honest about that. But you assume when you hear that, oh my god, why are ghasts spawning so much? See, you know what? People are like, oh, I don't know if mobs really are spawning too much. This, besides the, you know, the fact that it's like literally listed as a bug, here is your proof if you are that sort of person. Because this is too many mobs. This is not the right amount. Oh god, of course there's just ghasts everywhere. You know, I like these walls. They keep me safe from the ghasts. That's cool, I guess. Also, my beacon really isn't effective at this point. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna mine the beacon. I'm gonna mine the bridge. I think I deserve to mine the bridge. So, we're no strangers to love. Also, Kurga Bing always makes me sad. Kumi Castle reminds me of you a lot. I still, one of the things, like, as best I understand, he's like a huge streamer. I want to like learn who he is, what he does, or whatever. I shouldn't say this on a stream. People are gonna be like, "Hey, Toy Cat, I'm gonna give you the best description on how to like." No, don't do that. But like, he's in that like list of people that I'm like, I would love to know who you are and why you're a big deal or whatever. Because like everyone, like I don't know, it's like he's widely referenced. He was in the Minecraft thing, but I don't know if he makes Minecraft videos? Question mark. Again, that you know, I'm gonna stop speculating about other streamers. This is a bad topic to go down. You know what is a good topic though? You know what is a great topic? The fact that like, yeah, every time you have like an employee interaction, to me at least, I don't understand people who have this thing of like, oh, I love the service. The service is the most important bit. Because like, it seems like what those people like is unnecessary interactions with people who have to do things for them. Like again, if we didn't have waiters, we wouldn't invent them. Like for like at least, you know, rich people would probably invent them. But like most casual places wouldn't have a server. If we had to like do the thing now, like, okay, so imagine we had food places, right? So places you go and you pay a chef to make a meal for you. Okay, that's normal. And then right, if right now the concept was, oh yeah, you get your food when the time comes, kind of like a Five Guys or you know, McDonald's if you really want to. We wouldn't be like, wait, you know, I've got this great idea, friends. What if we had, what if here, you know, this is just hypothetically speaking, what if we had a person who could bring the food to us all the way from over there, you know, about, you know, 10 meters away, not even 10 meters, like, you know, about a 13-second walk away, you know, that thing, over to here. What if we had a guy who could do that for us? Wouldn't that be revolutionary? And people would be like, no, you know, it's not really the biggest of deals. It's like, but no, you know, sometimes you're just so engrossed in your conversation, you need a person to do it. And I'd be like, okay, I guess I see the argument. So like, the restaurant could have it as like a service. It's like, no, it would be mandatory. You have to have this person here who brings the things from the magic, you know, kitchen, because you can't go there and yourself. It's basically a chef's secretary. The chef is too busy to take orders himself. See, right? But like, now we have machines, right? We live in the year 2020. In years where there was physically, you know, like you couldn't just write your stuff down on a piece of paper. You wanted like a employee to do that. You know, sure, okay. But like now we live in a time where not only are there computers, but also people can write on paper themselves. I've been able to do this. Or you can have like an employee, you know, like a single cashier. You know, let's say you have the person taking the orders, and then you got like a person who delivers it to you. Now imagine that like, okay, we are going to, because we love the idea this much, let's put the polished blackstone in here. I mean, people used to have servants that start as a way to make the average man feel rich for a day. But like, nowadays it doesn't make me feel rich, it makes me feel like the opposite. It makes me feel emotionally poor. There we go. That's what I'm sticking with. Emotionally poor. Because the worst bit is it's like the person is literally like, again, if it was like the restaurant pays for this as a way to improve the class of things, it'd be like, oh, that's kind of nice. It's like, oh no, the restaurant doesn't pay for it. You pay for it. And it's like, oh, so they want like $1 to bring the food to me? It's like, oh no, you don't pay them $1. You pay them a percentage of the food that they get for you, and it's like, wait, what? And it's like, oh yeah, and if they aren't friendly enough, if they don't smile enough, you pay them less. And it's like, wait, so the service they do is they collect your order and they take the food from the kitchen to there, and then you rate them based on how personable and funny they are. It's like, yeah, and then you can choose not to pay them, but then they just won't get paid for the hour. It's like, why is this a thing? How is this legal? How? And it's like, oh, this is great. I love this system. It's like having a servant, you know? You don't have to pay servants, do you? It's like, wait, do you not have to pay servants? I'm pretty sure you do. I think we're talking about slavery here. And like everyone's like, oh no, it's definitely not like slavery. They make $2 an hour, and even though you know, that's not enough to live on, they can theoretically get topped up if they don't make enough tips, but you know, they won't actually be able to claim that because their employer will force them to. And it's like, oh my god, why? And then even worse than that, right? Even more confusing than this whole system where you pay someone money to get your food, except you don't pay them money, you pay them a percentage of your food. Because for some reason, if your steak costs $20, that costs them less to, you know, like, the waiter deserves to get paid more if the waiter brings you a $200 steak versus a $20 steak, sure, whatever. Anyway, you know, no, if waiters didn't exist, we wouldn't invent them. It's like, you know, if marriage didn't exist, we wouldn't invent it, so like legally strong. Also, Toy Cat, the man who reinvented the waiter. I'm just saying, we have machines that do this, and we don't need to have conversations with them. I like having conversations with people who want to have conversations with me, not people who want to have conversations with me because they worry that their literal life and death situation depends on how much I like them as a human being. Like, you don't need to be personable, man. You know, you can say, hey, I'm just here to deliver the food, but no, every waiter ever has to lie to you, or they literally don't get paid. That is an enforced system of, again, maybe some people love waitressing. Maybe that's their favorite thing in the world. But personally, you know, my mother worked as a waitress, fun fact. Her only praise of the job, like, she did it for years. She even, like, went back from being a manager to be back being a waitress, because she's like, you make more money that way. But it's like, the one praise was money, you know? Like, no one's ever like, I love this for the job, you know? I just live for delivering food to people and having polite conversations where I hope they choose to give me money. But whatever. You know, I need the advice. I live stream on Instagram, me drawing and talking, similar to what you do. I don't know how you keep the conversation going and other advice you have. Honestly, like, this goes without saying, but like, if you can't continuously talk, you don't need to. I think most streams work better when you're like saying focused things. Apparently it's called stream of consciousness, when you just keep on blurting out whatever words are in your head. And people sometimes like what we're doing here. But the number of live stream chats I get are just like, Toy Cat, stop talking. You've been speaking for an hour now. Or 33 minutes and 10 seconds now. Actually a little less because that was before the stream. But like, I've been speaking for half an hour now. You need to shut up at least some point in there. Right now, we're gonna see someone like that in there. Some people, yeah, some people like that. Some people don't. I need to take a drink real quick. Another fun fact about Toy Cat's family: his grandmother's from Sri Lanka. Oh yeah, my ethnic makeup is very odd. Like, I think it's like a sign of the modern world, of the fact that I'm like, oh yeah, like partly Irish, partly Asian, some amount British and some amount vaguely European. You know, basically all. But if you think about it, I mean, minus the Asian, but like, you know, all of the UK's key allies, right? Is it just water in the fishbowl today? This could be any clear liquid in the world. It could be methanol. I could be drinking myself blind. You know, I could be lying about having a good day. Because I am like the waiter here today. If you think about it, I make my money based on how many people decide they want to support me. And if I seem happy... Actually, I've always wondered, like, I would be willing to bet that if I was, like, sad and, like, was willing to, like, talk about it, I would probably make more money. But I never like to think about it that way. Like, I would prefer to make it... I like to believe that more of you are like, hey, you know, I'll tip this guy. He was very interesting. I'm as Welsh as you are Asian, says Chantal X. Lee. I'm disappointed in how un-Welsh you are. You know, this is a very sad thing. My bet's on sulfuric acid. Just slowly burning away my insides. But yeah, so the way, like, the way you can hold a conversation really depends on like what sort of conversation you want to have. There's not one fixed style. Obviously, when you're watching my streams, we're like always talking, and Like, that's because I always have more things that I want to say than I have the space to say. Like, my brain is working faster than my mouth, and it's like a problem because I say a lot of dumb things because my brain turns off momentarily and then like switches subject. Some people say it's like a symptom of ADHD. What? This annoys me on the internet. There's this giant community, like, clearly overrepresentative. Like, the number of... It's like every, like, 5th person has, like, symptoms of ADHD, and it's like, well, either, you know, like, at some point, if everyone had, like, it's the same with, like, on the internet, you see a lot of, self-diagnosis for a lot of things, but in particular, you see it, you know, really high with ADHD. You see it a lot with, anxiety and stuff. And at some point it's like, well, if 1/4 of people or 1/5 of people or whatever have these symptoms, either like we have this super widespread mental defect, or, you know, more realistically, more likely, I would say, what it is just if enough people are like a thing, it's a personality trait more than it's a thing. Also, oh, isn't this instant breaking just so nice? Oh, Neverite pickaxe, efficiency 5, it's my jam. Speaking of jam, though, hey, thank you, Anthony McGarry. Speaking of jam, you can stream whatever you want, and stream whichever style you like. Honestly, you just gotta work out, like, how do I, you know, how do people enjoy my conversation, or even what you want to do. Like, I people don't like when I go on giant stream of consciousness rants in real life, but apparently they like it on the internet. You know, you guys are better than my real friends. My real friends are like, you know, shut up, you've been talking about electric scooters for 20 minutes now. But like, I love, like, explaining things to, like, people. Like, I find, like, cracking the nut of, like, explaining an issue to someone who doesn't get it, when you, like, get there, it's, like, good. You know, I've worked out, like, common, not mnemonics, but, like, common literary devices, maybe. I'm not sure what word I'm going for. But, it's fun, you know. Has, Toyget given his opinion on the new Never tracks? They are good. Also, I haven't noticed the coal mining thing yet, but it sounds kind of good. Shut up, been talking about electric scooters for 20 minutes now. I'm buying a new electric scooter today, actually. I got a puncture in my old one, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna fix this. I kind of wanted a new one anyway, because, like, I started looking at the new ones while I was, like, at the store to fix it, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna treat myself. I could do some more range, do some more cool stuff, because, like, a battery deteriorates over time anyway, and honestly, you know, this is one of my, like, biggest gripes with the world. Why do batteries degrade over time? Like, I know it's unavoidable. It's like, it's just how life goes, etc. But just batteries dying over time is responsible for 99% of the world's problems. I'm pretty sure. Tell me if I'm wrong there, chat friends. But just so many tech products that, like, should last for a long time. Like, the battery being, like, dead just kills a lot of them, you know? Like, especially something like an electric. Like, I actually do wonder, like, I've heard this, but I think one of the things I worry about with electric cars, because I love the idea of electric everything. Like, the fact that we don't have electric cars in 2020 as the standard is shocking to me. But, like, if batteries downgrade over time, as someone with a differently diagnosed
As somebody with 3 different diagnosed mental disorders, it genuinely disgusts me when people self-diagnose their personality trait of a mental disorder.
Yeah, like, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what the internet's really good at doing is connecting you with people who are like-minded, and like, you can create a community around pretty much anything, right? And for some reason, like, people who have, like, similar personality traits will group together, and then someone will be like, hey, I have X mental illness because of Y personality trait, and they'll be like, I have Y personality trait, therefore I have X mental illness. And I think that's really unhealthy. I think, because especially, like, the reason, you know, like, the reason we need to have, like, certain, you know, things be like that is so we can be like, oh yeah, you have the thing, and it's a thing, you know, we'd like to fix, but it's, you know, it's kind of outside your control. Whereas if we say that, like, oh yeah, everyone has social anxiety, because everyone does. Like, tell me a person who goes in social situations like that they're not familiar with and isn't a tiny bit nervous, and I'll find you a liar, you know? But as a result, like, people who do have the thing are just like, oh, it's just the same as everyone else. And people, and the other side is, like, people who just, like, kind of have it weak are like, oh yeah, this is an unchangeable mental illness that you can't try to change. And if you tell me that, like, running away and into a corner is bad, then you are, you know, like, you get really bad ends on both sides of that. When you turn something into, when you turn a personality trait into a mental illness and vice versa, you get bad results for both sides of it. I know neurotypical mentally healthy people, they're so weird. I don't know a single person who is... Actually, I know one guy that, like, I've got one friend, I'm pretty sure, that's pretty standard as a guy. Like, he's just a normal guy, plays some video games, works as an engineer. You know, he's never been like, oh yeah, I have X or Y. Oh my god, did you see that weird bounce? It hit the Ghast's corpse and went flying sideways. Lithium ion degradation is a side effect of how it even works at all. If it didn't degrade, it wouldn't work in the first place. Sucks, but there you go, says the Fusion Warrior. Oh, you're called the Fusion Warrior. You should know all about how batteries work. That's probably a misguided comment, because I'm an idiot. But you know what else is true? No offense, but you look like you're addicted to coffee and couldn't get your hands on any for a week. Hey, you know, I am addicted to coffee, and actually, no, I'm not in this life. People who are addicted to coffee, like, man, things that are like, I've wanted to get into coffee for so long. Like, pretty much every vice in the world, I've tried to get into, like, you know, like smoking. I was like, I want this to feel good. It doesn't feel good. Coffee tastes so bad. You know, alcohol, I thought, like, oh yeah, if you just get past the shakes, you know, like, you know, whatever. No, alcohol tastes some degree of, like, oh yeah, this is kind of tasty for a little bit if you water it down enough. But I've never been one of those guys like, yep, you just drink from the bottle and it's really tasty, this cleaning liquid that smells like death. I don't understand how people get addicted to anything. Like, there must be, like, signals in your brain that, like, get turned off to allow, like, I'm sure we'll find this out, like, when we're better at DNA study. But I'm sure, like, there are genes that make you better and worse at being addicted to things. The only addiction I have is food, and it's literally like a requirement to their life. Also, I'm starting a new chapter in my life, July 20th. Won't have time for your streams anymore, but I'll still try to see them, and I'll always support you. Thank you, Chunky9. I'm sorry to lose you, Mr. Chunky. But, you know, I'm more happy that you're entering a happy, I hope, new chapter of your life. I should have done that the other way around, shouldn't I? I'm more happy that you're starting a new happy chapter of your life. Or, again, presumably happy. You know, it could be that you're going to prison. That's kind of a new chapter in a book if you really think about it. Bad influence, Toy Cat. No, that's not in the slightest. I just said that, like, I tried those things and they're not fun. If that's a bad influence, like, you know, I know you're all 13-year-olds here, chat. I get that, but I also, oh, we probably lost some Blackstone. Oh no, it's gone down there. We're good. We're good. We can get that. In fact, let's get that. Let's grab all this Blackstone first. Let's grab this stuff too. And all of this stuff. There's a lot that fell on the ground, you know? And then let's go get the Blackstone down there. You're a bad influence. You should not be encouraging people to do maths. But, like, you know, we can... I know for a fact that Native Americans... Like, I don't know whether it's because of evolution or whether it's because of, like, pure chance. Again, not a scientist. But I know they're addicted at higher rates than, you know, like, you know, whatever other... Like, any other, you know, race grouping. Like, it tends to be a thing. You can... Therefore, you do... Like, but I also think that there must be, like, certain genes you can get. Because, like, if there... It implies there are, like, addiction genes, maybe, that are more common in certain groupings than others or whatever. But I wonder if there's the opposite, if there are anti-addiction genes. Like, your body telling you, hey, stop this right now. Because, like, I can't do too much of anything without getting uncomfortable. Like, if I drink, like, a mild amount of caffeine, my body shakes and I, like, hear voices. It's a whole problem. All of the voices, crystal meth explains a lot. I have not... Oh, wait. There's a fun story, but I have not tried. I have not tried crystal meth. I know someone who did. And, like, there's this thing that... I can't tell this story on the stream. You're all 13-year-olds. You don't need to hear about... Toy Cat's meth joke story. So, what you do need to hear about, I love wearing jeans. I wish they could prevent you from addiction. Oh, Lord! Thank you, Jack Gamming. We are 14. No, you are 13. You dumb-ums. What's going on, Mr. Jack? Hope you're doing well today, Mr. Jack. You know, this Jack guy needs to get off the stream, am I right? See, look, it's funny. Is this part of the... Bastion? I don't think it is. Yeah, I'm gonna make the astute observation that it's not. So this is gonna be a real nightmare to like mine through. Don't know how we'll do it, but we'll work it out. So there are genes that make you more likely to be addicted. There are genes that make you others repulsed by addiction. See, I always hear these things, but it never like. I actually wait. Here's a question, chat. Do you think if you could like pay a certain amount of money, that would, like for like for a gene that would make you never able to be addicted to anything, would you take it? Because I would argue like. Also, there are gene tags for addiction, so if your parents did it, you'd have the gene tag to be more likely to be addicted. Also, people get addicted by social or desperate situation. Both my grandmother and my grandmother, my biological father, and my biological mother, all are smokers. Like, there's that. I could be wrong, but smoking is something. If you've ever tried smoking, it sucks so bad. Like, you only do it because you're addicted or because you want to be cool and you're a middle schooler, you know? Like, those are the two reasons to smoke. And the fact that, like, I can point out, like, not only both my parents, but, like, further up the line. Also, I'm the same with caffeine. My hands shake like crazy. Yeah, I know what the deal with that is. Also, yes and no, I'm addicted to my hobbies, but I don't want to be addicted to nicotine. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I almost was going to say, like, oh, yeah, I'm, like, mildly addicted to, like, work, air quotes, I guess you could say. But I realized even then, like, I have a problem. Whenever I think I'm addicted to working, I'm like, okay, I need to just take some time off. I need to make sure that I'm not just doing this exclusively. Always a worry. So I think I might literally be... Maybe it's literally just like, yeah, I'm not able to stay static long enough to be addicted to stuff like that. My inventory is such a mess. Don't know how this always happens, but you better believe it does. The uncombined bows in this inventory. I don't know how I even... Like, don't you think skeletons drop too many arrows? Sorry, too many bows? Like, it seems like a bug. It's such a time-consuming pain. Because there's no, like, proper combined repair system. But, we got here. It took me some time, but now we have one bow that's functional. And it's nice. We also got some gold we can brew up into a thing. Got some Ghast tears and some magma cubes and some bones, and there we go. We're good now. So, I feel like it's broken. I'm addicted to this high-quality content, says Silica. Hey! Like, you might actually be right. Like, I would argue, like, most people watch the same, YouTubers, same, whatever, TV shows for a certain number of years and then stop. Like, there are very few shows you can point to that go past 10 seasons. Like, The Simpsons is on 30-something, but so many people have stopped watching it. It's gone crazy down in the viewerships. Like, South Park's in the mid-20s, but still, like, it loses viewership every single year. The most people do lose interest in forms of entertainment after a while. I had this year of my life. I know this is, like, dumb to consider this, like, a big thing for me. But, like, I play a lot of games. This is just a part of who I am. There was this year of my life where my 360, which was my primary console, got the red rings of death. And I just remember that year I just didn't play games. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess I did other things then. And I remember after it was done, getting back into gaming, being like, I don't want to go back to that life. I don't want to... I like this life. I like having a 360. I like having a console to, to play on again. I like video games. But, so maybe that's like my one addiction. I'm also very addicted to food. I've got like a problematic relationship with food. Full on, One Piece over 900 episodes. But 900 episodes is still like 30 seasons. And like, plus Japanese shows, whole different ball game, right? Like, let's make that clear right now. We're gonna have to go down and pick those up. Oh, no, we don't. Easy. Actually, is there a bit down there? There's no bits down there. Nice. Whew. So, we're gonna be in a rough spot to go back to streaming once a week, says Tiffany. I generally wonder, right, like, how many people... I keep me around my apartment and this damn fly is following me. Just saying, summer is the worst season. How many flies do you find in winter? A few, actually, I think. But, like, I really do think... I was talking earlier about some Minecraft YouTubers that, like... It's also true for a lot of genres, but, like, it happens a lot in the gaming space. YouTubers leave for a bit, and then when they come back, their view totals are way down. It's the same with streamers. A lot of streamers are on this like this worrying, like for their health at least, grind, where if they leave for a day, a lot of people won't renew their subscriptions. You know, like their channel memberships here on YouTube, their Twitch subs on Twitch. And you know, like like every single gaming, you know, like particularly gaming content, I'm sure, like I could be wrong, relies on this like idea of like you only watch because like it's what you've always done. You liked something once and now you continue to do it. And I don't know, it's like a scary constant reminder that like, you know, you miss a day and there's gonna be some people who don't see you after it. And I've always had that, like I've now like the reason that I had like this big like I stopped streaming as much because I was like, if I stream every day for a while and then I stop streaming every day, a lot of people are going to be like, huh, no Toy Cat stream today. Never again will they watch a Toy Cat stream. I want these streams to be random. I don't want anyone to be here because like, hey, yep, just here for the daily Toy Cat stream. Because I'm horrified at that reality that you exist. People only watch because that's what they have always done. And there you go. Now you know about my fears in life about being replaced. I think I mentioned before, like, I think I've said before that, like, loyalty, like, on a personal level is just important. Because I've had so many, you know, disloyal people in my life. And, you know, you should probably, personally, I like a real sense of that. Having, like, fake loyalty is not ideal, in my opinion. And now you understand me as a human being. There you go. Do you like that? Is that fun? Meth Story says Prince of the Realm. No, it's like a very UK specific thing. Like, no one else will even get it. It'll just be like, someone's going to be like, oh, I can't believe Toy Cat would tell a story to all his 13-year-old fans. And it's going to be like, no, you gotta, there's this big worry. Also, woke up at 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to find out you're streaming. Off topic, but I know, what do you know, friend? I know words advice for people who feel depressed and hopeless, says Caitlin Smith. Tell us the meth story, please. You know what? I'll just say that it was meth, but spelled with a P instead of a T. There you go. Okay, we got this. We got this. Also, tea is a good addiction. Yeah, I would argue tea is probably a good addiction, actually. I don't know. My personal argument, like, I've got this, like, strong bias against any like, I'm so anti-addiction, like, this is really dumb, but, like, people have this, like, something I like to call lifestyle addiction. Hey, how old are you? Also, rip my sleep schedule, says Rosie. Okay, so I'm going to talk about lifestyle addiction in a second. No, wait, I'll talk about what to do if you're feeling depressed in a second. You know, if you're depressed, you'll probably be depressed in 10 seconds, but you'll stop caring about lifestyle addiction. And I'll stop remembering what I'm saying in that amount of time. So, there's this thing that I like to call lifestyle creep, lifestyle addiction. Like, there's a lot of words for it. Like, if, I've seen it happen, like, secondhand a few times in my life. And it's this basic idea that you, oh, there's some Blackstone down there. It's this basic idea that, like, when you earn more, or when you have access to more money, because it's not even earning more money at a job, but, like, if you suddenly come into money, a lot of people, you know, like, again, for whatever mean, it's usually working, but it's not always working. If you have access to more money, you have access to more spending, and people just, like, immediately raise their expectations about what they expect. Like, you know, personally, I really like McDonald's, and if you like McDonald's too, that's great. But then suddenly you start earning $1,000 a month because, you know, I don't know, you work for a company that pays that amount, and now, like, oh yeah, you can't just afford McDonald's. You can afford to go eat at what is higher class, like a Wendy's. Is Wendy's more expensive than McDonald's? Maybe you go to Five Guys every day because, you know, I can afford it. I don't need to go for those $3 McDonald's burgers. I can afford the $8 Five Guys burgers. I am feeling the highlight now. And then what happens is, instead of feeling that, like, enjoyment that you're spending more at Five Guys becomes the new normal. You spend $8 instead of $3. Again, I don't know how much a McDonald's burger costs in America. I'm sorry if that's really far off for both those things. But you spend $8 instead of $3. You get effectively the same amount of happiness, but it costs you more. And then people do this in all sorts of aspects of their life. Like, oh yeah, I'll get a more expensive car, more expensive apartment, more expensive, like, you know, laundry detergent. Like, every single thing just goes up without, like, You know, just because I can get away with it, like no structural things, and then you don't feel happy about each step. It just feels like the new normal, and then you've blown your money on this like lifestyle addiction, like this idea that you can feel fancier. $1 from the dollar menu, but like in the UK, there's like cheap burgers, but they're like, you know, you need like multiple of them to really equal a real burger from a normal place. Maybe that's not true in America. I don't know for sure. But yeah, so it's a problem that like a lot of people run into. Like whenever someone says on stream, it's few and far between, but like, oh yeah, I just got a job doing this. It's like that's like the one thing that can like save your life or save you a lot of like pain. It's just like don't get caught up by lifestyle creep. Just because those people working around you buy the expensive laundry detergent, you don't need it to. Just because everyone else is eating out, getting, you know, $20 lunches, don't do it because you feel like, oh, it's easy and I can. Do things because you want to, not because you feel obliged to. That's like a real addiction people have. Like, you know, like I have to drive my Mercedes A-Class. Is that a car? E-Class? I-Class? B-Class? You know, are they drugs or are they Mercedes cars? I don't know. Would you do a 1.16 Never Only Realm experiment? I thought about it, but I just didn't think it'd be very interesting. Like, where's the experiment in that? It's just join people, see what they do in the Nether. I might use it as part of a future experiment, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Talk about healthy addictions and the fine line between them. Well, that's the thing, right? I'm so like I try to avoid doing anything. Like, again, I would describe an addiction is doing things not because you want to do them, but because you feel compelled to do them. I browse social media, with the exception of like certain subreddits, but I browse social media, you know, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever else. I browse them not because I want to, I browse them because like I just, you know, like it makes the happy thing go off my head. I'm not improved as a person by the end. I don't feel good. I just feel like satisfied. I feel good, you know, I feel okay, and I satisfy the part of my brain that wanted to do it. But, you know, like when you're addicted to smoking. Also, refreshing Caitlin Smith's question. Any words of advice to people who feel depressed and hopeless? Hey, thank you, Mischievous. Appreciate you helping out Caitlin Smith. But you know what? Caitlin Smith, you're a nice person. So, I was going to be like, you know what? Caitlin, I don't know where I was going with that, so I figured, you know, we'll play it safe. We'll be nice. So, if you're depressed and hopeless, because, you know, life can feel depressing and hopeless in the best of times. And, you know, right now is objectively not the best at times, right? Don't know if you guys have heard, but things seeming real bad in some places now. So if you're feeling, I really don't like the way we have to mine around this and how carefully we have to do it. If you feel like there's like no real future, because, you know, like that's one of the scariest things to feel as a human being is that like your life is peaked, or like, you know, there's just nothing better coming off this. This is your best moments are behind you. Your only bad is ahead of you. You know, things that other people appreciate and value are no longer happening. That's like a scary, worrying feeling. The just not having desire or motivation to do anything besides the bare basic functions, and sometimes not even wanting to do those. Like I've been there. But the only advice really, like, again, this is actually like everyone gives us as advice that is bad, like people hate this. So I'm just saying this is like where this helped. This is what I did. I didn't hear this from anywhere. It was just like my idea. I was like, I'm just gonna make a list of things that would make me happy and do make me happy, you know? Like what is objectively something, because like even when you're depressed, there's something that would excite you. Even if it's like, oh yeah, I'd really like to go, I don't know, to Disneyland, or, you know, I'd be excited if I had insert person here in my life more, or I'd be excited if, you know, whatever like dumb particular goal that is, because, you know, all goals are dumb, but like that's fine. You can ironically set goals if you feel like non-ironically doing it is bad for you. But just like work out what does make you happy and then build goals towards them. Work out what steps lie between you and those things that you really want, and then start working on those steps. Because I feel like most people's form of depression, you know, like the form where like even showering is like this disastrous task that you don't really want to do. Bye, gotta go, says Minecraft Addiction. Goodbye, Mr. Minecraft Addiction. If like the lack of like goal, the lack of like reason to do things. Like, you know, like not showering is a thing you do because like, well, what's the point in showering? And well, what's the point in X thing is a really valid question you can ask about pretty much anything in life, I would say. So I'm really scared. I hear a magma cube somewhere. It's gonna be down there. He's gonna knock me in, isn't he? I wonder how deep down this goes, actually. Should we find out? Is it? Oh god, okay. Now we know how deep down it goes. That's useful knowledge to have. Never dig straight down. You guys heard that tip? I bet you haven't. I bet you haven't. Whew. Power is flickering. It's storming here. I find it crazy that people live in places where, like, your power is like sometimes there, sometimes not. You need to live somewhere where the power works all the time. So yeah, that was a scary situation. Anyway, speaking of scary situations, we're gonna just place an extra block over here and over there. I can hear a magma cube. Oh, okay, somewhere around here. I guess that was it. Okay, we're good. So yeah, like the lack of why do a thing. You know, it's like it's such a basic but important thing to work out. Like why do anything? Because so much of your life you're not in charge of setting your own goals, your own reasons. And so many people get to the point where like, oh yeah, all of a sudden I'm allowed to, but like, what do I want to do? It's like a genuine and hard to answer question. Like, what is the point? I hear you ask, and the answer is, you know, is there really one? The point is you find your own reason and goals, and you have to work towards them. And it's hard to do that. It's hard that all of it, like, the responsibility of being an adult, the responsibility of being a human being. Because I would say, like, people like to be like, adulthood starts at 18. Adulthood can start at, like, 12 if you're an orphan who has to raise your baby brother or whatever. Or, like, you're the carer for your parents at the same time. And, you know, like, adulthood doesn't have to start till 30 if you've got, like, a rich parent who, like, bails you out of every problem you run into. Like, taking responsibility for yourself is when you become like an actual adult that's really in the world. And a lot of people like have that transition into like, hey, I'm the dude who does stuff now. But the world doesn't treat you like you're a person worthy of respect. The world doesn't treat you like a real should we throw away the potion pot? Let's throw away the crossbow. There we go. The world doesn't treat you like a real person, adult thing. The world treats you like, again, the world has a real hard time transitioning into you are a person who makes decisions for themselves. And it's super interesting. It's super interesting because it means that, you know, and it's understandable as to why, like, how else would we measure these sorts of things? But I find people get trapped in the cycle of like, I don't even know where or what or how or why. And maybe that helps for you. That's what helps for me. Obviously, if you are feeling depressed right now, speak to someone about it. Work out what works for you, because everyone is different, and what works for me is not going to work for you. Well, true for a lot of things, by the way. Thanks, Toycat, at the very least. Your videos and your streams help me feel happier, at least for a bit. I think that the long-term solutions are always going to be much harder. But I think the simple thing is like, hey, if you work out, if you have all the things that you feel like someone should have, and even then you're feeling kind of down or whatever, it's always worth speaking to someone, you know? Like, I'm always a big, like, advocate for, like, hey, go do a therapy, friends. Reason you should go do a therapy is because, the reason you should go do a therapy is because, you know, like, there's lots of complicated things, like, turn into worrying circles and stuff like that. And, although, like, a lot of the time, like, okay, wait, the solutions for depression from the outside world are very few and far between. You'll find almost anyone who has anything to say about, like, hey, what do I do if I'm depressed? Is going to say something that basically comes from the inside of you. Or they're going to say, like, oh yeah, there's pills for that. But I'm always, like, cautious to recommend those pills to anyone because I've never seen someone who has the side effects not be worse or comparable to the depression itself. Depression, like the pills are there as like the last resort. And this is like a dumb thing to say, but like I think it's important what we got audience. A lot of people here that like medical science can solve a lot of things, but right now it doesn't solve depression. It just like plasters over it very poorly. Not gonna lie, this is all hitting really deep because I've been depressed for 5 years now. I feel like I lost my childhood 5 years ago. Again, I want to clarify, I'm not a psychoanalyst doctor. Well, I'm not a person who knows real things. This is my thinking, feeling on the spot. I could be entirely. Oh, I thought there was some left to get. I could be entirely off here, and if that is the case, then I'd just like you to know. I'm gonna mine these blackstone blocks. I'm not gonna add them to the total because this is clearly a blackstone ore pile, but it just looks kind of ugly and like I've missed some if I leave it here. So we're gonna add this to the chest that's not part of it. Oh, I hate magma cubes so much. So, yeah, again, I'm just rambling the words and the thoughts that are in my head. But yeah, I think there are such things as like positive addictions, because I think you really can be addicted to anything. Like someone said earlier, like, oh yeah, I wouldn't want to get the pill because I like being addicted to my hobbies. Being addicted to something is nice because, like I was saying, that one of the skills in being an adult, being a real human being, is in working out. You know, working out what to do and when and why. You know, working out why to do things sounds dumb, but it's a real challenge. Like, what is the point in the systems we do? Like, you know, if you picture like a middle manager who just goes around and talks to employees, being like, "Hey, I think you should be doing this today. It's Casual Friday." You know, that sounds like hell. You know, hellish existence to a lot of people. But yet, someone does it, right? How long do we have fire resistance for? We've got it for another minute 43. I guess let's just go in here and let's hope for the best. Yep, that works for me. We got a block of Nevrak here. We're gonna stack up a little more. Ooh, this is like so slow. What? Oh, it's because I'm capturing. Megan Smith, thank you so much. Glad to get to stream, even if it isn't a little bit. Need to allow myself a bit of time to rest and recharge. Ooh, okay, we're good. You can swim in lava now, by the way. Did you know that? Or I'm probably just flying. Probably just flying. Oh, I just want to get this block. That's all I'm trying to do here. Oh, God. Okay, I think we broke the block there. That's a tragedy. Yeah, it's forcing me to fly, I think. Not what I want to do. Oh, we lost that one. Oh, we lost that one. You know, this is not a working system for us. You know, we have to continue, though, so let's grab Blackstone from earlier. If we use Blackstone, okay, you know, it's fine. We're gonna use Blackstone from earlier. We're gonna place a block. Oh, I hate leeches in this so much. I want to talk, but thank you, Megan Smith. It's good to see you here today. And my favorite weather is probably, oh God, okay, even up here we can't guarantee anything. We got one of them at least. Hey, okay, no, I thought we picked it up, but it clearly burned. Well, that was good. That was high quality. Let's just get out of there. Oh, real soon. Real soon. Where's... Okay, let's just fly out. Live a happy life. It doesn't involve this in the slightest. Okay, that's the bridge dealt with. That was nice. Oh, I've got... My Blackstone is, like, separated down now. Is the 59 what I just mined and the 13 from before? Ooh, yeah, I think that's how it is. Don't know for sure, but, you know, we've lost enough blocks now that it's, like... mildly shaky maps. There's like a margin of error of like 1% or so. Okay, so she gave you money. Answer our question. No. You give me money and I'll answer your... No, wait. You give me money and I won't answer your questions. See how you like that. Wait. I'm not sure what point I'm trying to prove. I just... Blinker Blinker, you're also battling Bressons. It can take a while to find the right ones for you. Once you find them, it can work wonders. Please read my last message too, says Blinker Blinker. I did read it, right? Oh, no, I didn't. Right. Thank you for not avoiding difficult topics. Mental health is important, and even untrained internet cat can provide solid advice. I'm always so cautious because the right advice is different for everyone, right? And that's why you've always got to clarify, like, I am not the end-all be-all source, and you should never use me. Any science, medical issue is always based on the individual. The reason we need doctors, because, like, a lot of people... think in the age of like online, like why do we need doctors? In an ideal world, this doesn't always work, but the doctor can look at you as an individual and work out assumptions based on that, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, this thing has more side effects based on this, or, you know, like whatever else, like details, they can work it out. based on who you are. And okay, we need to get down here. And make a nice little staircase up, actually. I deserve a staircase up. Oh, we could just use this. That works for me also. Yeah, the reality is like it doesn't work that way in all reality. But I just always want to be like, hey, not a doctor, just giving my feeling, my stream of words that you can ignore if you really want to. In fact, I recommend ignoring it. Ignore everything I say. You know, when do I even say things worthwhile? 0% of the time. That's when. So yeah, let's mine up through here. Let's get up to the surface. And we'll make a little tunnel through here. It'll be nice. Oh, I love a good netherite pickaxe on Blackstone mine. Well, there goes the 13. We remember it's 13. We've got to take 13, put it in a separate chest. Oh no, 64. Put 13 in the right chest. Whatever. It's clearly lost. We have no clue anymore. To finish off on that. Oh, so Blinky Blinku says that exercise, eating enough, and sleeping well is key to improve mental health. Exercise releases endorphins and dopamine in similar levels to meds. That's 100% true. Also, yeah, I'm always like, a part of me is like, again, can I just respond just real quick and be like, the reason I didn't want to read it is because like, whenever someone says, hey, read my previous message, I'm gonna leave 5 messages, donate the minimum, and you know, try and use up as much like space as I can. I'm always like, you know, there is a way to, but like in this case, I'll just be like, yeah, the simplest thing you can do is you can just, if your life is running well, then the things built on top of your life, i.e. your mental health, your like, you know, stability, your like, all those things are built off just a basic like the way I see life is it's like a pyramid of needs, right? That's not even just me. That's a pretty common view of things. You can't have a well-functioning, you know, like until you have like at least an okay amount of sleep, until you have like at least an okay amount of exercise, and until you're like eating at the regular intervals to fuel your body correctly. Then you can't have the, you know, the next level up, which is like feeling safety. And if you can't have the next level up, which is like, getting all the levels out of order is very weird because it's like, hey, I don't get it. I'm not eating correct and I haven't slept in a while and I'm not showering every day because I don't care about hygiene anymore. But yeah, I'm going somewhere really happy. I'm doing the happiest thing in the world. Like, you know, maybe your crush is talking to you or you're going to Disneyland. Those are only 2 happy things in my example today. Also, thank you, Triple Threat. I'm back with the text on my cat friend. Wait, is that the one that came up? No, it was Godfather 99X. When our realms stuff's come to PlayStation 4 in 20-something. Actually, no. I am really surprised they haven't done it yet. I don't know. I was sure it would be in 1.16. Why is it not in 1.16? There's a question for the ages, huh? Okay, I'm gonna quickly take a drink. I think I'm worth one. Ice cold water. Can I shill for something real quick? I really love ice cold water. Like in theory, so then I'm gonna be like, you know how like every like Instagram beauty guru is always like, hey, here's this tea that makes you poop and then you lose weight because the poop takes up weight in your body. Ignore the health downsides. Let me do the same, but for ice cold water, right? So ice cold water is this like magical drink because not only is it hydration, which we all agree, hydration important, right? Hydro homies. Not only do we agree hydration is important, but also it fills up a little bit of your stomach space so that you eat less. And like, again, if like me, you've got an overeating problem, water is great for that. But because it's ice cold, your body has, like, you know, it cools you down a little bit. And your body has to warm it up to, like, deal with it. I don't know what the logic is on that, but because your body's 37.5 degrees Celsius. I think it's 82 Fahrenheit. I don't care about your random degrees, but it's, your body has to stay at certain degrees. And ice cold water below that degree temperature. So for every, like, I think it's every, like, 10 or 100 milliliters, your body has to burn a calorie just, like, heating it up. Because a calorie is just the amount of energy it takes to heat 1 milliliter of water by 1 degree. Fun fact. Megan Smith, I know getting help may seem hard, but after 8 long years, I'm starting to heal. Attempts on my life with brain damage and injury. Wait, I'm gonna make sure I get that one right. Attempts on my life left me with brain damage and seizures. I now need 24/7 care. Don't wait. Oh man. So first of all, okay, yeah, no, I want to echo that message to everyone else. Like, trying and failing suicide is it's a very, very, very distraught process for anyone involved with that. And also, like, you know, like, if you like, right now, you might think your life is messed up. But no matter how messed up you think your life is, especially if you're young, like, even if you're not young, if you're relatively young, if you're over the age of 60, get out of there, you know? If you're depressed, you know, you're gonna die soon, so why even fix it? But if you're under the age of 60, and even if you were 60, you could have like 20 years left to live, but you have like statistically at least half your life in front of you, watching this stream. If you're 13 years old, as we know you all are, you would have 7/8 of your life ahead of you. If you're even, you know, 25 years old, you've got roughly 3/4, probably more because of life advancement, if you can get your life right? So, the key lesson is like your things can seem messed up now, but you usually only notice things are bad. Like, you don't notice when things are good, you notice when things are bad. So, you know, Megan Smith, you know, seems she's feeling happier now, but like she's probably upset about seizures. It sounds like. I don't know if you're pros. I don't know if you like seizures or if you're you know, against them, but like you secretly wish you didn't have them, probably, right? Is this impolite conversation? I'm not sure. I'm gonna at least slightly back up, but like you only notice when things are okay, thank God. I'm gonna get gold nuggets by mining one of these Guild Blackstone wrong. That's gonna break my heart. I return for the 10th stream to donate $2. Thank you, Finn Moolah. Did you know Moolah is how like if you're American, which you are based on your $2, Moolah is how they took the like U of the 2 dots in German into an English name. Because in English we don't have like all the wacky characters. So you take, you know, A with 2 dots and you make it AE. You take U of 2 dots, make it UE. O with 2 dots, make it OE. Fun fact. That's why Dr. Oetker is like... Yeah, anyway, whole fun story. Anyway, you know what isn't a fun story, though? Cancel seizures. Petition to ban seizures. I'll take seizures. You know, chat. I've had this controversial take for a while now. I am anti-depression and anti-seizures. Like, honestly, I think people who are pro-seizures are sick. I'm gonna do the thing that people do on the internet all the time. I'm gonna attack invisible enemies. Be like, ugh, these monsters who think seizures are okay. Yeah, so like, you only notice when things in your life are bad. Like, one of the things, I've had like some form of digestive issue for as long as I can remember nowadays. Actually, it lines up roughly in the point of my life where I said I was eating like exclusively meat for a while. It was a dumb diet, but it's probably unrelated, but it's potentially related. But like, my stomach like does not like me at all when I throw most good things into it. I still throw the good things into it, and I just have a lot of pain as a result, which is probably bad, you know. bad life advice at Toy Cat. But like, you only notice when things get worse. Like, I hurt my knee. I fell off a skateboard. I decided to learn to skate at 24 because, you know, normal human being, definitely not a midlife crisis. So I decided to learn to skateboard, and I went really fast, and I like fell off my skateboard, like hit a car. And my knee like really hurt, but it was like, oh yeah, it's like I can walk home, so it's gonna be okay. Like my life lesson as a kid was like, if you can walk it off, it's all fine. But like now, even like every now and then, I just have like this intense like knee pain because I didn't like wait for it to heal. I didn't like deal with it. I was just like, it's fine, I'll leave it. I went climbing the next few days. Anyway, so because of the like I lost the ability to like instant heal. Like as a like teenager, if something hurts you, you just walk it off. Every single issue just vanishes. It's gone. And basically this is a, oh god, how many piglins spawn? I guess it's a Bastion. I can't be doing that. And it's one of those. It's just a reminder that like you notice when things are bad, you don't notice when things are good. So like, I guess there's a lesson in there. Like you can fix things now and still have a life 99% of people desire. Like I always like to mention this one as like because people, you know, like if you think about how some people have like an absurd amount of money, you probably don't have an absurd amount of money. If you do, guess what? Streamlabs.com/toycat. But oh god, what can we replace for this? We can throw this down for now. But every if you presumably don't have a lot of money, and you think like, man, rich people who have a lot of money, their lives are so much better than mine. But most people who are wealthy, like, and this is statistically true, you accrue money throughout your life. Or at least, you know, you're meant to. Not everyone does. But generally speaking, the older you get, the more you have. And, like, because you earn more money as you, like, most people earn, like 45 and 50 or so. I'm not offended by it, and I'm glad we're talking about it. I'm only 8 years old, managed to punch myself the other day during a seizure. I have grown and learned. Again, don't know if this is impolite to do, but that is hilarious to me. To, like be like, you know, I punched myself. You know, that was the moment I learned this is a no-go for me. No bueno indeed. But no, I wish you luck in recovering in the near future. Or again, I don't know the situation. I don't know how seizures work or how any of that works. But good luck. Unless you don't want good luck. In which case, bad luck. There you go. Hey, I'm 9 years old, stole my mommy credit card. This is my first Toycat tax. Yay. I'm sorry, you have to be 13 years old to watch this stream. Any older, any younger, get out of there. We only talk to 13-year-olds here, friends. In a few years, this clip will be used against me, so I'm gonna not say that too much. But yeah, so, why are you mining so much Blackstone? I mean, Blackstone's good for you, right? Don't you agree? Don't you think it's a good tool? I think it's a great tool. Throw the Gilded Blackstone in there. We got 55 Gilded Blackstone now. Look at that. This is the real resource we're here for. 13-year-old gang. Oh, man. We've been streaming now for an hour and 22 minutes. And just the fortress just doesn't get smaller. Ooh. Anyway, so, if you're neutral in terms of oppression, you have chosen the side of the oppressor, Desmond Tutu. I'm gonna... Okay, first of all, I actually disagree with that statement, but... Because the logic is... you know, there's this funny thing I've heard, like, I think it's silence is violence, right? Like, oh yeah, if you say to everyone, you're either on my side or you're against me, like, those are the only two sides you can be, it's like, well, now, you've just turned your side... You've made the other side much stronger, like, you're turning people into the opposite side from you. Like, most people are neutral about most things because not everyone cares about everything. If there is literally a tyrannical government killing systematically... Oh, God. I think, like, those are the situations we think of. And, like, there is one, perhaps, situation where a tyrannical government is maybe killing a large number of people. Maybe that situation happened somewhere in the world recently, and you should care about that, right? But, like, a lot of people have this argument that, like, if you're not on my side of every issue, you're against my side in that particular issue. It's like, that is how you make your side smaller. That's not how you make it bigger. No one's gonna be like, oh, you know what, I didn't... If, you know, I don't know. I just want to throw that one out there. But, like, generally speaking, the more we... Poorly timed donation. Oh, did I miss one? Use my mum's cousin's uncle. Also, when you said you found it quite funny, maybe giggling, I appreciate that. Some of my tough towns been made easier by bizarre, hilarious Toycat humor. I generally do think, this is my, like, based on everyone I've ever spoken to, whenever there's, like, something bad, laughing about it, bringing it into the humor world is so much better than not. You know how there are some people who are like, oh yeah, you should never joke about serious things? Never make jokes. And I definitely think that, like, bad jokes and, like, jokes that don't come from a place of warmth hurt more than they do good. But every person I've met who has, like, some more serious condition is like, please, joke about it. Or, like, there's some, like, elephant in the room, like, hey, you know my nose? Let's make a joke about it. Or, like, you know, I know I'm a tubby blue whale. Like, whatever, like, thing it is, right? If you just don't reference it, it's so, like, the elephant in the room, I mean, literally in the case of the example I just gave. But the elephant in the room, right, is always going to be more awkward if you just don't address it. Like, there's this funny thing where it's like, let's just pretend that, you know, you gotta pretend that certain factors about certain people don't exist. Like, it's a very weird world where you just gotta be like, oh yeah, you just, like, everything should be addressed and then hopefully unaccounted for. Like, hey, if you are a different type of X than I am of Y, let's acknowledge that, you know? Okay, I have my birthday and I'm 13 now. I was kidding about using my mommy's credit card, such my brother's, cousins, uncles, friends, dog trust money. You know, suspiciously close to Alina Khan's message. You know, I reckon you two are in cahoots. Also, love you. Thank you for the dogs. Also, dogs trust fund. That's very cute. That's very, very cute. My favorite thing is making other people uncomfortable about my own illnesses by joking about them. You know what, Chantal X Lee, right now in front of 2,871 people, joke about your illness. Right now. Give us a joke. Right now. Do it. I wanna laugh, and I want everyone else here to know about your illness. You said this, so it's fine. We are not in cahoots. That's what you would say if you were in cahoots, though. So I mean, I don't know what to believe anymore, but clearly not the internet. But yeah, so should we finish the Burger King tangent? You know what? Let's never finish the Burger King tangent. We're never going back to it. It's never happening. Also, this pickaxe is so close to dead now, huh? This is basically over. Hey, how you doing, friend? You doing good? I'm glad to hear about it. So why aren't you speedrunning right now? Says Handy PE. I really want to try for the speedrun record because they just reset the leaderboards. I'm very excited for it. Some of the best Toy Cat stories are unfinished. Honestly, maybe a story's better if you never finish it. If you never finish a story, like, you know that meth story from earlier? Whatever you're imagining in your head is way better than whatever the real story is. I'm just gonna ruin it for you right now and say that. Like whatever story you imagined, way worse. So I was telling someone about my heart conditions, and I said, oh, it's okay. Some people have it a lot worse. And they said, oh, you have a good heart. And I said, I mean, not really. 10 out of 10 moment. There you go. That's good. I like that. There we go. Like, I think especially, like, you joking about it's better than someone else doing it. Because what I like to do, like, I like to, like, throw in a joke and then see if people deal with it well. And if they don't, be like, you know, this is, guess you don't joke about that one, huh? And then I make a joke about me instead. And I'm, like, really mean to myself. Like, you know, like, if someone really doesn't like it when you tear them down, they will like it if you tear yourself down to, like, smithereens. It's like, well, you know, you know, I look like... Who's that one guy I look like from Stranger Things? Or like, you know, at least... You know, like, I feel like tearing yourself down as a countermeasure just in case it goes badly. And it's like, now we're both at nothing. And you know what? Friends who... Best way to be friends with someone is if you both think nothing of yourself. That's bad advice. But no, I really do think, like, a lot of friendships... I think it's dumb. This is like a very schoolyard thing, right? But like, a lot of friendships do have this element to them of like, oh yeah... This only works because it's socially advantageous for us both. I think the less that people think about themselves, the better their friendships and relationships will be. So I have dyslexia, but I'm great at maths. When I say I forget how to spell most words, they are very surprised. You have to. Oh Lord, why did I do that? Okay, that's a problem. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. I'm gonna have to deal with this like ASAP, I reckon. Ooh, don't like this one at all. So let's just get ourselves in here. Where's the lava coming from? It's coming from up there. Okay, that's easy enough to fix, right? We just have to... Okay, we can't mine through here, but we can mine down a few blocks. And we can try and get in there from, like, above and the side. We're gonna make sure we have, like, a block to replace... Oh, there we go. See, look at this. Look at me, the pro lava remover. And then we just place a block back there. And now the lava flows away. And we'll deal with that later, and then the lava won't be a problem. Easy solution, easy issue. That's why we shouldn't mine through here, as much as we clearly are doing right now. It is a bad thing to be doing. Anyway, so, just showing what's the conversation topic, says Max Hunter. I was talking about how you should make fun of people with disabilities, I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't phrase it that way, though. But no, I want to clarify, actually. I feel like, again, only do this if you feel like the person is vaguely friends with you. Don't do it with strangers or, like, wants to be friends with you. It's a good way to show, like, friendliness, in my opinion. Like, maybe just me. Again, I think there's, like, good ways to bring something up and bad ways, and, like, jokes are generally a good way to feel for something. Because some people are, like, aren't, like, good with themselves, you know? Like, one of the worst things is, like, if you point something out about someone that they don't know about themselves, bad way to learn is through a joke about it, because they'll be like, oh, yeah, this is... Actually, no, one of the funny things is, like, there are so many things that people would prefer you tell them about than learn via just, like, rather than learning themselves. Like, if you get all the way through a day and you realize, like, oh, yeah, turns out you had, I don't know, like, a bloody nose. Your nose was bleeding all day and you didn't realize. That's a bad example. This is the best I can do, I'm sorry. When, someone literally almost killed you. I wanna also, you was really fast, never tie yourself down to make someone else comfortable, says the day tripper. No, okay, wait, first of all, I want to clarify. Don't literally tear yourself down in a way that makes you uncomfortable. But, like, but if you are comfortable with the idea of, like, yep, like, if you don't think so highly of yourself that, like, a joke about your own worst bits makes someone feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you feel uncomfortable about being torn down, then don't tear yourself down. But if you want to be more comfortable about tearing yourself down, then it's a pretty good idea. And if you want someone else to be comfortable about them being torn down, or like they're worried about it or whatever, or you tore someone down by accident, like you said, hey, what's with the fake wheelchair, huh? And they're like, I need this. I was in a car accident 26 years ago. I've considered suicide every day since. And be like, well, you wouldn't believe that I'm lactose intolerant and I eat cheese, even though I'm addicted to meth. Actually, no, that that happened to me once. Where someone was like, you know, they felt awkward about a thing, then they're like, oh yeah, you couldn't tell it by looking at me, but I was seriously addicted to meth. I could tell by looking at them, but I didn't mention it. And I was like, yeah, there we go. Now we're all good. Now we're even. You know, sometimes if you bring someone else down, you feel bad about it. Just bring yourself down further. That is my life pro tip. Chat, stop using lag machines. A lot of people genuinely think that when the chat goes fast, their stream's lagging. I find that quite amusing. Anyway, so I was talking about lying because when you everyone thinks that telling the truth is so hard to do, but I think lying is much easier, and it's like so ingrained to it. And people think that they don't want lies, they want the truth. But again, all of the evidence actually points to the contrary. And allow me to prove that to you. Because again, all of the, most of the situations, how does one even start being addicted to meth? I've always wanted to know, right? Like, I wish I'd asked my one, meth addicted friend, so how did that one happen? You know, what's the deal with that then, huh? Like, was it fun? Did someone get you into it? Or you trafficked as a child? Like, have you ever read Fahrenheit 451? If so, what do you think about it? I have not. So I think it's a bad measurement system for temperature, and then it's a number that is kind of high. Anyway, so actually wait, chat, I learned this. I saw this post that I thought someone was trolling with recently, but then someone who was sitting next to me was like, no, that's freaky. But I saw this tweet that's like, WTF, I literally can't get over the fact that 51 is divisible by 51 is divisible by 17. So chat, I want to ask, and then I thought it was the person like messing me so bad, and then I asked my mother because I had a lovely phone call, not real life conversation. Good guy, toy cat, not spreading diseases. But and then my mother was like, I don't like that fact. And it's like she's not on the internet, so she's not being ironic. Like she doesn't understand irony. Maybe she does actually, but like I was just like, what is this? What is life? You know, baby, don't hurt me no more. Don't get me wrong, but like, why is 51 being dividable by 17 like an uncomfortable fact? Can anyone tell me? Can anyone like, is this real for you too? 51 divided by 17 is the weirdest math problem ever. Is it though? Is it really? How's that 103 achievement thing going? 103 achievement thing?
I have a theory that we each have finite number of Fs to give. I think I am running low, so I do not give an F as much as I used to. Here is your allowance.
My fear, I actually would agree with that on a more fundamental level, right? Like, you can only, every single thing, like, this is like it's like a human imperfection that's kind of a cool thing depending on how you see it. But like, we're like taught to believe at any point in life that the thing that we're dealing with right now is the most important thing. Like, oh yeah, we're getting buckets and we're getting shulker boxes. We need to remember both those things, buckets and shulker boxes. It feels like it should be prime because 17 is prime and 51, it just feels like it should be divisible by something. Yeah, 61 is prime and so is 41, but 51 is divisible by 17. And a lot of people don't like that one, apparently. I don't know, but it's real uncomfortable, says Holy Water. Like, if it wasn't so widely shared, I'd be convinced the internet and was getting together to goof me. But then it's just an uncomfortable fact, apparently. And I don't understand. How does maths make people uncomfortable? But apparently it does. And that's just something I've got to get over or something. Anyway, we're gonna grab some gunpowder from the potion chest. I've got a lot of it, by the way. We could make some TNT, huh? That would be nice. Barrels and ender chests. Oh yeah, an ender chest would be a good idea. I don't know why I don't have one. Do I have ender chests in my ender chest, actually? Hey, I do. I have a ender chest in my ender chest. I might as well use it. No, I can make another one. An ender chest uses an IF ender, right? And some obsidian. So we can find one of those lying around. So here's my 48 iron. That's 16 buckets. We probably need more iron than 16 buckets, but we'll work with 16 and go up from there if we need more. We need like at least some more. You know, I'll go with an extra 6 ones of these. Then we need wood to make some stuff from. So 12 chests would need 24 wood, right? Yeah, 24 wood. And you know, I can't stop thinking about buckets. We'll bring a couple of blocks of iron. We'll bring 4 blocks of iron. And then that should be like, yeah, I think that'll be good. We good to go? What else are we forgetting? Yeah, well, actually, wait, let's grab like let's just make a whole stack of ender chests. Let's grab some obsidian. Okay, let's grab 8 ender pearls. Let's grab 8 blaze powder. We can find that in the nether. Then let's find 64 obsidian wherever we can. I have so much obsidian in my Minecraft world, it's dumb. Because I mined the end towers, which no one should do. But I did do, because, you know, life is fun. Whenever Toycat hears the word Java, he contemplates crime a little bit more, says Iftars. I genuinely do. Also, good night, Megan Smith. I hope you have a delightful evening. I think of something when I see your username. I wonder what it is. Like, I think I know someone who looks like you. If an end chest inside of an end chest, does it technically have itself inside of it? Yes. Factually. Ender chests can loot infinitely. There's just no gameplay value to that, sadly. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we need a stack of obsidian. Easy enough to do. 81 is divisible by 3. Was it like 27 times 3, right? Would be 81. Wait, do you like that one, chat? 81 is divisible by 27. Does that feel wrong to you all? Does that feel wrong? But yeah, I think we all like being lied to. It's like one of the things that like is so wrong, and you should never, you know, like. But there are so many situations where a lie is not even just like better, but is literally required. And I think service is the best example where like, if you say how are you doing, and your waiter or waitress, you know, let's assume you have a waitress today. Toycat the feminist. But your waitress is like, hey, I've not been having a good day. My boyfriend just broke up with me, and I've been considering suicide. And honestly, I just need to. I need to really kick this meth addiction. If your waitress says that, you'd be like, I'm doing good. You know, and then she's like, oh, but how are you? And you're like, I'm good, thanks for asking. That's awkward, right? Because the correct response to how are you is not tell me how you are doing. The response to how are you is I'm doing great, thanks. How about you? In a smiley voice. Unless they're a close friend again. Honestly, I'd tip her $50. You know, I should be a waiter so I can say I broke up with my boyfriend and I've really gone into meth recently. Anyway, you know, again, you know, if my waitress was like that, I would love to talk to her and be like, so how'd you get into it? Like, what? Is it fun on the first time? Did you know, when you get that first bowl of meth going, and you know it's literally, you know, it's the one thing we look at and we go, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Did you think of yourself as that crazy person, or what was the scoop of you? You know, that's the question I really want to ask. Anyway, let's I thought he was an old dude who had very old. I didn't know you were young, says Thunder Rose. That's interesting. How old did you think I was? Old, young? Oh yeah, I've got paper in here, right? Yep, got some paper. Grab 8 paper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's make some more fireworks, because I'm using a lot of those today, it seems. And let's go to the nether. Perfect. I left for an hour and Andrew is still talking about waiters. See, this time it's a different thing. It's about how we all like waiters to lie to us. But also, if you're in a store, right? You're in a Home Depot. See, I know American stores. I know my audience. Tip me $1, you American capitalist pigs. I don't know how I was going with that, but you know what? See, look, I use references to your home goods stores. You know, I reckon that's worth a couple dollars of your money. I've upped my demands. I want $2 now for saying Home Depot or a Lowe's or what else do you have in America that's like hardware for people? You don't have Bunnings. That's Australia. You know, I don't know what you have, but Home Depot or Lowe's, right? You go in there and you say, hi. I was wondering, could you help me find a, thank you, Rosie Farrow, Lowe's gang. Thank you for the $2. But, you know, like, if you ask, like, hey, thank you, Tony A, you know, more model citizens need to be like Tony A. See, that's how you get references to Lowe's and Home Depot. By supporting the references you like. So yeah, okay, funny British man is for $2. This is my favorite dumb little accidental tangent we've ever been down. You know, thank you American viewers, capitalist scum, for supporting the Home Depot Home Depot gang. Home Depot represent. You know, thank you for your $2 to represent my American references. I feel much more valued in exchange for using them now, and that's good. You know, you've done me well, America. You know, Lydia Estrada too. You're all delightful people. Americans who appreciate my references to Lowe's and Home Depot. Where is my money, friends? Where is it, huh? Why won't you tip me $1.99 like Dr. Cookie or Rosie Farrow? $1.99 is not $2, and even worse, it's not being in Steam Labs. Lowe's gang. Lowe's or Home Depot, let me know. You can only let me know with your US dollars, friends. That is the only way that you're allowed to do this one. But you walk into a Home Depot or you know, a Lowe's, you know, chat. You decide which one it is with your messages. This is a big decision for you to all make. Oh, we need to make buckets. Actually, we'll make a crafting table over here. You know, why not? It's like place it down. Oh, if I make a crafting table, I won't be able to... Oh, goddamn. I pray I've got a crafting table somewhere around there. I've got it, right? I've got to have a crafting table. So you walk into your local Ace Hardware store, as Adam Barth says. Oh, wait, Zotel acronym as well. You know, so you're in your Ace Hardware, and you ask, hey, could you help me find the doors? Now, what should the employee say to you? Should the employee be honest and say, I would really prefer I've got like things to deal with right now, and honestly, helping ugly, you know, pieces of you know, mess like you find doors is not one of them. No, what you expect them to say is, oh yeah, the doors! People make that mistake all the time. At Ace Hardware they do. At Ace Hardware, they lose the doors all the time. So what you do is you go down aisle 12. Actually, I'll come with you. I love going and looking for doors for the 30th time this week. Oh, what a wonderful thing. You're starting to get into construction. What a unique little hobby you've got there. Yeah, I'd love to help you find the home construction aisle. These are things that no one says at the Home Depots. What people instead say is, yeah, that's where the thing is. Hello, I am Puss. And thank you, Great Griffino. Thank you for supporting my high-quality Home Depot references. I do appreciate it. The employee should just give you 6 wood planks, says Finn Whirly. But yeah, like, you want the employee to lie to you, or at the very least, you want to believe that he enjoys that thing, even though you know in your head, there's no anyone actually loves telling me where the doors are. Like, they're in the middle of doing something important. They don't want to drop the thing. They want to focus on that thing, but customer service, like, even though I appreciate it because I don't like dealing with people and I want the interaction to be as painless as possible, customer service is a job where you lie to people professionally. Like, hey, here is a thing. I'm going to lie to you so that you feel like I'm friendly and you get the information you need from me. Again, in an ideal world, I wouldn't talk to a Ace Hardware employee. You know, no one's excited to talk to those employees, probably. Actually, wait, if you go into Ace Hardware, or, yeah, it's Ace Hardware right now. If you go into an Ace Hardware, are you, like, excited to talk to the employees about where the doors are? Are you like, you know, I actually, you know, this is kind of embarrassing, but I felt we had a connection last time I was here, and I just come here every week to, you know, because I want to be able to talk to you. Is that a thing that happens at your Ace Hardware American friends? Again, cannot explain or relate, but I can feel on your behalf. I hear piglins everywhere. Okay, there's the piglin. Do not like piglin noises. I should really wear some gold boots, huh? This is a dangerous job. Okay, let's go. So I'm gonna check my inventory spaces. I've got 10 of them. No, I've got like 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, nice. There goes the lava. Oh, Lord, almost fell into it. Now we're gonna go down to the middle bridge kind of area. Oh, okay, no, we're not. Oh, okay, we're here now. That worked perfectly. Like a ballerina. And then we're gonna grab... Can we grab it from here? We cannot. If we go closer... Yeah, we can't grab that from here. I don't think we should try anymore. I reckon it's a very dangerous game we're playing of ourselves right here. Is Ace really that hard? What does Ace wear? People from non-English countries are watching. Cool, says Yuri Cesari. Yeah, I don't know why it's been happening. Like, I don't know if something's happening with the Philippines or with my channel. But the number of Philippines-based viewers, I guess they're not definitely Filipinos. But the number of, like, Philippines viewers I've been having recently has been, like, skyrocketing. Oh, God, wait. Okay. Flying away. Let me out. Don't kill me, Ghast. Don't kill me. Let me live in peace. Here. Okay, I'm in peace. That was nice. It was not nice. I think I might have lost the lava bucket into the fire, too. Let's hope that's not true. And let's set this one aside as the lava bucket shulker box. We should probably color it like lava color or something. You know, that's not a thing we're going to do. What we're going to do instead is place some more shulker boxes down. So I guess we got to remove these blocks. Yep, that works for me. Shulker box down. Shulker box down. Shulker box down. And then I guess we want to, like, make an area over here to... Yeah, there we go. Nice, wonderful, delightful. Lava color. Pretty sure that's what it's called. Tell me if I'm wrong. In Ace Hardware, they sell the souls for the children that enter the building. You know what? You're Ace Hardware. Ace Hardware sounds nice. I should give it a visit sometime. I am not familiar with the hardware of the Ace variety, but it sounds nice the way you all describe it so lovingly. But yeah, I'm excited. Today we're going to get to break this netherite pickaxe. Actually, we should save it for tomorrow. We'll save it for the next stream. I'm going to tease you all a little bit more there. Okay, so let's fly back in. And let's start dealing with... Oh, God. Look at that. Look at that lava flow. problem we've developed over here. Okay, this is... Oh, I didn't even put the... Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Don't need to deal with problems. Problems are for the future to deal with. Right now is for enjoyment time. Something we literally think about on like a human-wide scale. Are we good? Okay, we're good. Next one. Scoop, scoop. You know, I miss the scoop, scoop songs. You know, whatever happened to Toy Cat going scoop, scoop into the lava? Because I think we made a great downgrade the day we stopped going scoop, scoop, scoopty lava. I'm gonna definitely bring it back. So yeah, what I'm trying to say, that's three: the waiter, the Home Depot employee. You know, the craziest thing about, like, you know, the concept, like, okay, I know this is gonna sound like some crazy conspiracy theorist stuff, but the government doesn't really exist, right? There is no such thing as government. I started talking about the government not being real, and then my stream went down. Maybe this is a bad sign. You know what? This is the story the government doesn't want you to hear, friends. But no, there's no such thing as the government of a country. There is no entity that exists. It is a collection of small entities that we group together, but they only group together because we believe they group together. When I like choose to enter America, I have to go for I think it's called DHS, Department of Homeland Security. I have to go for an employee whose job it is, you know, to make decisions on America's behalf, following America's policies. You know, the American government's policies, I should say. A government that is not a person, does not exist, but is like a functional set of rules. You know, since this person is acting as an individual, he can very easily break those rules, you know? Like, if he decide, you know, even though, like, you know, even if I look super suspicious or whatever else, he can be like, this guy's cool, I've seen his YouTube videos. He can override those if we want to. There, you know, like, if the concept of a government, the concept of anything else, right? There is no one entity that you can describe as, oh god, why do I set myself on fire so frequently? It's very hard to define what the government, air quotes, really is, because it is this vague, nebulous grouping that includes lots of things within it. And because it's not a singular person, it only changes if all of the people agree and believe that it changes. It's like a consensus-based model, right? When everyone comes to the same agreement that yes, there is a government, and when all of the government employees agree that, oh yes, I will enforce the government rule, you know, about like hypothetically, let's say they want to be like, actually, you know, I think we're gonna start letting people in. Oh, that burns. Literally, it's funny. If your boy wants to just be like, you know, I'm gonna start letting people in or not based on, you know, whatever thing about them they want, they totally can. That, despite the fact that you're dealing with the government, you're dealing with a person, and that person has more say. And that's true for any individual thing, right? Any function of the government is down to the individuals performing the will of that collective. Like, you know, if for instance you're tax inspector, you're a tax evader, but you're tax inspector. Like, I mentioned this before, but I had I was searched and stopped by a member of the, like, a New Zealand, like, border force person who was, like, a strong libertarian who hated government. And he traveled with gold bars because he knew a loophole where you couldn't carry $10,000 of cash, but you could travel with that amount of gold. So he's like, here's what I do. And here's how you can avoid being searched by people like me in other countries. And that's hilarious to me. Like, an anti-government government employee, if you watch Parks and Rec, it's apparently a plot line in that too. But, like, it's hilarious, but it's actually a pretty logical consequence of the fact that, like, you don't need to, like, strongly support something to be a member of that thing. We have these, like, groupings. We have these, like, these big groupings that only make sense because we all agree that they make sense. They only exist because we all agree they exist. If every single person who lived in the United States tomorrow thought to themselves, oh yeah, there is no such thing as the US government, it would cease to exist. That's dumb. That's really dumb. I know it sounds like genuine conspiracy theorist level. But, like, what part of it exists? There are buildings that belong to... Like, it's like... This is a thing that people have done with police forces, whether you like it or not. If every single person says no, the police does not have the power then actually they have like guns. In America, they have guns, so I guess it seems to have gone pretty questionably there. But like, if everyone agrees that there is no power in this organization, then because that organization relies on getting its power from the people's consent to, you know, have power over them, then it stops doing so. And in practice, like, you know, we could all collectively agree tomorrow, like, if every single person on Earth besides Elon Musk said, hey, Tesla never existed. There was never a Tesla company. Tesla was just the name of these random electric vehicles that started pouring out of a factory one day. Even though that's dumb, because obviously Tesla existed. And police have guns, but so do the citizens. Honestly, I'm surprised. Okay, I don't want to talk about this. It's like, I don't want to dive into the realm of politics and all that nonsense. But like, I'm surprised there aren't more shootings between like the police and citizens in America. Like, what's the deal with that? Does anyone know how you avoid that? Like, why there aren't regular like shootouts or whatever? Maybe there are regular shootouts. I just don't know about them. Do you think there's gold on the other side of this? I bet there is. So I'm going to start destroying the front of this now, just because I want to like see the progress, you know. Seeing progress is like a powerful motivator, in my opinion. Thank you very much, Vincent Andrews. Good to see you. Good to see you here again today. I hope you are doing delightfully. I say, there we go. Nice rhyme. Don't shoot cops. Stop talking about that. People don't like being shot. I don't like being shot either. I have a strong preference. Honestly, okay, am I not? Tell me this one, friends. I really want to know, like, what it feels like to be shot. And I know there's no way to find out without an incredibly painful and very dangerous procedure. But what I want to have happen is I want to, like, temporarily take over the body of someone being shot. Choose today, huh? Something is happening with the internet today. I'm sorry. You know, you talk about wanting to be shot, or you talk about the American government, and they shut you down. Conspiracy time. But, as some reports say, it hurts to have a small bullet hit you because big bullets shut down the nervous system. See, right, I'd love to feel a small bullet and a big bullet. It would be cool. Like, I want to have that comparison because of personal experience, you know? Like, my experience of most, like, there's a lot of things in life that are exactly how people tell them to be. And there's a lot of things in life that, like, people way over-exaggerate, you know? Because they want the, you know, like, I was just talking about things that only exist because we believe they exist. Or, like, there's a lot of things that are only good because we all collectively say they're good, you know? Like, the entire, if you think about, like, I don't know, like a fashion brand, like, Gucky, for instance. Everyone loves a nice Gucky handbag, I do believe, I've heard. Spare hug, Mr. Toy Cat. One hug for Chef Jennifer. You like this hug? Bring it in close there, friend. I look really ugly up close. Now you know why I stay at this distance, huh? The only reason that Gucky has any value as a brand is because most people know of them as being expensive. The real expensive, you know, like, I don't imagine their clothing is 1,000 times higher quality than a Primark or H&M basic shirt or whatever else they sell. But what it is it's more exclusive, and because people know about it as the brand that expensive people buy. People, even if you don't have money, you can buy this brand to show I have money. You can buy it to show money you don't even have, because of the association that people make. If everyone made objective assumptions in the moment about things like that wouldn't exist. Even the very concept of, again, Gucky itself could not exist because, again, the founder. Okay, we need to. The founder of Gucky Clothings. Toy Cat, stop bullying yourself. Only I'm allowed to do that. I will continue to make fun of myself all day. You know, again, I'm bringing myself down. I made fun of chat too much. I made fun of your government, and now I'm gonna have to bring it back up and make fun of myself. Like, wow, you guys hear about the train that left town? It was going anywhere right here. But anyway, so like, if you think about the company Gucky, it was founded by like Antonino Gucky, you know, some Italian man probably. I assume it's Italian, it might be French. Gucky. Gucky is an Italian luxury brand of fashion and luxury goods. It was founded by Guccio Gucci in Florence, Tuscany in 1921. Really, his first name was Guccio? Man, his parents did not like him. Guccio was born in Florence, Tuscany. He's the son of Tuscan leather craftsmen from the country's central manufacturing region. As a teenager, he was a lift boy at the Savoy Hotel, inspired by the elegant upper-class
Almost
guests.
missed this, and I think abuse of power is a human nature or flaw, and they are using it to push a political agenda. Trump 2020.
Okay, so almost missed this. I think abuse of power is human nature or flaw. I think they're using it to push a political agenda. I think abuse of power is a human nature. If you give people power, some percentage of people will abuse it. I think that goes without saying, right? Like, the percent is something we might all disagree on. Like, some people would say 100% of power is abused. Some people might, you know, like, I think that's a pretty extreme position. Some people might say it's only 0.01% of power. But, first, click at tax. I just wanted to say thank you. You've really helped me deal with depression for the last few years. Sorry, Streamlabs didn't help, says Guyan Zerbas. I'm glad the streams help. So many people have said, like, it helped with depression. So either, like, everyone's depressed and, like, anything can help you, or something about, oh, God, particular about the streams that we do here on this channel is helping people. Maybe. Or maybe people are just saying it because it's, like, catchy and they saw someone else say it and they're like, you know what, sure. But, isn't it interesting that, like, something about just having a real conversation, not just a surface level conversation about, hey, you see that ludicrous display last night? Or like, hey, did you guys hear that the beaches are closed? I heard that people go to the beaches. You know, like, rather than just having conversations about hate and, you know, again, like, it's one of the most common, easy, like, traps to fall into is it's so, talking about, like, people instead of their ideas is really fun temporarily, and it's, like, it's built into us as, like, a gossip thing, but it doesn't advance us as people. Well, like, when we talk about the ideas behind things, that's a whole thing. Speaking of talking about the ideas behind things, let's go back to talking about Guccio, or Gucci. So this man, Gucci, was a lift boy at the Savoy Hotel in London, inspired by elegant upper-class guests and luggage companies such as HK Caves and Sons. He returned to Florence and started making travel bags and accessories. He made the House of Gucci in Florence as a small leather-owned family shop. He made a store in Milan and then expanded to Manhattan. So, also he lived in the UK during his final years. He looks like a British man. This is like a fat British. He's very fat. This is a large gentleman. But his brand, not because of its inherent quality, but because of his desire to make it look like things of inherent quality. Which, you know, there is a style that is like, once you go past a certain level of expense, a lot of people think that, like, you know, rich people things are objectively better. And I do think, with the mild exception being probably like housing, because housing is based on purely like demand-based things. But like you know, like I think Bill Gates has said the same thing. Like, once you go past I don't know, 50 million or something, it's the same Dick's, which is his favorite hamburger restaurant or something. But like, you can't get a better Five Guys than Five Guys, even if you have $100 million. You can get like a private custom-made chef, blah, 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 but it's not Five Guys. There's a thing about that is appealing to people, even millionaires and billionaires or whatever, that isn't appealing to everything else. Also, thank you very much to Jin. Watching you die repeatedly hilariously and yet keep going is inspiring. When have I died, Mr. Jin? Or do you mean like emotionally died? Like, because we all emotionally die all the time, which is beautiful if you really think about it. We're all just people going through cycles of death and then bringing ourselves back to life through our rebirth for ideas, right? But anyway, let's combine the bows again. Look at this, slowly but surely getting there. Wait, you don't have a totem? I disagree with you. Oh, you remove your message. There you go. That's what you've got to do. All the tangents are connecting so well. You know, this is a top 10% Toycat stream today. My tangents actually make sense together. It's not just Toycat talks about how words don't make sense, and then Toycat talks about how words do make sense. Then Toycat talks about the fact that words making sense is something that only works because words don't make sense. That's what a normal stream is. I miss that. Let's go back to the good old days of those things, huh? I super chat, so maybe you can get better internet, says Vincent Andrews. Yeah, honestly, so I have like super solid internet, and it works like really well compared to most packages, especially compared to where else I'm looking. But the real bummer in it is that it just has occasional few seconds of outages. And the only real solution is to get a second internet line. But then most of the time, like, I have to pay a lot of money to get a second internet line. Because if I get a second internet connection, they'll just use the same cable, which will have the same exact issues. So I have to spend a lot of money to get a second internet line put in. And it's something that only I will appreciate. And it's like, okay, so we just suffer. We just have a live stream with some suffering. Because a lot of people, like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm crazy, but a lot of people have said, like, oh yeah, your streams look better than most streams on the internet. I can't. Like, someone commented that, and, like, it was one of those things that made me go, like, yeah, they're better than the other ones on the internet. I know it. I know that that's true. Let's put this one as the next lava bucket. We're gonna need a lot more lava, right? There's gonna be a lot of that we go through. Is it just me on Minecraft? Bedrock hunger run out frustratingly fast. It's so annoying trying to go anywhere and having to eat a stack of bread. Yeah, you have to eat food of high saturation in Bedrock. If you eat bread, it, like, I don't know if it's a bug or if it's just like the old hunger system was really that bad. But yeah, it runs out real fast because more actions strain it as well. Like, walking on Java doesn't use any hunger, walking on Bedrock does. On Java they have this like balance where you mostly lose hunger for eating stuff, whereas on Bedrock you lose hunger for doing things. So fun fact. Maybe. No, you lose hunger for losing health on Java, whereas you lose it for other things than that. You go from talking about stores to governments. If you think about it, Ninja Hawk, is a store and a government not the same thing? A store and a government are both collections of individuals coming together to serve some great purpose. Because again, I mean, at one point a store was like a dude who sold some things to you. But now, like, almost universally, we accept the definition of store as like, oh yeah, it's this chain, it's this thing that exists, like, pretty much nationwide, right? God damn, how often is this gonna happen to me? You're the best, you make my day so much better. I do like seeing my name pop up. That's the real benefit of super chatting. All this other stuff is just, oh god, we have to pick that up later. All this other stuff is just steps between you and your name, huh? Store equals government confirmed. But it's like a collection of individuals working towards a thing. It's like, I think it was Rosie Farrow who said earlier that she had a Burger King near her that, like, it wasn't officially allowed to be a Burger King anymore, but they were just using the logo and the branding anyway. Like, is that a Burger King? If they use the logo and they use the branding, but they're not officially sanctioned by the company Burger King, is that a Burger King? And vice versa. If there is a Burger King that is officially, you know, a Burger King, like it's sanctioned, it's licensed, it's got all the stuff coming from the BK Corporation, but it's all branded as Hungry Jack's, you know, just coming up with a crazy name out of nowhere here. Definitely not a real situation. I think something broke. Hello? Am I live? Say pineapples in chat. Actually, no, wait. Talk about pineapple. Talk about Hungry Jack's and this thing. Is it a Burger King? If it is a run as a Burger King, but it's not. Chat froze for like 20 seconds, and I've never seen it that bad. Like, I thought it was like something was broken, but I guess like no one responded. Hungry Pineapple Jacks. You know, I messed this one up. Really, this is on me. Oh, it's so satisfying breaking base salt with this. So satisfying. A piglin gave me garbage when I traded him, says Kurt Alvarez. You know, you gotta trade and trade and trade again. That's what I reckon. Lemon that digger Australia calling BK Hungry Jacks. You know the secret, Tony, eh? But yeah, is a Hungry Jack, even if it's officially sponsored by Burger King, but it's not called Burger King. It has all the same burgers though. Oh, like yeah, it's like a whole different restaurant, but it's by the Burger King company. Is that still a Burger King? It's obviously I'm talking about a universe here. Versus is a Burger King that lost the rights to be a Burger King is not officially part of the
tomatoes.
Thank you, Vincent Andrews. But is that still a Burger King when it's off the grid and disconnected? No, it isn't that simple. So it's not Robert Woodson. Right? There's this line in our heads where something starts existing as a thing that we recognize, and it's a little bit blurry. Like, when does a McDonald's become a McDonald's? Is it when they put the logo up? If you put McDonald's on an unrelated building, not a McDonald's. Is it when they have the 99p? Sorry, it's the dollar menu in America, right? When they have the dollar menu, is that officially a McDonald's? Well, I mean, lots of places have dollar menus that don't. If it's the exact same dollar menu as McDonald's, but they're all non-McDonald's items, is it a McDonald's? It's like, oh, still not really. At what point is a McDonald's, you know? And the answer is there isn't a point. There is just because franchises are very strict with their requirements. They all look the same regardless of location. Even though they're very different, made up of different employees, different staff, often sourced from different farms and places, with different looking furniture, different sizes, different everything, but it comes under this one brand, and there's this feeling that it is indeed this one brand. But just because there's a feeling about it being a brand, is what it says it is. Discontinued Burger King is Burger King. See, when you go there, do you feel like you're getting Burger King?
It's when the sandwich doesn't look like it does on the menu.
That's my favorite like trope about like fast food places. Like, yeah, can't trust the menu. But what my least favorite thing in the world, actually, can you tell me what you think about this one, chat? In London, there's a lot of like independent stores of every type. Like, some people like that, not personally my thing. But sometimes you go in there and they have pictures of the food that they clearly took themselves, or like some non-professional did, and it looks so gross. You see an actual play of how it actually looks, and you're like, no, I don't want this. Give me a fake over-the-top representation where you pretend it's some real bacon and like pretend, you know? It's like you know, some guys have this attitude of like, oh yeah, I think that I don't like girls who wear makeup. They think you know, wearing makeup is lying to your date, the person you're with. It also, it's like flying off the left. It's so odd. But like some people have that opinion because like, you know, I really hate everyone. I hate people who wear makeup. What they really probably think is like, I hate people who wear like heavy makeup, but they don't understand the difference between like the makeup that looks like makes a person look normal and or conventionally attractive and or like heavy makeup. But like anyway, if you actually saw someone like not wearing makeup, they'd be like, oh yeah, but this is a disaster too. Like, there's a certain lie in selling yourself at the best, but selling yourself as your worst is awful. You ever see people who like take like ironically bad selfies and post them, and you're like, well, I don't think you're attractive in the slightest anymore. And it's like, huh. Coral Bastion. Oh, that is such a fun idea, Mr. Memes. Should we like make a giant underwater? Oh, I'm thinking about this idea now. I want to do this. Let's make a Coral Bastion. Let's make a mega deep ocean. What a fun idea. Andrew, in your video earlier, you said, hello, my BX Toy Cat, until 2 minutes in, gave me anxiety. Oh yeah, every video where I delay the intro, which is like something I'm trying to do as like a tester, people like freak out in the comments, and I find that interesting. Oh, it said Carol Bastion, not Coral Bastion. Never mind. Guys wear makeup too. Oh yeah, but I think it's like, and some girls don't wear makeup too.
And it actually looked the same on the menu first time I had MCDZ in like years.
I personally think that the menu should be an over the top. If it looks like the thing on the menu, I'm unhappy. I'm like, no, this is, I don't want to order from here, sirs. You know, make the effort. Like, sell me on what this could be. Don't sell me on what this is. Like, I like the option to look online and see what's real. Sure, you know, like that's nice. Expectations versus reality. Sure, why not? But because my expectation has been built on so many years of lies, it's like how, again, if every single person in the world agreed collectively, yeah, no one wears makeup anymore, we're all au naturel, then, you know, like, everyone would look the way they do when you wake up next to them in the morning all the time. Even then, probably not. Like, there's like things you can do, like, you know, can you ban lotions and like stuff like that too? And like, you know, you smell better in the evening than you do in the morning. But like, if you like, you know, like the horror that people have when they realize that people look different with and without makeup on. It's the same thing as like, you know, looking at a burger, you know, fake versus real. But because we live in a world where people have, you know, like, can make themselves significantly more beautiful, which is great. I love it. I love the face paint that people put on for their benefit and or mine.
Toy Cat is possibly.
Toy Cat is possibly. Toy Cat is possibly what though? Toy Cat, what's your go-to McDonald's order? I only realized recently, because McDonald's opened in the UK again, but they don't have like any special burgers. I just realized like I don't have anything that I'm like wildly excited about at McDonald's. My go-to order is usually like in the UK, there's always like a deal to get a Big Mac and fries for like $1.99. It's always like medium fries and you don't get a drink. And like I usually get that and then get like, you know, some weird side, like maybe some chicken. Like I like chicken selects a lot. They're like McDonald's does the best fried chicken, way better than KFC in my opinion. I came here because there aren't any more Harry Potter videos to see, says Juliana Nordquist. You know what? For you, Juliana, let's talk about Harry Potter, huh? What do you think about Harry Potter, friends? I think it's a good book. I really liked Harry Potter, honestly, as a child. You realize like the universe is built really shoddily, and I think like the number of times they have to like write around it in the latest books is kind of funny. Like there's this, you know, like right in a world where magic exists, you have to put limits on that magic to like make a real story. But I think in the first book, she just wanted to make it like as wondrous as possible. So there's just so much stuff in there that just doesn't, like, it breaks the universe later on and they have to be like, oh yeah, this was a one-time thing. Like even like the invisibility cloak had to become like a Deathly Hallow or something. That was clearly a way to be like, oh yeah, these aren't common. This is a one-time thing. I wear makeup and it's to express my creativeness, so I appreciate you saying that. I also very much enjoy your stream videos. Oh yeah, my controversial, apparently, it's not actually controversial, like, it's that thing, on the internet, so often, it's easy to think that a lot of people hate a thing, like, the majority of people hate a thing, and are pretty unreasonable. Most people are pretty neutral about most things. 90%, I'd say, like, especially if we're talking about, like, guys, but, like, I'd say it's, like, 80-something% of people and 90-something% of guys have no feelings about makeup. It's just a thing that exists in the world. People who like get really strongly like it's a form of art you're doing on your face, and coincidentally it activates the feelings, or like it activates whatever weird you know, like primate, you know, DNA just defines who is a attractive you know, person or not, or an attractive mate or not, whatever. It activates those dumb you know, like those weird targeting rules, like, you know, like when your lips are. Let's not talk about why lipstick is important. Actually, I was going to talk about it, but like I feel like someone's going to find controversy and be like, Toy Cat, you're telling 9-year-olds that you know the reason red lips are more attractive is because that's what happens when women are aroused or something. It's gonna be like, okay, no, we won't tell 13-year-olds that. We're gonna wait till you grow up to learn about those things. But you know, like I really do think like that most people feel neutral about it, and most people who do care are like, yeah, actually, makeup's cool, good. And I'm gonna go ahead and like double down on that, Alexis Davison. If you're like cool at it, if you're good at it, sorry, you can make good makeup art. That's awesome. Go you. Do you wait? Yes, queen, slay it, girl. There we go. Look at that. I can speak internet. You've got us 9-year-olds, then 13. Pick one, says Tony. Eh? I called you 9-year-olds, then I remembered we have to call you 13-year-olds for legal reasons. I'm sorry. You guys all aged for 4 years earlier today. It was a big moment for me too. It was a big moment for me too. Oh yeah, go me. Okay, so this is my first live stream. Welcome to your first live stream, friendo. Why is it when I stick with women her lips are blue? Hey, nice one. I see what you're implying there. Very, very sad to hear about your relationship with the people call it the fairer. I'm gonna Google where does the term fairer sex come from? Are they fairer in the sense that they're like less unfair, or are they fairer like, oh yeah, something looks fair because it's good? The fairer sex. Dated humorous women. Translate the fairer sex to Albanian. Sexy me edrek. What is it in Norwegian? This is not a... Wait, and then let's put this into Google Translate. Det mer retivich nukuron. In English. So I just translated that phrase into Norwegian. Okay, god damn it. Give me Google Translate. Translate. Give me there we go. Detect language.
Det mer rättfärdiga kön. The fairer sex. Det mer rättfärdiga kön.
This is what I do for fun when I'm not streaming. This is how I never get anything done. For people who are always like, hey Toy Cat, how have you still not organized your chess room? I go down tangents like that, okay? And then 3 hours later I'm like, why am I looking up Mr. Guccio Gucci, the founder of the Gucci company. Because the the real deal, the real thing that makes anything exist is our acceptance as humanity that that thing exists. Oh, chat, I'm gonna break this pickaxe some more. You ready to see a Neverite pickaxe break? You excited for this? It's gonna be a big moment. It's gonna be a big moment. Oh, look at it. You seeing it slowly go there? You're seeing it happen, block by block. Oh yeah, this is good. I can't wait to get a job so I can pump 40% of my earnings into you via Streamlabs, says Sean Gerard. Man, 40%. You are paying the top rate of Toy Cat tax at that point. I do love how many people we actually have here. They're like, oh yeah, I file my taxes once a quarter, and then I feel like we have to file a Toy Cat tax in there too. I find that extra funny. I like that. I enjoy that as a human being. Maybe it's just me though. Maybe it's just me. No, don't break it, says Zahir Covington. I don't hear you. What I hear is we should break the pickaxe. Okay, so anyway, let's go ahead and let's get this one finished. So, I'm so used to watching stream replays that I forget this is live, says Hexic HCX. You know what? If you watch stream replays and this is your first live one, Hexis HCX, good to see you. Today I'm going to give you a rare, once-in-a-lifetime Sarah referenced their beauty, Old English and beautiful, but was not associated with justice till the 1800s or so. Yeah, it's funny how many words have, like, changed their meanings pretty much entirely in that way. Like, I guess, like, fair is an obvious example we can look at because we're just talking about it right now. But, there's a lot of words like, the reason, like, antonyms come to exist is for that same reason. I'm forgetting the one I'm thinking of, like, I want to say, like, damn it, no, I can't think of it. But, like, famous can cover infamous now because the difference is kind of, like, being lost by society. Foring means the same as, like, there's a lot of weird words that happen because, like, fire resistant. No, wait, flammable, it means the same as inflammable is another really dumb one. Like, if something's flammable and something's inflammable, it mean they both mean it's, like, not fire resistant. And, it's always amusing to me, like, stuff like that. Oh, God. When it comes up, but, like, humans, like, humans are like a river. If you don't know, rivers, in real life are, a body of water that go from the mountain to the sea. And because it's a huge amount of water, we're talking thousands of gallons, the river, like, it's just trying to find the easiest path. There's a lot of water, and over millions of years.
I'm fascinated by food stylists and photography. I think it is neat that they use glue instead of milk, mashed potatoes instead of ice cream, and motor oil instead of pancake syrup in food photography.
Oh yeah, I have learned about those things, and it's like, they're lessons I unlearned because it's like, okay, I like looking at the pretty food pictures. I don't want to be imagining the motor oil they're actually using or the glue. It's like, you know, oh, please tell me I can pick that one up. It's like, you know, if you learned that, because back in the day, makeups existed for a really long time. Like, back in the day, it'd be like, oh yeah, I use some beeswax to make my eyes look delicious. Or whatever word I'm trying to say. I don't know what I was trying to point out there. Did that just spawn in there, or how was he there? Break the pickaxe, please, says Olivia Cashmore. I'll break a few more blocks for you. This is for you, but I'm gonna keep teasing you. Look at the pickaxe not breaking. Ooh, it's good, isn't it? Lockable and unlockable. Oh, you're right. Wait, unlockable, lockable. It's similar. It's not quite the same. Anyway, so rivers. Rivers are like thousands of gallons or liters or whatever measurement you're happy with of water. Like moving from, you know, a mountain where they freeze and unfreeze or whatever, down to the source. Down to the, you know, like the sea, getting back to wherever it needs to be. Because it will flow continuously till it reaches it, for whatever reason. Or until it reaches a lake, technically. But like, it flows till it reaches a large body of water. That it, you know, like, it goes downwards. Because it comes from a mountain. Mountains are high, water's down low. I'm hungry now. Me too, man. Me too. I ordered an ice cream earlier. Has anyone ever had this happen? Sorry. I'm going to finish my river tangent. I'm going to teach you about rivers, whether you like it or not, chat. Elizabeth won on her lead-based makeup. Your thoughts? You know, I think it's sexy if someone's willing to lead poison themselves just to look good for me. That's all I'm saying. But has anyone ever had this happen? I just want to quickly rant about a thing. I had a salad for lunch today, and I was so pleased with myself. I was like, I am the hero this world needs. I can eat salads even when I don't really want to. And to reward myself for eating a salad for lunch, like the healthy decision I made, I was like, I deserve an ice cream sundae delivered on Deliveroo now. Deliveroo's like the UK version of Postmates, I think. And so I ordered a sundae. I made my own. I made it very over the top, and the place just denied the order. Like it said, actually I can just tell you, it's like a Creams Cafe. They turned down the order. I didn't realize that was a thing they could do, and I thought like, oh yeah, well they're just closing or something. They were open for a whole another hour afterwards. They just chose like, oh yeah, we don't want to make this, so we're not going to. And I was kind of mad because imagine that happening in real life. Like, isn't that has anyone ever had this happen? Is this common? Because it blew my mind. Like, what you can't just choose not to make and they can apparently. They can just choose to be like, ah yeah, no. Like imagine going to McDonald's being like, I'll have a Big Mac and large fries, and like again, this is why we don't like lies, right? And the cashier goes, nah, don't feel like it. It's like, I wasn't asking because I thought you would say no. I was asking because it's more polite than demanding, you know, a Big Mac and medium fries or whatever. Like I feel like, you know, technically speaking, at least in America, like, you know, there's no law against just McDonald's being like, no, make your own Big Mac and fries, you insert slur here. But like in the UK, sorry, just like it's not an expected thing regardless of where you are, I should say, no matter how legal it is. Like why? What? I'm just confused beyond belief is what I'm trying to say. That they could just turn it down. What did you order? I ordered an ice cream sundae with Kinder Bueno, some white. But like they didn't even say why. They didn't even say, hey, would you like it different? They get, no, you ordered wrong, you idiot. And I'm just mildly mad. I just didn't understand. And I only realized like 20 minutes later when my food didn't arrive that they'd cancelled it. And anyway, today I learned you can just have your food cancelled and they don't have to like explain or justify. They can just be like, yeah, we didn't want to deliver it. You know, make it yourself, you dumb And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But tell me, has this ever happened to you, friends? Have you ever just have your order be cancelled? Is that normal? Is that like desired functionality? Because I feel like, okay, hypothetically, right? I'm gonna make this into an argument for equality. So let's say we could work out for sure, like, because I'm sure you can, like demographically speaking, look at the average McDonald's order for a woman and a man. Like, I'm sure women probably order fries by themselves more than guys do. Actually, you know, fact check that one, chat. But like, you know, you could probably look at it. You could work out statistically what is ordered more. In the same way you can look at like supermarket products and work out what's ordered by each gender more. And then you could work out, then like, let's say you're really angry at women because your ex-girlfriend broke up with you and you still haven't gone over it or whatever. You could, hypothetically, use that, you know, knowledge that you pick up and be like, I'm going to turn down all women's orders. And that would be discriminating based on sex via their order, right? Am I wrong? Which, if I'm not mistaken, in most countries is illegal. So therefore,
maybe they should insist on you getting a milkshake when ordering at Burger King.
Oh man, that first of all, long term ban clearly. But that interaction, still one of the most awkward fast food things I've ever had. If you don't know, many years ago, I was at Burger King, and the guy was like I asked for something, and the guy's like, he was clearly so stoned. He was like, you clearly want a milkshake, don't you? And I was like, no, I want the big Whopper burger with fries. He's like, but you want a strawberry milkshake? Yeah, tell me you don't want a strawberry milkshake. And I was like, no, I don't want a milkshake. And he's like, I know you want a milkshake. He was like trying to like build a rapport or whatever. You know, this is why people shouldn't be honest. He was being honest that he thought I wanted a milkshake, and I wanted the things that I was telling him I wanted. Also, welcome Thunder Rose to the Support Cat Club. Congratulations on being the last member of the day. How does that feel, friend? How does it feel to be the last person who became a member during this live stream? Actually, I'm gonna see. Did we hit 500 members again? I feel like we hopefully have. We had a pretty good few days here. We're at 496. Okay, you know, actually, chat, I take it back. If anyone is watching right now and you like round numbers, because who doesn't like round? I like round numbers, and I cannot lie. And if you agree, do you feel like you know me yet, lol? I can only make general. Again, we can pretend that I know you perfectly, but I still only know the things that you're telling me, friend. You gotta tell me the worst things about yourself, and then I've got to see you like, you know, be drunk at a Burger King, asking for a milkshake. That doesn't seem to happen in America. It might happen more that you don't order in person. But the fact that you can, like, look at someone's order and like turn it down based on that, I think is a real like. I'm just saying that there needs to be like a civil rights case on this. Like, let's get the Supreme Court involved. Can I get turned down based on my? Because I just wanted an ice cream, man. Trying to get more members. Toycat Tactics says Shravnia. You know, you say trying to get more members. I say here's a direct call out, Shravia. I said it wrong the first time. You know, I'll pronounce your name correctly if you become a member. That's my high quality suggestion. But no, if you've ever wanted to become a member on the channel, I'm going to politely suggest, hey, did you know if right now you join, we could hit 500 members, and that would be cool. You know why that'd be cool? Because who doesn't love round numbers? So yeah, if you've been thinking about it, now's a good time. If you haven't been thinking about it, you know, who wants emojis anyway? Who wants a nice green name so their name is more visible in chat? Who wants these things anyway? No one wants these things at all. That's the answer. Aliyash Chase, if you don't pronounce my name correctly, that's true. Welcome, Emily Dakin. See, once again, by the way, proven that Emily's, or Emma's, it's Emma's, you know, names that are derived from Emma/Emily, just the best people. They are nicer on average than all you other non-Emilys here. I appreciate our parasocial relationship. I mean, I think our parasocial relationship, it's obviously always going to be slightly one-sided. But if you get past that, if you just be like, hey, yep, that's fine. You know, you're going to know me more than I'm going to know you. And if you think if you learn to think about the good sides of that, like, you know, I have an emotional breakdown, not going to burden you with it. I'm gonna order an ice cream, and I get sad that it doesn't come. But thank you, Tony8, for becoming a channel member. We are now at 498 channel members. Is there any two people, you know, if 0.1% of you watching just decide to become a member, we could have the dream happen. You know, here's my special. I will guess one fact about you if you become a member right now. This is me really like e-begging right now. This is like this is me going maximum camboy status. I'm gonna guess around. I'm gonna give you a horoscope for the month of June if you become a member right now. That's my high quality sweeten the deal situation. Hey, thank you, March3258. You know what, March, you will have a bad swimming experience this month, and you'll meet a man in a red cardigan who will not matter in the slightest the rest of the day. Hey, Adam Barth, thank you for becoming a channel member. You will not be smelly at all this month. Oh, I realized next month would be a better horoscope month, huh? You're not gonna think about it. I'm just gonna instead say thank you for becoming a channel member. Okay, we hit 500. Okay, S Blinks, you will have very dry eyes during the month of June, and also you'll do something you're scared of doing. But oh wait, I think I missed someone before S Blinks. Olivia Hashmore, you know, you're New Zealander, so you're gonna run into a sheep at some point this month. That's my high quality thing. Hey, Kevis! Thank you very much. People love horoscopes. You know, I've worked it out, friends. People love their horoscopes. And that's why, Kevis, you're going to run into a snake this month. It's going to be like one of those garbage snakes, you know, like, oh, it's a grass snake. But it's going to be scary. And also, you're going to be happier this month than you were last month. Hey, Alexandria Quanby, you're going to be a Tanby. No, you're going to, okay. Alexander, you're going to have a big financial reward this month. V-Dub, you're going to find a new genre of music you like. You're gonna like it much. There you go. That's that's my high quality thing. Okay, thank you everyone for coming along today. Not a cheap cat anymore, free, so you still have to guess. Vincent Andrews, you're going to have a change of faith this month. You're gonna change your opinions, you're gonna reform them, and you're gonna realize that you're wrong about something. I don't know what it is. It might be about food, it might be about the government, but who knows for sure. Fishbird DD, you really like, you're gonna visit an aquarium this month, but you're gonna go to the wrong place and it's gonna be a zoo. There's your horoscope. Is that even a horoscope at this point? I like to think I'm nice. Again, I have seen no evidence to the contrary. Not a single impolite, over the top Emily. Everyone's reserved, nice. Sorts of people you want to be around. So yeah, thank you very much, chat. You stepped up. We got to 500 members again. There's some cool benefits being 500 that I can totally use now. We get some more emojis, and I didn't use them last time, but this time I'll make sure we do it. We have 506 members, which is always cool. So I'm glad that simping is what it takes. Also, now that you're a member, you officially are a wife of the channel. That is a less than conventional way to describe your 13-year-old followers. The legal guys said that's a really bad idea, but you know what I said? I said, damn it, I'll marry the 13-year-olds if I want to. Again, that's a joke. That is a joke that I am saying right now. If you use that out of context, then you're no worse than, people who don't understand jokes. But you know what isn't bad? This stream coming to an end. I had a lot of fun today. We mined a lot of things, including a lot of Gilded Blackstone. We're now at 69 Gilded Blackstone, so high quality, very funny. Now the Piglin Bastion looks... There's another hole in there, isn't there? Oh, no. Now the Bastion looks like this. And it's a pretty nice bit of progress to make. The bridge is gone. The lava's out. I think it's going to be another stream and a half, though. Like, we need to really grill down and get it going. But where are you going to find Pigstep in your world? I'm just going to keep looking for more Bastions, I guess. In fact, I might do a stream. Tell me if you want to see this, because I know we got to be doing some speedrunning stuff soon. I want to look for 1,000 Nether Gold ore, and while we look for 1,000 gold ore, I'll look for Pigstep. Pigstep and 1,000 gold ore. There we go. I'll combine the two. The quest for Pigstep, brackets, and 1,000 Nether Gold ore. Okay, thank you very much for watching today's live stream. Thank you for all the new channel members / wives. Welcome to the live stream. I mean, welcome to the support cat club. The real cat club. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, but what I am saying is thank you for joining, because you are delightful human beings in your own way. Except when you're not. Anyway, I'll see you... tomorrow. No, Tuesday. Also, there's new Dungeons DLC out on Wednesday, so I'll see you for that as well. If you like Minecraft Dungeons. If you don't like Minecraft Dungeons, then I won't see you there. Goodbye. Back to another live stream on the internet. Today, I'm going to be mining an entire Piglin Bastion. And by that, I mean this is the third in the many-part series, apparently. There's a lot of Piglin Bastion to destroy. You don't realize it till you start to throw a pickaxe at it. And that's why I figured, we need to up our game. We need to throw down, something better than we've had before. Let's go ahead and let's make ourselves a netherite pickaxe. This is obviously a big thing to do, and let's break this entire thing right here. So yeah, I made myself a fresh netherite pickaxe right now, and it's going to be a really interesting one to see this entire pickaxe go from start to finish, and also to see how long it lasts in real terms, with a beacon of haste on sometimes, and just kind of going at it. So I'm looking forward to that. Hi everyone, I'm IVX Toycat. Hope you're doing well today. If you don't know who I am, then boy is this live stream not the place to say hello. I actually saw a comment on today's video being like, this is like the first video of yours I've watched, and I have no idea what you're talking about with this whole, this joke about these 6 diamonds, but you've gone too far. And I guess it's kind of a fun reminder that, like, people on the internet, you assume that everyone's in the same boat as you, like, in regards to how long they've known about insert YouTube or whatever for. But like, well, an audience for anything, you know, at a show, for you know, for whatever you're talking about, the audience is always going to change over time. Even the audience for like a grocery store, you might think, oh yeah, there are people who shop at Tesco, or what are the American, you know, there are Walmart shoppers. That's a hotly contested thing, right? But in reality, it like changes over time, and that's just an interesting thing to start today's thing is. How are you today tonight? Toy Cat says, Ring Kittens. I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking. I honestly, it took me so much self-control not to do speedrunning tonight. I was like, okay, I want to speedrun more than I want to do anything else, and that's why I've got to not do it. I've got to, you know, I've got to get back into some survival Minecraft, just do some normal live streams. No records being broken today, except record for, you know, most times drunken out for fishbowl. Got the fishbowl gun on stay. I also got one of those slush drinks, but because it's so hot in here, I don't know why it's so hot, but like, my slush turned into just a drink. So I've got myself a drink. I've got myself some water. You know, most drinks consumed on a stream. I've also got another one of those. Oh god. I'm not showing you my drinks anymore, because I have more important issues, apparently. And I forgot to bring buckets again, because I just, I don't remember until it's too late that there's a huge bucket crisis going on. So we're just gonna get rid of that block there, and the lava can go away, and we can get back to dealing with stuff. So yeah, this entire pickaxe will be broken today. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and if you don't believe that, then boy, you're not gonna like what I have to say next. I don't know what I'm gonna say next, that's so bad. But you know, let's pretend that I'm gonna say something you don't like. We summoned you successfully with /summon Toy Cat. That is how that one works. I'm gonna quickly get my chat over here so I can see you better. Thank you, my friend. You know, I say my friend. You know, it's just a polite way. You know, can we talk about this real quick? I know I don't like to dive too deep too early on. But there's this interesting thing I learned in real life about if you want to be friends with someone, just call them your friend, and they'll either agree with you or it'll be too awkward for them to say no, and then you'll have made a new friend. So just be like, hey, my friend. You know, as one of my close friends, they'll be like, oh wow, I didn't realize we'd gone to the close friend level yet. Like, this might be a guy-only thing. I'll quickly add that disclaimer that, like, relationships work very differently based on your geography, based on your, you know, your gender, socioeconomic status, all the other factors. But, just kind of awkwardly, you know, just act like someone's your friend, and then they technically are. It works great. Hey, Toy Cat, I spawned a wyvern in a cave under my house that blew the entire thing up and on my chest and my netherite, so that's fun. Also, Toy Cat tax. See, a part of me says this is why you should have backup to your world, but the much more fun part of me says, you know what? This recovery is going to allow you to, like, something about, you know, like, we're destroying things right now, right, intentionally, but something cool about destroying and destruction in general is it allows you to rebuild in a way you kind of can't when something's already there. Like, if you look at, like, especially, like, really old cities, a lot of cities have things in just inefficient places, and if someone likes the way something is, even if it's inefficient, it's hard to get rid of it because you're taking something away from someone. But if nature does the taking away, it means you can kind of fix that, and it's great not just
tax from the Welshman.
Hey,
to the breaking
my Welshman,
pickaxe.
Damien Hills. Also, yeah, it's gonna be again. I'm sure by now someone's done it. I want to be the first person to like break a netherite pickaxe by just driving it into the ground. But it's gonna be kind of fun. Today we're just breaking a netherite pickaxe, and along the way we get some blackstone. What a delight, am I right? But yeah, so the interesting thing to me is that like destroying something gives you like the grounds to rebuild it. Like after the Great Fire of London, for instance, there was this rebuild of the city that made it a much nicer place than it was before. After World War II, so much of Europe was destroyed, but it got rebuilt in a better way. It took some time, and in some cases it was worse. But as a whole, you can finally like redesign things from the scratch, like electrical standards. Also, thank you so much, Corrugate Industries. Good to see you again today, my Dungeons and Dragonsing friend. I'm actually getting back into D&D soon. Like, I'm excited for that. Like, because for the last like 3 months, I've been pretty good with the whole like, hey, I'm going to follow rules and whatnot. And now I believe, you know what? Now the time for listening to rules is over. I think you'll find that it was announced just yesterday that coronavirus is gone forever. See, you could look into those things and find it. No, I'm I'm looking into D&D again, but like with some form of like, I guess, you know, like some whatever in place, trying not to make some stuff happen, following some guidelines of the government, whatever, as you should do. Always that way. But I'm excited for that. It's like a fun little thing. So here's something interesting about me you might not know. I've never had in my adult life, ever since I bought my own PCs, a PC, a laptop, a Mac, or whatever else that doesn't crash at least once every couple weeks. Like, you know, like, and not only just like it crashes, sometimes it's blue screen and it's lucky, you know what's happened. Sometimes it just stalls in the middle of doing something. In this case, the stream just stops. What just happened there? Like, the stream just stops, and I don't know it, and I talk for like a minute, and then it's like, oh, yeah, it turns out the stream crashed, my PC's gone. And like, the logical thing is to like, you know, reset your PC or whatever. Every PC I've ever had across, again, since I've had this YouTube channel, but like a little bit before, I would say too. Every PC I've ever owned does this. Again, I've had a Mac. People are always like, oh yeah, well that's what Apple does, right? Nope, every Mac I've ever owned. I think what it is, the only thing that I can pin it down to is the drivers on the capture card that I use to capture my Xbox gameplay are just so broken that they cause things to crash. But even when I don't have that open, like sometimes I'll just be watching a YouTube video, it will crash. I've had different brands of capture cards. The old brand was way more crashy than my current one, but they both crash things. I don't understand, because most people don't have this issue. If they did, it would be like fixed, right? It's a very niche, very me problem that I still don't entirely understand. So, my apologies. But it's weird because whenever, you know, in general, when you can conclude like, oh yeah, there is this weird issue that only I'm having, it's not my fault. You know, like, something that's very rare and only happening to you can not be your fault, but it's, you know, it's usually like, there is a, oh god, oh Jesus, what just tried to punch me? It's possible that it's entirely not your fault, of course. But it's also entirely possible that it's entirely your fault. Oh my god, the Nether is just a nightmare today, huh? Pro tip, if you ever want to do this project, just don't do it in a, don't find a Soul Sand Valley. But yeah, I've had this issue forever. So sorry about that. I'm doing well. Double Ticket Tax. Hey, love the video, says Beast Mode. Hey, thank you, Beast Mode. Hope things are going well for you in South Africa. Why you kill the pigman? You know what? The pigman was just asking for it. I didn't kill the pigman. It was always burning since the world was turning. Yeah, no, this is a nightmare. Like, I want to just destroy things without ghasts, like coming in and destroying my day, taking my lunch money. But that seems a little tricky from down here. So we'll just kind of head up here. We've got plenty of space. And let's start destroying from the top down, I guess. Yeah, we got a nice little, nice little place to start doing this from. And when we hit lava, we'll know we've gone too far. Okay, so you missed my super chat. I'm sorry, Gag Nash Seni. Because you just used your super chat to say that I missed something rather than saying something, I can't respond to it though. You know, it's like, can I ask you a question? And it's like, well, you just did. If you'd used your question to ask the question, I could have responded with the answer, or I could have not. But instead, you know, like, I know, like, the whole, like, you missed the thing, like, you missed my message. It's, like, I don't want to. I agree it's bad. But it's also, like, one of the least productive things you can say. I know, there's a lot of, like, non-productive things you can say that, like, people say anyway. You know, kind of like, how are you? I think instead of how are you, hey, you know, hope you're doing well. Try not to get in a car crash on the way home.
Someone
you know?
tried to hit me with their car recently. It made me realize just how much trust we put into random strangers.
Caitlin Kaspura, thank you very much. And also, you know, doesn't that, like, don't you wish that someone in your life had said, I hope you don't get in a car crash recently? You know, you'd be like, oh yeah, you know, there are people that care about me at this moment. Whereas, I'm assuming when you almost got hit with that car, you were like, oh, wow, yeah, turns out no one in my life was ready for this situation. It's almost like they all wanted it. Okay, I've totally gone on a little bit of a side tangent there. No, I hope you're all okay. There is definitely an interesting thing about the trust that you implicitly have to put in other people for a society to work, right? I'm very distrustful of other people doing things for me with no, like, if someone is meant to do something for me without any reward for themselves, I'm distrustful. I doubt they'll do that. You know, for instance, did you know that liking this stream is absolutely free? And over 500 of you haven't done it. You know, and I'm not mad about that. I'm not like, oh yeah, you guys are the worst. You know, why aren't you subscribed? It's just like, well, you know, those things are free and easy. But you can't trust someone to do something unless they also find in their own interests. If, like, you know, liking a stream, you don't get anything from it. There's no benefit. You know, like, but the same thing is true for so many points in society where we just kind of expect that people will do something, and we give people like great powers. And to this day, people always have this big debate about like, oh yeah, do you really need like you know, people are like, oh yeah, you know, don't you realize how dangerous like you know, like guns can be, or don't you realize how dangerous whatever else can be? We always have debates about how dangerous certain things are or not. But the most dangerous thing that we're just entrusted with is this giant metal box that can kill people, can run them over, can hit other giant metal boxes and kill both sets of inhabitants. And you trust that the people in the other ones are focused enough to make the right decisions at the right time, despite the fact that we know for a fact that lots of people on a regular basis are not. And it's like, yeah, that's a scary example of that, huh? Yeah, I really do think that the biggest, like, this is an interesting thing about the status quo, right? Like, no one would ever think about, let's get rid of cars. Let's just ban them. They're too useful. You know, like, our current lives rely on them far too much compared to what we want to do. And they're kind of using, like, your status quo as a benchmark for something. It's something we do all the time without realizing. Like, you know, the current virus situation that hit the world, the reason it was so terrifying in March versus not terrifying now, despite being worse worldwide than it was in March, and despite probably in your country being a similar, if not worse, level than it was, is because the devil you expect, you know, it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't is. I don't know if that is like a religious phrase of any connotation, but it's a real phrase, right? Like if you know about what a risk is, you can think about it, you can take it into mind. But unexpected risks you have no idea they're coming until they happen. Those are the terrifying ones. Like if you choose to drive knowing that you've got a 1 in 100,000 chance of crashing, you know, like dying. You know, let's say crashing your car this week, but dying in this year even one in 100,000 chance is not too far off the average. You know, you do that and you're like, okay, whatever happens to me, it sucks, but I'll do what I can to avoid that, you know, because you can decrease your odds. But what are your odds of dying from insert a disease that just came out, you know, literally, we don't think existed in humans until 4 months ago? What are your odds of catching this thing that we don't, even right now, the transmission we're like pretty sure about? And that's why people take, and that's why when people look at like absolute numbers, it fails to take into account the fear of the unknown versus the acceptance of the known. Like if we know about a risk, pretty much. Also, I forgot that I said some. Oh no, it's a regular thing. But yeah, the fear of the unknown is a real whole thing. Me clicks off stream, hoping he will never notice me. Says Gatcha Wolf. Exactly. You're not. Yeah, we have no obligation towards each other. But yeah, I rely on your lack of obligation towards me to make my livelihood, and somehow it works out. You know, it's a lot of trust to have. Oh no. Okay, that's probably gone. Speaking of things that are probably gone, thank you very much to your boy Ryan Bennett. Hi to Cat, he is paid off. Here is tax paid off. How are you? How's you? You know, how's you? Like, first of all, you know, in normal conversation it can sound kind of cutesy. On the internet, how's you is like, oh, that is a grammar nightmare that I do not co-sign on. Second of all, let's throw some cracked blackstone bricks in there. Let's oh god, we got a lot of things happening here, a lot of lava buckets also. And let's get back to dumping some stuff in there. Yeah, the number of chests we're gonna have filled with blocks by the end of this is gonna be pretty absurd, right? I'm only just like really appreciating right now that like we've got a long way to go, and it's only gonna get weirder. Let's keep on throwing in the blackstone wherever we can. I assume all the chests are gonna have blackstone in there, so let's start right over here again. Throw that in, and let's continue on. Why not use a bow for Ghast, lol, says Ali K. Honestly, whenever I kill a Ghast, another one just respawns, so like the bow the bow solution isn't like awful. It's just a repetitive process that I'm not the hugest fan of. But you know what, let's do it. Let's go for it's better than not, am I right? It's better than not. So we're gonna go back to the top, keep on going till we can't keep going. Slick Cat, do you have an idea of what you'll build with blocks on the Bastion? So now I'm like again, this is why I'm focusing on the destruction part first. And it's like now I'm absolutely terrified. I have no When there is a different number of blocks in this bastion than I thought there was. So now I have absolutely no idea. I had a really cool idea in my mind, but I have far too many blocks for what I wanted to do. So I think the reality is I'll just like make a I'm not sure at this point. We'll work it out, you know. We'll work it out. Oh Lord. Speaking of working things out, this Ghast has some issues that it'd be nice if it spoke to a therapist about rather than badgering me with. But yeah, I've got like some loose ideas in my head. When you almost die of a heat stroke for a sandwich. You know, first of all, how, like, is it hot in Canada, or are you just a heat strokey person? Putting trust in people is so hard, especially when they broke that trust. My parents went on a home run the other day, and it's lucky they weren't dead or seriously hurt. 1 out of 2. Ooh, there's a second one coming. You ready for this? You ready for this, chat? No, I totally agree that, like, trust in people... Honestly, it's... The interesting thing about trust is, like, it takes a long time to build up, but also can be blown so fast. But then, like, that's with people in our life. But then we're expected to trust, like, society at large without too much downside. And that's why I have the simple rule of, like, okay, trusting people is real hard, but you've got to try and hope that people have some incentive system in place that makes them want to be trustworthy. Because, that makes them try to be trustworthy. Like, it's kind of like, you know how eBay has this feedback system? Wait, there's going to be another super chat, I think, if it's 1 out of 2. But you know how eBay has this, there we go. We got it. Okay. So, thank you, Jessica Forsyth. 4 different people called the cops and 2 cars chased after them. He sped off so fast, they couldn't catch up. Got a license plate and almost hit several other vehicles. Jesus, right? See, like, the societal level trust we have to have in each other is a lot higher than I guess people realize or think about. And again, my golden rule is like, you know, if someone doesn't have some external incentive system, again, eBay feedback's a great example. The reason you don't get screwed by buyers on eBay is because 1, you can get refunds easily, and 2, it hurts them in the long run to do so. Even if they want to be dishonest, they want to just be like, look, you've taken up so much of my time, I'm just keeping your money at this point, you insert thing here. You know, it's something that you might think is justifiable sometimes, but is very much against the rules. The way they enforce the rules is by being like, well, if you break them, this thing happens to you. That's meant to be the concept behind like Uber has reviews too, right? If a driver goes below 4.5 stars in Uber, they're like, no, we don't want you here anymore. Like, so that way if you get like an Uber driver who's always like marketing like, you know, MLM scams, or like, you know, like if you get a guy who's like vaguely threatening or just isn't a very pleasant driver, in theory you can be like, yeah, I didn't like this guy, and then they can take some action about it. Bro, your content is amazing, says Biggie Cheese. Thank you very much. You know, I don't know if I agree. I'm always like, I go through like phases of feeling like really good about YouTube and feeling like, what is going on here? Like the weird thing is like my thoughts about a piece of something seem to never be reflected by like how things go on the YouTube end itself. Like I know I've got a lot of my most viewed videos, the ones I never anticipated, and a lot of my videos that I put the most time and effort into are the ones that never go anywhere. But I guess it's just that reminder about like, you know, the world decides what they do and don't like about you, and that's cool. That's cool that you decided that you like whatever I do, Mr. Biggie Cheese, Mr. Biggie Cheese. Any new information on the door? I think it's like 3.5 weeks now. Again, I really need to like look into like, is this dude a scam? Is like 5 weeks a normal time to wait for a door? Because again, it feels suspicious, but I don't know. I've been really busy. So I have booked I'm living in America soon enough. I booked my flight today, or like one of them. It's a whole complex scenario about right now. You can't go to America if you've been in the UK in the last 14 days. So guess what I've got to do. But yeah, so I've started that complex process today. I'm really excited. I'm like things are happening. You know, like I don't know if I'm worried that I'll like get there and be like, actually, you know, I'm not sure if I do like living in the US or this city whatsoever. Stop saying like, says Joker. But like the thing about saying like is that like it's a really easy filler word, like I could not say like, but if I didn't say like, I would just be pausing uncomfortably on words. And I don't know why, but I think most people prefer crutch words. Not like to hear, but like to say out loud. And I'm definitely one of those people, I'd say. But why? Why would you do this? Why does anyone do anything, Mr. Who are you? Why does anyone do anything? If you think you know the answer to that question, then tell me the answer to this question. Hope it goes well for you. When is your flight? It's in a month and a bit, actually. It's like maybe let's call it like 6 weeks from now. No, it's just under 6 weeks from now, I guess. So that's a big scary leap forward. How long are you gonna spend in America? 3-ish months is the plan right now, and then I can like extend that later if I need to. It's crazy actually, because I actually have like there is a way for me to live in America because I'm a this is a dumb thing. I'm not gonna talk about visa law on the internet, but like I find it really dumb, but also like okay, you know, here's something I found dumb on the surface. Let me tell you my whole thoughts about this, because on the surface I hate it, but also it kind of makes sense. If to become like if I want to just be a, you know, if I just want to live in America, like not become an American citizen, not be entitled to any benefits or whatever, just like be in the United States of America for the purpose of employment reasons, which technically speaking, you know, like technically speaking I would have to be. I have to like get like a immigration lawyer involved. They have to like make a big case for me and about how I'm like a famous like it's a whole like complex thing. Or also I can make a case that I'm here on short-term business reasons. Like you have to come up with a whole like immigration case, and then like some, again, I don't understand perfectly, like immigration judge makes a decision, and it's like, man, this is a complex system. And at first, like, my mind is like, this is dumb, I hate this. We really hate to waste the super chat. Want to see me do it again? Oh man, that super chat is wasted, Brian P. Ferrodoc. I can't believe you did that. Absolute madman. You know, prove you can do it again. Prove you can do it again, damn it. But yeah, I thought it was dumb on the surface, but then I was like, okay, well, actually, you know, if you are going to have like a limited number of people come into a country, which, you know, like for whatever reason you have to do, obviously, then isn't the best way to limit it by people who are like best able to make their case, and anyone who's willing to go through the effort of hiring a lawyer to do something probably has a better case to make than someone who's just like, I guess I have nothing to do that Thursday. But anyway, yeah, like complex systems. Again, trust in another person. Have to trust that person makes a good case for me. Have to pay them some money on the thing. There's a whole thing going on there. Hey, thank you very much, Mischievous. How are you doing? I hope you're doing delightfully today. I hope that you're not feeling too mischievous, perhaps we could say. Hey, just Slimmer. Thank you.
Good evening, Toy Cat. My husband makes door frames and installs doors, so 5 weeks is about average for ordering a door. Woman shrugging.
See, you know, single-handedly, I'm not gonna look into if that's correct or not. You know, I'm gonna trust you, partly because, you know, you're Jess Slimmer, the slimmest of the Welshes, but second of all, because of the because like you know, there's like this implicit bias where you want to believe certain things are true. So if someone says it, you're like, you know, that allows me to do what I was doing anyway, i.e. nothing. So I like that a lot. Like, if someone tells you everything's okay, it's easier to believe than if someone tells you that, like, actually, you know what, 5 weeks isn't normal, better contact the Better Business Bureau, and, you know, like, better, you know, start, like, filing a lien against his, you know, like, if you said all of that, I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna have to look into that. Because you said it's fine, and yet, you know, your husband makes doors. It's like, that's a figure of authority. That's easy. That's great. That's wonderful. Like, trusting information that you already want to agree with. It's interesting because, like, it's the same with me in hotels. I posted a hotel review recently, and someone said whenever they go to a hotel room, they bring a UV light. Have you heard about this, by the way? Like, people who bring UV lights to hotels, like the ones that can see. Oh, it's called ultraviolet light. I don't know why ultraviolet light tells you if something's been cleaned or not, but, like, you can see a lot of, like, gross things of UV light that you can't with normal. So, oh, okay, we're gonna have to pick these blocks up, huh? But some people, like, I always hear about people who do that. And it's like, why would you do that to yourself? What? No! No! Okay, we got it. Also, we're right by lava. That's a real and genuine concern right there. But yeah, whenever I hear about people that do that, it's like, why would you do that to yourself? Who wants that? You know, like, who wants to think to themselves every time they're in a hotel? Which, statistically speaking, like, the average hotel room is a lot less clean than we would all like to believe. That's a sad, but, you know, real fact. But by making yourself aware of it when it happens, you're just making the world a scarier place. Because, you know, like, if there is, like, some dried, nighttime activity stains on your bed, just realize how bad auto-generated subtitles are. Yeah, so much recently it's been saying that I'm a sex cat thing, and I guess that's me. I couldn't do that. I'd never be able to sleep in a hotel room after that, says Tiffany. Exactly, right? Like, that's exactly my point. Like, if you do it, you're just ruining yourself. Even though you're finding out, like, information about the world, and, like, we should all aspire to be more knowledgeable people, it's also like, no. The moment you do that, you're just ruining every hotel you're ever gonna go to for a very long time. Probably best not to. That's my take on this one. Maybe it's a bad take because it makes the world a worse place in some way, or maybe that's just the correct way to be. We won't know for sure until it's all said and done. But the idea of like learning information that is only going to make you like sad is like, or kind of we could go the opposite way and be like, well, I should be willing. I should want to know about those things. I should want to try and find out, like, oh yeah, there's this giant. I like to think the bedding in hotels is new. Oh yeah, exactly, Silica. That's how I like to imagine. Like, this is brand new bedding, has never been used before. As soon as you start thinking about it, it's like, oh no, this is gross. This was washed last night by a machine, by the way, not by hand. There's no person checking it's been washed correctly. It's just like, oh yeah, someone took this, you know, bed, they threw it in a machine, and then, you know, an hour later when it was done, they took it out and they throw it on. Do they have an interest in you having a hygienic stay? No, it's pretty much anonymous, you know, like, which person works which room. So, like, is it the biggest of deals to them if you complain? Are they losing their job over that? If it happens a lot, maybe, but, like, there's lots of layers of, like, trust. There's lots of weird, like, oh, you're sleeping in someone else's bed, effectively. And the simplest way to think about it is just to not, right? Which US city do you plan to live in? For the first month, Vegas. Probably all 3 months, but, like, I'm gonna, like, go month by month so I can choose to move if I, like, hate everything about Vegas, which is, it's possible. High up on my list of, like, cities I'd like to live are Seattle and Atlanta, as well. Washington, D.C. is a cool city, but I don't think I'd like to live there. And so, yeah, I'm, like, slowly working out where I'm gonna be for the next 3-ish months. It's gonna be fun. I've never done something like this, and, like, it's gonna be an opportunity to travel around America without having to do lots of crazy stuff. Insane Toy Cat project idea. Oh god. Oh lord. But okay. Oh wait, this isn't coming yet. I'm gonna read it now because that's just where it is. Insane Toy Cat project idea. Destroying your entire console size. Well, I don't know how something like that. It seems something like seems like something stupid you would do. First of all, offended. Second of all, it totally is. No, one of my old console edition buddies, Sword King, is doing that, and I think he might have, like, if he didn't succeed, he came, like, very close. But it took him, like, 7 years and multiple players. And I could do it, but it would, like, it would drain me a lot, you know. How have you not lost your voice, Toy Cat, says Stealth Roblox. Honestly, I have considered, I basically speak with my voice for, like, hours at a time sometimes. Like, but the way bigger part of me, when I finish a stream, you know, my voice doesn't hurt. I don't know how to describe this. My, like, mental situation hurts. I'm like, you know, never again. No, I'm really glad that I'm, like, I guess, like, what's the word? Like, less asocial, antisocial. But no, like, introverted. Also, hey, Toycat, love your Seed Sundays. You send me an email, or send an email to Toycat A. No, wait, it's I actually don't know what the email is. You know, send it to me then. You know, actually, I'm not gonna say the email here. Don't email me, people. People are always like, oh yeah, I'll just email you because that's the only form. No. This isn't the 90s. You're not gonna email me. I'm not gonna respond if you do. But yeah, if you want to send me a Seed Sunday, send it to @ToyCatA on Twitter. You know, in the middle of a stream, I can't check it out right now. I'm gonna forget by the end of the stream because we're gonna have been talking about how, you know, donkeys and how they're slowly ruining the world, and how we stole jobs from donkeys by doing this. The social battery is drained, you mean, says Daniel Colombi. Exactly, yeah, that's what it is like. After I do like a 3-hour stream, I'm like, I don't wanna talk for a bit. I just wanna sit down, just, you know, play a video game. Funny
I'm
enough,
Welsh.
actually.
Toy cat is yes.
Hey,
Smiley face.
Adrian
Smiley
Shepherd,
face.
thank you very
Smiley
much.
Face. Smiley face.
Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face.
Smiley face.
You know, you spend $10 and I can't even
Smiley
be
face.
mad. But yeah, so there's a lot of things that are gonna change. Like very briefly, like on this channel, like Minecraft stuff will be mostly the same. But like the kind of sub projects I do, like this streaming stuff, yeah, it's not. Fun fact, it's not where it's not the majority of what I do on the internet. So these streams will probably change like time, maybe, or maybe I'll just do them at the normal time and I'll have to like wake up early because Vegas is 8 hours behind where I am right now. So it'd be 2 p.m. as I start the stream. That's not waking up early. I'm an idiot. Can you elaborate on why surviving hardcore for 100 days is deserving of 30 million views? I did it for fun. I think I can go 1,000 easily. The thing is, it's not like there's no such thing as like worth 1 million views or not worth 100 million views. It's just certain you know, like things are more successful than others. I can't imagine wasting my chance to ask my favorite YouTuber anything. That'd be tragic. Imagine if someone did that, Brian P. Murdoch. You know, I love your super chats. They're like wholesome but also funny. You know, that's a good balance. That's a good balance you struck right there. Also, my favorite bit of the Toget stream is the awkward end. Also, my brother said you're an idiot, so make that what you will, Andrew. You know what? Well, you're Frosty the Panda, so who's the real idiot? Yeah. No, if you want to watch just Toycat stream endings, Harrison recently made on the 4th channel a compilation of all the times I didn't end my live stream, which sounds like a dumb thing, and it totally is. Don't get me wrong, but I also enjoyed watching it, and maybe you will too. Let's just tunnel through here and see what we can actually tunnel through and see. Because that sounds like a lot of fun. Toycat, move to the East Coast. It's closer and has better stuff. That's a compelling argument you make right there. Closer and has better stuff. No, the East Coast is really easy for me to visit from the UK, whereas the West Coast is like a long flight. It's like, you gotta like really throw yourself out there. So if I'm going to America, I definitely want to be on the west. I'm not on the West Coast. Like honestly, what I want to do, if like I want to be somewhere that's not like too easy to visit by plane, because like I can visit New York for a weekend. I did that one time. If you saw the video, did I make a video actually? You know, probably. It sounds like a thing I would do. But like yeah, making videos actually, does that sound like me? That's something we're gonna have to fact check, I reckon. Hey Toycat, your videos are brilliant. I love to work my survival world and listen to your live streams. Keep up the work. I never expected to pay Toycat tax. I love it. I love the never jokes. There's a subset of people who don't like them, and those people are single-handedly keeping the never jokes alive. And you know, what more can you ask from with enemies like these? Who needs friends? You know, or is it meant to be with friends like these? Who needs enemies? You know, I like it my way better. I like it the wrong way much better than the right way. That's like my life slogan. I like it the wrong way better than the right way. But yeah, you know how like I was talking about like the hotel UV light. There are some things you just like kind of don't want to know. I was also thinking about how like we do that all the time without realizing it. Like we ignore information that we know will hurt us, even though we know it would change our behavior. And you know, like again, if I knew about how dirty hotel rooms were, I would stay there less. And I would stay there less for a good reason, you know, hygiene. But also it's like, I don't want to do that. I prefer living in my ignorance bubble of being able to go to a hotel and not cringing at the bed sheets or whatever. And a lot of people have that like for so many things. I mean, like dieting advice, for instance. Like there are so many, you know. Oh, there is gold in the base. Did you know there was gold in the base? Is this me learning this for the first time? Is that multiple blocks? No, that's the same block. I'm an idiot. But you know, like there is an objectively correct diet for you, for even just the average person. If you spoke to a dietitian, even if you don't speak to a dietitian, if you just Google and you can follow what the Google thing says, you'll be able to do it. Of course, I still gain an absurd amount of weight because food is tasty, and I like you know, I like here's an example. One of my favorite studies is that pizza is just as healthy for you as pizza is a better breakfast than cereal because they have roughly the same calories, but there's more protein and fiber in a slice of pizza because there's like vegetables in there or something, and also like I think cheese is protein. I don't know for sure, honestly, but you can look into it. It's something that's been proven a few times, and everyone just reads. Everyone just like immediately hears that and they're like, this is the right level of information. Right now, me thinking I can eat pizza and it's healthier than cereal. Not as healthy as cereal, healthier than cereal. That's like the end of where people take that. My brother is curious about Frosty the Panda. Can you elaborate on what he said? You know what? For you, friend. For you, Frosty the Panda. No, I literally can't. It hurts my voice so bad. Like, hey guys, Frost. I literally, my voice can't do that anymore. Like, I can't do the Frosty the Panda voice. I think cheese is protein. Yeah, right. Like, I could look into that and learn that cheese is actually like pretty disastrous for you, or I could not and think that cheese is protein and therefore basically a workout food. And which of those two things am I gonna do? You better believe you know the answer. We had to put a dog down yesterday because she was sick, and honestly, your streams helped me a lot dealing with it. I'm sorry to hear that, Dom Owens. I hope that things feel better for you. The end of any life is never good because it's so final, Like with anything else that you do, there's like a way to fix it usually. But when you get to a certain age, there's certain problems that you can't fix. You can't become an astronaut now, no matter how hard you try. You can't bring back a dead dog. You can't undo certain actions that you're gonna make. And I hope that even though there's like a final thing that's just confirmed it yourself, at least you can think of it the other way, that like there's lots of final actions that you've taken that have been good for the world, and that you will take and that people will take on your behalf, etc. Also just burned to death since I took my armor to make my pickaxe in the nether. At least most of my stuff was netherite. You know what? I would say most of your netherite stuff burning to death is not good, but I know what you mean. You mean that it's flowing in the lava. But I choose not to believe that because it's funnier to think that you just lost all of your lava. Deceiving yourself and not caring about stuff is quite different. Willful ignorance has many forms. It's funny though, right? Because like there is no good reason to want to lie to yourself. But we do it all the time anyway. Again, in situations where we know we would change our behavior if we looked into the real truth. But the real truth is like, messy, and it's like a complex thing. It's like if you're programmed to think like a certain way. Like everyone has like biases about what let's just take politics. Everyone has a political side they like the most. And when you then take that political side and you put words to it, then when you start reading about things that are like good and prove your point, you're like, aha, I'm right. Can you MFers see? And then if you find something that proves that you're wrong, you're like, no, this is people slandering the good name. Like the correct thing to do with any, like when you have like some political belief, like raising taxes is good, raising taxes is bad, that we should not kill the homeless. We should, like whatever your like belief is, and you're looking into whichever team or side is doing that. You should be looking at something like trying to disprove yourself, but we don't do that for ourselves. We don't look at things with a critical lens because it feels so much better to feel like we scored a goal. Like yeah, my side won here. We pulled off a good one. We got a win on those darn insert, term for the other side here. I need to stop with my drink, by the way. I brought another one of these, like, frozen thingamajiggies. So the plan is to put more slush in my existing slush. But this one's yellow and this one's red. So I'm going to make a nice orange. That's the plan. Let's see if it works. By the way, thank you, TikTok. Actually, no. I'm not gonna... Oh, wait, you are TikTok GB from Twitter. That's nice to know. Oh. Okay, is it gonna become slush? Oh, it's becoming orange. I did, in fact, predict it. This looks so appealing, too. Like, this is the perfect color of orange, because it, like... I don't know why this is true, but drinks that change color, like, from top to bottom, look objectively better than drinks that don't. Again, that shouldn't be true. A drink's color probably should be solid. But it always looks great regardless. Night to Cats, 11 PM. Didn't think you'd know SA. I know essays. I had to write so many of those as a kid, man. No, South Africa. Oh, I even know, like, one of the things, I only learned this, like, 5 years ago, so don't let me convince you I'm a giant South African nerd. But recently I learned that, like, I saw, like, a South African license plate, maybe, and I saw it was ZA. Or I saw it somewhere, and I was like, why ZA? Like, South Africa, ZA? And it's like, oh, it's Zuid Africa. And then that's why ZAR is, like, South African Rand. Rand is such a wacky currency name, by the way. Again, to this day, I need to look into why that is. Or I could not, and I could believe it's because they are Rand people. Wait, Rand. I can make a joke about it, but again, trying to confront knowledge that you have. Orange square drink. Wait, is the drink orange or is my background orange? I guess you'll never know. Ooh, that's tasty. That's real tasty. But yeah, hi Tokat, I love your personality, says Mimi. You know what, Mimi? I love your personality. Actually, that's not true. I might hate your personality. You might be the sort of person that I, like, take a few steps back from when I see you in public. Like, ooh, when's this person gonna get out of the line in front of me? I hope you're not. But, Zuid Africa. Yeah, it's Dutch, right? Like, but the thing about South Africa is, like, I always, like, have that intuitive sense in my brain that, like, there are Dutch people in South Africa. I know about the Boers or whatever. The Boers. But I didn't know that they were... Like, I would have assumed that South Africa would be SA. Because I can't think of any other country that... Wait, actually, SA country code. Is there another country that stole that from them? SA country code. SA is... Oh, SA is South Africa. Huh. It's the dialing code. So SA and ZA are both accurate? See, it's very confusing to me. Oh, it's Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. I'm an idiot. But yeah, you live, you learn. I'm glad me knowing about your country's abbreviation is something you enjoy. I've really wanted to visit South Africa forever, but I have a I sometimes meet strangers on the internet. It's a bad idea, but I met a Canadian guy who like traveled a lot of the world, and he said that he really enjoyed South Africa, but like he was like, oh yeah, well of course to go on a picnic I had to get an armed guard to go with me. And I was like, wait, you had an armed guard on a picnic? And he's like, yeah, well, of course. You know, this is South Africa. And it's like, I don't want to go anywhere where, like, bringing an armed guard with you to a picnic is like, you wouldn't bring an armed guard? Like, I saw a video of this Australian dude recently who, like, grew up in South Africa. And he's like, oh, yeah, there was an electric fence around my community. But that's just normal, you know? And it's like, wait. You know, might be normal for you, but we're gonna have to take a few steps back on this one, you know? You have to take a significant number of steps back. Someone's gonna have to explain this step by step. Also, I have a friend in South Africa, and she always uses SA because we talk in English, not Dutch and Afrikaans. See, if you're Dutch and your friend is in South Africa, why do you talk in English? That feels very weird to me. Is that the whole accent thing where, like, I've heard this, that German, like, there are Germans, because German accents vary so wildly across, like, Austria, Germany, like Bavaria, and Switzerland. They're like, even when two German speakers speak to each other, they're like, you know, do you want to just switch to English? And then we're like, yeah, you know, that'd be good for both of us, wouldn't it? And that like blows my mind that people who can speak the same language would be like, you know, let's just speak a different one anyway. You know, I can't imagine being like, you know, it's easier for me to just speak to you in French than in English. If we both spoke English, you know. Also, guy from Flying the Best. Oh yeah, wait, first of all, Archie F, see, right? I find that crazy when someone like recognizes a channel I'm talking about. It happened the other day when I was talking about the I mentioned some like wholesome prank from the channel's called Vlog Creations, and a guy was like, I know the one. That's cool. That's cool. You know what? You guys watch YouTube like I do. I always assume because like I'm just like really into YouTube, but like the odds of people who are here on a random Minecraft stream knowing about any particular channel is going to be low. But it's nice to know that that's not correct. Okay, we need to get rid of some stuff that's just piling up. Also throw away a lantern. We got 8 lanterns now. You know, you might think that we're not making big stacks here, but let me tell you, we totally are. Hello is hello in German. But yeah, so yeah, there's this channel called Flying the Nest or something like that. And the whole idea is like, oh yeah, we're flying around the world. But then recently, because of COVID maybe, they're like, we're gonna have a child instead. And first of all, it blows my mind that like having traveling around the world and having a child are like remotely comparable dreams to anyone, you know. Second of all, I looked at this guy's again. I'm not going to talk about a channel that none of you know about too much. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that to you. But I watched this YouTube channel. I think they're very interesting. Like their personalities grate me, but they make good videos. So you know how it is. It's like all of you watching this stream. Like, yep, you wouldn't choose to be friends with me, but yet you're hanging out here anyway, huh? You know, you don't have to pretend that you would enjoy my company. I don't even enjoy my company. I have to drink orange beverages to enjoy my company. Fourth toy cats. Rand is Bass. R17 is $1. It's 17 Rand to the dollar. That's crazy. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, it's crazy. It's interesting that there's this channel, there's these people, and forever I was trying to work out like what the heck was wrong with their accents, because like they sounded Australian something, and then they explained like, oh yeah, I grew up in South Africa, and there was just an electric fence around there. I find there's this fascinating thing I love about YouTube personalities is like people from like wealthy circumstances not quite knowing that they're wealthy circumstances or trying to hide it. Like, you know, like whenever it is, it's like it's always like one of the two, right? Maybe this is just like my I wish I was born with rich parents thing. But whenever I see someone that's like, oh yes, we just relocated the whole thing to a different continent, country, etc. It's like, huh, how about that? If we don't enjoy your company, then we're widows who like watching some guy we don't like breaking blocks. Let's be honest, Chantal. You're here for the block breaking. The toy cat talking on the top. That's just icing on the cake. Oh, I guess if you don't like the icing on the cake, that's just out of date icing on an out of date cake. Well, I guess the cake's in date because you like watching. You know, it's interesting because one of the mistakes I made with streaming, because I always stream Minecraft. A lot of people are here. There's some number of people, you never know how much it is, that are here just for the gameplay thing. But like, as a result, like, I have this genuine weird thing where technically speaking, a lot of people are, even if like indirectly, are here for the gameplay. Because if we stream like the most non-Minecraft game in the world, a lot of people will be like, I don't know about that. I should do more like, I guess I should like pick up a game and be like, let's just play GTA 5, but like, this is all my favorite game examples. Play like GTA 5, but just drive around in a car like normal. Just live a normal life. That's the thing I totally need to do. I hate the icing on a cake. The icing on a cake is the best bit. What is wrong with you? Like, you know, that's why the phrase icing on the cake exists. It's not called the cake on the icing, the cake under the icing, you know? Oh, we're way too high up. We need to start mining from the back. Actually, let's go back to mining from the top. I think I prefer that. Like, I like these big tunnels in the middle, but sometimes we gotta get some other stuff done too. But anyway, so the whole story I was trying to say is like, oh yeah, I really like learning about YouTubers because you learn more about their story. You learn a lot more about who. Yeah, it's weird because no one ever goes out of their way to want to learn more about people, but it's also something that's very fulfilling about us. Like, the thing we like the most is, like, again, it's like outrage porn. Like, oh yeah, did you hear what insert leader of insert country of your country did here? If he's bad, that's real bad. Do you want to hear about it? Like, we're looking for the next time that happens. Which, you know, like, let's take for example, something really interesting is like right now, if you're regardless of what else you think, like let's ignore the good and bad. Right now, America has the zaniest president in the world. Like the most interesting, bizarre, out there president they've ever had. Right? Probably fair to say. But because every single time before now, every single, you know, like it was treated the same way. Like, oh yeah, there's someone who is basically as bad as this. Also, thank you, Corrugate Industries. Do you think you'll finish it today? I do. Like, there are some genuinely... No. Genuinely crazy things that have happened. Oh, Lord! Oh, Christ. I've messed this one up a little bit. I need to grab buckets. I don't know why I just haven't. But here's me having not done it. Okay, let's unload our inventory. Just calm down a little bit. But yeah, it's like because people are like so ready to be outraged at the small thing. It means when the big stuff happens, everyone's just like, oh, is that the thing from before? But like again, and it's like no, this is like a really big deal for real this time. And I was like, nah. Pretty sure the really big deal happened when, you know, he tried to hold someone's hand the wrong way 2 years ago. And it's like no. The whole idea of like, okay, we're gonna grab some iron. We're gonna make 13 buckets. That's a nice number, I think. And we're gonna get rid of some lava. That's my plan. So where is a crafting table actually? Do I not have a crafting table in the Nether? I should have one, shouldn't I? Seems like a thing that a person would need. Okay, we're just gonna make a crafting table in the middle of this tree. It'll be great. Aren't you also British? It's so late here in the UK. It is 10:22. If that's late to you, I'm concerned. I don't like icing because it always tastes like food coloring. Oh yeah, you're totally right, by the way. Like, I love icing as a concept, but like either it's cheap icing or just easy icing. Or I'm not sure like what the problem is. But there's definitely this problem where when you have ice... Oh, there's the crafting table. I found one. You're definitely right about this problem where like icing just tastes like food coloring. It doesn't taste like this delightful. Honestly, I thought about this a lot. There are so many foods that are ruined by cheap variants of that food. Like if you think about, okay, hot dogs are delicious. If I was to go to a, like, oh god, but have you ever tried a hot dog? By the way, like expensive hot dogs at a theme park or at a you know, cinema, a movie theater for those American-minded. Like, they're so bad that they kind of ruin the whole category that they're in. And with icing, it's like, there is good icing in the world, but there's so much bad, you know, knockoff icing that's just like, I don't know if this is what I want. It's kind of like, it's clearly what people want in the world. Like, people want cheap hot dogs because they'd rather pay less for a hot dog than pay more. But like, again, hot dogs can be so good, but if I've always heard about the American, what's it like? What's the word? Icon, I guess. Going to a bull game. I don't know what bull game means. Like, that just means sports. And like having a hot dog in a hand. And it's like, you know, I'll do that sometime. But then I think to myself, actually, no, I won't do that sometime. The reason I won't do that sometime. Where did the lava come from? Okay. And the reason I won't do that sometime is because even if it costs like 10, I know they're expensive hot dogs. If it costs $10 for a hot dog, whatever it is, where did the lava? Okay, is it over here? The lava's flowing from? Yeah, like if it costs an absurd amount for a even if it costs an absurd amount, it's going to be a cheap hot dog, and I don't want a cheap, hot dog. I want good. I want like food excellence. When the majority of people buying something don't care about the quality of something, they just want the thing. The quality dips because like it's kind of like, you know, because so many people just want the concept of eating a hot dog at a baseball game or whatever it is. Again, I don't know. Baseball, beer, hot dog's an American requirement. But because that's such a common concept, and because if you could have like a bad hot dog for $10 or a good hot dog for $12, most people would be like, oh yeah, I'm just here for the hot dog. 10 is already too much, so I'm not gonna splash out for more on that one. And as a result, you have a cheaper system that's better for more people, but also sucks more, I would say. So let's scoop, de-scoop. I'm gonna need so many buckets. There's just so much lava in this thing. Oh, never mind. It goes down a whole bunch, and then... Oh, okay. So we drained a whole thing. Look at that. Now the lava's gonna leave that, and we're all wonderful. Next up, I'm coming for this. Oh. I'm gonna check my inventory super carefully. I have 6 slots. Let's call it 7. 7 slots. 1. Oh, that was done. Can I find some more down here? Oh no, I can't. 2. Oh, that's gone as well. Wait, you know what? This was surprisingly easy. Look how good I am at draining lava from a thing. Scoop-de. Ooh, when this goes down to... Okay, we got 2 more plus this. Actually, this is going to be perfect. We're going to use up the last bucket in my inventory. It's going to just fill with the lava, and we're going to be good and happy, I think. I hope. Where's this lava all stemming from? Oh, it's there. Okay. Is it gonna all drain away? Oh, that's so satisfying to see. To just see the lava go away into nothing. Drain down there. Be gone forever. I think we've basically done this too. Go us, huh? But yeah, there's so many things that are like ruined by cheaper alternatives. It's like, I don't know, I would say a lot of people think that flying is just bad now. But it's like, oh, what it is like, it's cheaper than it ever has been before. Your visions of like, you know, flying in class and having like a hostess bring you or whatever, they're all gone. So, except they're not actually, it's just those are way more expensive. You know, like, when something becomes so wide demanded and people don't care about quality, you kind of just, like, split the product into two. There's good hot dogs and bad hot dogs, right? A lot of people in chat were like, yeah, I don't want a bad hot dog. Bad hot dogs suck, good hot dogs are great. You kind of just end up with, like, two different... And that's... I don't know if that's such a bad thing if people know what they're getting. Like, does the existence of bad hot dogs, which I don't want, hurt me getting my good hot dogs? I mean, probably when they're called bad hot dogs. Unless they're called bad hot dogs,
Do you get revenue for this manscaping ad?
Did you get revenue for this manscaping ad? Well, I got revenue for that manscaping ad because you know what? Everyone right now, you know what you need to do? You need to manscape. What is manscaping? Ask your parents, assuming you have parents. They might be dead. You know, I'm gonna do this thing where we assume we're all 13. Actually, no, at 13 I knew what manscaping was. So all of you are 13, all of you should know what manscaping is. It's gonna be one guy who's like 11 who's like, I don't know what manscaping is. Is that like landscaping where you're like really manly? And it's like, yeah, that's what that is. Anyway, so do I get revenue for ads? Right now, I'm sorry to do this. Here's an ad, everyone. Fun fact, while we're live streaming, we can do some stuff. But yeah, the way YouTube revenue works is every time there's an ad playing before the video, YouTube sells it to whatever company. I'm not in control of who, or what, or why. And as a oh lord, YouTube just sells it to, you know, whoever it is. It's actually a bidding process, and then they give 45% of that money or 55% of that money to me, and then my YouTube network takes an undisclosed percentage in exchange for a certain amount of money, and then after all that's said and done, the manscaping money goes to me. So indirectly, via literally so many intermediaries, like me, like I but yeah, whenever you watch an ad, in a weird way, they're paying, in the most roundabout way imaginable, they're paying you money. Which is why it's so complex. I had to, for tax reasons, I had to declare whether most of my money came from the EU or outside the EU. And it's a really tricky question to answer, right? Because, in theory, if you watch my video in the EU, and the advertiser is in the EU too. Oh, by the way, this is like, the UK is not in the EU, but we also are. Just pretend we are for the sake of this. Like, if the advertiser's in the EU and you're the viewer in EU, is the money actually coming? Like, because then it goes from the EU to America, from to California. Then it goes from California to Canada to some money to go there, and then that money comes from Canada to the UK. And it's like, was that money made in Europe or was that made outside of Europe? And the legal answer is like, let's hope we never have to test that one, because thankfully most of my viewers don't live in Europe. Fun fact, actually, do you live in Europe right now? Say yes or no. Let's see if it's different for live streams, because I don't have stats on where people watch my live streams. So you could all be Europeans, Do you live in let's say in the EU, actually? Yes, 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 no, 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 no. See, overwhelmingly no. I'm always shocked when we have like a New Zealander. Always shocked when we have like a New Zealander or something in here. By the way, thank you very much, Mr. Harry Hocking, and indeed Oxymoron for becoming a support cat. But yeah, so I nopety nope. This is kind of fascinating. Anyway, so I've been watching chat the whole time. I hope you enjoy watching chat. Canada is an honorary member of Europe. I don't want to dive too deep into geopolitics here, because I've got a whole channel for that. But Canada is technically on the list of countries that are allowed to join the EU. And it'll never happen, like, for obvious reasons. But it's fascinating. It's like, what if, Like in the same way Australia participates in like Eurovision, because like they're not European, but also like, well, you know how they be. You know how they be. I live in Scandinavia. You know, I love me some Scandinavia. I'd happily live in Scandinavia. Actually, I can pretty easily live in Scandinavia, but I've got a few. I've wanted to live in America. Like, so here's a fun fact: I make all my money in US dollars. Again, I explain the whole complex process where it goes via something else. Actually, let's not talk about money too much. Whenever I do this, it always, again, I don't want to be the guy who's like, hey, you guys know I make money from this thing that you're watching. You know, maybe you come here to unwind from that. And if you don't come here for unwind from that, you know what? Something. Wouldn't you like me to be a thousandaire? Why aren't you giving me $2, friends? But you know, I to this day, my favorite like little bit we've done is like, oh yeah, let's make Toy Cat a thousandaire, and we actually got 500 people to give $2 so I could have $1,000. That was no logic. It was just like, I would like some money. Money's nice. It was that reminder that if you're transparent with people, they're usually much nicer than if you try to sneak something out of them. That's why I like people who have transparent objectives about why they're helping me out. Like I felt really bad recently. I spoke to an accountant for a really long time. Toy Cat Hub. Never. I'm not sure what those words were. One sec. I'm gonna recheck them. Toy Cat Hub. I can't do it. Thank you though. Whenever someone super chats, it's like, you know, they have a good point. I can't interpret that, you know? I can't interpret that. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Gemini Wee. I live in New Zealand as well. Happy New Zealand Day, friends. You know, it's not actually New Zealand Day, but you know, you can just have it. You can have this one as New Zealand Day. Who's gonna stop you? Who's gonna stop you? Robin Steen's like the end road, but with our money. I built a road, and I made the stream pay for it. I mean, who's denying that? Man, that stream was like... I had no intention... Like, again, it's dumb. It was literally just, hey, you know, this is going to an anti-charity. Things that you don't want to support, I'm going to support with this money. But also, you know, we're building a road. Would you like to make it longer? And everyone was like, I am fascinated by the idea of making it longer. Boiler / door / going to the doctor money, says Emma Swift. That's very wholesome. The doctor's free here in the UK, though. In America, it's not going to be. Like, okay, you know what? I don't like to... It's Canada Day, though. It was Canada Day a while ago, right? And then it was America Day yesterday. And now it's... Now we can just have New Zealand Day. I mean, it fits in nicely with the schedule. While we're celebrating, you know, former Commonwealth countries anyway. Let's go ahead and do it. Bullied by Toy Cat. Thank you. See, if 499 people be like mischievous, we can achieve our grand goal of Toy Cat having $1,000. I'm really excited for this because, you know, for a long time I thought to myself, what if I had $1,000? What would I spend it on? I don't have plans of what to spend it on. I just like to have it, you know, just so I could, I'd have $1,000 more next to my name, and it'd be great. I hope you're getting travel insurance, says Chantal Exley. So usually I have like this amazing travel insurance, like literally the best that I can have. Not because I pay for it, it just comes for free or something. Really complex thing. Involves that whole bank manager story from before. But it doesn't cover COVID. So I have to like roll the dice on this one, right? Like the cost of the only, like I have no real fear about getting this magic, you know, this thing. But I have a fear about, like, oh god, if it gets bad enough that I go to a hospital, I know how much American hospitals charge. I know how much American hospitals charge for things. That's a non-insignificant. That's like, I don't know. I probably will just have to insure it, but like, because it's gonna be 90 days or something, insurance is gonna be wild. Because usually I don't know. It's interesting that let me flex on my American homies here. Let me flex on you so hard. But when I go to America, I get like 100% free everything. Like it's all covered by insurance, which is interesting because even if you buy American health insurance, which costs hundreds of dollars a month, you still have to pay deductibles or co-pays. I don't understand American insurance, and I really don't want to, honestly. But But because I just have like this very complex, confusing story behind why I have travel insurance, it covers the same, but it's like it's 100% covered. Like, well, 0% of my costs are paid by me, but it's free as opposed to that. And it's like, that's nice, isn't it? That's and it's not actually free. It's that I obviously pay for something that it comes complimentary with. But that's a whole different point that I'm trying to raise. Also, thank you very much, Peacocking Fox and Howl I Hates Demons. You know what? Look at me, stacking up the £2. You know, you guys, I'm glad you are believing in my dream of just, you know, if just 496 more people pitch in, we can achieve this goal. And I know a lot of people are gonna ask, like, why do you want to do this, Toy Cat? And my answer, you know, again, I want to clarify. I'm gonna be very transparent. I'm not gonna tell you where the money's going. It's only going to be spent
Here's
on
an
things
early
that you don't
birthday
like.
present, because even if you do decide to stream on your birthday, July 13th, I'm busy all day.
What are you doing on my birthday, Corrugate Industries? Free up your day and come watch the Toy Cat stream. Now, there is an interesting thing here, right?
I don't have 1,000, but I do have this hashtag Makatoikata1000 there.
I love how... See, again, like, either it's the dumbest joke ever that I like that is profitable, or people do just like the yeah, that's, you know, like that's what most tips are going towards most of the time. You know, you always like to imagine there's a better goal, but it's just I'd like to be 1,000 debt. That's I'm glad that you do as well, Jimma Jam, Jivaru. My complex story is why I have travel insurance is that I have a job, says Chantal X Lee. Wait, you have a job that you have to travel for, or do you just have travel insurance all the time anyway, you know? It's complex, that's all I'm saying. What are you doing with all this blackstone brick? Thinking of throwing it into lava, honestly. Might be a good idea, chaos rendering. But yeah, thank you very much, Reen Kiddens, who has not only given me $2, you know, 1/500th of the way, but 1/250th, or 2 500ths. We can fractional day. Buy another jet ski, says Hexatron. See, that's what happens when you make specific goals. You can only disappoint people. Make non-specific, vague plans. I'm going to Vegas. I would like to drink some drinks, probably. You know, tacos are expensive, right? How much is a taco? I forget. Is a taco $1 or like 1,000? I know it's like somewhere in between. But like, if we have $1,000, we'll be covered, just in case. So you literally just have to ask nicely and we'll give you all our money. It's like an anti-mugging, you know? It's like, hey, give me all your money. Like, only if you want to. Like, I would love to do that. It's probably a crime. I would love to like have a mugger's outfit on and be like, give me your money, but like only if you feel like it. Like, I don't want you to be on the spot or anything. I'll come back later. It's included in the basic benefits packages here. See, that's really cool actually. That's like, again, the idea, like when something's complimentary in that sort of way, like when it's risk-based, all you've got to do is like use a disproportionate amount, like travel every week, make it work, you know? Digging a chunk down to bedrock, enjoying the stream, says Charles Burfield. That is one of my favorite projects to do to this day. And thank you, by the way, for 199 as you do so. Cookie Cat Sant super chat, so here's his $2. You know what? Thank you, Corrugate Industries. We are totally getting there. Reverse psychology. I think we've proven this as a fact before. If like, I think more people are willing to tip if you say, no, don't give me your money, you monsters, than if you say, do it. But again, I guess, like, again, if a mugger actually said, hey, I do have this weapon, but I'm not going to use it, it's just, I'm, you know, like, I'm not really comfortable with that. I would just like to go for a thing. I've been watching this the past hour, I realized it was live. I feel stupid now. Anyway, take my money. You know, thank you, Sizzle Cat. It's crazy how many people say that every live stream. I think, honestly, I've been considering switching off YouTube just for the reason of, like, having my streams be separate to my videos. Like, maybe I could upload them later and, like, put them on the 4th channel or something. But I've definitely been thinking to myself, like, you know, doing, like, having the streams be the exact same place as the videos. Like, I wish Mixer was still around, because, like, I'd love to set something up over there. The only other platform right now is Twitch, which I hate, and DLive, which is a weird thing. Or Facebook Gaming, no, never. Or, like, what is it after that? Like, we've got... There's that other weird site, I don't even know the name of it. Could go to there. I don't know, it's just the whole thing. This is how much a taco costs, says Dr. Death. Thank you very much for your 1 taco contribution. Is that, you know, actually, chat, I would like to have 500 tacos worth of money. This is the new way you describe $1,000. How about you give me 1 taco, and then we'll get on our way, shall we? You can stream on illegal websites. But no, I want to have like I just want to have a place where people are like, here's where I can follow the streams. But it hasn't been, my search has not been successful yet. Maybe it will be one day. That would be a nice day. You may steal my money. Wait, right now actually, $2 off 70%. Don't spend on a cheap hot dog. I'm gonna buy a cheap hot dog at some point in the future. Again, I'm gonna be honest with you right here. I am going to spend some amount of your money on a cheap hot dog. Not because I want to, but because I'm gonna make the mistake of thinking it's a good hot dog, and it's gonna be too late for me to realize and go back, and I'm gonna just be awkwardly be like, yeah, I kind of wanted this. I'm gonna be sitting there like, yeah, this is basically what I wanted anyway, right? You may steal my money. Hold on, chat. There is a mugging in progress right now. Give me your money. No, I'm not gonna force you. Obviously, this is of your own volition. You know how like, oh god, you know how it's like called a thing where if you do, there's a type of stream where if you just like beg for, you know, donations or stream, like, it's called e-begging. What if we do like e-mugging? Or like the opposite, where it's just like, hey, yeah, e-mugging, like, hey, give me your money. I understand if you know, but like, give it to me. Give it, go. Sadly, they're closing down Mixer this month. Yeah, that's why, like, I'm so glad I didn't make the switch to Mixer, because I was considering it like all of this year. Every like 3rd, 4th stream, I'd be like, you know, I wish I'd done that on a different streaming site. And then that happened. It was like, aha, it has been determined that was a good idea that I don't do that. Have you ever stroked? Oh, you know, that's a fun one. You know, Tom Palacios, you're the sort of guy who I'd pull my gun on and be like, this is a mugging, but also only feel, you know, don't. But then you say that, and I'm like, yeah, actually, you can keep that money. I will pay you to not be in a conversation with you anymore. That's my scoop on you. I think I might have gilded Blackstone without using a correct block there. Correct tool. That was dangerous of me. I should not have done that. You know, I'm saying a bad example for anyone watching, and I'm very disappointed. Mods can delete donation comments. It is actually true. That is true. Don't take my money, says Kyla. I'm gonna try my best not to. You know, sorry, I'm gonna have to admit that I can't not do that. Your money is under arrest, which is a real thing in America. Fun fact. Look up assets. What's it called? Like civil forfeiture. There's a really dumb law in America where your money can be sued and taken away from you, and it sounds dumb. I wish I was making it up, but it's a real thing. Which I'm terrified, like, I'm not going to be on the wrong side of the law in America at some point, but like, what if, you know, I don't have the legal resources to fight an American battle. This is the hypothetical I might get sued one day fund. Like, I'm not intending on doing anything illegal, and I almost certainly won't get sued.
Here, take it, just in case, don't hurt me.
Oh, no. No, Death Commander Gaming. If someone watches this stream for the first time right now, I can only imagine their confusion when I start my e-mugging stream and we get a super chat that says, please don't hurt me, and then please don't kill me. You know, I'm sorry, Kurgate Industries. I mean no harm. Honestly, I'd love to be like an emotional threat mugger. Wait, here's an idea, right? Here's an idea. It's like, it's emotional mugging. So you go up to someone with finger guns or something. Actually, not finger guns. That probably counts as armed assault. You go up to someone, and you have a sign that says, like, you know, your parents never loved you. And it's like, this is an emotional mugging. I have a whole flipboard of these, and I'm willing to use them. Like, the threat is that, like, I'll emotionally hurt you, you know? Like, you know, do you want to be like, emotionally devastated when you learn that your girlfriend's been cheating on you? No, I think you'd rather just give me all the money in your wallet. This is a great idea. E-mugging, this stream's happening. Thank you, Tom Palacios. Yeah, you know, babe. You have Intel on every viewer. I actually have AMD on every viewer, but so like steal their happiness. I think e-mugging is definitely the business model from now on. Every stream we start with, look. This is so dumb. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna... Emotionally damaging people for money? Sounds like a really bad therapist. Okay, business idea. Anti-therapist. So, because I don't have any, I don't know if you need a degree to be a therapist, but you need to be trained. I'm gonna be an anti-therapist. I have no qualifications, and I'll pay you like $5 an hour, but the whole time I'm gonna make you feel uncertain about yourself. Actually, I guess instead you'd have to just charge people really low amounts. Like, I'm a bootleg therapist. I charge $2 an hour. I'm mostly actually here for the experience. Like, I want to know what happened. Like, you know how you learn by doing things wrong? As a therapist, you learn what happens if you're like, you know, if you did kill yourself, planet would be slightly better, wouldn't it? You know, like, say stuff like that to your patients if it helps them. What makes you think I would give you $2? I mean, the outrage on me to assume this is a thing. Reverse therapy is actually a thing. Works for narcissists. I've seen a number of people who have like, I think you can tell who's like been raised by a narcissist by a lot of like behaviors they have, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to learn like, yeah, you say their entire training is like based on a set of assumptions about the world. All you've got to do is like play around with that a little bit, see how they react, and you have a fun time, right? It's again like no one expects their therapist to be like, you know, I've been considering killing myself, and you'd be like, you won't. I bet you won't. What's that? You know, like, I think unexpected responses is a really powerful way to train people into. Again, I think it's actually a good way to make people realize you care about them, because like, if you say the generic thing, that's just showing you care the basic amount. If you come up with something unique to say, it's like, wow, that must mean you really care, right? Or maybe that's the opposite. What's your favorite type of village in the game? Mine's the spruce one, also high. I think the frozen tiger ones, it's like icy. I like those villages the most, I would say. But you're welcome to have your wrong opinion. Also, thank you, my friend. My DM and D&D causes me so much emotional pain. Helps me realize some stuff through themes of my characters, similar to IFS. IFS? I wonder what IFS is. The Independent Financial Survey, the Inferior Fire Storm, the Infinite Friend Stingray. That sounds like a cute stingray. I'd like to go to that zoo. But yeah, so going back to what I was saying before. Actually, is there anything I'm ever saying before on these streams, or is it just a long, incongruent strain of thoughts? You could call it a stream of consciousness. Unrelated to giving you money, have you played a game called Outer Worlds? Okay, first of all, if I'm ever being mugged on the internet, because this is a mugging, give me your money, friends. If I'm ever being mugged, I'm gonna be like, the guy's like, give me your money, and I'm like, real quick, gonna pull out my wallet in a second. But have you played Outer Worlds? It's this sick sci-fi game. I loved Outer Worlds, by the way. Like, it's one of my favorite. I think it's probably my favorite game that's released in 2020, because every other game's got this whole like, we need to be a live online service. Even Minecraft has joined on the whole like, if we're not actively trying to milk money from you at every opportunity, we're basically losing money. Like if you're not doing dumb emote. Wait, where are the emotes? If you're not doing the pickaxe, oh god, I think Minecraft just crashed. If you're not doing the over there emote, we're basically losing money. Like this is a loss to everyone involved. Yeah, I love the Outer Worlds. I've considered streaming it so many times, but again, I'd have to do like a whole play. It'd be a fun thing. Maybe it's like a future stream. IFS mean IBX to cat's a fun stream. Do therapy, but make it all about yourself. That's such a good idea. I think this is the premise behind. If you watch, it's called Afterlife. It's a Netflix show. There's a character in it. It's like a Ricky Gervais thing. There's this character who he's like, I know he's like a pretty upstanding guy, and he's a therapist, and his therapist just always talks about himself, and like he's got like the therapist is just like generic, dude advice, and it's like don't bother crying. No one wants to see you cry, man. Stuff like that, which is like, again, it's generic advice you'd see. You would hope that your therapist wouldn't say it, and it's fun. It's fun when you see unexpected things. But yeah, so let's talk about your therapy session here today. So I hear you. I hear you've got a whole thing going on here. Your wife just killed herself. Well, you know, it's not really related, but I just got a little promotion at work. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to go watch a Mets game on Thursday. Who are the Mets? I don't know. I'm excited to learn. You know, why don't we make this enough about me? Why is it always you in this therapy session? Hey, here's the Toycat Tax. Also, do you play D&D? I think you might enjoy Fortnite. First stream I've ever catched. You know, I've never heard someone say catch till just now, Griffin Shaver. Keep up the good content. Thank you very much, Mr. Griffin Shaver. I'm glad you like whatever we do here. I'm glad you decided, you know, when Toycat says, give me your money, and he mugs you, you go right on board with it. I'm so mind-blown by the Def Commander Gaming. It's just like, you know, here you go, man. You know, what am I gonna do? There's no other options here. Like, again, who doesn't love a red super chat? But don't you wish your therapist told you to just stop being sad? Honestly, if your therapist tells you to stop being sad, you gotta be like, wait, no way, never thought about that before, man. You're blowing my mind here. So you're saying just like, what if I didn't do the thing that is the problem? You know, I've always one of the, like, you know, the just stop being sad thing. No one's ever actually said that to me. But I do, like, the one that I find way worse, maybe this is like, because other people go for different things. Like, again, maybe this goes back to the narcissist thing. But like, during the times where I was like, lowest in my life, the thing that people would just say, like, the thing that would like irritate me the most is when someone would just say like, oh yeah, no, you think you have it bad, but I have it way worse. And it's like that whole therapy session thing. Actually, no, I love to do that in my therapy session. Just be like, you know, like be a therapist one day and be like, you think you have it bad? I have to listen to people whining about the guy's like, so my wife just killed herself and I think my work is gonna fire me. It's like, you think that's bad? I have to complain about this dude telling me about his wife that's died. I mean, come on, man, tell us the interesting stuff. Like, you know, did she play video games? You know, like, tell me the interesting, don't start with the death. Like, don't bring me down this afternoon. Hey, Toycat, here's the Toycat Tax. Also, do you play D&D? I think you might enjoy Fortnite. Oh, that's the Verena. I messed that up, you know? But yeah, thank you for getting the catch correctly into court. People invalidating the way you feel is the worst. I think it's generally, like, I think certain people don't need to be validated or invalidated by other human beings. And if you don't need it, like, I would say I need it far less than other people. So I generally don't understand sometimes people are like, oh yeah, you're just telling me this long convoluted story so you can have told someone. It's like this, you know, there's this like very common relationship dilemma about like, so are you just trying to tell someone? Do you just need sympathy? Are you like problem solving or whatever? Like, actually here's one piece of relationship advice. For anyone watching right now, this will help you out a lot. Right here, right now. Caught lot. I caught you saying the wrong word for catch in the past tense. There we go. That's a high quality joke. I need validation and I don't feel like I do. I think sometimes, like, again, I think it really is like, it's gotta be based on your parental situation or something. But just having someone be like, oh yeah, what you've done, that's nice. Like, what you're doing, that's hard. I wouldn't like to have done that, but you did it anyway. Good job, you. You know what, how about Toycat's validation? Right now, I'm gonna validate you all of you right now, for absolutely free. This isn't an e-mugging. The e-mugging comes later, or it's come early. It's come later. Here is Toycat's validation session. So you might think that I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about you. All these other people, you know, the Joeys of the world. Sorry, Joey, you're not getting validated today. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you. You know, that thing you went through recently, that you dreaded all day, and that you couldn't stop thinking about. I would have broken down that situation. I don't know if I could have done that, but you did it. You did it, and that's good. I'm proud of you. I think that's awesome. I think you've done a thing that not everyone can do, and that's good. You know, people want to bring you down for that, but no, you succeeded. You did good, and I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Unless your name is Joey, in which case, get out there. Go do something worthwhile, Joey. There actually is a few Joeys in chat. I'm sorry, Joey. You know, come back to me when you've done something worthwhile, Joey. Come on. You know, I'm gonna single out more people more often. This is like e-mugging, but way more fun because it's very specific. Do you think if I just mug people and like guess their name, like, you know, hands on your head, Peter. Yeah, that's right, Peter. You put your hands on your put your hands in your back pocket. Give your wallet now. Type in those credit card details and send me $2, Peter. Why? Do it right now. You know, this is a mugging. Do you want me to start pulling out the emotional weapons? That generally made me feel good, says Laura Beat Boot. You deserve to feel good, Laura Beat Boot. Like, I think again, I generally think like resting on your laurels to some point can be harmful. But I think more people harm themselves by underplaying their achievements than by overplaying their achievements. Like, there are some people who definitely overestimate what they would do. But far more people definitely underestimate. Like, I generally think that when you take a guy like, I don't know, let me think for, if you take a guy like, I'm trying to think of like a big tech CEO. Like the Google CEO, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. You know, Sergey is Sergey Brin. Like, his name is Sergey because he moved to America from, I think it was Russia and the USSR, but like he moved from the USSR to America and started what was going to be the most influential tech company ever. I'd argue like Microsoft and Apple are starting to edge them out now. But like, if you judge historical contributions to date, Google has done more for the world, good and bad. You know, like Google has changed the world more than any other company in the last 20 years. I might be willing to argue. I'd be willing to bet that this Sergey Brin guy, you know, this literal, you know, this US immigrant from the USSR, I'm willing to bet that every day he's like, you know, I could have done better. Why, you know, like, he's working on like life extension stuff. You know, why is that taking so long? What's the deal with the life extension being so slow, huh? Like, I imagine, like, there are days where despite all that he's accomplished, he looks in the mirror and he's like, you know, you messed up. You spent all of today in meetings when you should have been doing X, Y, Z. You know, I think the majority of people, again, I don't know him. I'm just willing to gauge based on what we do know about them, that most people who achieve a lot look at themselves as like, but I could have achieved more. And I guess the truth is you can compare yourself to anyone, but the two people that like it hurts the most compared to is the you who could have done more and the you who didn't do more. Super chatting is so weird. I've been immortalized in Ticket history. Right, if you go back and watch this live stream, when you get to 1 hour and 20 something minutes, you'll see your little back and forth about how catched, caught, etc. And you'll be able to see that every time. I can't imagine what that's like. Actually wait, I can. I've got a story. One of my favorite things to this day is one of my favorite like live stream fail moments. Like, before live stream fails was a category that was like faked by streamers to get more viewers or whatever. One of like the first freakouts that happened on a live stream. I won't talk about it because I don't want to spoil it. Like, if you find this off your own volition, you'll just see my name pop up for a little bit, because I was like, you know, this is too good for me not to be immortalized in. And there's just something cool about like this happened right here, right now, and I'm like in that moment. For every time I watch it, because I've watched it like 3 or 4 times since then. It's a delight. Again, I shouldn't enjoy watching it back, but I do every time. Every single time I'm like, oh yeah, I'm there. It's cool. Like, everyone who like contributed to that road, right? You know, like every single one of those like signs is in the Minecraft world forever. Whenever this world is gonna be available for download, I'm not even gonna promise or say anything now. But like, when that happens, you'll be able to see all those signs of all those people who super chatted. When you go back and look at the unlisted live stream playlist, every single person who's ever super chatted, their names, they're like frozen in there. And I think that's kind of cool. That's also a sense of validation. Right, like, I think one of the few genuine, like, because most of the benefit in super chatting, the thing I always think people are doing when they tip on the live streams, you know, when they super chat, I prefer use the link down below. 100% of the money goes to me, 30% don't go, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so, I think the the most obvious benefit is like, oh yeah, you are giving money directly to a streamer. Hopefully, you know, you want me to have $1,000 so I can spend it on things, generally things. What things am I going to spend it on? That's not really important right now. What is important is that I'll buy things with. Oh, there we go. We got so many iron things here. Oh, here's the netherite pickaxe. We can break 2 today. Oh, that'll be nice. That'll be a real delight. Actually, we'll probably mend that one, and we'll just break this one. That seems like a better idea. So let's grab 33 and make another 11 buckets, I guess, because we've got a whole thing of these we got to be filling. So, as I was saying, Streamlabs keep stats and show your donations / comment history. Oh yeah, I like that one a lot too. I really do. I think doing things that are temporary right now always make you feel worse after the fact. Whereas something that like you can always go and look at if you want to. There's something nice about immortalized things. You know, we're all just trying to make some impact on this world. And it's nice when, even if it feels like a small impact, you make what feels like an impact. Let's make 11 of these buckets. Let's put them over like, oh Christ. Put them over here, I guess. Yep, that seems good to me. And now let's go scoop up some lava. We might genuinely be done after this, actually. Thank you very much. If we could live forever, do you think we'd accomplish more or be lazy? One straight from my shower thoughts here, says Maxim Gateslin. Maxim Gateslin. Galitzin. I'm sorry, I don't know any Maxim besides you. Let alone, oh, okay. This is why that was there. So, I thought about this one a lot too. Like, the average lifespan of a human is, right now, 87 years old. We've always been able to live until, like, a lot of people, you know, the average life expectancy used to be 30-something, but it was dragged down a lot by childhood mortality and, like, death from industrial accidents. We've really only dragged up the average life expectancy, like, you know, let's be optimistic and say, a couple dozen years over time. And I think the interesting thing is that as we drag human life expectancy up, we don't seem to be making higher quality lives. We seem to be making, like, the end of life is for most people not the most enjoyable stretch. Like, life expansion is seemingly not improving overall life quality for whatever reason. I'm not gonna speculate right here. But one of the things about it that is interesting to me, perhaps most, also Blackstone's the best block, looks like delicious velvet. I'm gonna look at it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, Alina Khan. I think you got a weird texture pack on in your life. So I think that right now humans have okay, if we could extend life and we could also remove all the ailments that come with it. Oh no, we must have mined a gilded Blackstone block. No. Tell me it's not true. Tell me it ain't so. But anyway, so I think that by and large, we design our lives around when we're most productive. As a 5-year-old, you're not productive. And as an 80-year-old, you're not productive. So those are the ages we generally assign people to be workers, right? And as we add more years, in theory, we're adding more free time. But like, are we? I think if we could live 1,000 years, then I think we would work more. I think we would get more things done. And some people would argue that's a really bad thing. I think a lot of people look at that and they're like horrified. Like, I think if our bodies literally physically didn't break down, because you know you're probably familiar with the idea of like a pension, right? Most countries around the world have some payment from the government that's like, if you make it to age 65, I think it's gone up in the UK recently, but like if you make it to a certain age, we'll give you money because like, good job on that. You can't work for yourself anymore, and so we'll get, you know, like, since you physically can't work, that's a thing. But I think if 65-year-olds could, by and large, work, we wouldn't have that system. And if we didn't have a system where like the government was like, hey, you don't really need to work anymore, we're gonna make this happen for you, I think a lot of people would work their entire lives. Like, the only reason, I was willing to work as, like, a 12-year-old. Like, as soon as I learned there was a certain amount of money out there, I only had this amount, and I could earn more by doing things that other people didn't want to do, and in exchange I got money. And sometimes they're not even things I don't want to do. Like, getting paid for, like, the worst jobs in the world is already like, oh, that's kind of nice. You give up your time in exchange for something. If you work a job you like, you know, like, if you like, you know, like, you like working out and doing some stuff, that's great. If you play video games on the internet, then you can make money at the same time as doing something you enjoy. Which, I mean, in theory, like, I want to clarify right now. Everyone always thinks, like, oh yeah, the real dream is to have a job where you do what you love. I think in reality, like, because any job you're thinking about financial considerations before anything else. There's no such thing as a job where you do exactly what you want. I mean, besides right now where we're just mining a thing. This is the closest thing I have to my ideal job. Because, you know, we come here, we do this. But, like, oh, Lord, I wasted a block in lava. Average life expectancy is 81 years in the UK. I think it's lower in the United States, right? US average life expectancy. Yeah, it's only 78 years in America. It's 82 in Canada and 81 in the UK. And in Japan, I think it's Spain actually, that's the highest now. The Spain life expectancy is 83. So yeah, the difference between, like, the fact that even between the US and Spain, which are, like, low and high, you got 5 years of life. Expectancy difference. The real dream job is a job that pays money regularly. Yeah, I think that's what you really want. Just, like, a job that has, like, fixed expectations from you. Like, so I think a lot of people like hate the idea of, like, oh yeah, I don't like that jobs do this, that, the other. I think the real worst thing from a job is a job that has, like, non-defined expectations. Like, oh yeah, you're just, you know, you gotta do this and that, and obviously you gotta mop up the bathroom and that's a thing. And it's like, no, wait, what? Anyway, you know, at the local shops there's a 99-year-old worker. That's cute. So anyway, the long way around that was to say, I think if we lived for 1,000 years, we would, and we could work for all 1,000, we would. If we lived for 1,000 years and we stopped being viable at 65, like we couldn't really work, I genuinely think there would be a movement to kill people at age like 80 or 100. Like, even right now, right? This is the most... Someone's gonna hate me for this conversation. So this is all just talking in hypothetical terms. But, like, right now, in theory, you know, what's more expensive? Paying out a payment to every person over the age of, like, 65, or just getting a giant meat grinder and sending them into a factory where we grind them up into bones? Like, you know, what's easier? What's the more viable solution right there? If you know, like, we choose the more, you know, humane thing. But there's a point where like, again, people always like to think, like, oh yeah, you gotta do what's right, and it's like, you gotta do what's right if you can. There's always this key stipulation of, like, if you can. There's a lot of things we think are right that we can't do, like, as a society. I'm not saying me individually. Like, I think that, I don't know, I think there's lots of things. Life expectancy in China is 76. Is that really true? China average life expectancy. Oh my god, they went up so high. China's life expectancy was 44 in 1961. They went up 2 decades in 2 decades. No, 2 decades in 1 decade. That's insane. I wonder what it is in Hong Kong. Hong Kong average life expectancy. 84 years. They are killing Spain right there. Japan, I'm assuming, is high. Japan's 84 too. Hong Kong might have the highest of any country, but you might not be able to call them a country. That's insane, actually, that Hong Kong, 84 years. Humans have emotions, that's why we're not efficient. Exactly, right? We have emotions that make inefficient decisions, but ultimately you have to make some level of efficient decision. Like, I'm sure everyone's come up with a conclusion at some point of, like, what if, you know, hear me out on this one, what if we just made it so no one had to do any work? And you're like, that's genius. The worst part of life is working. But then you're like, so, like, but if people don't do what, you know, like, then you're like, yeah, so if people don't work, how are they going to make money, man? If you stop them working, it's like, well, we'll give them the money. And it's like, okay, that's fine. You know, let's not go into that how we pay for it. Yeah, let's just be happy. And it's like, wait, so where's your money come from? And it's like, oh yeah, we'll like print it, or like we'll like take it from some other unspecified group. You know, don't worry, it's not you we're taking it from. Some other people. We're gonna take their money and we're gonna use it to do that. It's like, okay, that's great, we're fine. And it's like, so if no one's working, how do we get the things that we want? Like, how does a McDonald's operate without employees that are being paid? It's like, well, because that's the number one concern. Straight from I have infinite money to, wait a minute, what about McDonald's? And then you're like, oh, so we actually can't do that. It sounds good, but it's not efficient because like it works for a week and then society collapses. Or, you know, it works for 3 days and then society collapses. In the case of the Soviet Union, it can last for, you know, like it's like I was reading about something today. Last comment, I'll stop pestering you, but I have a deep philosophical question that applies to conversation. Do you like pesto? Oh, pesto is so good. Pesto, oh, I love pesto so much. I'm in love with pesto. I literally, you know, there are very few things that make me that happy. Grind them, make burgers, and eat them. I missed so many comments, apparently. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. I wonder if life is worth living most of the time when you're doing something you don't want to do. It says PN. What am I doing today? Destroying all the obsidian pillars in my end because I need 12,200 obsidian because bedrock edition. What are you doing with 12,200? Also, grind them, make burgers, and eat. Simple. Right. Not only could we get rid of the giant like pension deficits the world is facing, but also we could have some tasty people burgers. But we don't do it because we have like a sentimental value. But there is a point if people live to 130 where we'd be like, if you can't support yourself, you know, we can't support you forever. You know, like, again, I wish we didn't, but it seems I feel like that's a thing we would do at some point. You know, for most of history, there has not been a pension thing. There's been like be looked after by the people you're near, or get a job, or die. Those were your options until literally the 20s or 40s, depending on... In some countries, those are still your options. Like, in a lot of the world to this day, it's like, well, you don't have... You find someone to make that work, you know? And it seems mean, but that's a thing. PN says something like, you know, what's the point in living if you spend most of your life doing something you don't want to do? I think the point of my example is not to be like, oh yeah, you should do things you don't want to do. Because I think that when you think about, if you think about a job and you think about the worst possible job you could have, because I think, for me, the worst job I could have is probably, let me think about it. Probably the worst job I could have is, like, work, again, doing some, like, super unspecified tasks where we're like, oh yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot of things, you have to learn on, actually, I think working retail is my version of hell. If you work retail, you are, like, you are the hero we need, you know? You are literally an essential worker. You are likely, you know, undercompensated for your pain, compared to what I would, you know, like to be in. Ideally, you would be, etc. But okay, we are out of spaces to even put this stuff now. That's a problem we'll deal with later, though. You know, this is a later me problem. This isn't a me right now problem. So anyway, 2 words, gold farm. 2 words, gold farm. Oh, that's why you need 12,200, because you're making a giant gold farm. Ah. That makes a bunch of sense. More sense than whatever I was thinking. So, oh, we need to make buckets, so we need to drain the lava. So, yeah, going back to what I was saying. So, the pesto on sandwiches. Okay, you know what, Chantal, can you ban this Chantal X Lee fella? I think that is disgusting. I would like to try it, but it also sounds horrendous. Ugh. Anyway, so this sounds dumb, and I'm never gonna convince them. But like, there are jobs that I would hate the worst. Again, I think retail's my worst example. I think some people hate the idea of working in an office. Some people hate the idea of being on a manufacturing line doing the same thing every day. Again, everyone has different dream goals. Some people, you might like, you know, running a YouTube channel that you're whatever. Like, there are dream jobs for everyone, and there's also like anti-jobs for everyone. If you think about workers doing the worst possible thing you could do, that would hurt. And the idea of doing that every single day until you die, well, it doesn't actually work that way, but like, that's terrifying. And a lot of people are really enticed by the idea of like, what if we didn't have to? Anytime there's something that you have to do, an immediate question you should have is like, why do I have to do it? And like, that's why I sympathize with people who say, oh yeah, I don't think you should have to do it. And therefore, you know, I think normally I'm not going to. But I'm going to try and, you know, I would like to help create a world where no one had to. But if you think about, like, and that's when you think about this idea of, like, some vague nebulous body that steals your labor and gives you money just to, for your value. But the way the world actually works is, you know, if you scale down life, because right now there are 8 billion humans, and most of those 8 billion humans' lives are connected in some way. You buy products that were made in China, shipped by a Panamanian shipping company that went through, like, around a lot of the world, touched a lot of things, goes through a shipping port, goes through a distribution. Like, there are so many hands that touch everything, and indirectly that money comes from everywhere. The way the economy works is there's lots of people interconnected, and it's crazy, it's scary. The way the world works is terrifying, and I can see why you would think, why does this need to exist? But scale down your understanding of civilization to 5 people, or even like 10 people. You're like a large extended family. And it's like, okay, if everyone died besides these 10 people, what would you have to do? You would, like, one of you would have to go out and search for food, you know, raid houses. One of you could, like, build a little fort. One of you could, go build, look for other survivors and stuff like that. You know, imagine a zombie apocalypse. Everyone is dead besides you. There is, only 10 of you as best you know. You can think to yourself, like, wait, why is it that I have to go and look for survivors if I want food? That's kind of dumb. I just want to have some food. I don't think I should have to. I don't like looking for survivors. But, you know, the reason you do it is not because you want to. You do it because you have to. Retail, I work there. Don't annoy me or I'll snap, says Dr. Death. Thank you very much for helping me become a thousandaire, Mr. Dr. Death. Yeah, I always want to tell retail workers, like, every single time I have an interaction with any customer service employee, I always say, like, and I'm like, there's something I want to do, and if, like, they won't let me do it. I'm always like, oh, I mined another one with my pickaxe. I shouldn't have done that. I always, like, am very clear, like, I get it. This isn't your policy. Hope you have a good weekend. I'm sure you get a lot of mad people. I hope they stop that. Because people who get mad at the front line, they're like the bane of society. But anyway, like, do you have an opinion on Hegel? Also, paying the Twig at mutual aid. Hegel, let me Google it and see if I do. Hegel. He is a philosopher and important figure of German idealism. The continental tradition of philosophy. Oh, that's nice. I've heard, I know of him, but I forget why I know of him. So, you know, probably not. Maybe both, maybe neither. But like, if you imagine a society of 10 people, you'll have to do things, right? And you could choose not to do the thing, but then all of you are collectively worse off, even though you are better off individually. The reason you do the thing for the group, because no one's going to know if you look for survivors or not. But the reason you do it is not just because you want the food, because the reason your compatriots give you food is because they think you've done something for the group. But also you do it because you know you're making your whole group better off. You might find more survivors to increase all of your odds of not only surviving, but also having a good life with new friends and connecting the world back together and stuff. You do something, you know, like, that job sounds like it has meaning, right? Looking for survivors. Or the job of, you know, raiding houses, looking for canned food or whatever. These jobs, it's really easy to see the value from. Also, thank you, Amelia. It's really easy to see the value in those jobs in a random, you know, this hypothetical post-apocalyptic world that I've created. In the real world, the value is the proposition is effectively the same. The world is a worse place if you choose not, if you can do a thing for the world that you choose not to because you think the world is forcing you to. The world is a worse place. It's an almost infinitesimal, like, it's a millionth, you know, like a fraction of a percent worse off. So much worse off that you won't see it. Which is depressing. Like, everyone wants to see that they're making a difference. I think if the world got worse when you decided not to do good things for the world, everyone would feel much more motivated about making it a better place. Like, when you litter one time, you don't see the world getting worse. You just think, oh, that was so convenient for me. And who did it really hurt? It hurts the vague notion of society, but what even is that, you know? Oh, I forgot to make my buckets still. I'm still forgetting a lot of things very regularly. What's the biggest, hardest, most tedious, most pointless Minecraft project you've ever done, says Triple Threat. That's a good question. Biggest, hardest, most tedious, pointless. No, I like freezing the Nether. Probably the Nether brick fortress one. Towards the end of that one, I was just like, I just want to finish this so I can be done with it. That's why I'm not making any commitments to like what I'm using this for. I might just have a big blackstone chest area. That might be fun. You never know. Good to see you, Ghast, by the way. Also, the post-apocalyptic world is just Minecraft. Exactly, right? Like, if you don't do something in your Minecraft world and just stand there, it doesn't. When you see, like, seeing the world get better when you make a positive influence, and seeing the world get worse when you don't, are things that we almost like need, and it's a tragedy when we don't have them. But the world is a worse place if you decide not to contribute towards it. Just because you don't see it so visibly, it doesn't mean it's not happening. And I think it's like, I think that's one of the modern tragedies. Like, the world is so connected now that we can do so many cool things. Like, having 8 billion, again, like, having almost 8 billion people all doing their own little individual part. Some of those humans are learning. Some of those humans are working on building things. Some of those people sell services for people. Some of those people work on tech. Like, there is literally a billion jobs, right? But the world is getting better every day. And the world is getting better because every single human is doing their little bit. And your little bit might seem dumb. Like, what use does it do to, work in the... Like, again, I'm just using retail because I hate that example. And apparently so do my retail working comrades. But, like, when you do all these tiny jobs, they're going to feel like... they're not... It's going to feel like nothing, but you are moving the needle. It's just the amount you could see the needle moving by has gone down. But it doesn't mean that, like, relative to the percentage, But the world is getting better because all these people are doing this thing. Everyone is moving the needle that tiny fraction of a percent themselves. And it's making things better. You can make your Minecraft work effectively worse by doing something. It goes both ways. If I fall in lava right now, my Minecraft gets way worse. If I break a mob spawning farm or whatever, I can see that difference pretty immediately. Whereas you can do a lot of bad things in the real world and not see the world get worse as a consequence and think, oh yeah, well I guess nothing matters. Oh lord. Okay, definitely lost something there. Okay, I'm gonna use this hit. Okay. Man, the lava there, it's just there's too much of it. I'm gonna mine around here, trying to find where it's at, so I can scoopty-poopty more of it up. Whew. What doesn't get better except to you? That's entirely subjective. So, yeah, this is Turi and Maddie. You might think that I live in some bubble where the world is getting better every day. And the world, like, I want to clarify, my world isn't getting better every day. My world goes through twists and turns and ups and downs. I'm having an amazing week. I've had an amazing last couple of days. And I'm hoping to have an amazing week. I'm like feeling positive about my upcoming week. But I don't know, I've had some of my lowest moments of like a while in the last month. Your individual life is going up and down, and even if you look at a small collective, it's going up and down. But if you look at humans as a group, if you just look at humans, the global tribe we're all part of, humans are objectively actually not. Ooh, Corona might be messing that up. But if you look at the amount of wealth we're producing, it's up. But like, who cares about wealth, right? Wealth is what capitalist pigs care about. You know what I care about? I care about happiness metrics. Again, overall, more humans are being more satisfied. The global hunger rates are going down. Like, poverty rates worldwide, going down. Like, people who die from preventable diseases, going down significantly. These things are all happening and you don't think about them because they're in the background, and it's hard to make a news headline about the world is a better place because, the much better story is the world is awful. Fear it. The world is a terrible place. You should watch out, friends, because it's coming for you. Okay, welcome to destroying 2 fortresses because I'm bored. Thanks for the project idea. Not to keep bringing up D&D, but I'm writing a homebrew world. Any suggestions for an ancient deity whose cult will secretly span the continent? First of all, that's really cool, Julian Coy. I feel like you asked a question about D&D that I must have missed, and now I feel awful. to answer your question about to answer your question on the as regards to the like a cult across your whole world, I think a cool one personally. It's gonna be like he thinks that the Earth is flat or something dumb, and he wants to prove it, so he's doing a bunch of experiments. Make a bunch of fun real-world parallels. People enjoy that. People love real-world parallels. Everyone loves joking about flat earthers. No one's out there like, you know what? I think they've, I think these people, you need to give them a rest. Everyone's like, you know what? I'd like to hear what you have to say about them. So there you go. They believe. Wait. What if? Wait. Here's a better idea. Wait, sorry. I'm taking that one back. A good idea for a like villainous cult is the villain thinks that the Earth is like it's because you're D&D master. You can make the Earth actually flat. There's a villain that's trying to convince everyone the Earth is a sphere, and like, you know, wake up sheeple. There's no edge of the world, and he wants to like lead them on a giant voyage there, but it's gonna kill them. And that way your players have to question like, wait, is he for real? There you go. There's a fun idea. That's for free. Oh, actually, I guess it's not for free. It's for £2.40 that you gave me. D&D gang. I don't describe myself as a D&D player because I haven't played it in so long, but I tried to get into D&D because the whole idea, like, it used to sound so dumb to me. Like, Dungeons and Dragons. Haha. That's the game nerds play in their mother's basements. Thank you very much. But, the part where I got, like, you know, the part where I was like, ooh, tell me more, was where, like, someone just explained, like, hey, here's the deal. Video games can only ever display what someone else programs. D&D is a game that's inside your mind. Like, and it's, obviously, like, you can make a game inside your mind, but it's hard because there's no real rules. But when you're making a game inside, like, a collection of people's minds, like, the collective totals of you and your friends' minds, that's, like, so much more fun, right? Thank you. Keep it simple and stick with Cthulhu. You know what? Keep it simple and stick with Cthulhu. I care about happiness, not wealth. Wealth begets happiness because it can help to eliminate the cause of suffering. If you give it all away, you will have unhappiness, says Kid Manga. Yeah, a lot of people, to me, honestly, one of the biggest signs that someone grew up with, like, you know, one of the biggest signs that someone grew up in a wealthy family is if they say, like, money's not that important, man. Like, that to me says that you lived such a life that you never had to question money. You never had to wish you had more money. Like, as it stands right now, in a capitalist, you know, in the worlds that we live in, wealth is undeniably a reducer of human suffering. And I like, actually, wait, right now, if you think money isn't important, you know who you can give it to. This isn't e-mugging. Give up your money, cash friends. But, you know, money doesn't buy happiness. I agree with that saying, though. Like, a lot of people will spend their whole lives chasing after wealth, thinking it'll make them happy one day, like in the future. But instead, you just gotta realize that money is a reducer of sadness. There are forms of sadness that can come from not having money that you don't have to deal with if you do have it. There's a trillion examples you can come up with of this. And again, I wish I was sheltered enough in my life, like there was always someone money around me that was like, oh, you don't have to worry about this. That I just thought of money as being like this inconsequential thing. Because I have this, actually, I've got a story. I have a, again, I don't like to, I won't mention I have a friend who made literally, again, I don't know how much he made, but it was roughly 6 figures in dollars. Like, I only saw 80,000 off it, but like, yeah, in 1 month he made that amount. So like, work out how much that salary is. But he had really, really wealthy parents. So this is like a wildly wealthy dude who like, you know, like in terms of his family, who then made a bunch of money himself. And like, the money wasn't a big deal for him. He was like, it's just money or whatever, you know, man. And like, he always thought like, whenever people spoke about it, it's like, it's inconsequential how much, yeah. Like, I was just as happy there as I was here. And although that's like a really cool ability, the difference between spending 500 euros on a flight somewhere or spending 50 euros was like, why would you bother not doing the one that's easier? you know, the idea of going anywhere not in first class to him was like, but like, you know, so it's just, you know, like, what's, or like, he only drank coffee. There's a bunch of like weird things about his life where I was like, thank you, Serena Menke. For example, the sadness I feel from not having 200 toy cat plushes right now. I'm so sad that, like, I secretly regret not buying, like, a bunch of toy cat plushes the day before it was over. The, like, I was like, you know, because I could have, like, given them away as, like, a physical thing. I don't know. Did he pay his toy cat tax? He did once, he once paid, like, once he was like, hey, come visit me, and I was like, nah. And he's like, I'll pay for this, that. Like, he bought me 100 euros worth of sushi. It was a whole fun thing. There was a study a while back where someone said money contributes to happiness, but only up to a point. Something like 80k at the time of the study doesn't significantly improve happiness. Yeah, I think that's usually where the drop-off point is. I honestly do think most people who earn significantly, like, I think if you have a job that's paying you $250,000 a year, I think you're probably less happy than someone who earns like 80,000 a year. Like, you know, if you get that money without working, that's pretty great. But I think there is a point at which the stresses from your job outweigh the money thing, and I think that's where things get sad. But when people are like, oh yeah, I can't believe you're busy, you know, working to pay for, you know, rent and like things you enjoy, like, you know, $1 tacos or being e-mugged on the internet. I find those people to be like fascinating in terms of like what, how do you think all this works, man? But yeah, I really think that like when you get to a certain level, I don't know where it is. But there is a certain level where like people are killing themselves to make money that they can't even use. Like if you're working 80 hours a week, it doesn't matter how much you're making. Your life is still majority work, and most jobs that pay large amounts are like stressful. You know, they're high. The reason we pay people lots of money to do certain jobs is because they require high competencies, and high competency requires not making mistakes, generally speaking. There are probably some jobs where you can make mistakes all you like and still make a lot of money. I don't know about any of them. I'd love to hear if you do. You know, actually, if anyone has a job that pays a lot of money and where you don't have to do a good job, let me know. But yeah, it makes a big difference. That's why I think I've said this before. This sounds like some dumb thing I say because maybe it gives people money. No one's giving me money because I've said this. This isn't some weird ploy. I generally, like, this is long before YouTube too. If someone, like, when someone apologizes for something, it means very little. And someone's like, here is the money to, like, restitute the damages. That's where I'm like, well, that's much better, you know? Like, if you are... I had a friend who was, I think he was, like, super late. Like, he was literally an hour late. And not for a good reason. It was just like, oh, yeah, sorry, I decided to go have a shower, this, that. I was mad. And then the guy's like, oh, yeah, I'll pay for your dinner. And he paid for something else that I won't mention right here. But it was nice of him. And that's, like, an actual... That, like, money is this physically limited thing. If you're hanging out with a millionaire, like... this wasn't the friend that made a bunch of money. You know, I wish I'd asked him for more money. I wish I'd just been like, hey, can I have $1,000 just to see what he would have done? Because I realize now he might have just done it if I'd have convinced him I wanted it. Anyway, because he was a very reckless spender. But I really am of the opinion that, like, if you know, words are something you have an unlimited amount of. I can tell you, right now you might not believe what I'm saying because it's just words, right? A lot of people don't believe that I really think Wikipedia is great until I gave $1,000 to them, and still do give regularly large amounts. And then people are like, oh, yeah, you care. You're into that, you know? My job pays nothing and I can make a lot of mistakes without much consequence. See, right, like, skill is important, but the real reason you want skill is to avoid, you know, mistakes. You want to... Competency is what pays... Like, there are lots of jobs where you don't need to be competent, but you're taking a big risk. But then that's competence for your own life, you know? Like, if you're a logger, you make a lot of money, because if a tree falls and kills you, you know, you're dead. You can't enjoy that money. Same with oil rig workers, etc. Anyway, so I think like you can use words an unlimited amount. I can say that I, you know, made a mistake, or I can be like, oh yeah, this is a thing. This is gonna come back and bite me sometime later. Someone's gonna be like, you said you care about this, but you just apologized. And yeah, you know, oh my god, what? I really do think that like people who like are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna speak out about things that I care about. Like maybe that's got a big impact, but also, you know, you can make a way bigger difference by throwing some money at a thing. But that doesn't make such a big public gesture, right? I don't know, like that's the real reality, right? We have an unlimited amount of words, and we have a finite amount of money. If you know, an actual apology comes in, like, to me, like, an apology comes in the form of money. An actual, like, you know, like, a good birthday gift is not a, like, I don't know, I think, until recently, I used to be of the opinion that, like, oh yeah, a good, like, way to show you love or care about someone is, like, if I make, say, $1,000 a month, a lot of money, right? If I make that amount a month, and I spend $100 on something for your birthday gift, you know that I care about you, either enough to be done with my money, and I don't know how money works, or I care about you to spend 1/10 of the money I made this whole month on something for you, because I care about you that amount. Whereas if I write you a birthday card that says, oh yeah, I you know, like, it's a birthday, hope you're having a good one, what does that really mean, you know? So yeah, that's my controversial take. A lot of people take that, like, the wrong way, and they're like, money's not the most important thing. And I always have to be like, well, you know, you might think that that's a smart saying by saying it, but I strongly disagree. Money doesn't equal love, though. I'd agree with that too. What happened here, by the way? I need to go scoop that up, I guess. Yeah, what even? Okay, I'm gonna just mine this way around. I'm gonna see what happened here. Some tragedy, clearly. Some big tragedy. Oh Lord, what? Where is the lava coming from? Am I gonna live? I'm gonna live. Man, Netherite's good for blocking out damage, huh? Ruby Wood, money is important, which is why I'm sharing mine over you. Enjoy $7 of happiness, senpai. That's actually £7, which is close to $10. Where is this lava coming from? I'm so lost and confused. So confused. Why don't you upgrade your tools? I did. Good answer. You can see it in the Let's Play tomorrow. Oh, I have an idea I want to tell you all about, chat. I don't want to forget this one. So I'm going to say it now. But I've had this, I've been sitting on this idea for, wait, first of all, actually, you know, thank you, Ruby Wood. You know, I don't know you, but now I know you better. I know that you're someone who's like, yeah, I actually do care. There's lots of people who are just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna write a message being like, you should, like, there's so many people who are like, here's a thing I want from you, Toy Cat, give. But when someone's like that, it tells you something nice about them, right? Like, you just wanted to show up on the stream, be immortalized. Maybe you didn't even want that. You just literally like, oh yeah, just gonna give you $7. That's 2 tacos or 3 tacos. I don't know how tacos work, honestly. Do you want to see some taco videos? Third channel, right? When you realize tomorrow is a Monday. Happy Monday Let's Play day, friends. All excited to jump aboard the being first on that Let's Play train. But yeah, so it's definitely a lava lake. Okay, Monday Eve. Happy Monday, everyone. No, okay, how many tacos can you buy so fast? A sophisticated BOT. So, I don't know if we get to count the mugging money that I got from the Death Commander Gaming. If we don't, I've ended up with several dozen tacos. Thank you. Third channel taco reviewers, yes. Oh, yeah, honestly, there's a lot of Hispanics that live in Vegas, right? I don't know what the logic is. Or even the Hispanic Latino thing confuses me on a regular basis. But if we leave those things to the side, this is a dangerous place to be doing this. I should watch out for that magma cube that I hear. But yeah, there's a lot of Hispanic. Stop saying taco. I'm gonna say it like as wrong as I humanly can now, just for you friends. Taco. I'm gonna eat some tacos in Las Vegas. I can't do an American accent. Howdy, folks. I'm gonna go down to the taco stand because this is how I say taco. I know this is how the Mexicans say it, but also I've never heard anyone in the UK say taco, And I'm just speaking in the accent that I'm familiar with. I hope y'all understand, y'all. Anyway, so I've got an idea I want to tell you about, chat, before we go today. So, do you remember the hardest seed in Minecraft? I know saying like 10 out of 10. I know asking questions is hard on stream, but do you remember I made a video about the hardest seed in Minecraft? It was an island you spawned on with no trees. The nearest like wood was in a mine shaft. It was a whole nightmare, right? It was Seed Sunday like 3 weeks ago. So do you remember that? Yes or no? Drunk stream. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm totally gonna try and speedrun Minecraft. I'm gonna do it with some drinks. It's gonna be wonderful. Okay, most of chat knows what I'm talking about. Man, you guys are loyal. I need more people like you in my life. Something about hoes not being loyal. Again, if you guys were diamond hoes, you'd all have loyalty on you. That's all I'm saying. I like loyalty a lot. Honestly, like, one of the few, maybe this is like growing old, maybe this is just being a human being, but you realize very quickly that someone being loyal to you is one of the most important things they can be out there. Oh god, we need to like expand this chest too. Life is such a nightmare. Life is pain, am I right? Anyway, so I had this idea, and I want to hear your thoughts, because I have a theory that even on that hard, like, first of all, okay, here's this is like a 3-layer idea, right? This is a layer cake of an idea. I want to beat Minecraft on the hardest seed. That's layer 1. I want to play the hardest seed in Minecraft that we know of so far, and I want to beat the game starting with that spawn, and I want to, like, do like a highlight video, etc. So, okay, what we're gonna do here? We're gonna lay up. So, I don't know why I'm like, usually, like, when I pitch ideas, I'm like much more clear. Let's just take a step back. How's everyone doing? Are you having a good evening? I'm having a good evening. Okay, so I've got this idea, internet. I've got this idea. Also, the stream ends when the pickaxe breaks. Are you're looking forward to that? So I've got this idea that, like, try and beat Minecraft on the world's on the hardest Minecraft bedrock seed that we know of that exists. That's layer 1. Layer 2 is, what if I didn't just try to beat it? Because, like, any Minecraft seed is beatable at some point, right? What if I tried to beat it in 2 hours? Let's say 120 minutes. That'd be kind of fun, right? But what if layer 3, layer 3 to this idea, is what if I put out the gauntlet for anyone to, like, I don't know, like, send it to me on Twitter or whatever, but for anyone to send a Minecraft seed too? And if we found a seed that someone thought was harder, I would, like, because my theory is I think any Minecraft seed out there, you can beat Minecraft in less than 2 hours on. And that's why, I think that all, what we gotta do is we can prove that any seed anyone's willing to send us, we can do that for. Like, if someone sends me a seed and they send pictures and stuff, and I genuinely think it's harder than the one I have, then I think that would be great. Did you say omelette? I feel like I'm having a stroke every time I read your comments, Chantal. Like, something about potatoes and assistants, and now omelette. Like, are you a time traveler, or what's the scoop there? Unless the seed has a glitch stronghold. Oh, that's a good point. Even if it has a glitch stronghold, I guess you could just find another stronghold, right? That's all you have to do. But yes, that's my theory. That's my idea I'd like to share with all of you. Okay. What do you think? That's my thoughts. The hardest seed is subjective to opinion, says Juju A. Yeah, exactly. That's why my point is like, I think you missed my point. But that's why I think my idea was, okay, if you don't believe this is the hardest seed, send me a harder seed, and if we agree that it's harder, I'll try and beat Minecraft on it, Doctor's strokes aren't contagious. Can Chantal, causes of food have strokes anyway. Yeah, right, like I was full on like, am I having like a like an aneurysm here? Like, what's happening? Why can't I understand these messages? I think it sounds fun. So yeah, I'll probably do it maybe tomorrow actually even. But I just like the idea. Oh, can I? Again, this is uninteresting to most people because most people don't care about scooters. But here's something happening in my life that I want to share. Not because you care about, because I care about. Yeah, that's right. You're here held hostage. What are you gonna do? You're gonna leave the stream? Please don't leave me. Get the world record holder to do the hardest seed. Yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun too. Like getting a speed run in there after me. Whew, it is hot. Honestly, electronics, right? You never realize how much heat they produce. Because they have fans in them that are pushing the heat from like the CPU or whatever to the outside world. Like my CPU is running at literally 60 degrees right now. And then the only reason it's running at 60 and not 70 or 80 is because it's pushing the air that would make it run at 70 or 80 out into my room. And it turns out you don't need much air that's close to 60 degrees before you start melting. Like you're somewhere. Oh, by the way, Celsius. If you use different degrees, learn Celsius. Honestly, you know, if you're on the internet in 2020 and you don't know metric measurements, don't be that guy that's like, oh, sorry, can you convert that to miles kilometers for me? It's like, no, Google it. Okay, you know what? Can I just have a rant? I'm sorry to my metrically challenged friends in America. I know you're gonna be like, oh, what's the deal with that? But there's two form of measurements in the world. There's one that's used everywhere, and then there's one that's used in America. And it's like, if you live in that country using that one measurement system, it's fine. You know, I get why you won't use Celsius on your day-to-day. It's hard, everyone else has switched over to it. But like, please, the one thing you can do to make the world a more universally connected place is just learn the other degrees. Learn that when someone says 60 degrees, they don't mean fake degrees. They don't mean degrees that only matter in your country. They mean degrees in other types, you know? I'm sorry, but I'm an insufferable human being who thinks it's hilarious to pretend I need measurements to be translated to me. Like, it's only a specific type of person who doesn't interact much with non-Americans, clearly. Like, I don't think it's actually a personality flaw. I think Americans are some of the nicer people in the world, partially because of the wealth that comes along with it. But I also think the hardest would be a Java custom world. That's maybe true. But I also think the craziest thing, this like genuinely shocks me, but oh god, is how many people in America ask, what time is that for me? Like, or like when I say something's happening at 8 p.m, they're like, oh, but it's 8 p.m. right now. And it's almost always Americans who don't get the idea of different time zones. And it's like, again, maybe the metric thing I can understand. If everyone in your life has always said Fahrenheit instead of Celsius, whatever. But like, America is one of the few countries that has multiple time zones within it. If you live in the United States, you live not too far from a different time zone. You can drive to a different time zone, and you probably have family living in a different time zone to you. How is it me on the internet right now, where you're learning that different time zones exist? And then even worse is the people who know about different time zones, but they're like, can you convert that to Tennessee time? And it's like, no, you can Google what might, like, I can't tell you every single city in the world and what time it is compared to here. What I can do for you is I can direct you to Google, and I always do. And no, people don't learn. There's always people who are like, sorry, can you convert that for me? And it's like, no, I can't convert. Like, on the internet, never. Okay, this is also like people who ask you basic questions. Like, this is. Can we just like Toy Cat's rants here? Like, just Toy Cat's pet peeves. Also, can't play. I need to learn. I hear 60. I think that's pretty cold. And like, again, in day-to-day American life, I can see why 60 seems cold. In Fahrenheit, is 60 actually cold? I think 60 is probably like pretty neutral, right? I don't know. I know 100 is really hot, and I know 80 is kind of hot. That's all I know in American degrees. Like, I know over 100 must be really, really, really hot, and I know under 100 must be really. Oh, what is happening here? What is happening here at all? But like my pet peeves. Okay, we're just killing this Ghast, are we? Okay, there we go. Oh, no, just please. But like on the internet, never ask people questions that you can Google instantly. Like, I get the idea of, like, I'm just going to say the words that like, stream of consciousness, maybe you enjoy listening to it. Never type out in words stream of consciousness to other human beings. Like, oh, what's that? Oh, that seems fun. Like, never say the basic... Because first of all, most people are uninterested. Like, the words that are going to come out of your head are going to be wildly dull. Second of all, it's like, what's going to be faster? Me going to Google, working out where you live, converting my time zone to your time zone, or you type it, you hearing, oh yeah, you stream at 9 p.m. UK time? Let me Google. You can literally just Google right now. Try this out. 9 p.m. UK time. And then it'll say, what time is that for you? 9 p.m. in the United Kingdom is 9 p.m. in London, UK. Oh, I doxed myself. Now everyone knows I live in London. But if I search 9 p.m. Japan time, it will tell me that 9 p.m. Japan time is 1 p.m. in London, the United Kingdom. It's like, if you know, you can, the internet, it gives you answers instantly. Never ask people what you should be asking Google is like my #1 pet peeve. Especially now, like, in the before days where, like, not everyone knew what Google was. But, like, you can ask your phone Siri. You can literally go, hey Google, what is 7 times 400? Wow, I don't have to ask someone on the internet. Hey Google, what is 60 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
60 degrees Fahrenheit is 15.556 degrees Celsius.
Okay, that's not cold. That's like, to me, 15.556 degrees Celsius. You know, the temperature of my PC if it was running in Fahrenheit would be real low. But yeah, I'm not comfortable speaking out loud to nothing though. Here's one of my favorite debates: is should you be polite to your Google Assistant or your Siri or your Alexa? You know, because like being like polite to a virtual assistant that you know doesn't exist feels weird, and even like honestly, it took me so long to get my phone to turn on to Hey Google because I was like, this is, no, not you. Sorry, don't do it.
Problem free is the way to be.
What is that? It took me so long to turn on the default thing. Always thank Siri. Exactly. You know, it's like thanking the bus driver. They don't care, but you can. It's good for your soul to do it anyway. It's like tipping your boy Toy Cat $2 from across the pond. And I'm glad you love the channel, Mitchell Dove. No, you have to yell like my dad. Oh yeah, old people in technology is hilarious. I love it. I love it. Yeah, your dad's an old person now, I've decided. It's been decided on his behalf. You know, all dads in America seem to be old. Tell me if you disagree. But I never heard, like, my like, biological father's, like, 43, 45, maybe. Whenever I hear about someone who has a dad, they're, like, the age of my grandfather. And it's like, how are you alive, man? Like, are your grandparents all dead? Anyway, so different side point. Anyway, so yeah, I think sometimes like thanking someone is like good for your soul. Like it's interesting that like saying thank you is nice for someone. I've said this a billion times before, but every time like when I support the things that I like, whether that's just buying, oh god, whether that's just buying the things that they produce or whatever else, I like supporting a thing because it makes me feel good that I made that thing better, and also like usually there's some reward for it, right? Like when you donate to someone's, oh god, Patreon or whatever, there's some little reward at that tier. When you tip someone, you see your name on stream, and you feel like Kyle Butters Jr. How many diamond spawns / chunk in vanilla? Oh, it's 2 point something, but 2.4 on average. But they don't spawn every chunk, I don't think. I think it's just an average. Whereas in the Nether, a certain amount of Netherite spawns in every chunk. Like not most chunks, in every chunk there is Netherite. It's a fun little difference. Also, this Netherite pickaxe is gonna break, huh? You looking forward to this, everyone? My family judged me when I say please to Google Home. It says, hey, it's Jazzy. See, Jazzy? Okay, first of all, you know, right here, right now, me to you, Jazzy. If I was in your family, Jazzy, I would be delighted that you were thanking Google Home. I'd be like, you know what? I raised, assuming it's your parents. You know, it's your family. That includes your parents, probably. I'd be like, wow, I raised this Jazzy to be an upstanding citizen. You know, actually, wait. We were doing, like, validation earlier. Let's do some individual validation. You know, good job. Good job. Yeah, you know, good job, Jazzy, on thanking your Google Home. Good job to, let's see who else said they did it. Good job to, You're more than double my age, yet your dad is younger, says Katie Plays. You know, good job to Katie Plays' dad for having children at a reasonable age. Good job to, Joey Hill. Can I be validated now? You know, Joey's are still not on the list of validate things. Good job to Alina Khan. You know, waking up every day and being Alina Khan is hard, but you do it anyway. Good job. I'm proud of you. See, there we go. Gotta throw in some random sarcasm, mate. There was something you wanted to share with us earlier. I think it was something going on with your life outside of YouTube. Oh yeah. I was just talking about the electric scooter briefly. I got a new e-scooter recently. I'm like hyped. It's like my exciting little thing. Like a new piece of tech purchase that I'm using. It'll allow me to like go do some climbing stuff that I wanted to do for a while. Cause like I got the idea of an e-scooter is already kind of dumb, but like I got one with like an extra long battery, so now it can go a little further before it needs to recharge. And it means that some places I just couldn't go before, like they were just out of my reach effectively, they're now within my reach, and that's exciting to me. Honestly, in the same way that like this is like another form of validation. Being excited about something. Sometimes you have people who like listen to that and they're like, I don't really care. Like a lot of people here, I'm going to America. I like that chat's like excited my America move too. Like a lot of things are gonna change, right? It's gonna be a whole fun thing happening here on the channel. And I like that chat's like excited for me on that one. Talking about something you care about and having like an actually excited audience, right? That's cool in my opinion. So Calish just said it must suck for you, but good job being you. It ain't much, but it's honest work, says Alina Khan. I mean, again, many people in your position would just like, you know, immediately off, you know, right, one to the mouth. But you stick through it, and that's the validation you get today. That's what you get for asking for validation when things are potentially okay. I'm just kidding. I hope things are okay. If they're not okay, then I'm gonna double down, and I'm gonna be an anti-therapist for you. What state are you moving to? Probably Nevada, but we'll see. What to the mouth. But yeah, can you move to America permanently, Toy Cat? I've looked into it actually, and the tax advantages, like it's a really, really complex one. But there's I would pay less money in taxes. I'd pay a lot more in health insurance, because obviously there's no health insurance in the UK. It's just paid for by taxes, and that's nice. That not only do I pay for my healthcare, but also for like a dozen other people's healthcare. I think I've questioned whether I should live in America, but honestly, this is dumb. This is so dumb. But the biggest reason I don't want to live in America is because it's so much further away from all the countries that I want to visit. Like, if you want to get to, I don't know, say Singapore from America, it's like 12, 13 hours from the UK. It's like 15 from the US. That's a lot. You know, I want to go to, you know, like Norway, 2 hours from the UK, solid 10 from America. All my favorite countries are closer to the UK, and also way cheaper to get to. Like, flights from America are so expensive. People, like, lots of Americans say to me, like, hey, Toycat, how do you afford to travel, like, every month or whatever? And I'm like, I buy flights, and then I get on the flights, and then I go to the places, and I stay in a hotel. and then I recently realized that, like, oh, from America, like, it can be literally several $100s, like sometimes $1,000 to like just to go to Asia. You travel every month, says Dockside Gaming. I have not traveled in I don't travel out every month anymore, that's for sure. Yeah, also I love that we got like it's funny, like the exclaimed reaction where like, oh yeah, some people say that it's crazy, like, you do that every month, and then some guy's like, wait, you do that every month? We proved the point. Isn't that beautiful? YTF aren't it breaking? It has like about, when it gets to this stage, it still has another like 100 durability, which is more like 400 blocks it can break. It's going to break very unexpectedly. And, oh, I should have named this stream when the Netherite pickaxe breaks. The stream ends. That'd have been a way better idea. You know what? I failed you all. I could probably still rename it and then make it public or something like that. You know, I wish I did. We'll do it again next time. It'll be fun. How much does a UK flight cost? It's, like, the standard that I'm used to paying for, like, a one-way to America is, like, 100 to 150, I'd say. And, like, 200 if you're flying not a budget airline. Whereas I've seen in reverse, it's insane. Like, recently, like, right now, things are expensive. Like, flights are so expensive right now, it hurts me looking at, like, oh, I want to go to America one way. Oh, it's, like, 400, 500, 600 to go from the part of Europe I'm going to be in to America. It's like, oh, physically stings. And then like I've looked around, like flights within America, it costs more to go from London to it costs more to go from like, you know, to get to like Albuquerque from pretty much any major American hub, like even if it's like an hour away. Like my Albuquerque, anyway, it's insanely expensive to fly from America because the American airlines make their money from the average person, whereas in Europe the airlines make their money from business travelers, and you're just paying. Oh, the pickaxe broke. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a nice day. I'm gonna see you all in the next one. Goodbye. I'm AVX Toy Cat, and okay, no. Now, hello, I'm AVX Toy Cat, and welcome back to another live stream on the internet. Today, I'm gonna be working on the destruction of an entire Piglin Bastion. This is a giant Minecraft project, it goes without saying, and I've made a lot of progress. I've destroyed the left side entirely, I've destroyed almost the entirety of the right side, we've destroyed the back of the bridge, almost the front of the bridge, but now comes a harder bit because we have to destroy the main structure itself. I'm going to need a lot of buckets, so I brought 7 with me, plus 57 iron, that's like 19 more buckets if my back of an envelope maps is to be believed. And basically, we've just got to be picking up a lot of lava, we've got to be destroying a lot of blackstone bricks and basalt, and it's gonna be fun because we're gonna do it while we chill and hang out and do what we usually do on the Toy Cat live streams, which is make you question your entire sense of self. Or maybe just, you know, maybe today is the first day we just decide, let's just chill out and have a nice time discussing questions like, I am determined to be the first super chat. I don't know why, but I want to be here anyways. It's a very early tax for a pretty early stream, not a long pushback today. You know, I like the people being positive about like, oh yeah, the stream could be later than it was right now. There are some people who are like, you know, if this stream isn't exactly the time I want, then I'm angry. But you know, just remember, it could always be later. That's always a good way to think about things, whether it's this stream or whether indeed it's anything in your life. But yeah, it's good to see you, Triple Threat. How are you doing today? I'm doing delightfully today. Thank you for asking. See, that interaction is like so generic that I just imagined your response, and it's probably not too far off correct, right? Also, yeah, we're going to be scooping up all of the lava. I don't know how much left is to actually be picked up, but given that one block of lava can produce 1,000 blocks of lava, only a few buckets can drain an entire thing, in a way that's kind of surprising to me sometimes, but I digress. Did we pick up that basalt? I'm pretty sure we did. I hope we definitely did. We have to be so careful around this lava because the logic of how lava works is sometimes not very consistent. And here is a prime example of that. I'm standing next to a full block of lava, it hasn't drained down, and now by scooping up a single bit, it all drains down. Okay, that's nice, we did it. Let's get into the mining part of the day. But yeah, how is everyone doing on this fine Thursday? I've been having a, I describe it as like a day just, like, I don't know how to describe it, but like, what I would say is like a day off, you know, like sometimes like the day of rest is an important thing or whatever, but I'd say I've just had a day of like, you know, I'm gonna do the things that I've wanted to do for a while now, because like rest is important, just doing nothing is important, but sometimes doing the things you really want to do is just as important. But like you can't really call it resting if you're like, you know, I got a new scooter recently, went for a ride around London, was surprisingly fun. Got some food I was hyped about. I got my first Five Guys since the pandemic started, and like that's a life changer. Anyone who hasn't gone Five Guys in the last few months, anyone who hasn't gone Five Guys ever, like your life is missing a component, and now my life has that component back. It's exciting, you know. Basically, this was the moment where everything was over. You know, all of it was gone. Also, thank you Game Boy and Bob Free Studios. How do you feel about artificial intelligence? So artificial intelligence is a really broad term, right? Because even video game, like, you know, like enemies are sometimes called AI, which is like patently false, right? Like they're the opposite of intelligence. But assuming you just mean like, okay, so what about you know, machine learning? What about, you know, the modern version of AI we're seeing? It's worrying because this version of AI, this version of machine learning and stuff like that is genuinely a type that is going to revolutionize so many more processes. I guess like every form of AI is smarter than the last, but we're starting to get to the level where we can actually automate the things we wanted from our dreams. Like, also thank you, Bob Free Studios. I guess I responded too early. You know, I responded before it even came up for some reason. Oh, it just came up again. I'm having deja vu. I'm having deja vu. Hello, my BX Toy Cat, and welcome back to another live stream. Linda Norris says I despise Five Guys because they hate hamburgers. How do we ban someone for a bad opinion? Mods, can we get on that? Ban Linda Norris. I can't believe you have that opinion. That is filthy, disgusting. But thank you for sharing it anyway. Anyway, so actually no, thank you for sharing it. Knowing that I share the same air as people like you, that makes me physically sick. But no, you're not. Humans need not apply. Exactly right. But the thing that's like so interesting about this wave of robotics and AI is it's based on like our dreams from the like. I think science fiction and art, you know, like art imitates life and life imitates art. But I think the dreams of what robotics can do, you know, the people who are making that stuff now were the people alive during like the 90s and 2000s. And although you can't achieve everything from those dreams, like the fact that VR went from being this haha funny, what is even happening here, by the way? VR went from this haha funny, like, you know, sci-fi technology to it's very real now. VR is a widespread way of playing games. The only reason it's not more widespread is because it's not actually as fun
I
as we
love
think.
watching your old streams while working in my Minecraft world. Glad to finally catch one. #1 Minecraft YouTuber. Also, Five Guys is awesome.
First of all, thank you very much, Valkyrie. I'm glad you think I'm #1. That's the best number to be, I would say. Second of all, you know, I don't know if I can lend my credence to agreeing with you, but I like to try, and I'm glad you enjoy that. Second of all, glad you love the Five Guys. Third of all, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. I really appreciate people who are like, yeah, I am not, you know, like huge into the genre of, you know, like what you do. But I like your stuff enough to find it anyway. Like there's something nice about that, you know? Like it sometimes feels like on YouTube, if you're in a really niche genre, it can be harder to grow than if you're doing something huge like, you know, just video games at this point. Honestly, it's crazy. Gaming went from this niche part of YouTube to like this huge part of it. So like now like there was this point in like 2013 or 14 where every non-gaming channel was like, I have to start a gaming channel. Otherwise, I'm just leaving money on the table, you know? Like, there are people who will watch gaming videos that won't watch other ones. I feel like we've kind of gone back the other direction now. We're like, oh yeah, there are, you know, like, there are people who want to watch other things, but, you know, can't watch games because, like, you know, it's just, they just don't get it. They don't play those video games. And it's fascinating to me how that's a thing that's kind of evolved. Anyway, so, I can't eat Five Guys because they use peanut oil for their fries, and, I'm allergic to peanuts. You know what? I would train myself to be unallergic to peanuts for Five Guys. Don't tell me that's not how that works. I know that's a lie. I know you can do that probably eventually. No, I've heard you do eventually grow out of allergies. I've never understood because I've never been allergic to something. Like, things that kill me are things that kill normal humans. I'm so like, again, this is one of those, like, I'm an unempathetic, like, human being or something, clearly. Situations, because I generally don't understand how, like, oh yeah, there's this normal thing that's fine for everyone, but also it kills 1% of the population. And it's like, whoa, that's pretty serious. How are these people going to know about that? And it's like, oh, they're allergic. Their bodies just fight it. And it's like, why do their bodies fight it? Well, that's not widespread knowledge that we're ever going to talk about. We're just going to mention how it does do that. Also, a really important question, matters of life and death. What's your opinion on the death sentence versus the life sentence? First of all, I've always thought it's funny. That both of the two worst things you can give someone, like one is a death sentence, one is a life sentence. Maybe that's just funny to me. Probably is just funny to me. Second of all, I've always thought personally, like on a individual me level, I would always, if I was given the choice, accept a death sentence over a life sentence. Like in, you know, like within prison, I just don't feel like I'm gonna have the best of lives. Whereas, you know, if we re-roll those dice, maybe reincarnation's a thing or something. So yeah, personally, I've always been on team. I would like, you know, death over an entire life under someone else's rules. But the as far as like, should we punish other people with one or the other? I think the problem with the death, you know, like a life sentence, you can always give someone money back that time, and it's not like it never makes it even. It just makes it better, you know. But when you kill someone and then you later find out they're innocent, even though it only happens 1% of the time or whatever, that's still you know, that's still all of us collectively, because that's what the government is. It's a collection of all of us. We collectively just killed a person wrongfully, and I think killing people wrongfully is like one of the worst things. One of the worst things a government or person can do. You know, killing people, not a big fan of it. Always my high-quality, controversial opinion that I'm going to give right there. Also, thank you very much, Shorty Mama. Good to see you today. So, something I've been kind of thinking about a lot today. Okay, you know, I'm just going to fly up. That is, every time I try not to fly up, I end up messing up somewhere. Also, there's still lava up there I need to scoop up. Huh. I guess, oh, okay, we're down a level, that's why. Let's just go up here, and let's find ourselves up the level. And let's scoop it all up now. 16 buckets, almost 16 inventory spaces. We can get this done, I'm sure. Okay, just scoopity scoop. People on death row are 10% of the time found innocent. Yeah, right, but the thing is, every single person on death row says they're innocent, so it's really hard to work out who is and who isn't. In the UK, we haven't had the death penalty in forever, and I'm not in favor of bringing it back. Like, it's not like our country is so much less safe than America. In fact, it's the opposite, right? So you don't need a death penalty to be a safe country, and if the death penalty is bad, therefore, then is it the good solution? Like because the interesting thing about crime is also thank you very much, Carlos Vasquez. Velazquez. You know, I'm awful at your name. I'm sorry. You know, Carlos, thank you for becoming a channel member, despite my pronunciation. But like, there's an interesting thing where 1954. Yeah, we used to hang people. It was a kind of a mean thing to do. I'm not in favor of snapping people's necks because we don't like them. That's just me. You know, everyone else can do their own thing. But no, the interesting thing about all crime, like the thing that is still endlessly interesting to me, is the concept of deterrence versus the concept of like, you know, do you deal with, you know, do you do bad things to people, to hope that it makes other people, like, you know, like if even though you don't want to kill people, ideally you kill the people so that other people see, oh god, if I do this thing, I might be killed in exchange, because deterrence is a real thing. There are certain crimes that people will. You know, there are certain things people will do less if they think there is a real downside happening to them if they're caught otherwise. But also, there are some things that even if there is a crime with the death sentence, some people will still commit that crime. It's like, well, you can't have a bigger deterrence. So clearly trying to deter someone from doing something, trying to make it unlikely that they would do that thing, doesn't work, right? That's the kind of broad strokes you can take from that, in my opinion. That if we look at the actual status quo, there are clearly people who, based on the fact that countries had the death penalty for so long, and people still did things that got them to a state where they had the death penalty, shows that you can't just be like, oh yeah, we'll just punish people real hard and then hope that fixes the problem, because it doesn't clearly by itself. Anyway, so to slide to the left, slide to the right here. One of the things that this is the big question we should all like. If someone can find the answer to this one, obviously it's a huge, broad question over all of humanity. But the big question is, why do people do bad things? Everyone at some point in their life has been affected by another human doing something malicious, doing something bad. Like another human hurt them in a way that they were not supposed to. Another human hurt you in an unfair way. This is something that's happened to everyone at some point. Why do... We missed another block. Why do these things happen? Why do people do the things that hurt other people? And it's such a hard one to say. Like, there's an argument where, like, oh yeah, everyone's always going to hurt you if there's, like, some personal
Started
gain.
MC during quarantine as a way to bond with my daughter at home. Your vids have thrown me into cool mom territory. Ty. I bought her a toy cat plush, but think I'ma keep it since I'm a fan now.
Hey, I love that, dang Ellie. That's why I would love to know, like, you know, just as a little side note, like, if you if you just go into Minecraft as like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna get into this game so I can play it with my daughter. I'd love to know how you found my videos. So, oh wait, like, again, this is just my, like, personal, I'm curious. Tell me about that one. But second of all, I think that's so awesome that you just, started watching, trying to be like, I'm gonna learn all the tips, and then you like whatever's going on here. So thank you, Dedang Ellie. I think the Toy Cat is the most beautiful thing in the world, and they ship in August, right? I'm excited for this whole thing. Can't buy them anymore, they don't exist. So I know, I wanna finish that up by saying that's cool. I like whenever someone's like, oh yeah, I wanted to connect with all my life, so I got into learning some stuff. I think that's a example of like people do cool things all the time, right? There's no reason for you to need to do that, but people still do nice things all the time. But like people both do nice things all the time, but also different groups of people usually, but sometimes the same groups of people also do nice things all the time. Why do people do? Why are there people who do bad things, but yet there are also people who do good things, and they're the same people? And the easiest answer is like, okay, well, the concept of good and bad is relative, but it's like, so why do we do things that are displeasurable to people when we specifically go out of our way to try and please someone? Like, you ever done something nice for someone because it's their birthday? You ever get into Minecraft because you have a daughter apparently who's into it, or a friend or whatever? I've heard some people who are like, oh yeah, I thought Minecraft was lame, but my girlfriend got me into it, and now I'm addicted. You know, like, actually, there's a lot of like forms of media that are true like that. Like, oh yeah, I didn't want to get into a thing, but you know, someone I love in my life said they liked it, so I got into it for them. People do nice things all the time, and for self-gain, I think. Yeah, that's and then like, okay, then the next train of thought is like, oh yeah, so the only reason we ever do nice things is for self-gain. It's the same reason we do bad things, right? People do both nice things and bad things because you gain equal. Like if you do something nice, you gain by someone else liking you and then them doing things that help you out. And if you do something bad, it's because you gain from that. When I steal from you, sure that sucks for you. You lost your £100, but I just got 100, quiderinos. Thank you very much. So, you know, like, there is gain to doing bad things. But then there are sometimes people literally do things that are selfless besides the feeling, you know, like, besides the want of feeling good at the end. Like, when you pick up someone's wallet and it's got cash in it, you don't ever need to return it. But we know that statistically, most wallets, I don't know if it's most actually. I know it's very close to half, like just over or just under half of wallets do get returned, right? Is this an e-mugging, says Emma Swift? This is an e-mugging. Put your hands up. Put your credit card details in now. Actually, I have an exciting I do have an exciting development on that front. Did Toy Cat just agree with someone? You know what? I'm hurt. I did just agree with someone. This is a bad day for me. This is how you can tell I'm not feeling myself today. Also, Nate Watson, thank you for keeping me sane. While Toy Cat, love your streams. Do you know anything about Sikhism? I'm a Sikh, says Isha Singh. Honestly, I lost most of the tenets of Sikhism. I know there's like the 5 things that you carry around with you, and I know, like, I remember reading about it and being like, oh yeah, that's nice, you know, like, but like, you know, because I guess like in my area there's a bunch of Sikhs, and I was like, oh, what's the deal with this? And like, it's generally agreed that no one has a problem with them, which is good, you know. That's how we should feel about every subsect of people. Like, oh yeah, no one has a problem with them. Wouldn't that be nice if everyone was just like, oh yeah, these people, no problem. Those people, no problem. Wouldn't the world be real great? Well, thank you for keeping me help sane while quarantine is on stage. Can you build a statue of Cher in your creative world sometime? What is a Cher? Cher? Is that... Wait. There's a singer called, like... Is it Cher? It must be Cher. So either this is talking about that or I'm missing some acronym. I don't know for sure, but you know, sure. I can do that, but will I do that is no. No, I'm not going to do that. Wait. You got to be polite. Of course I might do that. Or, to use a tip that I mentioned before, the best way to, like, seem like you're being polite while also not doing something someone asked for you is just to say yes and then to not do it. Like, yes, of course I'll build a statue of Cher. And then now I just don't. But I get all the brownie points of having done it, despite the fact that I'm not going to. And if you ask me, I'll just be like, oh yeah, it's happening soon. Happening soon. This is my favorite life pro tip. Just say you're doing things right now. And then a lot of people just get bored and forget about asking you. Because, like, you know, it takes 2 to tango. That's my thing. Hello, says Alina Khan. Hello, I'm your name here. and welcome back to another live stream. Yes, I'll do it after the stream, says MJ. Oh yes, exactly. I'll do it right after the stream. Right, it's gonna be done ASAP. Don't you worry. Just start forgetting about it right now, and it'll be done before you know it. Lying with Toy Cat. It's not even lying, right? It's just saying something. Yeah, I guess it is lying actually. But it's the best form of lying because it's like, in my opinion, it's like again, like there are certain lies where you're basically lying about your, again, I think it's the worst. I think it, like, a lot of times people want a thing from you, and they're going to badger you until they get a thing from you. And because, you know, the thing you want to say is like, no, don't pester me for that thing. That's very annoying. Don't do that. But then people are like, whoa, I was just, you know, and then they get on the defensive. Then they beg, you know, then they'll pester you some more for the thing. So instead you go, oh yeah, here's the thing. Now you can't pester me because I've already said I'm doing it. It's like a counter. I know, it's like one of those tools of human conversation, right? Because whenever you say something, this is something I think about whenever there's like historical records of like a country going out on a limb or saying something. We never know for sure in any historical record, like especially like past a certain point, whether someone said something because they believed it or they said something to like advance their position in whatever, you know, system they were in or whatever. And I find that very, very interesting personally. Speaking of things that are interesting, today I spent a while reading about because I'm moving to America somewhat soon. I mentioned it before. I'm not going to mention it again. But so one of the things that changes is like all the delivery apps in America and the UK are different. With I think Uber Eats being the only exception I can think of that's in both countries. So moving to America, one of the things that apparently is like a big thing in America is you have to tip your delivery driver, right? I don't know why that's a concept. Again, tipping in America is like strong, but like that's one of those things where it's like I don't want to be the one guy who isn't tipping because apparently they don't make money without tips. Because you know this is how employees work. You pay them separately to the services. When I go into Walmart, actually, you know, when I go into a store, a Target, see there we go, going nice American. Now you get me. I tip the employee there, right? I mean, why are you not gonna pay the employee who rings up your stuff for you? See, right? It's ridiculous, right? It's funny because you can just like, just pick a list of employees if you're not familiar with American culture, and like half of them will be tipped and half won't, and there's never explanation besides that's just how it is. Anyway, so how many times are you gonna talk about tipping? OMG, I'm gonna talk about it until it gets fixed. Okay, that's what's gonna happen. No, I actually think, like, from the employee perspective, tipping is, like, theoretically a good thing if you're, like, above average at your job, right? But, like, it's the reason that tipping is, like, so annoying as, like, an outsider is because you don't know, and sometimes there's interactions where someone's, like, waiting for a tip, but you don't know, and then there's sometimes, like, and you don't know for sure, and, like, are you meant to do it? Can there be such thing as, like, good food delivery service? I don't think personally there can be, right? Like, did you deliver the food? Is it here? Is it what I ordered? Yes. Well, you did the bare minimum at that point, didn't you? Like, like food delivery drivers who don't deliver your food, and it's like those guys don't get a tip. I guess that literally is the system of accountability, right? You don't tip delivery drivers who don't show up at your door. Anyway, so I'm excited. Oh god. I'm excited. I'm trying to learn like the list of things. Anyway, so that was all a little side note. I wasn't actually trying to talk about tipping, by the way. But again, I don't know why this tickles me so much. The idea that like, yeah, technically speaking, you don't tip delivery drivers that don't show up at your house. I mean, the fact that you can't is probably the biggest reason. But I love that. Servers are paid most times $2.50 now. Yeah, exactly. But that's a see that the problem with that, like the reason that could start is because one place said, oh yeah, you pay for the employees separately, and then people accepted it, and then it's expanded to more and more positions. And I personally think like it's a great idea, the fact that some people can make a bunch, like, because if you forced all servers to make the same wage nationwide, some would really love being able to make, you know, 15 an hour. Some would look at that amount an hour and be like, but with no tips, let's say, and be like, that's a huge downgrade. Like, what the heck? You're taking away a major source of income. Like, I totally get it, whatever. It's an annoying system, but it works for some of those people, and it clearly people like it in America. I'm not gonna go into that. Don't move to this dystopia. I'm horrified by this place. I'm so jaded from living in Florida. I don't understand why Tiger King was so shocking. Oh man, Florida's the state that everyone else in America makes fun of, and that's why I'm so fascinated by it. I'm like, oh, I need to know. I need to know what went wrong there and when. You know, that's one of my questions I need to answer in America. Anyway, so but Toy Cat, how much are your revenues from tips? Exactly right. I'm in the exact same boat. Like, oh yeah, if instead of asking people to tip me, I just instead said, hey, this stream will cost you, this stream is for members only. You pay $2.50 a month to watch, then you never feel obliged to tip after that. Obviously, like, I think overall, you'd probably make, I would probably be on the lower end of that. I would be disadvantaged from that position. But there are some streamers that would love that system way more if that was the norm. Like, oh yeah, if it's that amount an hour, at least we'll make, some fixed amount a month. It's all about reliability versus like peak earnings, right? But anyway, leave that aside. I'm not here to talk about the tipping in America. I'm sorry. I make one jab, and then we get stuck down a side tangent. I was just trying to say, in America, you tip your delivery drivers, and it doesn't make tipping any employee is questionable, but tipping a delivery driver doesn't make sense. Besides the argument that they don't make any money, but it's like you can't just not pay people and say the customer has to pay. Like, if you told me that the person who operates the ride at Disney only makes $2 an hour, I wouldn't tip them. I mean, I guess I would if everyone else is doing it. I guess maybe I'd be like, oh, I guess this is how it is now. But I feel bad knowing that I'm sure there's a bunch of people who I haven't tipped in America that I was meant to, that I should feel awful about. I once got on a taxi that cost me an insane amount of money, and at the end it's like, would you like to tip 15, 20, or 25%? It's like, no, the $60 or whatever it was for the ride, that was the... Anyway, stop talking about tipping in America. I want to. I can't. Every single time I mention it, I'm like, but it doesn't make sense. Okay, and then it's like, okay, no, that's not. I get it. America's weird. America's a crazy dystopia. And we're gonna leave it We're gonna leave it behind. It's gonna be great. Whew. Okay. I literally just got pizza delivered because it's too hot to cook, and the delivery guy was dripping sweat. He deserves my $8. See, right, but like, what I'm trying to say there is, okay, so the reason I brought this whole thing up is because there's a in America, you guys have 1 trillion delivery apps. I can try and name them all: Uber Eats, Grubhub, DoorDash, Postmates. I'm probably missing some. Do you have Just Eat? I don't know. I think Just Eat's just British actually. But you got 1 billion food delivery services, right? And the expectation is that you tip via all of these services. But like, again, if we ignore the fact that a lot of those services pay the employees X amount an hour, but if you tip them, they give the tip to the employee, but they pay them less because the employee got tipped. If we leave that to the side, if we just say, okay, that's an edge case scenario, that's weird, that's dumb. But if we talk about that, there's this interesting thing where there's a bunch of apps, and they all have like a tipping thing built in, and you're meant to tip via the app, right? You pay for your food, and then you pay for the employee to deliver the food, etc., etc. But something that gets a lot of people mad is how when you order food via any app, when you do that, you have to like, again, maybe this is just a UK thing, but I'm pretty sure it's everywhere, because I love when people complain about this. It's one of my things I love to hate. There are very few things I enjoy hating, but I love when people complain about the fees in service apps. Like, oh yeah, you want to order something from, say, McDonald's. Well, the burger is the same price, or it's actually a slightly higher price because there's no offers applied. So your $3.50 food is now $4. But then also you pay like, oh yeah, but there's a delivery fee, which is $2.50. And then also there's a, that's the fee for the delivery. And then there's a service charge, which is another couple dollars because you got to pay for the service, the app that operates all this stuff. And then it's like, oh yeah, on top of that, once you pay those little surcharges, then you pay for something like, oh yeah, well then on top of all those things you pay for a delivery driver, and it's like, so if the delivery charge wasn't paying for the driver, the service charge wasn't paying for the driver. So I'm the one doing that. But again, if you just say that's fine, so you had a tip on all of that. Something that a lot of people complain about is the idea that like, oh, I don't see why if a McDonald's burger costs $4 in McDonald's, why it should cost. Why it doesn't cost $4 to get delivered. Why does it cost, if you add all those things up together, like a $4 burger becomes 10. A $10 pizza can become like 20, like it like seriously adds to the price of the food or whatever. Why do we have taxes on food? Oh yeah, I forgot. In America, taxes are like separate on food, aren't they? I always forget about that one. So like, sorry, just to be more fun here. So you add those fees in, then because they're fees, you add a tax on those fees, right? Because that's how fees work. And then at the end, you're left with this like massive increase, and people are like, but why is it more expensive? And it's something I think about a lot as an example of like something people like to get angry at, and it's something again I admitted earlier. I love to get angry at this too. I'm on the exact same train right here. Also, your mic's not muted. Please mute it so I don't have to listen to you. Oh, ouch. You know what? Let's mute my mic for a bit just to see how people react to that one. And so the reason I came out of the store with all those things in my hands, like there was a man with a gun across the street, and he was about to. And that's how I went to prison for 13 years. But thankfully I got out because there was a little bit of a... yeah, and that's how I got back into YouTube streaming. But I have to be very careful about revealing my prior offenses because otherwise people learn about exactly what happened there. So yeah, apparently my mic muted for some of that story. Oh, that's, yeah, probably trolls. I reckon everyone heard every moment of that. That was my best story of the evening, I'd say. That's something I don't like to talk too much about, so I hope you'll forgive me if I don't tell that story again. Anyway, finally some real gameplay about that toy cat guy. You know what? Wouldn't this be so much better if it was just like this? Wow, isn't this glorious? Actually, it'd be way better if it looked like this, right? Can we just have orange square instead of face cam from now on? That's the dream, right? That's the dream. So Kat, you're probably unaware of this, but your mic is muted and some of the story we couldn't hear. Wait, I'm gonna do a little test. So I've got a live stream view account. I'm gonna see how much it goes up while there's no face here. I'm convinced there's some number of people who would love to watch a live stream, but don't watch it exclusively because they look at me and they're like, "Oh, I don't like the look of that fella. I don't want him over here." Anyway, so the whole reason I was talking about the food thing. I apparently, again, whenever British person talks about American tipping is apparently the most hated side tangent to go down. But you know, one more time, shall we? Should we explain how playing? No, I'm not going to. But the interesting thing about like fast food apps is the way deeper conversation on that, because it feels like a scam when you pay more for food. It feels like a scam when you pay more for something than it's worth to get it delivered. But the delivery is the service, right? Like that's the reason it costs more. Like, and it's kind of interesting because in the UK at least, and before Uber Eats and Deliveroo and like again the equivalents of your same apps, people were used to free delivery. Like, why would you ever pay for delivery when some places do it for free? Like it just feels better to get delivery for free because people like that. It's if you could pay £2 for delivery or get it for free, you could. But in reality, there's no such thing as free delivery, right? The concept is it's just bundled. Also, I'm gonna come back. This is for you. Hello, I missed you. Your face cam is muted. I'm forgetting what you look like. This is bad. You know what? You'll have short-term memories. That's real concerning right there. But yeah, the real service is like the real service there is the delivery, but like, and by calling it free, you're like, oh yeah, so people just get used to the idea that delivery is this like added on thing. Like, oh yeah, of course the restaurant wants to get that food to me, so they're gonna pay to get it over here. And it's kind of weird because as a result of just so many places saying free delivery, when what they really mean is like, we bundle it into the cost of our food. Effectively meaning that if you don't get your food delivered, you're just paying more at any free delivery place. Which, by the way, my life pro tip, like, any place that offers something for free just means that you're paying for it whether or not you use that thing. Like, you know, if you ever gone on an airline that has free luggage, what that really means is you're paying for luggage whether or not you have it. Or like you're subsidizing other people's luggage because your ticket could be cheaper without the addition of luggage. When, you know, when you go to a, when you go somewhere, you know, I know that's, the free delivery one's a great example. If there's a place that has a free salad bar and you don't get the salad bar, some of your meal cost went to the, you know, went to that salad bar that you then did not use. And that's why I think, like, being able to pay for things, like, separately, very great idea, personally. I know you meant bad short-term memory, but the idea of roasting someone having short-term memory is hilarious. Oh, wait. That's a good idea. I'm gonna take the not the meaning of what I said, but the words and be like, yeah, you have short-term memory. That's hilarious. That means that you'll remember this roast in 5 minutes. I won't remember, and I'm gonna roast you again. It's gonna be great. Like, free postage is incorporated in the cost. Oh yeah, that's the best example too. Like, for some reason, it's mostly Amazon, right? But like, we're so used to the concept of things getting to our houses for free, when in reality that is not how it works in the slightest. That we're like genuinely annoyed when that's not true. And it's Andrew, did you see the speedrun seed Dan Robs found? He just posted a video. It looks really legit. Hey, thank you, James Seguenis. I'll have to give it a check out soon, obviously. I'm honestly, after yesterday, I think I legitimately was like, this is it. This is speedrunning done for me. I will never have a seed that good again in the random seed category. We might try set seed in a far off future, but yeah, it was a fun little thing to dive back into. I think the cool thing about speedrunning is it improves your skills for the rest of Minecraft, so I'm glad I did that. But view count went up when Toy Cat Space Game went back up. I think because I don't really announce these streams as much as I probably should. I don't know, like because the streams are just whenever they are, a lot of people just find them while they're live. Like, we'll start with like 500 viewers, and then we'll go up to anywhere from like 1,000 to 2,000. Or yesterday we got 4,000 viewers because people just like find it on their homepage. It's a much more dangerous way of streaming because you're obviously relying on, you know, YouTube to send that to people. But also it means that like we gain as we go forwards, which is nice. It's like a form of progress, you know. Who doesn't love progress? Beacon Mining Mason Hangout Toy Cat is yes, as Brandy Rust. Hey, you know, I would love to go mining for some stained clay. I don't know why I've never done that yet. Or terracotta, hardened terracotta. I'm not sure. If you want a cat, I'd stay away from the USA. Oh yeah, right now the USA is like I like America a lot, but now is like objectively one of the most dangerous times to be visiting America. But I also think like I'll take that risk in my stride because that's nice. It's also super frustrating like the process I have to go through for let's call it visa reasons. You know, staying in the Middle East for 14 days or in Turkey, which is arguably partially it's a whole thing, right? Want to hear a funny joke? YouTube notifications. Hey. So when I order my Chinese takeaway, I get it from a place with free delivery, and the overall cost is cheaper than if I pay $2.50, says Damien Hills. Yeah, I think that's what you should objectively be doing. Every time you look at two things, one which has something for free and one which doesn't, is work out like, well, how much would that thing cost me otherwise? Because, you know, like, sometimes it generally is they're bundling into the cost of doing business, but usually it's you, the consumer, that ends up paying, because unless their profit margins are so big they can just sustain having a delivery driver and everything else, then it's usually fine. But yeah, so there's this interesting thing, like, people always like to complain about the cost of delivery, right? Whenever delivery is not free, and every one of the delivery apps I just mentioned in America, Grubhub, DoorDash, I don't know them all, I'm sorry. Postmates is something I hear about all the time from YouTube ads. But they all charge you for delivery, which is like this foreign concept that we're so non-used to. But it's in reality, it's like, well, you know, if you don't want to pay it, you can still go to the place. It's not an option. And then some restaurants are upset because they don't make that money. Like, the delivery fee doesn't go to the restaurant, it goes to the drivers. And sometimes the restaurant even takes some of the food money from the restaurant as, like, in addition to their service fee, in addition to the delivery fee. And people feel like that is really, you know, mean and bad. And I think this is a great example of, like, honesty. I've said this before a million times on this channel. I think honesty is really quite important. Also, danger money. Because of the danger in America. I have considered, like, I still haven't looked into it right now because it's going to make me sad. But the cost of travel insurance to the US right now is going to be, like, insane for 3 months, which is how long I'm going to be there. So I'm looking forward to not going through that. Free delivery for most places if you spend $10 and pay $10 a month for their premium service. Oh yeah, wait, there's a version of that in the UK, but they stopped it recently. Like Deliveroo, which is like the UK's version of all those things I just mentioned. We have a version of that, but also it's not available for me. Like I want to complain about that sometime, but it's literally just a complaint that no one's gonna be interested in. So I won't do that. But I'd like it to be known right now. I would love to complain. I'm not doing so for your benefit, because no one's gonna understand what Deliveroo Plus or Deliveroo Premium is. But I got turned down. Like I can't buy a service that I'd love to because I order too much food. Anyway, so. Well, I've been ordering too much food recently because it's a pandemic. What are you gonna do? You gonna make your own food? No, you're gonna get it delivered to your house because that's the fat monster you are. That's my internal voice at least. Anyway, so I think honesty is really important because a lot of people really, really, really despise the idea of paying money for food at a restaurant and knowing that money's going somewhere else. Knowing that, oh yeah, like when you pay $11 for your pizza, Grubhub or whatever, I don't know, it doesn't matter. You know, like, they're taking 20-30%, right? That is a concept that really, really upsets people. People don't like being lied to. And people often, like, take that, like, a step too far, and they're like, oh yeah, they're lying to us. And also, not only they're taking money, but that money that they're taking makes those businesses unable to survive. Also, I missed a South African Rand message from Jan van der Meer. So, Kat, I know this is off topic, but, what is your story for how you got your name today? Also, how do you think the person getting tipped feels? Are they for it or against it? Maybe getting a high base salary. Oh, we're going to talk about tipping? Oh, what's that? What's that? My American don't like talking about tip people. I order a lot of food. I rarely cook anymore. Yeah, same is a loser. Is a not very good chef. Wait, every time instead of saying your name, I'm just gonna abbreviate it to whatever the joke is, and that way I can keep my high quality jokes coming all day. Anyway, so honestly, I think again, I literally do make a substantial amount off of tips, right? I am without realizing it. Overnight, I became a tipped. I'm not an employee though. I'm a tipped freelancer. If you enjoy what I do, you can throw me a couple quid. If you don't enjoy what I do, you don't throw it. If you enjoy what I do, but you just don't want to give it some money, you don't have to. I'm going to be very careful about this bottom layer down here. I'm going to keep in mind that there's lava down there. Let's make this more clear so I don't end up there by accident. But yeah, as remember the guy who I broke up last week because he wanted a serious relationship? He changed his mind. He's now back in my DMs. Just remember that if someone changes their mind because they've been out of something for a while, it doesn't mean they've changed their mind, it just means they're willing to compromise. Which is maybe good. I think being willing to compromise is a good human characteristic. But maybe you disagree. Also, we can kill the hoglet for some more food. Didn't even realize, but we can stay stocked up on our pork chops today. Okay, that's I'm gonna leave this gold block here actually. I don't want to take that with me just yet. But yeah, so I really do think that like every individual tipped employee feels differently about it, because some of them would prefer like the stability of knowing I'm making X amount an hour. Right now, if you have a bad hour, you make less. Bad hour, you make more. If you're a tipped employee at a really nice place, because tipping is based on percentages. You know, I wish YouTube tipping was based on percentages. Like, hey, tip me a percentage of your income right now. Give me 0.01%. You know, you can't make that money unless you watch this high quality live stream where I mine my ancient debris Bastion thingy, right? Yep, those words added up. My English gets like that. That would be weird and dumb, right? Like, wait, no, even though technically speaking, yeah, there's a link. You would be like that. But whole point, I'm just trying to say, is because it's based on a percentage, I think people who work at, like, higher-end places like it more. People who work at cheaper places like it less. I think we've even, like, every time this comes up in chat, someone's like, yeah, I feel bad about only giving X amount, you know, when it's a cheaper thing. You're not a tip.
You're not a tipped freelancer. You're a tax man. Here's
Hey!
the tax.
Thank you, Act David, for 0.1% of your income. You know what, just wait. If that was true, that would mean you earn £39,660 a year, right? Although I'm assuming in a different currency. You know, I like to believe, I know that was probably just a random amount, or it's $50 in pounds. I like to believe that you were literally just there like, oh yeah, 0.1% of your income, credit card details coming in. I make 1% tips my job, so it's going to be even lower now. That bring me back to serve an empty building. So yeah, that's another element, right? Like, because, like, the tipped employees who really liked it before, now that there's fewer customers, they're in, like, okay, whenever someone is employed, a lot of people think that if someone employs you, they're stealing your labor. Like, if Walmart hires you for $7 an hour, they're logically making at least $8 or $7.01 an hour because they're stealing that extra cent off you. When, you know, let's pick a small store, because if you pick Walmart, it's always a nebulous concept. But like, if I hire you to clean my floor, or not clean my floor, if I hire you to make burgers for my restaurant that I've just started, this independent restaurant, I'm gonna be giving you $7. That's not legal in America. I'm gonna give you $70. Screw it. You're not. I'm a wealthy business owner. But if I give you $70 an hour and the restaurant makes a profit, you can assume that I've made at least $1 or like at least a cent. No, I'm making at least $70.01 for every hour you work, or I'm losing money on you and I'm a bad businessman, right? That's what a lot of people come to the logical conclusion. But okay, so we can't go any blocks lower, or that happens. But in reality, what's happening is, like, the business owner is taking the risk on your behalf. Like, in reality, that's like gambling capital. People call it capitalism. It's because, like, capital is one of the factors of production that is needed for the modern world. So if you want to farm beans, actually you need land to farm beans. If you want to, like, forage nuts in the wilderness by yourself, you can do that without any capital being needed. If you want to make a burger, you need a burger grill. A burger's made on grills. Again, you know, I don't understand business. That's why I pay my burger flippers $70 an hour. But anyway, my point here is that the actual thing you're getting is, like, because you're getting a fixed amount an hour, that risk isn't on you. You are either being paid as an employee or you're not. Whereas if you own your own business, you can work, you know, for, like, people who own their own franchises, because McDonald's franchises are owned by individual people, will often work for below minimum wage. People who own, like, a convenience store will work for below minimum wage because they're working for themselves, right? Like, there is no one paying them money. They just make the profits of their business. If they pay someone else to do their same job, they have to give them a fixed amount of money, which is great. Like, okay, they pay someone $8 and that person makes them $8.50 now. But then what happens when that person makes them $7.50 now? They still pay them. They pay them for as long as they can until they can't anymore because it's essential to the business. You're making, like, you're getting a fixed amount an hour, but in exchange, there's no risk. Normally, if you start, like, a store, like, again, let's say it costs $100,000 to build that. If the store goes out of business, you lose $100,000. If you work at a store making, again, I don't know why I picked $8 an hour, like $18 an hour. Then when that store goes out of business, the only thing you lost is your source of income, your ability to make $18 an hour. You're not out your entire life savings, and that's the reason why, even though they're making that amount, it's because of the investment they put in, the capital level. That's the thing you can critique, the capitalism of the element, the fact that because they saved that money, or maybe you don't think they saved the money, maybe you think they got it from a bank because they, you know, have something credit, or maybe they got the money from they inherited it or something. These are usually the edge cases, but, like, those are the scenarios where someone just has money and can therefore use it to make more money. But yeah, that same thing applies to waiters, servers, etc. Right? Like, if you're a server at a restaurant, you get paid $2 an hour, right? But then you also get paid a percentage of the food that goes through there, which, again, as a customer, I dislike because I'm not used to that where I am. But as a server, you might really like that because it means if you serve a lot of tables and you have generous people that give you a high percentage as opposed to a low percentage, you can make a lot of money. Again, I I went to a steak place in DC on my first America trip. Maybe my second America. The second time I went to America was like 2016. I had like a really successful month on YouTube, and I was like, I'm gonna buy a real nice steak myself. It was like 100 or something like that. Plus it was like 20 for a side and a drink. So the tip at the end, if it was 15%, was $20-ish, I think. Or it was like, I think maybe $18 or $19. That guy just made $19 in that 20, 30 minutes. If he does that repeatedly, $50, $60, $70 now. But then the trade-off there is he's taking the risk, because the risk there is that if there's no customers, because say a global pandemic comes out, then that's the whole thing. And that's the downside. Like, even though there is an upside to tipping, that upside comes with its own downside too. The upside is, you know, like, it's probably the same here. I don't have the exact stats, but I'm sure fewer people tip your boy the cat because they're like, oh yeah, something, I don't have a job. So yeah, in fact, a lot of people have said that, like, oh yeah, I love supporting the streams toy cat, but I can't be a member or whatever anymore because I do not have a job. And that's the risk you take. And usually employees are immune from risks, and that's one of the big issues. That's the big, like, kind of, that's the real issue underlying all these debates. That all these big debates we're really having are that, like, should someone who doesn't have a, you know, like, there is a group of people who have big investments. Like, they're not just like making money. They're like, they have a lot of their stuff in something. And then there's people who are at arm's length from it. Like, if you work for Whole Foods, you don't really care about Whole Foods' success. If you work at Target, do you care about Target's success? Like, do you think the Target employee... Actually, I guess the Target employees, because they wouldn't be hired anymore. But, like, unless something disastrous happens, you're not really so bothered. You might care about the company's failure because you'll lose your job. But do you care about its success? If, you know, if you work for, again, McDonald's, a steakhouse, whatever, do you want them to be successful? You don't really... It's not a big thing, right? So anyway, my point here was just that the real big debate here is, like, how do we actually make everyone, because, you know, you're more productive when you care about something, when you're invested in it, when you have risks as a downside for something going wrong. If people don't have any reason not to want society to fail, they make society fail. This is what you really see when you see giant, you know, protest, like, not protest, but, like, let's go the full rioting length, right? Like, if these people feel like they have no reason to want society to do well, so they're willing to burn it down. Some people are just there because they love chaos, sure. Some people are there because they want to benefit, get some free stuff. But some people are just like, yeah, I have no interest in, you know, society doesn't have my back, I don't have society's back. That's like the much larger version of that same thing. Like, why should you care about a society that doesn't care about you? And in reality, like, the world can never actually care about you, i.e. not every participant, not every single other human can care about you, nor can we all collectively choose to care about everyone. But it still hurts whenever, if it feels like for no good reason you've been picked out as not being cared about, based on whatever immutable characteristics or whatever. And that's why people go crazy for things. And that's why you generally don't see it in areas where people own businesses or whatever. Because those people, you know, those people's like, even though they have more upside potentially, more gain, they also have a lot more downside when things go wrong. Whereas if you lose your job, you don't lose your life savings as they exist right now, which is a very interesting change in my opinion. Gyms often have memberships where your fee goes down based on how often you go, says Jackson Weller. That's a really, honestly, I love that as a concept. I think that, like, again, there's a similar thing where there's a health insurance you can get in the UK. So just to clarify, in the UK you don't need health insurance because it's all government funded, but you can get private health insurance if you want to, like, go higher than that. Are you going to destroy my little tower? It's going to upset me a lot if you do that. I just want you to know that. You can do it anyway, of course, Ghast, but just know I'd be very upset. Okay, let's just go into here. Start mining from here. But yeah, I really like the idea of, like, I really like the idea of anything where people start to, like, people benefit and, like, want to better themselves and also better the something. Maybe that's just me. Again, we have health insurance in the UK where your health insurance premiums go down if you exercise more. They give you a free, I think it's an Apple Watch maybe. Look it up actually. It's called Vitality. They give you a free Apple Watch, and then if you walk a certain number of steps in a day, you get a very slight reduction. And obviously, if you do it a bunch of times, then it's a whole thing. Surely in the UK, tips are a bonus as you're paid the minimum wage, or at the very least bumped up to a reasonable level. Yeah, my mother actually is a waitress. I don't know if she made minimum wage or like above minimum wage, but she got paid like real people money that people who work real people jobs get. But then additionally, sometimes people would like, because in the UK it's like you give people money if they did an exceptional service, or just even if it's like particularly good, or it's, you know, like you're feeling generous. You tip a little bit on the top, like, you know, an extra 5-10% here, there. I'd say 10 is like the common thing here. You know, it's like, even then, there's some people I've met who are just like oblivious to the whole concept. But like, as a result, like, yeah, you make a normal amount if things go badly, and then you also make a bunch of money in cash, which is, by the way, not taxed, and people love that for that reason, right? My work's the same way. We get discounts on our insurance for hitting step goals. Yeah, that's a cool system. That's a system where people are encouraged to make, like, you should be rewarded for making something better. I like, personally, I feel like, actually, this is what loyalty programs effectively are for a store. A loyalty program tracks what you buy and spend. When you buy things that are particularly profitable, like airlines do this a lot. If you buy something that's really profitable for an airline, you'll get like a bunch of, you know, you get basically a bonus.
You should use this to tip your mods. Thumbs up.
I've got to tip my mods. Okay, how are we doing this? We need a mod to work this one out. I think if you're tipping mods, it's like tipping I don't know, like a prison guard or like the police, where like it gets to bribery real fast. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna ban you unless you give me some real good money. I think I'm tipping too much. The waiting staff at Alton Towers got at least 10%. I need to know what it's like to stay at Alton Towers sometime. Like, I have this like horrific image in my head, but it sounds like you had a nice time, so I need to hear about that sometime. Yeah, I feel like whenever you tip someone who has a position of authority over you, like, you know, some people say tip your waitress, waiter, or they'll spit in your food, and it's like, first of all, Jesus Christ, like, are you really only gonna tip under the point of threat? Second of all, it's like, if that was true, I would be the guy who's like, I'm willing to stand up to you. Yeah, spit in my food. I'm willing to. Honestly, if they gave me that offer right there, like, hey, you get a 10% discount in exchange right now, I'd be like, well, is spit contagious? Is spit contagious? Is spit contagious? While the risk of serious infection from someone else's blood or saliva is low, you should take the immediate... Oh, okay. What if you get it in food, though? Is spit contagious from food? Can coronavirus spread through food? You know what? Why did I look this up? I'm going to go back to my view of the world where spit wasn't contagious. So spit isn't contagious. That Google search was made up by Bill Gates. Everyone loves saying Bill Gates these days, right? He's the one. He does all this stuff. We all know it. He makes people fear spit in their food because he owns the tipping industry. There we go. So anyway, if you're like, hey, I'll spit in your food and you get a 10% or a 20% discount, because some people tip. I know some people who tip like 35%. 35% discount for spit in my food? Yes, spit in my food. Spit in my food all day. This is me one of those things. I just realized now people are gonna clip that. Using the word contagious. Wrong. I've never spit in someone's food. There's no benefit from that. Overcharging them for stuff works best for revenge. That's like, I think the best simple way to deal with people you don't like. Like, oh yeah, I'll continue to work with you, but I'll charge you more. Like, I've always felt like, you know, there's like two sides of the same coin we see. One is like bakeries that are like, I refuse to make a cake for your, you know, your gay wedding or whatever. And then there's also like, if you take the reverse, where it's like, I'm refusing to make you know, a cake for you because you're wearing a, you know, whatever, or you're not wearing a mask, or like, you know, like taking something like that. And obviously, like, people shouldn't be discriminating on those grounds. But I also think, one, it's a bad idea to be, you know, like, if you're like if you're trying to buy a cake for someone who doesn't want to give it to you, best idea not to, regardless, right? But second of all, the best thing to do would be like, if you don't want to do business with someone, just be like, hey, I don't like you. Here's a higher price for you. Get out of my way. Get it. Like here's a $1 charge if you're not wearing a mask, for instance, right? That would be the simplest way to make people be like, I'm gonna do this now for myself. Like doing a thing because you feel like, oh yeah, I'm gonna benefit this personally, which is dumb that people have to feel that way. But I've always felt like the two things you need to make every action do if you want to convince people to do it is convince them it's good for themselves and convince them it's good for other people. You know, everyone knows wearing something over your face, good to hide other people from that whole ordeal. They won't spit in your food if they don't tip, because you don't tip until you already ate your food. But like, if you look like a non-tipper, or like you're someone who, oh god, oh lord. Also, thank you very much, Workbench9. Hey Toy Cat, I do pro motocross and I fell off a jump and put in a coma. I remember seeing your videos, my coma dreams, lol, and Toy Cat hacks. You know, next time I pay a fee if you're straight. Yeah, right. If someone wants to be like, hey, here is a straight tax, I'd be like, no, you know, I'm gonna go. I'll go somewhere else and I'll feel like I'm the one making the smart decision. Whereas someone says, oh yeah, this is the, you know, I'm not gonna do this because this is the LG bakery. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Like you'd be like, oh yeah. Like when you put the onus of someone to do something, they feel like they're the clever person. Whereas when you just say, hey, you have no choices, people like freak out and they get like, in, you know, a little, maybe understandably, but no one wants to be forced into doing something, right? Also, oh god, I am just like, I hate all the ghast. I need to go get another bow and a bunch of arrows probably. Because the amount of time I spend not mining because I'm so terrified of being hit is too high, right? The B in LGBT stands for bakers. Oh my god. I think I've just come up with the best business idea ever. LG Bakery TQ Plus. Wait, LG... I'm going to work it out. The business model is incoming. Because I think... And then just like, hey, you get a discount if you're a thing, and everyone who doesn't love to be a thing, and everyone's like, yeah, this is the worst idea. I'm gonna get in trouble with someone. I think I've said something that's gonna be bad for someone here, and I just want to clarify, all opinions here are not my own. These are for humor only. There we go. I think I'm covered now. Gave a nice disclaimer. I didn't say anything that I identified with there. OMG, the T can stand for tea. Oh, bakery and tea. There we go. I think I've just started my own little cafe. I know, I'm just saying. Turn the B into bankery and we can combine two ideas. I'm a baker here. I'm a bank and the bank. Oh yeah, the bankery. Like Shravya. Exactly. Same thought at the same time. I realized, or maybe I read your thing and like subconsciously turned it into my own. This is the worst thing. I hate when this happens. Because like when it happens to me, I'm generally mad at the person. Like I wanna throw fists when people do this to me. Where you say something and everyone else goes quiet, and then someone else says it, like they take your exact joke that you just said, or your exact clever, witty thing, and then everyone starts laughing. I'm legitimately like, you know, Western civilization was a mistake. This is you know, I'm willing to see this all burn down now. This is not okay. Also, thank you very much, Resurrection. YouTube super chats are not showing on stream in case you didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, okay, so I missed one from Hoping. They're not showing on my thing either. I wonder why not. They just stopped halfway through. So Hoping, I'm gonna get to you in a second after mod appreciation. See, mod appreciation, okay. Mod bribery, not okay. Glad we understand. Keep up the good work. Made a tweet about the other day about the adulting thing. Please get back to me if you want/can. I still want to know so bad, like what that means or how, but I am very curious. Resurrection. Thank you very much for that. Oh, by the way, you are Mr. Mod the Resurrection, right? I'm not getting you confused with someone else who exists in the world. Anyway, so thank you for the mod appreciation. I'll send it over to the mods. Mods, here is some appreciation. I wish you could throw money at people. Like right now, the problem with money is like, oh god, okay, that money's gonna be gone now. I'm gonna pick that up in like 3 months and it's gonna be great. I'm gonna have found money. mod appreciation, no thank you, I prefer vanilla Minecraft. High quality, high quality. You missed one of my stream. Oh, okay, wait, I got this. I didn't miss the danger money one, I think. I think we got there, like, too late. I didn't get it. I was like, or maybe I did. It's like for America, right? Or maybe I missed one after that. But yeah, no, I got one from Hoping. Oh no, I lost it, it's gone now. So Hoping says, if penguin wage is too high for small businesses, allowing the rest to be made up by client tips, let those businesses afford to hire people, then more people get a job. Also, orange squared equals yes. So you're saying that, if, like, by allowing businesses to pay employees less, you allow them to hire more people? See, there's a really interesting thing, though, as to, like, do you want more jobs or do you want better jobs? And it's, it sounds like a simple thing on the surface that, like, oh yeah, I'd rather have more people be paid a better wage than, you know, like, more people not have a job. But something I think about all the time, like, this is, again, this is like one of those always going on struggles in the world. Like, it's the most basic economic thing, but it's also, every single time it comes up, it's like real humans are a real situation. But there are certain jobs, usually there's something union involved, but like, not always. There are certain jobs that are like very, very, very highly sought after. So there are lots and lots of people who want them. And as like, because of the very, you know, again, everyone knows demand, supply. More demand for something, higher the price. More supply for something, the lower the price. High demand and high supply, you can get higher prices. Low demand, high supply, you can also average the same thing. But high supply and low demand means low prices. Okay, there we go. We're good on that. So there are some jobs, like for instance, the biggest example is it's called cabin crew for an airline. There are like some employees that an airline has to have, like when the plane is flying. You can't just have pilots, you have to have a certain number of people for safety reasons. It's like international regulations. Also, hey, Ryan Bennett, good to see you. Super chats aren't working. We shouldn't have to choose between more and better. But you like fundamentally do. That's like how basic economics works, right? Because we have finite resources. When we get to infinite resources, then we don't have to choose between more and better. But that's how, like, because of production matrix, like, we can choose between having, you know, let's pick a single item, just to be really simple here. We can be like, oh yeah, how many tons of, I don't know, black beans can we make? And it's like, we can make 150 million tons if we dedicate all of humanity to that. And it's like, oh, but what if we don't dedicate all of humanity to that? And we just make as many black beans as we probably need. It's like, oh, we make 10 million black beans, and now we have 140 million black beans worth of production to spend on other things. But because there's only finite land, there's only finite capital, there's only finite humans, which is like all the factors of how you make anything happen, we do fundamentally have an issue of finite, right? It's weird because we're like moving more into a world where money doesn't make sense, and it seems therefore like if money doesn't make sense, let's just give it to everyone, right? And I totally agree. If money didn't make sense, it's hard to disagree with that one. But like, if we at least pretend that money is real, which I think is probably a good idea for the foreseeable future, then there is a certain amount of it, and you have to allocate where it's all going. And obviously, no human can allocate all of the money on Earth where it's all going. Even within a country, no human gets to decide that. Like even when you have the most brutal dictators, they don't decide where all of the money goes. They make broad allocations about who decides where all the money goes. Which, you know, and then those people often do so for their own personal favor. But like, even then, there's no one person that decides where everything goes. It's like, we're all collectively making decisions, and there is like a few big entities who have more say than the rest of us over how those decisions are made. Be it your governments or whatever else. Also, thank you very much to Hoping. I explicitly disagree. Burnings increase minimum wage for the reason. Again, the thing is, you're effectively saying there that like there is a real argument to be made. Again, I'm personally not in favor of it, but like there's an argument to be made that it's better to have fewer jobs that pay more than to have more jobs that pay less. You can obviously theoretically do both, but then you need to expand the economy to do that, and also you need to You need to change up a lot of things to make that happen. But I don't want to talk politics, by the way. Like, I'm talking about someone who's not running for president right now, and I don't care. This is American politics. Literally, I don't care about your domestic issues. I just want America to have a president that doesn't hate British people. Does that sound good? That sounds good to me. Okay, there we go. That's my political biases. I just want to mention real quickly that the actual decision you have to make in there is like which one you want more. And there's a really good argument that like, wouldn't you prefer having a bunch of people living really great lives, doing a thing that they like, and then everyone else can go do something else, find a thing there, like, you know, having it. What is the real equality in that situation? And again, then you have to be like, well, then you could. What if we paid literally everyone the same? And then it's like, oh yeah, if you paid literally everyone the same everywhere, then but you still have to bring some people down. Anyway, you know what? Whatever. This is a whole thing we're talking about. So no economic arguments today. Let's talk about someone gave you £140. Please acknowledge them, says Saucy Sardine. No, it's 140 South African rands, friendo. I think I acknowledged them anyway, though, so I don't know what you're saying. Also, it's not on my screen anymore, but I think I got them right. It was the person asking about something about tipping. But you know, we're out of tipping. We're the tipping zone is gone. Oh wait, no. Okay, this is something that bugs me. This is a UK specific issue. So there's two jobs in the UK that are wildly paid higher than their demand. Like, so there are two things you can get, right? There's two jobs that pay more than they would in a, you know, like a free market. One is like if you want to be cabin crew for an airline, you make like particularly if it's an old airline, not if you work for Ryanair or EasyJet, but you can make a bunch of money. But there's like thousands of people who want to do this, who apply to do this job, and only a few of them can actually get through. And in reality, now what it is if you've had this job since like 2010, you don't make good money anymore. You make barely minimum wage. And in reality, people still sign up even when they're only making barely minimum wage, because the real benefit isn't the money. The benefit is being able to travel around the world for free. Not only when you're on your job, but also when you're off the job. So there's just loads of people who want this job. Even, you know, I think in reality, you could literally lower the pay to 0 and some people would still be hyped to do it. But, so as a result of like the average, you know, because of something contracts, let's not dive into it too much, but because a lot of people are on older contracts, they make 3, 4, 5 times, you know, they make healthy, you know, like, amounts, like, you know, very high 5 digits, despite the fact they have people making barely minimum wage, just because they've been doing it so long. And then there's a real argument about, like, well, what do you do about that? You could, the most ruthless business thing to do there would be to fire all these people who are making all that money, because for every one, you know, like, old-time employee you fire, you can hire 3, 4, 5, you know, new guys working minimum wage that are excited for that job, by the way. But then you're being the monster that fires people just to save some money. The other option is like, oh yeah, offer them a pay cut. But that's basically the same thing as firing them at that point, right? These people won't find new work in that same field. And then it's just like, but then, and then in reality, you're like, okay, so we keep them forever. But then it's like, oh yeah, but every other airline that starts today doesn't have to do it. And you just get stuck in this situation where people's jobs values change over time, and no one likes to hear that. Like, because in reality, if your job value went up, very few times do you get an increase, right? Like, how many times can you recall being paid more? But yet no one ever wants to be, and I know, it's a whole thing. Also, hello everyone. But the other job, this is can I talk about for like 5 minutes here? Because this is a Toy Cat rant stream. I'm sorry. I know everyone hates that. So we'll talk about cake, and we'll talk about riding a scooter or something. How about 0-hour contracts? See, right, that's another interesting thing. If like they seem super evil and bad on the surface, and like if it was a situation where people would only be hired on them, it'd be worse. But like, you know for sure. But no, I want to talk about this, like, it's very UK specific, even London specific, because there is a job in the UK that pays insanely well, like, and it's driving trains. And you might think, wait, what, Toy Cat? Yeah, so driving trains, it's a job that has no skill. You don't need to go to university. You don't need to be trained. You just have to operate a train, forwards, stop, open doors, close doors, forwards, stops. I think there are some signals you have to learn. I'm like pretty sure. And because of, like every bit of track is obviously different. But these people, the people that do this are paid in excess in some cases. Like you can look into this. Some of them make literally six figures a year, and in pounds, I think £100,000 is like $125,000. But in reality, that was like $200,000 until like 8 years ago, and like $150,000 till like basically like these people are getting paid like insane in some cases. And the reason for it, because you might be like, so what's the deal there? Is because it's in their like when there is a new position, they don't allow anyone to apply unless you already know an existing member of staff. If you would like to be a train, a tube driver is what it's called. If you want to drive these underground trains through the ground, you have like pretty light work weeks. You make insane amounts of money. Like again, $100,000 for an unskilled job, I don't think exists anywhere else. Sadly, maybe that's the problem. But and the reason why, because it sounds like a good thing, like on the surface, but it means that no one can apply for that job unless you already know someone who is a tube driver. And even then, you have to wait for someone to retire or for them to need new people. And then they only hire from people they already know. Like, oh yeah, if you want to move up in a job, we'll get you first. Then we'll try and hire one of your relatives or a friend or something. They don't do. There's no like job posting site where they ever look for people, because it's all like the only way it exists is the people in the system, which is great because those people in the system then make again solid salary. Again, six figures a year, like 100, like making that amount of money for a job that is not skilled is amazing. But it means that the downside, the thing you're giving up in exchange for that, is that there's no mobility. It's all about who you know, not about your skill, not about how good of a driver do you want to be, how passionate are you about the underground. No, what matters is you need to know the people in the system. And this is sadly where any system, if you defy like, the laws of the world, the laws of economics, what actually ends up happening is you end up in a system where, again, that once you have more demand than supply, you've got to pick people somehow. And if it's for a job where there's very little, if it's for a job like that where there's no real way, can you be a more productive train driver? Not really. So instead they're like, oh yeah, so it's all based on family stuff. It's all based on who you know. And I've always hated that. Like, we should never use who someone knows as a good indicator of like how they are as a person, Like, opportunity should always be available for people who want the opportunity the most, who are willing to, maybe work for the opportunity the most. Not the people who happen to have already been doing that back when it was good. And yeah, that's something that makes me like, I think some people ask like, again, what's like your big thing to get? Like sometimes I like slide around a bunch and people are like, oh, you don't seem to stand for something. Oh, because you look at every issue individually. But the one thing I really stand for is like openness and honesty. I think like loyalty is a good thing too. Like I don't think you should fire employees just because they're not good at this right moment. Like having a contract of, like in the same way, even if I decided live streaming wasn't fun, I wouldn't just stop right then. I'd be like, I'm gonna try and go through a little more for, like there's a lot of being loyal to people or care about is good, but also like honesty and openness. Like having like super closed systems seems really good for the people in the loop, but it's really bad for people outside of it. Like it's the same thing kind of to some extent with in-jokes. You make like humor something that is like exclusively for a small group, and you also do the same whenever you like oh, it is really hot in here, by the way. I didn't realize, but I'm getting absurdly hot. Let's have a little drink. Whew. How many tomatoes have you stolen? Said onion. That's a good way to move off this topic, isn't it? No, I just wanted to say, to finish up what all this is like, the real, like, human thing we should care about, because we always get sidetracked on this. We always get stuck on whatever weird identity barriers we're going to use at a point in time. But the real thing we should care about is people who want something should be able to have a pathway to getting that thing that they want. In as many cases as is humanly possible. That's always been my point. It's getting hot in here. I guess we've got to take off our clothes. In this case, I'm not taking off my New Zealand flag thing. Oh god, it is wet. You can see that. Today, it's like I was in the rain all day today. But yeah, I think you've always got to like, I think the reason loyalty is so important, it's like the same thing as like honesty. Like it's all under the same thing of like, try and be a human being that doesn't just take advantage of other human beings. And take advantage of always seems like such a loose term, because people use it for everything. Like, oh, I can't believe those delivery services are scamming me by charging me $3. But it's the same thing where, like, in reality, they're offering you a thing, and you can choose to not do it. In a world where they didn't exist, you would just not be paying $3 and also not getting food. But, like, you know, like, when you say, oh yeah, the option to not do something isn't there, that's when it's awful. That's why that LG bakery refusing to serve me would be bad, but being willing to be like, oh yeah, well, here's your choice. You do this or you do that. You know, if I want to be a train driver on the underground, it should be like, hey, you know, it's unlikely you'll get the job, but you know, we're gonna lower the salary so that only the people who really want to apply. Or if you don't like that idea, it's like we'll have a system where people who like it the most will have an annual tube knowledge competition. The people who know the trains the best, they get it or something. I was gonna start telling people I was in the rain when I'm sweating. Man, I was in the rain earlier, and people always complain about the rain. Like, this is one of people's biggest complaints about London. It's like how you go through phases of wanting to do live streams. At minimum, you do them on Thursdays because that's the schedule, but you also do them more sometimes. First of all, you're inside my head right there. Second of all, that's literally true, right? Like, on Thursdays, unless there is some physical reason I am outside the country and cannot live stream, even then I've tried to stream before, even though, like, I tried to stream when I was, like, the edge of America once and my internet ran out. But, like, I think having, like, a consistent relationship that's like, hey, every Thursday, I stream here on this channel. I also sometimes, we have this thing where we mine blocks and we talk about stocks. Damn it, we should talk about stocks. You guys hear about, I don't know, Amazon stock's gone up, I've heard. You can tell when Amazon stock's gone up because there's always like a news article that's like, did you know that Jeff Bezos made $100 billion in the pandemic? And you're like, wow, $100 billion and it's like, oh well, he owns the same number of Amazon stocks, but because other people have bought and sold theirs, his have become worth more by. And it's like, oh, so in other words, you're just saying that the Amazon stock went up by $13. And it's like, well, yeah, but that's not as exciting a headline. But because of that, like, I'm intently aware of Amazon stock. Like, I learned this quite recently. If you'd have bought Amazon stock 2 years ago, it would have doubled. If you'd bought it like 5 years ago, it would have times by, or not, it was maybe 8 years ago. It would have times by 10. If you bought it 18 years ago, it'd be times by 100. Basically, so my real stock advice is buy Amazon 18 years ago. The one thing we can say of certainty, it's all in invisible money. I prefer that, like, as an explanation. Like, the reason he doesn't have it in cash is because Jeff Bezos has a pile of 100 billion fake dollars lying around. They're all just, we don't know where they are. We can't see them. And that's why he doesn't pay taxes. You can't pay tax on money. The government's come around his house many times, and they look for the money, and they're just like, we just can't find any. And he's like, invisible money. This is my new fan. This is my new way I'm seeing the world. If you try to tell me that's not true, I'm gonna tell you that you're not true. Isn't all money actually somewhere? I think there's more money in the world than there is money in the world. Think about that one. Should have told us to invest in Amazon rather than Nintendo in episode 2. Wait, one sec. Okay. I said invest in Nintendo in 2012. Nintendo stock price. If you'd have done that, you would have made from 10,000 yen to... You've multiplied your money by 5 if you listen to my Nintendo advice. If you put your money in Amazon in 2012, you would have made... oh my god, holy Jesus Christ. Okay. You'd have made 15 times your money. Honestly, my investing advice in episode 2 of the Let's Play, not that far off. That's a thing. But, Amazon fanfic. Do you have a podcast? Says Ryan Hansen. Honestly, I don't, just because, like, this is dumb, but, like, the idea of, like, putting together a podcast is like it's like a groans moment, like, oh no. I don't want to be the guy who's put together a podcast. But no, I in reality, these Let's Plays are kind of like, let's hang out, let's talk to the camera, or whatever, but we're also playing Minecraft, and that's kind of fun. I think of, like, every now and then I consider, like, we should slide over, throw another game in here, sometimes too. But there's just something so productive about Minecraft. Just something so glorious and beautiful about it. But yeah, what I just simply say is, like, if you like podcasts, I've got a lot of unlisted live streams that are vaguely like them. This is the podcast. It's Julian Coy. Should have invested that 12.34. I had my piggy bank back then. But so sliding back to the thing. Yeah, I feel like the real honesty contract here is like, hey, did you know I stream every Thursday, but also sometimes more, depending on if it's fun. We have a fun little relationship. It's very honest and open. I don't do the thing where I'm like, hey, I'm streaming now because I need donations to reach my I'm Going to America fund. You know, and if I was, I'd be honest about what the money's going towards and why. I probably, whenever I do, I'm like soliciting donations for like tips. Gotta always call them tips. I don't like donations. It's got that connotation that, again, I even though I could probably make better money if I was like, hey, do you guys want to donate to the Toy Cat fund? So you call it a fund. Everyone's like, oh, it's a fund, huh? But no, I don't do that. It's very just, here's the deal. It works because some percentage of people decide to not only support by watching, but by being monetary. Because, you know, doing things that are free at the point, of use to use are always, it's always like the dream if you can do it, right? Like, something that can be supported just because people want to support the thing, rather than people because they have to. Always a better solution, in my opinion. I've already made hundreds on Square, so I hope that keeps up. What is Square? I want to know. I'm so curious. Oh wait, the announcements. If you like supporting Toy Cat stuff because you think, you know, you like these live streams, you want to see more. Because in reality, there is some weird mental payoff that also, like, it feel the easiest way to work out how much people value this is by how many people. The view numbers is one way, the tipping is another way, etc., etc. But because a lot of people like the dumb Toy Cat merch we've been doing recently, I've actually been working on, like, what if we just did some real Toy Cat merch? And it's going to be dumb real Toy Cat merch, but it is going to be real. So there is a plan to make potentially a series, but like a series of like motivational truth mugs. That, again, you know the one. We're all going to die. We will all die someday. But also I'm working on a new t-shirt. And by me, I mean my assistant has been making a new design. And I like it a lot. I think it's cute. I'd show you it right now, but I can't. Square is a service for accepting payments. A lot of small businesses use it. How do you know, today I learned that I learned Shantou is a business. That's incredible. Good job. A small business too. It's a card reader that plugs into your phone to accept payment. Some actual stores are using it now as their primary payment method. Oh, that's so cool. I like that a lot. I would love to go in public with one of those little card readers. To this day, by the way. Okay, someone can steal this idea because I think this is just like money making central. I've had this idea forever, right? But why don't go into like a really hot place, you know, somewhere where it is hot, and like you know, where there's a lot of people. I think London, Piccadilly Circus is always filled with people, and when it's a really hot day, people are going to be hot. And if you just offer them, hey, here's £1 for a water bottle, even 50p for a water bottle. Sorry, for my American viewers who can use Square, 50 cents. Actually, probably $1, right? Or $1.50. Actually, yeah, like, if you're doing card, you can be like $1.66. Wait, I guess you'd freak out the Christians of that one. You could go for $1.77. Wait, no, go to Vegas. Go to, like, the Vegas Strip. Walk along it with $7. No, wait, $1.77? Yeah, $1.77 water on a hot day. And everyone's like, wow, I sure am hot. I'll do that. Because you can, like, water, like, everyone always says, like, oh yeah, you need money to start a business. I feel like the simplest business that everyone always forgets about is just buy things from a place, sell them somewhere else. Just buy water from the store, bring it in, like, a cooler, make sure it's, like, fresh and cold, etc., etc. And, after you do that, make money is the next step there. I need to quickly be right back, so I am going to do that, by the way. But I hope you're all having a fun moment here. So let's just put this away. Actually, no, I need to get back and get that blackstone, huh? We're gonna need to do that. But, you mean the entire basis for capitalism. Look, I know my point, like, it sounds dumb, right? But a lot of people genuinely think you need, and I guess on some level you do need capital. Like, most businesses need capital to exist, right? Because the basis of capitalism is that you need capital. But a lot of people forget that, like, the capital to make a business can be so tiny. Like, again, buying a 12-pack of water will cost you, what, like $2 at a store? I don't know. I don't know American water prices. You know, get like one of those cooler bags. Or even not, like, it would just get a box and put ice in the box. Ice is free. Throw it in the freezer. It costs you electricity, but, like, ice is functionally free. 12... Now for $2 you can make 12. Then you can buy 12 packs of water. I think. I don't know why I said earlier. And then, like, oh yeah, now you've got like a money making machine. I know it's a thing I've thought about as like a, because there's a lot of like dumb ways to make a little bit of money if you just like on the spot. And I feel like the one everyone forgets is just people need water. People always think water is like, again, water is like, personally I think like you should always have some access to water somewhere for free. I used to have this like long stance where I wouldn't buy water no matter how thirsty I was, and I've like almost killed myself because, well, not killed, but like I've almost seriously damaged my kidneys because of like my body was like shutting me down because I wasn't drinking water. Well, I was like, it's not free. I'm not drinking it. I refused to like, even like, it was one time just like €1.50 or something. And I was like, no, charge me €1.50 for water. I won't pay. But recently I realized that like the service they're selling you of water is not the bottle. It's like the easy access to it. Like you can't have water at every point in the world. Like right now, I actually have water because I'm in my house. But out in public, I can't drink water down south because it makes me sick. Oh yeah, the water here is so hard. I'm so glad I'm used to it because it feels so weird to drink water. And I need to quickly be right back. And by quickly, I mean, who knows when I'll get back. I might even die, right? Because a piglin might spawn in here. Be right back a second. While I'm gone, actually, I want to, so that everyone doesn't get too confused, we'll leave a happy llama on the screen. Yeah, I think that's a better idea. Let's leave a happy llama on the screen. Let's see what people think. Let's see how many viewers we leave because of this.
Can you sub to me? Yes, I explicitly disagree with Bernie's increase in minimum wage for this reason. Unless he also subsidizes the small businesses that can no longer afford the employees.
Took out tax. The rest of the week is supposed to be cloudy, which is not the move. Looking forward to seeing your... Is not the move? What does that mean? Thank you. Servers splitting in food is really... Spitting in food is really a myth. You can sleep safe tonight. Again, I literally wasn't bothered when I thought that they did spit in my food. I was perfectly okay with that. Like, you know, spit in my food, server. Do it. I bet you won't.
If paying minimum wage is too
It's all
hard
just
for
coming
a
back
small
now.
business, allowing the rest to be made up by client tips lets those businesses afford to hire people and then more people get a job.
We went through these
Also,
ones earlier, by the way,
orange
in case you're
squared equals yes.
curious about them. They're all just coming in at once, by the way, so if you feel like super chatting, now's the time, apparently. I do pro motocross, and one time I fell off a jump and... Oh yeah, that's the... Okay, you know what? I remember all of these. I think I can probably stop them from showing up. Nope, I cannot do that. Oh, I can skip them all, though. My bank gave me $60 for free. I have $2 off it. Heck yeah, thank you. Okay, what we can just do is we can, like, slide through. There we go. I pressed the skip button a bunch. Hello, I'm IBX Toy Cat. Is everyone having a good evening? I'm surprised we didn't lose any viewers when I went for a little break over there. Where did I go? Some say there was a fire in my kitchen. Some say that I just needed to pee a bunch. I mean, I have been consuming what was a slush at one point, and it is now just pink liquid. Isn't your birthday a few days ago? Is in a few days? I don't know how I read that as in a few days ago. My brain is not working correctly today, huh? My birthday is in 4 days. I'm celebrating it tomorrow, actually. In case you're curious, you want to know about my life? Tomorrow is my celebration. Two llamas, yes. Some say he's still gone to this day. Boys only disappear like that to poop. I'll have you know. You know, isn't it nice? First of all, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, you know, no, actually, wait. This is no. I'm not gonna. This fort ends here. This fort ends here. How you planning on getting rid of tipping though? Also, orange squared. Oh wait, is that another one that was like from the backlog that's just coming in now? I'm genuinely not sure. Feet and body soap, no dad. Okay, that's what is happening today. So no stream tomorrow. It looks that way. I might do one earlier, but like most likely just no stream tomorrow. Very sad, I know. Yeah, have you tried and do you like Taco Bell? Oh yeah, I really like Taco Bell. Actually no, I really loved Taco Bell when it first came to the UK. And maybe this is just everyone's experience, but every time I go there, it's just so bad and it all tastes the same. It all tastes exactly the same. And also, I don't know what, like, again, I never have issues with fast food employees because, like, you're just doing it. All you need to do is get me my food and take my money from me, you know? Like, there aren't many, oh, like, get me my food, take my money. But at the time, like, I still have this etched into my brain as, like, this is not only an incompetent employee, but an employee that genuinely didn't, it was an incompetent human being, I guess is what I'm saying. Because I went to a Taco Bell after the first one opened in London, and I spent like $10 on a taco because I like they had like.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Oh,
Toy
I get
Cat.
it.
Happy birthday to you.
Drunk stream before you go out. I do have a friend coming over for some pre-drinks, actually. You know, what better way to celebrate my birthday than to monetize it, am I right? They're coming in backwards order, Lamau. Oh! That's even weirder. You say taco, so weird. Oh yeah, everyone, Americans are very, very, very offended when I say taco. And that just makes me want to say it more. I'm actually going to Vegas, which is like a huge Hispanic population. So I might end up, like, after 3 months in Vegas, right? I might end up saying, taco. I got my taco from the truck. And the problem is that there's not enough sour cream on it. What's that about? I don't know what that accent is. That's my person who says taco accent. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted by myself. The accents are back. I do not know accents from America. I am just a person who speaks mind on internet. One day I fly America, and I see many fun. You'll learn Spanish now. I took Spanish in, I think I've told the story. I took Spanish in high school, and the most dumb thing was that I wasn't, like, I decided to take Spanish as one of my, like, in the UK, you pick 3 options, like, as your last, like, 2 years of study. Like, you basically specialize in school in, like, 3 subjects, plus English, maths, and science. And I picked one of mine as Spanish, and the teacher just saw me in the class the first day and went, no. Like, that sounds like a sarcastic retelling. But she was literally like, no, this isn't gonna work. Like, basically laughed. And so I napped my first 3 lessons, and then she transferred me out of the class. And then I did history. Interesting enough, like, I was actually really into history. I just didn't consider it to be, like, a good choice. Like, I picked, like, really smart lessons based on, like, you know, employability or whatever. And then I accidentally ended up taking history, which is how I learned about the American West. Now it all adds up together, huh? I took 4 years of German. I personally think that I think honestly teaching German in America is like a cruel thing to do. Like, same with Russian, I would even say. Actually, Russian, like Russian, French, and Spanish are the 3 other languages. Actually, maybe also Mandarin, just for China. But like, if you want to speak to human beings in this planet, German is not a useful language for you as an English speaker, especially as an American. So yeah. Anyway, fun fact, I tried to pick that and it didn't work. It's changed since then. I picked 4 and 1. Oh yeah, just to clarify, it was only 3 because my school was weird and they picked one of mine for me. It's widespread in the UK now. Schools get more funding if they force you to pick one of your options for you, because then they can be cool. I think it's called an academy, right? So my school forced me to pick a subject, and that hurt. And then, oh no, yeah, it was maybe it was 5, and then my school took it down to 4, and then one of my options took up 2 options. Yeah, that's what it was. I had 4 options, but one of my options took up 2 options, and then I did science, and and actually, okay, wait, can I tell this story a lot because this generally burns me as a human being. Like, I think this is the most unprofessional thing I've ever done, and the most unprofessional response I've ever gotten in anything I've ever done in life. Because I was, again, I want to clarify, I was just a depressed, angsty, you know, down with the establishment teenager. Used to have a D&D group in this pandemic. Oh, I'm actually just starting up it again, and then it's probably going to end when I go to Vegas. So that'll be fun. Hey, remember me? I'm the Pesto Guy. Anyway, like the new Realm experiment, I'm DMing a Star Wars custom D&D game. Any story suggestions? No religion, no politics, no Star Wars, in polite conversation, friend. No, I'm gonna give you the same suggestion I gave someone earlier. That was like, hey, the Earth is like flat, and there's like some like dumb character that thinks it's actually curved, and they get like a, you know, go with like a conspiracy storyline. Everyone loves conspiracies. Good day, mate. Why don't you try an Aussie accent? Ah, I can't do the Aussie accent. They speak real kind of funny in the deep in the front of the house. They do, and they also, I can't do. Australia has so many accents. Like, we stereotype like one Australian accent, but there's just so many. But yeah, thank you for the money for the bad accent, Nikki Michelle, by the way. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, but so let me just tell you this real quick. Because I'm still upset about this, like, because I took literally 2 years and I wasted half of my subject choices for this one thing, and then one interaction. I was doing really well at this one thing. I would have ended up with like an amazing qualification that very few people had, and that was gonna like, it was called it was like a form of apprenticeship or whatever. It was gonna be this like super cool thing for my career, especially because like I intended to do things in business. But basically I was doing this really new course, so it was like being funded by this small group of people, like 10 people. Like, so these 10 people like set up the course, they planned it all, they like, you know, they set the requirements, etc. And I did all of those for 2 years. Like, we did 2 years. Like, actually, I played Super Mario 64 for 2 years. I got all 120 stars. So, you know, you might say to yourself, Toy Cat, why were you playing Super Mario 64 in school? But I made more progression in Super Mario 64 in those 2 years than at any other point in my life. So, you know, let's not knock it too early. Anyway, so I spent 2 years playing Super Mario 64, but I did like all of the work enough to like get like to the highest level of this thing. But then what we did is we did a bunch of trips to places for like business things, and after one of those trips, for whatever reason, one of the members from this thing came into the school, and they asked like, hey, you know, tell us about this course, why you're doing it, etc. I had no idea this was one of the people who ran the course. I thought this was just a random, like, interviewer coming in from somewhere. So I decided to be the edgy teenager that I was. And so they asked, like, so, you know, what made you pick this? Why do you enjoy this? And every single question they asked, I was like, I'm just here because I have to be. That's how school works, man. I don't really care about anything they're teaching here, etc., etc., etc. And it turns out I was speaking to like literally the head person who ran the course. Like, and like, you know, they spent a lot of their own money setting this thing up. And I was just there like, I don't care about this. They're just forcing me to do these things. And then I go to a place and I guess that's okay. As a result, like our last trip of the year was going to be to a theme park. For some reason, I don't know how we managed to set this up. We were doing a business trip to a theme park. This was like, I think this is still like, even though I was like, I must have destroyed their hopes and dreams. The way she retaliated, this one person that I upset because I, you know, tore her course to the ground and was, again, arguably unprofessional. She retaliates by taking me off this trip by being like, oh, sorry, yeah, you're not going to be allowed to go there. Something. I don't remember what their argument was. They just didn't allow me to go. They're like, oh yeah, that business trip only has this many spots, and it's enough for everyone in the class but Andrew. Oh, that's sad. Again, that is petty and vindictive, but whatever. And then also, I didn't get the certificate at the end of the year, so I did 2 years of work for nothing, and I ruined those 2 years of work in one moment or one conversation. And it's a reminder about like, people should do the right things, but sometimes you annoy people, they won't do the right things, and sometimes that'll cost you a lot. And yeah, to this day, it's like, oh yeah, if I'd have just realized who I was speaking to that day, and if I'd have just not been so sarcastic, things would have gone well. But yeah, no, I really do think, looking back at that even though I was you know, I destroyed her life ambition of like teaching kids about business or whatever, but also that was petty. Like, you shouldn't, like, again, I didn't fight it because I didn't care, if I'm being particularly honest. Like, I was, if you've done the work, you should get, yeah, right, like, but because the award was all based on a lot of, like, because they made up the qualification, like, again, it was a weird thing. They got to the side who didn't get it, and so, I didn't get one there. And also, just as a little weird side note on this whole thing, like, it was all like, that's why, like, I mentioned before, I did a school trip to McDonald's once. There was a lot of, like, fun things we did as a result. Anyway, so yeah, me being dumb, lost a lot of stuff. As an adult, she should know better. Man, I would love to be the sort of adult that just, like, makes children have consequences. Like, you shouldn't be that adult. You shouldn't be in... If you set out to, like, educate people, you shouldn't be happy at, like, taking away stuff from people. Like, this is a thing I see so much, where people get into whatever position of power it is, not because they want to make the world better, but because they love enforcing rules on people who don't do good, you know? like, you know, that's the type of police officer people hate, right? Like someone who's not interested in making the world a better place, but just loves that, like, you know, like in any position of power, there's always someone who takes the job, not because they want to make things better, but because they love that they get to punish the people who do bad. Like, oh yeah, I hate when people are doing bad, and now I finally get to punish them. Yeah, I in the schooling system, tell me if I'm wrong here, because this is just my experience. There were some, like, genuinely great teachers who tried their best to, like, actually teach you things. And there were some teachers who just seemed to enjoy, like, they seem to have lost the passion for it, like, decades ago. And they were just there like, this is all I can do now. This is what I get paid for. My primary life is outside of this schooling. I don't care if you pass or fail. I'm just here so I don't get... And, I don't know, that... I think it's cool because even though, like, the dream world, like, this is how I think, like, you know, schooling's unequal, that, like, teachers that care probably work at better paid schools, etc., etc. But I think it's also a really valuable life experience to see a teacher, like, again, see, like, the #1 position of authority that you see at that time. You know, school codes can literally overwrite. You know, like, the ways that schools work don't need to follow even, like, legal systems or ways. They can do a bunch of other stuff if they really want to. But I think seeing someone who doesn't care about their job is a valuable experience too. Oh no, it's gonna block my own. Well, oh god, I don't like that. Okay, we're gonna fire way to the left. Okay, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna avoid that. Is what's gonna happen. I think seeing someone who doesn't care about you or your job, like someone who's like seeing apathetic people early on is like important, because that's where like most people in the world are. Most people are very neutral towards you, and I think learning that people who aren't neutral towards you are the good people, like, is kind of a valuable thing. There are going to be some learning that there are people who are willing to use any power they can just to... Oh, okay. Also, this Bastion's really coming away now, huh? This Bastion's really starting to be torn apart. I went to a private school, so the teachers don't only care for money. It's because they're getting a good amount. Wait, but so... Are you saying that... Are you saying teachers don't care about the money at the school because they get a good amount? Because surely if you're at the school where people pay the teachers the most, then that's where they care about money the most. Maybe I'm missing something in the comment, missing an intonation. Maybe I just read it wrong. I do that all the time. That's me. But yeah, I do think there is a value in just seeing the, like, oh yeah, well, it's pretty neutral towards you. I like the lesson that a lot of people still... The lesson that's, like, missing from so many people is genuine... Like, I think it is literally that, like, the world's huge indifference towards you. People think the world's out to get... Like, it's so easy to see one bad thing happening and then assume the world's out to get you. I think I generally had this, like, thing when, like, oh, yeah, there are not people who care about me in this world. Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that the world is out to get me. The world never cared, like, about, you know, doing some stuff. The world was just like, huh, yeah, you know, we care about the people who do these things. Are you one of the people who do those things? No, okay, you're good. And maybe, like, making people feel cared about is a good thing. But I also think realizing that, oh god, mining all these blocks is going to be a nightmare. My freshman teacher just up and vanished with 3 months left in the school year. I wonder how they did that. You know, fascinating little story. I love hearing, like, tiny, like, school dramas from other schools. Like, my school had this huge thing of, like, one of the teachers, like one of the students dated one of the teachers and she got fired for it. And I was like, man, she was, like, a really attractive teacher too. And it was like, man, it's that thing, right? Where, like, if you reverse the genders, obviously, like, people look at that and it's messed up. But as it was, I was like, oh man, everyone was like, this guy, this hero of a fella, you know, managed to get whatever her name was, like Miss Marshall or something. This guy pulled off the impossible. You know, he makes a whole generation of dreams possible. Whereas, you know, when you do the reverse, it's like, ooh, yeah, that's a no-go right there. People not caring doesn't mean they hate you and want bad for you. Yeah, that's like the real thing that, like, people don't have to... Like, a lot of people divide the world into good and evil, bad and, you know, good, bad, into, you know, like, hatred and, you know, like, it's really easy to do that too. But the reality is, and you might think that half the world hates you, half the world loves you. All the world loves you, and some niche people hate you. You can think any like variants of those things. But the reality is, 0.0001% of the world likes you, and 0.0001% of the world hates you. And the vast majority goes, wait, I'm going to pick a name in chat. The Scream Regular. I want to get a guy future fired. Oh, Jesus. The vast majority of the, you know, when they hear about Joe Mama, they're like, oh God, what an awful name. When they hear about Carter Conrad, you know, their reaction is like, who's that? I haven't heard of that, you know. And if you do hear about them for the first time, you're like, oh, okay, cool, I guess. Are you done talking to me now, friend? Because again, the vast majority of people are indifferent to the vast majority of people, and that's the most freeing thing there is. Like, you're free to make your own imprint on the world how you want, or you're free to like not make an imprint on the world if you don't want to. But like, every new individual you're interacting with is a new individual you're interacting with. It's you know, you have to do your best to have a good interaction with them, perhaps, if you want that. I assume you do. I don't know if you know, maybe you don't. Maybe you're really against that. But yeah, it's up to you to choose how other people perceive you, or you don't get to choose, because obviously that's how it works. But you're every time you meet someone new, you're forging a relationship with someone else. It's not just like someone you met before, etc., etc. Because actually, here's something really interesting. We all have this on us on some level, but we don't really think about it. But when you meet someone, when someone looks like, again, we always think about, like, subconscious bias is true in a lot of places, right? But one of the areas that we never think about it, for whatever reason, is, also I'm going to destroy this, I've just decided. One of the areas we never think about it is, like, if you see someone that looks like someone you already know, you assume they're going to be similar. Like, you can look at someone and be like, that person is going to be a real nightmare. This person looks cool. This person looks like he's going to be fun to hang out with. Like, and you might not realize you're even doing those things. But also, it's like, you know how, like, people say, like, you don't look like a John? What that really means is, all the Johns in my life I've met don't look like you. I mean, if you've met Johns in your life, you're living a very fake life, but I digress. Like, we're judging people on the spot, like, oh, yeah, you look like this. You look like you're a nightmare to talk to. And it's sometimes, like, it's interesting because, like, most of the time, those people don't even get to prove us right or wrong. Like, if you don't, when you know someone well, you realize they're a lot more than just the assumption you make by looking at them. But the vast majority of people, they stay as that little caricature, that little thing you've turned them into. Like, you imagine most of the details about someone that are true. And I know, first of all, I find that just like this fascinating little thing of like, wait, why do we do that? That doesn't seem particularly productive. And second of all, it's interesting because that's the most subconscious basis, you know? Like the biggest accidental thing we do is just assuming everyone out there is like someone we know. And therefore we can assume, like, if you see someone, like, if you meet someone that looks like someone who dislikes you, you're more likely to assume that person dislikes you. If you see someone who talks in, like, a stern voice or something, like your dad when he's telling you off for not doing your homework, or a teacher or something, you're gonna assume that, like, oh yeah, they're like this. Wait, actually, here's a fun story. How about once I actually met, like, a teacher outside of school, and I was like, oh yeah, they were just like a normal human being, and it blew my mind because, like, you know them through like one frame, and when you see them outside that frame, it's like you're like, what is this? I met that teacher like when I was like 17. Like, I was 17 at a pub, like, underaged basically, and like she was like 30, 46 or something like that. She was with her girlfriend at the time, and that's like, I guess I was only like 10 years. It's not like that revolutionary, but that was like, whoa, that means that the whole time, you know, those rumors about being a lesbian were true, and it's cool, you know. You know, her girlfriend's hot, isn't that nice? But yeah, like the fact is like most people don't know you. You don't know most people, and it's unnatural because we're so used to. For the vast majority of humans' existence, we've known every human in our universe, and if we didn't know a human, we could get to know them. Whereas how many people? History teacher hit me on when I was 18 and bartending. Oh, I mean honestly, if he was still your history teacher at the time, I'd be like, man, this is opportunity to score some grades. But no, that's I don't think I'm allowed to joke about that. Someone's gonna get in some trouble for that one, I think. I like the vast majority of history, you get to know someone. But something I thought about, like I like living in a city. I know some people don't live in cities and they love that. Respect, power to you, etc. But I like the conveniences that living so close to other people allows you. Like it's a trade-off. You get less living space, but you get more human benefits. I went to a store today, Five Guys in fact, and there were like 5 people. They were all guys standing in a kitchen, and this is the worst. You know, I take back my joke license. There were like 5 dudes in a kitchen, just standing there ready to make me the best burger of 2020. Actually, no, maybe not 2020. My best burger of the last 3 months for sure. There were people ready to do that because that's how cities work. You know, like there's like a beautiful there's a lot of things that you get with cities that you don't get with not living there. But one of the interesting things is like if you hop on public transport ever, or even if you're just walking in a crowd, it hurts me when I stop and think about this because you're not meant to. You're not meant to think about these things. You're meant to just move on. But every single person you walk past in the crowd is like an individual person with their own little story, with their own little, with their own tragedies. Like, you walk past the dude, this guy, his wife's got cancer and they're living their last 6 months together. This guy, he's embezzling money from his employer and they haven't found out yet and maybe they never will. This guy works in a homeless shelter, and you know, like every single person has like a backstory you don't know, could never guess, and etc, etc. In reality, this guy likes anime. This guy, looks at equestrian races when he gets stoned. This guy hasn't, touched another human being's hand in the last 5 years. Another human being at all in the last 5 years. It's probably like much more sad and depressing. Because we always like to be like, oh yeah, everyone's so nice. There's a lot of sad and a lot of happy. It's probably a good mix of both. But the word for that is sonder, says Fixan. Yeah, it's a real and common thing, right? The realization that everyone is living their own thing. But also, like, when you pass these people on the street, it's not even that you don't think they have a whole life. You don't even see them as human beings, almost. Like, it's a thing with abstraction in the human brain. But when we see a human being in, like, again, if you live in America, I know you can't relate because public transport, lol, what? But when you don't look at them as people. They're just people sharing. Like, you're in your own private bubble. They're in their own private bubble. You can see each other, but you like almost choose to zone them out. Like they vanish from existence. Tag yourself, I watch horse races stoned. Honestly, who doesn't come home after a long night of smoking the stone stuff and then decide that they need to watch a horse race or two? As you can see, I'm a huge stoner from my explicit knowledge of horse races and weed and stuff. But because like that little fact, right? The bubbles we're all existing in. The reason you don't think about people is because like it's complex, it's hard, it's detailed. But none of those people you meet on a daily basis think about you either, or like very few of them do. And that's that whole like neutrality thing at play. I think being in a city like probably helps with that a lot. Because if you live in a town of like literally 12 people, everyone knows your name. Which, by the way, like, that dream, like, go to the place where everyone knows your name. Actually, what is that? Wait. Where everyone knows your name. It's the theme from Cheers. Where's Cheers set though? I've always heard of Cheers, but I've never seen it. I know it's a grocery store in Singapore, but that's not what that's about. Cheers is set in where is Cheers set? Theme, characters, production. Cheers, where is it? Cheers is in Boston, apparently. There we go. So, Boston is the place where everyone knows your name. Which I don't think that's true. I think if you go to a stranger on the street, go, hey, what's my name? Don't know if they're gonna say it. I grew up in a town of 60 people. Right, your choices are marry your cousin or marry the 30-year-old human being who lives vaguely near you. Yeah, but like, that's the, I think that's the biggest. Also, how does everyone know about that? Why Google when you have chat, says Chantal Exley. You know, I'm going to test this right now. You guys are going to be my Google Assistant for a bit. So, instead of like, hey Google, it'll be like, chat, tell me this. Oh, my thing went off. I'm sorry, stop. Chat, Google, what's the difference between a banana and a pineapple? Please tell me. I want Google's response. What is the difference? Because in most languages, like besides English, it's like bananas and ananas. So like, there's gotta be a similarity, right? Also, are bananas really a fruit? This blows my mind every time I realize it. But you know how there's pineapple juice, there's apple juice, there's orange juice? Do you know what happens when you try to juice a banana? You get a squished banana. Pineapple tastes good. Pineapple's sharp. There's no difference. There we go, JJ. The first person to actually Google. Banana is a berry and pineapple's not. But why can't you milk it? You can milk all the other berries. Strawberry juice is a thing. Man, strawberry juice should be a thing. Why doesn't it exist? I'm very confused. Pineapple has half the calories of banana. Honestly, why do bananas exist? Like, they're so cheap, I get that, don't get me wrong. But, by the way, how much are bananas where you live? Chat, I want to do a little check in the chat. This isn't a Google thing, this is a, I don't know, when you go to a grocery store, how much does a banana cost you? Strawberries don't have much juice. Even does a passion fruit, but like passion fruit juice is a thing. Passion fruit's my favorite fruit, and I hate it because it's like so fiddly to work with, and like whenever people ask, you should be like, no, I meant what's your favorite normal fruit? 30 cents, 70 cents for a bundle. 6 for 89p. No, single bananas, friends. None of these 6 banana bundle. You know, $1.69, 99 cents a pound. How much is a pound of bananas though? What? Who's buying bananas by the pound? Who's like, yeah, I need about 4 pounds of bananas. No, you bought €2 for a kilo? You know what, this is the worst. You've all ruined it. Unique idea, eat 15 bananas. Bananas are so tasty. I bet that would go really well. No, the worst bit was, I wish it was like a food I like. Like, if you asked me to eat 15 Five Guys burgers, actually probably a bad example because they're so big. I bet I could eat 15 like, 15 like, you know, McDonald's cheeseburgers or something. I reckon I could do it. When I was younger, actually, because like, people always say like McDonald's is getting expensive now, but it's just like they always have more expensive options to go with the cheap ones that still exist. And okay, please don't blow up my stuff. Oh, always hate when Ghast do this. We're gonna fire back at you. Yes, we are. We've got this return to sender achievement literally 100 different times, effectively. You ever tried chocolate on your banana? I haven't, but that also sounds awful. Okay, just up a little bit. No, he's changing direction too much. Okay, this time that way. Okay, he's gone. That's not my issue anymore. I'm just gonna get right back to picking up some base salt. I'm so sad that we're missing like 1 lava bucket, and then we're good. But that's fine. Don't need to care about that anyway. Produce is priced by the pound. You just buy how much you need. But like, honestly, why isn't everything priced by the weight? Like, I find that so odd that it's like, oh yeah, we make the exception. Like, surely, you know, you should pay for food by the 100 grams. Or you should pay for the package. Like, when I buy a banana, I don't care about the price per pound. I'm just like, what's a banana cost me? I guess the argument's people buy the heavier versions. But like, when when you buy like a lasagna, like a frozen lasagna, there are probably more heavy and less heavy frozen lasagnas, right? Maybe. I'm not sure. You know, I'm gonna think about this all day. Why is it just fruit and vegetables? Wagwan Soy Cat, can you say Marland Miners? No, I don't know what I'm saying. Marwood's Miners Realm is the best. In my school, I started a realm. Thanks. No. Okay, so I think Asda sells single bananas for 32p. Yeah, the point I was trying to raise there is I saw today at Aldi. I go to Aldi, you know, it's my favorite, I'd say, of the big supermarkets. At Aldi today, I saw, oh, we found some more gold. I saw bananas for 13p, and I was like, man, that right there, that's like value, right? That's like unbelievable. Like I generally couldn't, like, when you think about it, again, this is the problem with the modern world. Like, things like that just go unnoticed. But that means that for 1/8 of a pound, you know, you could get 7 for a pound, or like 8 for a pound, 8, I guess that would be. But for that tiny of a price, you could get 7 for a pound and still have change left over. You can get a banana which grows on the other side of the world. Someone spends 3 or 6 months or whatever. They grow these bananas, then they pick it from the tree or something. They throw it on a ship to the other side of the world, and that's 13. And then on that ship, it gets off the ship. It goes on a train or a lorry to this Aldi store. The Aldi, a guy takes it from that truck, puts it on the shelf, and that's like 13 pence. And it's like, oh god, no, the world is too good. I said before about like, I guess like, appreciating something's good is really hard to do. Like, when the world is looking good, we just look at it and go, oh, that's cool. When the world's bad, we're like, oh my god, this is the worst thing ever. But like, bananas for 13p. Why is this not, you know, why doesn't this make the news? 13 pence bananas. You can, like, everyone's always like, oh yeah, you know, this is gonna get me in some trouble somewhere, I guess. So let me clarify. What I am saying is my opinion, and it's cool if you disagree, because my opinion is probably wrong. There we go. But like, you know how people are always complaining, like, a concept that I think like you should try to pay a living wage if you can. Living wage is defined as like the ability to afford a bunch of things. But because the concept of living wage is so widespread now, people assume that like, oh, so if you get paid less than a living wage, you can't afford to live. You are, the ability to live is being taken away from you, and you will die otherwise. And it's like, well, that's not what that means in the slightest, right? Like, I feel like it's one of those like clever clickbait names in the real world, where it's like, did you know that like the living wage in the UK is like £11 or something, and people are like, oh yeah, if you earn less than that, then you can't afford to. I think it's like a 2-bed apartment plus a certain number of bills plus having a child or something like that. But it's like, those aren't like requirements to be alive, are they? Because everything is like a choice in the world, right? We live in a world where, thankfully, you know, like, we get to make choices about what we do and do not choose to purchase for ourselves. At least I do. Maybe you don't. I'm sorry for you if that's your case. But I need to go get enough pickaxe, by the way. But like, you know, like for instance, like, you know, food delivery is expensive, but you can pick it up and it's cheaper. Or, you know, you can make your own food, or you can buy 13p bananas. Like, there is no one actually not living, actually starving, right? Like, you're gonna make a ton of bananas super easy, one banana. Nutritional values for a banana is for every 100 grams you get 84 calories. So if you need to get your 2,000 calories in, you only need to eat about 22 bananas. Actually, bananas are cheap, like, but I guess they're not that cheap per calorie. I guess there's foods that's cheaper per calorie, but still, that means that, like, anyway, it's just an annoyance to me that, like, people are like, oh yeah, I don't make enough money to get food. It's like, well, you do, but you get other things instead, which is like, it's a bad trap to get in, especially if it's like rent. You can't get out of paying rent. You're trapped in that situation. But like, no one when we live in the time of the cheapest food ever, in the UK, we've got insanely cheap food. If you live in the US, I'm sure it's similar. We live in like times of like insanely cheap food. I have a pickaxe around here somewhere. Where is it? Does anyone know? Okay, there it is. And it's like, it's a bit misleading to say that you can't live on a certain amount of money, right? Because everything that you need to live is insanely, and not only is it like, again, this is like Toy Cat likes the world again. One of my biases that like I'm trying to admit that people disagree with is I think the world gets better, not worse. I know, crazy opinion of me to have. You know, I look at facts and data, and you know, some people look at their feelings, and I understand why we get different conclusions. But like the standard of living that you can have on the same amount of money is always going up. Even like the amount of money that the average person has is also always going up. You know, like look at 100 years ago, the average income. Look at now. Look at 10 years ago, average income now. But also, even if you had $1 million a year salary, literally like 5 years ago, right? The things that you can get now, you know, like even if you think it's expensive, the fact that I can have a person go to any store, go to a McDonald's even, you know, like the concept of McDonald's is already kind of wacky and new, but like a person will go there for me. The one part of the fast food process that was hard, the going to the store and physically ordering, you can now, someone can do that for you, and it costs like, again, even though it's annoying to pay, you know, like a $2.50 service fee and a charge, etc. It's like they'll just go there and do the thing. This is like a crazy luxury service, but like instead of being crazy luxury, which again, in old times maybe it was, now it's like for anyone. I can, you know, like as a normal human being, I can get this like crazy luxury of a person going and doing the thing for me, and they will. They'll just, it's like that's just how it works, right? And then tip your delivery drivers. Yeah, in the US, I am like when I'm in America, I'm gonna be a tipper. In the UK, again, maybe this is like a whole dispute, but because I'm so just cautious of the apps, I don't trust them. I don't tip on that level, and also like I think they should be. Oh god. But yeah, I understand in America you have to. But anyway, honestly, have you on your main world ever cheated or thought about cheating? Can you reset the nether, or is it not possible? Amazon delivery is free. So first of all, I have never cheated. I don't think I've ever considered cheating seriously. Like, I think the closest I got, like, actually, I don't know. Oh, even then, I don't know if I seriously considered it. But like, a minute, I was like, if we just hop. When I died in the million block walk, I was like, if I just instead of walking all the way back and fishing for 12 hours, I just hop into creative. Hop back. I considered it. I can show you right now that I haven't, if you really want to see. Here is my world. There's no achievements cannot be earned here. As you can see. Oh, we're on easy again, apparently. We switch back and forth between easy, medium, hard a bunch. So I generally don't know what difficulty I'm on at a given point in time. But, yeah, I never changed from survival to creative because I like the... As soon as you do it once, there's no reason to stop yourself doing it ever again. And then you've ruined the fun for yourself. Like, in that one situation, I'd have saved myself 12 hours. But going through the 12 hours of hardship helped me in a different way, you know? It doesn't seem like it helped me. It seems like it really hurt me, only. But playing pure survival is like, it's not just a punishment. It does have its own rewards in there. Or maybe I'm just crazy, and I play a weird way that no one should ever try and replicate. It's one of those two things. It's just hard to be sure which it is. What I did is, do you have to using the blocks in this as Harrison? Aye! That's how you say your name, right? Or is there less syllables in the middle there? I'm not entirely certain. Oh, Christ. Oh, that was an experience. Oh. Not gonna lie, I didn't need to fish that long to get a mending book. Oh yeah, I probably could have just traded with a villager, right? I have a mending trades villager now. A lot of people think I don't because it doesn't come up in many videos. It's mostly live streams, but I've got a mending villager. That's how I've got mending and all my stuff. In case you're curious, I don't have an unbreaking villager. That's my like next big target. I think we're gonna have to do a stream someday where we literally just we're literally gonna have to do a stream where we just try to get villagers to give me the right book. That's the whole thing. Actually, wait, right now, we've got a bunch of people who love Minecraft. Can I get a breaking free trade from a villager on the first go? Do I just have to reset till I do it? Or do I have to trade with them a whole bunch and then see if they'll give me that? Whew. Love your content, dude. Thank you so much, Devon LG. Really appreciate the love, the affection, and indeed the support. Well, really, it was the support. Actually, no, it was love. Also, that was arguably affection. Thank you for the love, the affection, and the support. I'm sticking to the words I said. First trade. Perfect. So I'm going to get me some unbreaking. Because I still on this sword don't have unbreaking, and it's not a big deal, but it bothers me every year. Yeah! And then... Okay, I'm getting out of it. I'm getting out of it. Okay. Oh, God. I don't know why now is when things get crazy. But now is indeed when things get crazy. Whew. You have an equal chance the first trade to be an enchantment. Yeah, I might grab a bunch of librarians, trap them in a room, and just keep going until we get the ones we want. Whew. Yeah, that was some scary times. That's why you get a fire resistance potion in the Nether. Yeah, I had a totem. I wasn't like overly worried. Also, I'm wearing full Netherite armor. It's just the Elytra that we've lost out on there. That's fine. It's true. Why is there only banana milkshakes? See, banana milkshakes are a lie. You squish a banana down, you don't get banana juice. You get squished banana. Then make them zombies and kill them. Is that how you can reset the trades? Oh, you say, oh yeah, if you make them zombies and kill them, you get the trades for like 1 emerald. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I like that. I like that a lot. I actually really want thorns, then it takes 3 or 4 hours each day. Why would anyone ever really want thorns? Why would anyone do that to themselves? No one should do that to themselves. We're gonna have to go to the edge now just to pick up some of these blocks. Ah, okay. Yep. Scary. Gotta learn to not do that one, huh? So let's just mine down here. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is just something I've got to stop doing, huh? Yeah, let's go pick up some blocks, because I think a few more would have ended up down here. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I assume entirely incorrectly. I do not agree with the phrase banana juice. Do you have to pay for to get read your message? Says Ryder Nord. No. I think I read out a message from you before. I remember your name. No, actually, I like to say yes. Because that way at least people, like... I think it's, like it's... If you're actually looking, you'll see that I'm not. I'm reading out a lot of messages that aren't paid. So I always assume when someone says that, it's like... It's like, it almost has like an accusatory vibe to it, you know? Like, you know, I'm just asking, like... I'm not trying to be, you know, I'm just asking a question here. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. But like, is this Ryder Nord, like, you know, a bit of a scumbag? Yeah, like, I'm not, like, again, it seems like accusatory. Even though I'm not saying that you are, and I don't think you are. I think you're a great person, probably. Like, when you like, say something like that, it's like, it's got a bit of a vibe to it, you know? Because when you say words, you're not just saying the words, you're saying, like, a subset of words behind there. You know, I've said the words too much now. If I had a 25 pence coin for every time someone asked what Twigget's favorite music was, I'd still have 0 pence because 25p isn't a thing. I wish we had a 25... Like, honestly, the 20p is a better coin than the quarter from America. Because it, like, you can make more change better. Like, they've done the maths. They've proven it. For more amounts, you can pay over 20p. But there is something satisfying about a quarter in America that I just can't describe. I've been collecting state quarters for a while. I've got, like, most of the states. I don't even know why I want all the states. Like, what am I going to do? Just start a coin collection or something? I should start a coin collection or something. It's a shame. Corona means, like, more and more people don't want you to pay with cash. But sometimes you just want to collect some money, you know? He secretly only cares about his green name channel wives. You know what? You caught me there, too. I found out we can equip firework rockets in the offhand on bed. Yeah, I do it all the time by accident. It's so frustrating. It's for crossbow ammo, and I hate it so much. How do you get rocket? Oh, wait, just platinum Minecraft PS4 edition? Hell yeah. Congratulations, Jake, on the platinum trophy. Who isn't happy with a platinum trophy? You're not. How do you get your rockets? How can you reset the Nether? You get rockets by paper and gunpowder. Gunpowder and paper. You see this recipe right here? that. That's how you get rockets. Glad to help you out, my friend. If you know what states you're missing, I'll mail them to you for your birthday. Man, you are a hero of the resurrection. Again, I'm gonna have to read some tweets clearly. I never realized how unique a quarter in money is. Actually, does a quarter euro exist? Euro coins. I never even thought, like, euro goes 1, 5. No, yeah, euro goes 1, 2, 10, 20 as well. Huh. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it really is just America that goes 25. Very interesting and bizarre, actually. Anyway, so oh, okay, yep. So this is the last bit of lava. Once this goes, it's all gone otherwise. Oh, I had those buckets in that chest. Let's go. Let's just go do that. Let's just make that happen. We can do that now. Okay, let's pick up these things. Thank you very much, Nefster. Hi. Started playing MC again a month ago, and I've been glued to a new channel. Camp Sounds playing Survivor. Don't feel so lonely of you around. Thanks, friends. It's Nefster. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you like the stuff, Nefster. So I'm gonna ask you, Nefster. No one else is allowed to respond to this. If you're thinking of responding to this and you're not Nefster, you're not allowed to. I've been thinking of doing a video just criticizing Minecraft art. Because there's like so many weird inconsistencies with it that I just think I'd have fun. Just like making a whole video criticizing textures. Do you think you'd enjoy that, or do you think that's like low quality? Just listening to Toycat criticize art for 15-20 minutes. Why not place Blackstone on the source, says Chantal? I want to pick it up in a bucket so I can take it whatever I do. The thing, the lava. In reality, we could pick up lava somewhere else pretty easily, but it's just kind of satisfying to know that we have all of the thing. Okay, Nefster, we're waiting for you now. It's all on your friend. That sounds beautiful. Do it. Nefster, says Michael Neff. You know what? You could Michael Neff. That could be a Nefster. I could believe that. I could believe that name comes from Michael Neff. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be doing some like filler videos soon because I'm gonna be away from my recording setup for 2 weeks while I live in a country that's not the UK, so I can get into America. Because, God, do I disagree with current restrictions? Oh Lord, hey friend. Okay, where were those? I had like buckets and a pickaxe in one of these chests, right? Do you remember there was buckets in one of them? Was there buckets in one of them? Did I imagine that? There were buckets somewhere. Is it in this one over here, maybe? Ah, there's 1, 2, 3. Well, we'll take this with us. We might as well get this out there. Why not have thorns if you have unbreaking/mending? Thorns only... honestly, I guess, yeah, like, once you've got unbreaking and mending, you've dealt with the primary pain of it. But also, it, like, I don't like the feeling it gives either. Like, even if it didn't hurt your armor, and even if it wasn't this, like, horrendous decision, it's like, but do you need... Oh, want it. And the answer's usually like, not really. Okay, so this is the last bit of lava. This entire bastion is now lava-free. And the good type of lava-free, not the bad type. If you don't have mob farm, what's your renewable source of gunpowder for rockets? I don't have a renewable source, I just kill creepers. I know everyone's always like, you should just make a mob farm. But every time someone says it, I'm like, well, there goes my chance of doing that in the next 3 months. So, UK is a £2 coin. Yeah, Europe is a €2 coin as well. But America goes straight for the dollar note. I know there's a dollar coin. Don't worry, I've got dollar coins. Americans are always so quick to jump at me like, actually, Toycat, didn't you know there's a dollar coin? And it's like, yeah, but you don't use it, so it doesn't count. It's like, did you know there's a $1 trillion note? And it's like, yeah, it exists, but... Did you know, actually, okay, before we leave, let's give you all a fun fact, because I love money. And by the way, speaking of money, thank you, Triple Threat, for triple the threat of money. Or not giving me money under the threat of... I don't know what I'm saying here, but thank you, Triple Threat, love you money. But did you know there's a $1 trillion bill in America? I also, so there is this, there's this one bill, there's only one of them, and it exists as a way to move, like, absurd amounts of money in person. Because, like, every time that money is out there, there's only one $1 trillion bill, so if it gets stolen, they can just invalidate it. You know how, like, in theory, you can count the serial numbers on money and then validate it that way? If you have like, no one looks at the serial number. If someone gives you a $1 trillion note, you're like, wait a minute, I'm gonna check to see if I should accept this. And so, like, before, like, banking systems were a thing, it was the cheapest way to send $1 trillion from a place to another place, which I think is hilarious. Anyway, you know, we made some real good progress today, huh? I think we made some great stuff. But making good progress is not finishing. Indeed, I'm pretty sure... Oh, wait, we need to grab, like, 9 of those back, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's 7. I need to put 1 bone back in there. This has been a delightful stream, but as of all good things, it has to come to an end. Also, of all bad things, all things come to an end. We will all die someday. And you can, paying for a chocolate bar at the corner store with a $1 trillion note. Yeah, just, like, get yourself a nice little, pack of gum. Be like, actually, I don't really need any more. You got change for this, right? But no, yeah, I hope you all enjoyed today's live stream. If you did, then thank you for, coming over here and existing with it. Let's just stare and smile for a bit. This is what you pay for, isn't it? This is what you're here for. You don't care about the Bastion. You just want to hang out and live your life. No, this is, we're literally 1 stream away now from being able to finish this entirely. I'm excited for that 1 stream. But 1 stream away, we still in fact are. So thank you for coming with you're spending any of your time here with me today. I know that takes, you know, who has the time, the effort to come watch a Toy Cat stream for 2.5 hours? Not me, that's for sure. I'm just kidding. I mean, I could watch them for 2.5 hours, but I'm busy being here. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed today's live stream, because I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Wait, IVX Tory Cat thinks everyone can afford food. It's really cheap, man. I lived on rice for a really long time. Rice is so cheap. Go buy some rice if you like. It's easy to think food's expensive when you're like, if you assume that you have to get the exact food you get right now, because when you're buying food, you're actually buying you know, part of the product of food. Like when you go to McDonald's, you're not just buying food. You're buying convenience. You're buying a little bit of novelty. You're buying nostalgia, and then you're buying, you know, you're buying speed. But when you just buy food, i.e., just a bag of rice, it's so cheap. Ingredient. Have you ever bought bread? Also, fun fact about Canada from your girl, Looney and a Toonie. Oh, I do know the Toonie and the Looney thing. I love it. It's one of my favorite little details. But like, you know, you ever buy lentils? So cheap, so cheap. Like, you get a loaf of bread, 30p or something. You can feed yourself for like the better part of a week with this. Just, it's so cheap. It's so cheap. Because again, I think this is a missing thing. I think like for financial education, like, I think when you're buying something, you think about it as one thing. But every time you buy something, you're buying a lot of things combined, and then you think of that like if I eat out at a steakhouse and when I spent $100 on that steak, I wasn't buying $100 worth of food. I was buying $6 of steak and $94 of atmosphere, probably some dumb ratio like that. Yeah, if you know what you're buying and you like it, that's great. But if you don't know what you're buying, that's when you make mistakes. Okay, there we go. Corrected that now. Lentil burgers between that bread and you're set. There we go. Lentils, burgers, and then a little side dish of rice. Like, you can eat for so cheaply if you want to. It's just, you don't want to eat for cheaply, you want to eat nicer things. But then that's a want, not a need, right? You're trying to up that. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Like, it's one of those, like, big things that... It's not only, like, a bad mistake people make on behalf of people, like assuming that people can't afford food, but also it's a bad thing that people make in their own lives. Like, when you pay rent for an apartment,
Long outros are yes.
When you pay rent for an apartment, you're not just buying a place to live. It's not that you buy the apartment or you don't. It's like, well, your other options are house sharing. You're like, well, I don't want a house share. Well, it's like, well, then you're buying the luxury of not having to. You're not doing a thing. Or like, you know, some people camp, like, a lot of Google employees who earn, like, 6 figures, they, like, live in the parking lot and they, like, shower at work or whatever. It's an option. It's not, like, a high-quality one. But the fact is nothing is forced. Nothing is mandatory. Your current lifestyle is not... your current lifestyle is usually a choice. There are a few things that aren't, and those are the things we gotta focus on. Like, I don't know. You know, you can't... no one chooses to get diabetes, the other type at least. No one chooses to get whatever else. Those are the things we should be focusing on reducing prices and making accessible to people. Because things that you actually die without and cannot afford, and even then, I'm not a person who... This was a bad idea. I'm not a person who even understands what diabetes is. If you understand diabetes, send me a tweet. Okay, thank you for watching. Hope you all enjoyed, because I'll see you all next time. Goodbye. Hello, I'm FPX Toycat, and welcome back to another live stream on the internet. Today, I'm going to be destroying an entire Piglin Bastion. This is what my Bastion looks like right now, and by the end of the day, it's going to look like a big pile of blackstone on the ground, which is something I'm really excited about, because we are entirely mining the rest of it. So, for the journey, I've got myself, because my birthday is 2 days, that's how I'm describing it. My birthday is on the 13th, which means it's my birthday in 2 days, and wait. There's a particular way to vocalize that one. It's my birthday in 2 days. And as a result, look at my delightful drink I've got myself. Because you know, this is what birthday people deserve. It's a glass that may or may not have been obtained legitimately. It's a bunch of slush, and then there's a cherry on top. Because you know what, the real cherry on top for this drink is the fruit that goes on the very top right there. Anyway, so yeah, I'm very excited to be joining you for a live stream today, because honestly, like this Piglin Bastion thing was so much more than I assumed it was. But there's like, ever since the beginning, it's been like, you know, even though it's a lot of work, that moment when it's all done is going to be so satisfying. And so that's what I'm working for. So I've also, I've increased the size of my beacon slightly, so now that it will actually cover more of the Bastion. So we're going to be mining about 20% faster today than we've been mining before.
And
we've got nothing left besides this.
Was good.
Hey!
Thanks, you have a great stream today, and I see you put the title as Nether Recycling P4. Do you see the issue? It's P5 anyways, here's your allowance.
I don't know what you're talking about. The title says 5, That's the only way the title's ever been, but thank you very much. Triple threat. Okay, you know, I totally fixed that right now. Thank you very much, my man. I hope you are having a delightful day. But you know what isn't delightful? The war in Yemen. You know, you ever just wanna like slide off to the left or right like that? Just like, you know, how about we just bring this? I guess honestly, in my channel, it's pretty believable that I'd be like, hey, you know what, how about we destroy an entire Bastion to show you what happened to Syria over the last 10 years. Man, that's such a bad concept. Also, happy birthday. Yeah, happy birthday in 2 days, right? I'm on vacation. Happy live stream till cat, says Emily Uplinger. Hey, happy vacation. You know, honestly, so first of all, actually, I want to know, like, given that the current situation's going on, like, I'm not a vacation taker, like, I travel a fair amount, but, like, I feel like traveling right now is going to be a really weird situation, so I don't know what vacation means in your context, but congratulations. And second of all, the greatest philosopher of our time. I like when you jump into a random topic. You know, do you want to hear about my pogo stick I just got? It's not a random topic, but I do jump into that sometimes. There we go. No, it sounds like a joke, but I actually got a pogo stick recently. And, like, there's so many dumb things that as a child I wished I had. That it's cool. Like, the cool thing about being an adult is I can just be like, oh yeah, I kind of wanted that. That seemed cool. And I bought one. So I would be very upset that my stream crashed early on. But maybe this is one of those times where you've just got to be chill about something, right? That's my takeaway. Maybe you've got a different takeaway. Where is my face, I hear you asking? I don't know what's wrong on my PC today, but I do know good luck finishing it this time. My PC is very against me finishing it. Oh, okay. My PC is very much saying, no, you're not gonna finish it. I bet you won't. You can't do it. I know you can't. And you know, let's prove my PC right. Anyway, so hello everyone. I'm ABX Toycat, and this is the worst live stream on the internet. What are you even doing watching here? Tell us about your pogo sticks, Angel64. Okay, you know, it's pogo time. Actually, I'm gonna try and get my webcam working first. Give me a second. Okay, the bad news is... Hey, the good news is as soon as I started to tell you the bad news, it fixed itself. Can I tell you something? This is like... We're diverting from the scheduled live stream a little bit. Maybe we should just do that altogether. Maybe we should, like, get back to this sometime where that makes some more sense. And maybe for now, I can tell you. One of the, like... I think I've mentioned, like, you know, betrayal always hurts. I feel like sometimes you feel betrayed by the world. And let me tell you, like, my most minor example of this. But every PC I've ever owned has failed me repeatedly. Only for, like, live streaming and sometimes for recording. But, like, these, like, things that I make, you know, all I need is, like, PC, record that, and then we'll go. And for some reason, every PC I've ever owned has had serious issues, just like the things I plug in, I want to stream to all of you. Face reveal, you're so cute. That's all I want to do. And like this PC, I decided for this PC, like, okay, well clearly it's like, you know, if I just buy like the best components, like I got, you know, instead of getting like just like kind of professional, I got like workstation grade everything, like things that are designed for work, you know, like for the max it can be. Like my processor alone is like, you know, it was a huge purchase. It's 4 digits, to put it in that perspective. And despite all of that, it just still happens. And it just hurts when you're like, every time I consider buying something expensive, like, you know, you like to think to yourself, oh yeah, if you buy a nice car, you buy a nice, if you buy a nice piece of clothing or something, oh yeah, it's gonna be like way better. It's designed to never break. It's designed to always do what you want to. And I think like just something about this, like I would pay someone a lot of money if they could just make this go away, you know. But it's something that has no discernible cause. It's a very bizarre thing to mention, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. That like something about like computers, especially because like computers are this like incredible thing. I need to plug my earpiece.
Parasocial relationships, FTW.
Thank you very much. As yes. But there is something there's something interesting about like trying to trust like physical objects. Like you need to trust your car if you drive it every day, because that thing might kill you one day. And there's something about like just wanting to trust a PC and not being able to. That's like so tragic. Like if you can't trust a thing, how can you trust a person, you know? Like people are less reliable than things, and if things can't even be reliable, then what can you trust? Because you know, like then the next layer up of that is like you can't actually trust yourself. Like you think you can trust yourself, but you can't. I've been rebuilding all of Minecraft structures from memory today, and I realized like I have a perfect picture of something in my memory, but it's not actually a perfect picture. I think I know perfectly what a witch hut looks like from memory. I built one just an hour ago. Again, it's for a video I'm working on. And I was like, oh my god, I think I know a witch hut perfectly, but I have this vague illusion of it in my head. And yeah, so like, also we need to get some like bows and arrows in this, up in this house, right? I'm so done with ghasts. Like, I'd be happy if they never spawned ever again. They just fire, like, they just make loud noises, and like, they can't even do anything to me. I'm on a thing of blackstone. It's just, I need to just like reset this live stream mentally. I think that's what we gotta do. We just gotta pretend we didn't start, and we're just gonna start right now. Does that sound good to everyone? You can't trust the pogo at either. Right, the pogo. I love how everyone's excited. I guess when I crashed, the live stream got stuck on a pogo loop. Maybe that's my closest guess I have about this one. But yeah, every time I forget. Like, here's an example of my memory being faulty. Every time I've done this is my 5th one. I forget that I need a bow with some arrows, and it's like, how do I continuously forget a detail that is actually pretty important? I would say. It's pretty darn important. So we're gonna replace that with that. And now we've got a bow. Now we just need some arrows. We'll just go kill some skeletons. They're everywhere around here. So yeah, we're gonna restart the stream. We're gonna pretend it hasn't been going. My computer literally just crashed. Right, like, how is software this open-ended and like prone to huge failures that can be like, sometimes it's just sad, but sometimes it's like, I lost an hour of work. I lost. Hey, thank you, Modest Seller Gaming. You know, you are. I didn't think there was such thing as a modest seller. I thought all sellers were as non-modest as each other. But that was only until I met you, friend. Let's just try this again. You know, I honestly do think, I think Ghast of the Souls of the Dead filled with gas, so basically gas ghosts. I like that as a theory. I don't know if it's correct, but I'm gonna roll with that one from now on. Okay, so yeah, hello everyone. This is the live stream. Wait, let's just let's pretend that we just started. What's the harm in that, am I right? Okay. So anyone, when did I start live streaming? Chat, you gotta back me up on this one. When did the live stream just start? Tell me, chat. I need your full support if this one's gonna work. Do you? Oh God, I hate Ghast so much. Now. There we go. Everyone's got it right. Everyone understands. 10:43. Okay. Hello, I'm ABX Toycat, and today I'm going to be mining an entire Piglin Bastion. This is actually the 5th live stream in the process, but today we're taking it from this little husk of its former self to being an entire husk of its former self, because we are destroying the very rest of it. I've even expanded my beacon so that it covers more and more of this, and we're going to be just sitting here, mining away at the Blackstone. It's going to be a great little project, because I think destroying anything is a great idea. I think it's a great way to do things, and while we do those great things, allow me to explain how it's my birthday 2 days. You know, don't listen too carefully to that one. It's my birthday 2 days. You know, ignore the in as part of that sentence. And as a result, I got myself this delightful little drink that even has a little fruit. I would say this fruit on the top is the real cherry on top of this drink. And yeah, I'm looking forward to today. There's going to be no issues. It's going to be delightful. And I'm looking forward to joining you all on an opportunity. Let's be honest. The mining is half the fun, but half the fun is the friends that we make along the way. The real destroyed Bastion is the conversations we get to have while we destroy the Bastion. Because if you destroyed a Bastion but you couldn't talk, would you be able to tell anyone you destroyed the Bastion, yeah? I've considered that about so many, like, human activities. Like, if you couldn't tell anyone else you did a thing, how many, like, industries would immediately die? Like, there's so many, like, I would say, like, there's, to some extent, like, you know, like, places that people go, like, forms of entertainment that people only like, you know, there's so many places people like to go that their, like, favorite thing to do there is, like, oh, I've got to tell people. If I can't tell, you know, like, I'd say, like, travel. I really like traveling. But so much of, like, people who like doing the same thing is, like, I need to let people know that I did this. This is a thing that I did. And I used to think really negatively about that. Like, oh, yeah, people are just so, you know, like, people are just so, you know, not in the moment. They just, their only favorite thing is to share it. Because whenever you see, like, especially, like, if you're in Europe, you'll see a bunch of tourists coming from, like, way in the, you know, the heart of Asia, and they'll be there, like, just taking selfies the whole time. Or, like, again, I've been in lots of cool experiences where I've just seen every single human being there is just, like, you know, taking a photo. And when you see that, when you're like, I don't know, I went to, it's called the, I forget what it's called, like, the something bay, the Marina Sands Bay, in Singapore. It's this beautiful pool, but everyone just goes to the edge, they take their picture, and then they, like, either get out of the pool or they, like, go do something else. And I'm guilty of the same thing. And you look at that and you're like, oh, you know, this is sad. People are only here for the photos, man. But then you realize that it's just really, that's our modern form of sharing, right? That's our modern form of telling the tale about the cool thing that we did. And I think that's why, like, even it's not like, you know, taking photos of everything can make you ruin the moment, but also it just shows that, like, you want other people to share in your moment. The most selfish thing to do would be to not take any photos, because then you only have your story, and stories can be made up without needing any, you know, going to places. Toycat Tax, thank you, Blood Reaper 8831. But then maybe I think sometimes the other way, like, you know what? Who does a photo really benefit? If you like actually think about it, who's ever been like, oh yeah, this story that someone told me about the time they went to the Eiffel Tower? That'd be so much better if they could show me, like, a picture of them there. I can't imagine what the Eiffel Tower looks like without you showing me your bad selfie in front of it. Did you do the Q&A yet? Toycat Tax. Yes. I don't know how to. How do you respond to a question asking if you've done something which you've uploaded? Yeah, it's on my chat. Yes, it may be. It's up. You can watch it. That I have done the thing that you know, like there are some questions that I'm like so bad at answering. I just gotta be like, you know, just chill and say yes, Toy Cat. Just chill and say yes. But it's like, no, he wouldn't be asking me a question. Because, you know, questions are like a way of sharing human information. Like, if you ask me, hey, Toy Cat, tell me about that pogo stick you bought recently, then it's because you want to hear about the pogo stick. You don't say, hey, Toy Cat, tell me about that pogo stick. Or like, hey, Toy Cat, can you tell me what pickaxe you're using right now? Is it the diamond pickaxe or is it not the diamond pickaxe? If you ask that question, you're not getting, like, any new information. And it's like, I always assume, like, on YouTube, like, hey, if people ask, like, what's the title on this video, it's like, but you can see the title on this video. So you just gotta assume, like, okay, you know, maybe they just didn't see it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's good. Speaking of things that are good, I've often thought that... Also, going up and getting those last blocks will be a real pain. But that's a problem for future me to deal with. But yeah, so do you guys want to hear about a pogo stick I bought recently? Because... One of the tragic things about being young, maybe it's not a tragedy, maybe it's
Firstly, I think you are cute. Secondly, happy birthday. It's my first stream and therefore my first Toy Cat tax, and some would argue a Toy Cat is mandatory. Cat.
First of all, thank you very much, Janica. Second of all, I appreciate you saying I'm cute. You're not. Everyone should every super chat should start with firstly, I think you're very cute. That's how you like win hearts and minds. I don't think it's true, but I like the idea that anyone does. Third of all, I just want to say that it's actually just to be clear here, it's my birthday in 2 days. So you know, like it's like I feel a bit mean when people say like, oh yeah, happy birthday. It's my birthday in 2 days. That's such a dumb joke. Like yesterday, so like in the UK, I don't know if this is common everywhere else. Like if there's a birthday, you know, like event, if there's like a big event, like I don't know, it's a birthday or it's a, you know, Halloween. Usually you don't celebrate it like on the day. You celebrate it like the closest Friday or Saturday or whatever day, you know, because you know people work generally Monday to Friday. I think that's the justification. I mean, At the very least, like, if you have things to do, usually it works Monday to Friday. Which is weird to me, because I've never worked Monday to Friday, like, ever. And that sounds like such a weird thing to me. Like, you know, what's so special about these days that, like, everything happens on them? Because there's so many jobs that rely, like, if you think about, like, a 24-hour McDonald's that's 7 days a week, it's like, well, clearly a lot of those people aren't working Monday to Friday. And then you think about, like, oh yeah, what about... There are so many things now that are 24/7. And then there's things that are online, and online is 24/7. That's just like, huh, how's that? It's like I said, birthdays don't matter, then never shuts up about his birthday, says Chantal Exley. Oh, thank you for mentioning that. It is my birthday in 2 days. I'm glad that you could bring that up for me, because I haven't mentioned it in a while. That's right, it's my... No, I'm like super weird about this birthday because it's like I'm turning 25, which is like a quarter. Like this is like in my life a big milestone. Like I think every year, like me turning 22 didn't really matter. Like 21 and 22 are effectively the same. When you turn 39, are you that different to 38? You know, when you turn 43, is 44 such a big step up? But like 25's like the age where every last final restriction on me, like I can rent like exotic cars, not that I can drive cars, but I think I can drive a truck, and there's a few weird like niche limitations that are off me. And also it's like a quarter century, you know, like imagine a century, imagine a quarter of that. You know, like what was 100 years ago today? 1920. I don't know why that took me so long. The Great Depression has happened in the last century. The biggest economic crises humans... I mean, maybe this will be bigger. We actually don't know for sure. But, like, the biggest economic crises that humans have been able to look back at, that happened 100 years ago. You know that big war thing? I think the second big war is what they call it, sometimes. That hadn't happened yet. That was, like... You know, no one was even predicting that would happen. I mean, like, some people were, but, like, no mainstream beliefs assumed that would happen yet. That's 100 years ago. And now imagine, like, a quarter of that. And that's how old I am. That's how long ago I was born. And, like, there's something about that, like, feels real, you know? Like, because in reality, time is linear. Like, I'm aging every minute. But because we as humans have, like, this yearly age-up system, every now and then you hit, like, a significant year. And it's going to be a whole thing. Toy Cat, do you, happy birthday in 2 days. Yeah, happy birthday in 2 days. Happy birthday 2 days. No, I celebrated yesterday as like, I know, I just wanted to like do something, because right now there's like crazy, stuff happening. So I realized it wouldn't be like a big occasion, so I pet a cat, I went to a gaming bar. It was a nice day. It was really weird actually. So like, there's this bar in London I really like that's like, it's like esports themed or something, but like, so they usually have like Smash consoles set up and like PCs of stuff. But right now it's just like tables all the way on the other sides of the room from each other. And obviously it's like, it's good. I like safety. But it's interesting that like everything you know has changed in the last like 3 months. I feel like the interesting thing about crises is they kind of move time forwards or they slow it down. Like or like sometimes they move backwards too, I would argue. But like right now, time is like, things are changing very fast. Like either backwards or forwards. You know, you can kind of argue. Wait, it's your birthday in 2 days? You haven't said that yet, Sis Holly Hamster. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it till just now. It's actually my birthday in 2 days. Have you guys heard about that one actually? I want to continuously talk about it now. The meme of today is every single subject I talk about today will tie back into my birthday. And just you watch when you think that's like a joke. You think, haha, good one, Toy Cat. Now you wait and you see how this one works. So, but yeah, like I feel like time is moving, like effectively, because time is, you know, like a fixed definition. Like, yep, it's every 60 seconds a minute passes in Africa or whatever. But the way, you know, the time is really like a thing we use to measure like things move at, you know, like X amount, etc. And, you know, like the world doesn't really change that much on a day-to-day basis and a month-to-month basis. But in the last 3 months, everything has changed, you know? There are some things that we were doing just like normal 3 months ago that like we might not ever do that way again. Hey, thank you, Catherine Klein. Welcome to the channel membership club. Welcome. Your first birthday is your second birthday. Think about that. Oh god, you're right. Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, Harrison. Also, thank you, Catherine Klein. The new memes are birthday and the years and stuff, it being impractical. But the time's not such a construct, but measures of time are. Yeah, exactly. Time happens regardless, but like all of our measures, all of the ways we try to define these things, that's kind of arbitrary. Side note here, but as you leave a drink over time, perhaps long enough for like my birthday to occur in 2 days, by the way. But as you leave a drink, do you ever notice that like when you have something that's like half ice, half not, the non-ice, like the ice separates from the liquid, so you get a super flavorful. But then you get like this ice chunk. Look at this. This is literally just ice. There is no flavor to this. It's literally just water frozen as ice. Is there like a scientific name for why that happens? Why you get like the, you know, because if you've ever frozen like orange juice or something, you get ice and then you get super concentrated minus the water juice. It's probably something sort of like the freezing point of water being lower or higher than the freezing point for ice. Is that a Shirley Temple says? Laser Lemon. It's not, although that is a thing. That's a thing that's I made a few of recently. But it's just a it's one of those slush drinks I've been having recently because I like slush, but with a cherry on top. There's something nice about presentation, right? Like presentation adds to a drink. This is why like there are some people who don't agree with straws. They're like, oh yeah, straws are dumb, but they just don't understand that like, well, everything humans do is dumb. If you wanna get real technical about like how this works, everything is dumb. But the reason straws aren't dumb, or at least, I mean, in my opinion, at the very least, is okay. The reason straws aren't dumb is because like there's a little effect of like adding things to stuff. I mean, like again, oh, I'm filled up with my inventory. I need to go and I need to empty this out, huh? So there's our first inventory full, the first of many, I will hope. It's some sort of distillation. It means you've sucked all the slush out of that patch of ice. But this happened without me drinking any. That's the interesting thing. That like, I know that it happens when you drink, again, like you suck the slush out like it's venom from a wound or something. But in this case, it's something different. And I don't know what, but I'll work it out. 100 straws is better than one. Insert clip from your Twitter. I mean, that's also a fact. We do know that pretty fundamentally. That 100 straws, just a better number than one. 100 straws gets more done. 100 times the suction. That's, please try that. Build a replica of your brick house but with blackstone and keep all your never update blocks in it. Oh, that's a really fun idea, actually, Harrison Gray. I like the idea of having, like, a never version of my brick house. You know, I think I might need to do that now. I think that I really like that idea. Like, I could use, like, blackstone bricks and then use, like, some nether wood, like, some crimson wood for the roof. You know, I'm gonna make it, like, a perfect replica, too. Oh, yeah, I like this one a lot. Honestly, yeah, there we go. There's a fun idea. Speaking of fun ideas, I think I was mentioning, yeah, like, right now, like, time's moving fast, because we kind of measure time. We obviously, like, we measure time externally because of the, you know, like, time, you know, like, oh yeah, a minute is a minute, an hour is an hour, you know, every 60 seconds, a minute passes, blah, blah, blah. But the real measure of time, the way we feel things, is by how much has happened. Do you ever have someone say something like, oh, did you know that, like, you know, that dress thing happened in, like, 2016, and you're like, whoa, it happened that long ago? Because, like, you know, in the scheme of your internet or whatever, like, a lot of things have happened, and, like, you know, your time sense is broken when too many things have happened, or when not enough has happened. Because the internet stayed relatively the same for the last 10 years, I think, is one of the big problems. Like, I think we've kind of stagnated, because, you know, it's like same with YouTube, honestly. Even though YouTube being around is good for my business, I make an amount of money to support myself because YouTube exists as a platform and people choose to watch me on YouTube. It's great, it's delightful, but, like, in the early 2000s, like, social media was, like, coming and going, but every social media site now is so drilled into you and your brain. It knows what is most likely to make you specifically clip a thing. I've seen a few of these streams. It's the same Bastion from Never Recycling 1, says Bobby the Log. Yeah, I've done 4 of these streams on this same Bastion, and this is the time we finish the Bastion. It's going to be glorious. It's going to be absolutely glorious. But, yeah, as I was saying, all of the social media sites, I feel like, are just so drilled into your brain and knowing, like, what will make you click a thing, what will make you interact with a tweet, etc. And, you know, because they're not even caring about whether it improves your day or not. If it makes you feel awful, but you feeling awful makes you stay on Twitter a whole bunch, again, the algorithms don't care about, like, oh yeah, well, that's really bad for our users' well-being. The bot just says, oh my god, I worked out a way to make him click 13 more tweets in his time here, and therefore he saw 2 more ads, and therefore something money, right? It's kind of weird, because I feel like, because social media has worked out how to just target our brains, like, it knows us better than we do without knowing us at all, which maybe says something tragic about the human condition. But I feel like the interesting thing about that is it means we've gotten to this situation where there's no real new social media, and therefore the internet feels like time isn't really happening. Like, you know, can you tell me how long ago that Australia fire thing was? Was it 6 years or was it 6 months, you know? I've been on a lot of Toby live streams, says Cookie Cats. Hey, I'm proud of you. Made it to a lot of them. And that's a good thing in my books, because I'm obviously the person who benefits most from that. Joke's on you, I don't use social media, says Hexatron. You talk a lot on these live streams, and technically speaking, I think YouTube counts as social media. But yeah, this is like such an overthought. Like, people who say, oh yeah, did you guys know, like, social media is not always good for you? Have you tried not using it? It's like such an like, everyone, like, instinctively knows, like, that on some level. Everyone, when someone says, oh yeah, I deleted all my stuff, I feel like, oh, you smug monster. Like, when people are like, oh yeah, I just deleted my Facebook so long ago, I just didn't have a use for it, you know? And it's like, well, I mean...
Recycle the Bastion into Bowser's castle, with his face being the entrance like in the games, and I will give another hundo. You know I'm good for it.
That is a fun idea. First of all, thank you very much. Second of all, that is a fun idea. Third of all, honestly, my plan is, like, move all the blackstone into a place, and then, like, sit on it for a bit, think about the best places. Because I don't want to, like, start something without having, like, the full desire to finish it. Like, sometimes on YouTube, because of the, like, you know, the desire to be first at something, kind of like how, you know, I will be the first to say happy birthday to me because I'll be there at midnight on July 13th, which is my birthday in 2 days, by the way. See, I can tie this topic in there too. But because of the like desire to do things like fast, which is important in YouTube, like obviously person who moves there first gets a huge advantage over everyone else. Like I was tempted to, like, my previous recycling projects to just immediately work on something. I think for this, it's a better idea to, like, sit on it for a bit. Like, to really think about it, like, really work it out, etc. I think that will benefit me quite helpfully. Hey, Merlybird.
Ice is less dense than water, so it floats in water, a unique solid/liquid combination. I'm guessing the drink phenomenon is to do with the liquid mix melting and ice rising.
So, first of all, that's actually kind of crazy that... I guess, yeah, what you're saying is the liquid is melting out of the ice, then the ice is rising to the top. And as a result... But that still doesn't... Well, I guess maybe the liquid has, yeah, a faster melting point. So it melts first, then the two separate, and once they separate, they can't recombine if the ice is solid. And the ice is keeping the drink cold, and therefore it's not melting. I don't know, you know, I'm no scientist. We could talk about this all day, or we could just say it's witchcraft. Just like how, you know, when is my birthday happening? 2 days, no one knows that one for sure unless they were a witch who did some craft. I'm gonna keep doing this, this is gonna be fun. This whole live stream, you better believe. Thank you, Epic Tiger, by the way. Someone says when is the Marketplace stuff coming out? Literally, it's ready to go. I'm just, again, it's 100% in Microsoft's court now. It's just that they're taking like a week off, so there's nothing I can do for a week. And then off that week, I've got to like, there's a lot of like minor forms and basically it's coming out as soon as I can, which I imagine like, one of the things about dealing with a large company you realize very fast is there is a lot of bureaucracy. Like, oh yeah, do you want to post your map? Well, step one is to fill out the P1 form. Then you got to fill out the D8 form, and then you got to obviously someone's got to manually go around and you know, certify your map, and then like this, that, blah 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 blah. And it makes me like horrified that like if there's all of these processes to go through and make a map, how did people make things like Extreme Skyblock and think like, yeah, this is a good thing. This is worth all the effort. Like if it was like an easy process, like I don't know, like posting a tweet's easy. I understand how people like mistakenly or like, you know, putting a picture on Instagram, really easy, takes you like 7 seconds. I understand how you might accidentally think it's a great idea to put a picture of me like, I don't know, screwing your ex-wife or whatever. Like, you know, I'm gonna post that and I'm gonna tag you in it. And it's like, well, you know, if it's a funny moment for or whatever. But like, if it's like, oh yeah, I've got this idea of, you know, if it literally takes like multiple weeks, if it takes like forms and all this stuff, it's like, how could you, how could you go through all of that and think that this was good? Like, it makes you realize that, you know, it's kind of premeditated, you know, like the concept of premeditate is really interesting to me. Like, legally we see things as being worse if people thought about doing it for a while before they did it. Soy Cat is only yes on Wednesdays. That is true. That is exactly true. What's your opinion of time going fast as Shelby Box? Yeah, my whole point of that is that, like, I think time is, like, going both fast and slow. Because we usually measure things by the things that are happening. And right now, certain things are happening very fast. Like, the social change we're seeing is huge. But also, the change we're seeing in terms of, like, things happening, like revolution change, is, like, pretty slow, actually. And it's very interesting, I would say. How much good of Blackstone is there on a Piglin Bastion, and what type are you destroying? Yeah, I've got a Piglin Bridge. Obviously, it's harder to tell right now. We might end up with, like, 3 stacks of it, which is very interesting to me. This is tasty. This is tasty. So, I took out, managed to pop in for a few minutes. Have a good stream. Thank you, Sharon Smith. I hope you have a good stream. You know, actually, no. I hope you have a bad stream. There you go. How you like that? That'll teach you. Also, thank you, Maxim Galitzin. Wait, didn't you become a member on like the last live stream? Do you have multiple accounts? Am I like insane? I'm going crazy. That's what that is. So something I've heard about recently. A lot of YouTubers have been privating their old videos. And this is something that's like always been a thing. But right now, what happens is like, it takes one person to decide to get really mad at you for something that you did. And then they can like go and find the worst thing you've ever said. They can clip it. They can, you know, they can ignore the context. They can act like it's new. And then they can get like a whole bunch of people on the internet angry about the thing that you said, the thing that you support. No one's like confused by the idea of, you know, like I think people call it cancel culture, but I think it's just the idea of like people jumping on trends to hate people because we love hatred. But a lot of YouTubers have started like removing their old videos because if you know, like, if old videos don't make money anyway and people are just going to use
This
it.
isn't a tax payment for once.
Hey!
Happy early birthday. Pretend it's a crisp $50 stuffed into a mismatched card like get well soon.
Give me a get well soon card and then cross out the get well and write happy birthday and then it'll say happy birthday soon and then the crisp $50 would be real nice. Thank you so much, Act David. I really appreciate that. I legitimately am going to imagine I got a card with a nice 50 saying happy birthday soon. That's the card I want to imagine. That's the card I'm picturing right now. But no, thank you very much, Act David. Act David? Act David. I'm pretty sure it's Act David. You know what? If it's not Act David, you're Act David Nay. Nay. Yeah, you're Act David Nay. Those are words that I can say. But no, happy birthday to 2 days. It's my birthday 2 days, and thank you very much for wishing me an early one, friend. I'm very worried someone's actually gonna like hear that and actually make the mistake of being like, oh, it's your birthday today. Yeah, it's my birthday 2 days. But anyway, so thank you very much, Act David. Pretty appreciate it, and I hope you have a great evening yourself. I will take your 50 right to Vegas, and you better believe there's only one thing I'm doing with that. Right in a stocks and shares investment account. No, but yeah, thank you very much. And also, I want to say, throw it out here while we're here. The kind of interesting thing is to me though, that because a lot of YouTubers are removing their old videos, something you used to be able to see of like almost any YouTuber is like where they came from and where they are now. And we've kind of gone to this phase where we're like, oh yeah, you can't ever show where you came from. Where you came from is this like dangerous place, this like thing that is going to this thing that's going to hurt you. And it's really worrying to me that we've gone to a stage where like we're trying to like remove our own history. Like I haven't done this myself yet. All my old videos are out there, including ones where I probably offend people. And where's one day I'm gonna call this now. One day I'm going to say something. It's gonna be an offhanded comment because that's all of my comments. And then there's gonna be one person who's like, no, Toy Cat, I'm gonna try and get you for this. And it's gonna work on a lot of people. And that's I think it's. I want to mention, again, it can happen to anyone at any time, all the time. But it's just a thing that makes you realize that, like, yeah, this is a... Also, we have to... Oh, never mind, Ghast. It was a thing that made me realize that, like, you know, this is a thing that everyone loses from. If people start removing their old videos, it just means now there is less stuff out there for you to enjoy. You know, you can't see... If you want to see someone's older stuff, it's gone now. And, this isn't like entirely. Oh god, they're gonna destroy the.
Happy birthday soon from your internet mom.
Hey.
Is your allowance and present.
Thank you so much. It is my birthday today. I'm glad you understand. Exactly. There we go. The high quality joke is not entirely lost. And also, yeah, thank you very much. Same money will go straight to the enjoyable things that I'll be doing in my time in the US soon. Which, by the way, can I mention? Because, you know, you live in the US yourself, Pookie. Like, at first I was like, oh yeah, like, this is, like, pretty much the same risk everywhere. But something that's been happening every day that I look at it, like, you know, the risk, effectively, of being in America, it's, like, going up and up and up and up and up. It's like, how is it even this high? How is this, like, even a thing that could be reached? It's, like, genuinely shocking to me. But that's probably just me being... crazy. That's probably just me looking at numbers and being paranoid, but like it's starting to like finally like weigh on me, and that's like as someone who try no. Okay, it's fine. As someone who like tries to like correct the cognitive biases in scary data, it's an especially thing that's been on my mind. There's people are removing their videos because of embarrassment, and it turned into a meme. But it removes from everyone. If everyone's like ashamed to, you know, like some people are just embarrassed, some people are like genuinely fearful people will come for their livelihood. It's something where like as the individual action that's been forced by the mob leads to everyone else being like worse off. And I was thinking about it as like this, you know, like what people think they're achieving is like, oh yeah, we are holding people to justice for the things that they did. What it's really saying is if you ever did anything that might be considered out of line one day, you remove that stuff as soon as it happens. Like, and that's worrying because a lot of people don't think that the historical record is important. Because most things that most people do would never want to be referred back to. But like, what if you want to see, even right now, finding news stories from prior to like 1990 is kind of hard to do. There's you have to like go to a physical library, hope that it's archived, etc, etc, etc. Even in the internet age, there are things in the early days of the internet that are just gone. Like, think about like, I don't know, Vine, for instance. Every Vine ever is gone. It's not out there. I mean, you have to find a copy if it's popular, hopefully. And that's like what you rely on. There's no like archive of it all where you can find it all. And there's actually a lot of, this is like quite tragic actually. A lot of video games have gone missing, and just like in the time since it's been around, because they weren't backed up. They released as a game. Not many people bought that game, and now only those copies of the game that are out there, which are very few, exist. And like the struggle to archive human life is one that's like not very thought about very often, but it's something we're running up against now as like a real. We're running against more and more reasons to want to not archive your own stuff. And I think everyone should be encouraged to be like, hey, this is my stuff. I made it. I make better stuff than that now. But instead we're at this like level where everyone has to pretend they're a perfect human being always. And if you weren't always a perfect human being, if you made one mistake, or not even a full mistake, like if you were not all the way as good as you are right now at some point in the past, it's like, oh, we got you good there. Like, this is the thing that like gets me. It's like, if we apply super strict standards to how people are going to be today, okay, at least you can kind of get on board with that. I would say it's kind of trying to patrol how people are going to behave, but trying to patrol the past versions of other people is like this really, really scary thing that we're starting to do. Oh no, okay, I mind it. I've always got to mind Gilda Blackstone with the Silk Touch Pickaxe, just to avoid stuff like that. It's scary. I don't want it to happen. I'm not going to let it happen. Thank you very much, Cats. Should I try mining the Bastion after? Yes, and also, Soviet boy, communism. Who would win? One well-designed system or one Soviet boy? Anyway, Are You Drunk says a lot of Russian Cyrillic characters that end with the word Russia in Cyrillic. You know what? I wish I... No, I do want to at some point do some form of drink stream, but today is just I just have a singular drink. I assure you. I think the idea is if you wouldn't do it now, you shouldn't be letting your past self do it on your channel. See, there's something interesting to be said about that too, right? Like, if you, because you know, a lot of like movies or games or whatever, you know, like they have these like erroneous things in them, right? Like, so why would you let someone play something that's not, you know, great then? But I think seeing mistakes, you know, like it's kind of like, have you ever, okay, if you try to describe what happened, you know, like in, you know, like there's a lot of like things actually I'd say, but like there are certain parts of history where if you try to describe them, it's hard to comprehend. But if you watch like a speech of that man who was in 1939 Germany, it really drives it home much better than just being like, oh yeah, there was this like charismatic guy, and it's like, what does that really mean? You know, you know, a word is worth 1,000th of a picture or 1,000th of a video, or whatever. Also, we got a bunch of chiseled blackstone. What a treat, right? And the problem with like, you know, and again, it's like on an individual level, it's clever. Like, yeah, of course, you want to hide that thing that you did that you don't want people to see it now because it's not good anymore. It was something at the time, but now you don't want them to see it. But the idea of like hiding old stuff from people then means that people will have this unrealistic impression that like people are, you know, things were always good. Like if movies, if you could never find a movie from before 1999, you wouldn't have seen the whole history of the cinema. And like some of the earliest movies, I think, like I don't know, I could be wrong about Charlie Chaplin, isn't he? Like he's either like he has strong views on racism one way or the other. Maybe he's either really strongly for or against racism. I don't know which one. I feel like he was against Hitler. I could be. Maybe he was like pro that man in Germany from 1939. Cancel culture is very toxic and childish concept. It's the only reason it's foolish is because as humans, we like to think like good and evil is like the way you learn about things when you're young, right? Like there are good people and there are evil people. There are good things to do and there are evil things to do. But the reality is like there are good things to do, there are bad things to do. If you do enough of them, you can be vaguely defined as a bad person. But there are very few people who are like objectively awful, you know, the worst, etc., etc. In my opinion, at least, I've always seen it that way. And anyone who is bad, air quotes, can become better. Anyone who is good can be corrupted. When you assume that people are just good, you let them off the hook. Like, oh yeah, that person's good, so they can do no wrong. That's just as harmful as that person is bad, he can do no good. They're both just as dangerous concepts that lead to a lot of things going on. So, you know what else is a dangerous concept? My grandfather told me never to trust Germans. But you know what else is a dangerous concept? Forgetting that Toy Cat's birthday is in 2 days. Do you guys hear? It's my birthday, 2 days. It's my birthday in 2 days. It's my birthday, 2 days. Yeah, the don't start politics in the never, that won't go well. Yeah, my point was like, this is like it's a fundamental human like meme thing, right? Like it's our understanding of the world itself that we're like disagreeing with now about whether people can ever get better. Because a lot of the times you see someone that did something very bad a long time ago, and it's like, but that made them a bad person because they did the thing. Whereas what it should be is like, oh yeah, this thing that they did a long time ago, well, if they apologize, then that... and obviously, like, the counter-argument there is like, well, then if you say an apology is good enough, everyone will just always apologize for every bad thing that they do, right? But then at the same time, it's like, but when you see people apologize for bad things they do, you don't get to have your hate moment where you remove them from existence and you take away some stuff from them. But what you get instead is the much more valuable thing. If everyone looks at that and they go, oh, yeah, that wasn't good, and even the person who did it doesn't agree. Which should be ideally, like, how this is, right? Like, oh, yeah, that... You can maybe have, like, a permanent little asterisk. Like, this is not how it should be. This is just how it was. Because we can't ever, like... Cancel stop click, we should embrace personal growth, not stunt it. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what my point was. Like, we should... Everyone should look at people getting better and be like, that's what I want to be. I want to get better. Whereas right now the incentive system is like, I want no one to see that I was ever imperfect. Everyone... And because everyone has a slightly different definition of perfect, because like, even if you could like even if we could like get to the point where it's like, okay, we've removed the we're all just gonna try to be perfect all the time, but it's like, well, the reason good and evil don't exist, the reason there's no such thing as perfect, is because we don't have a universally agreed definition on what a perfect human being would even be, you know. But yeah, right, it's kind of interesting. Also, happy birthday! Happy early birthday, Toy Cat, and hope you enjoy it. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for my birthday. Like, I'm usually not a big birthday person. Recently, I've started being like, oh yeah, I might as well just use it as an opportunity to like, you know, take. It's one of the few opportunities that like a YouTube audience will forgive you if you do some like odd stuff on the channel. I feel like April Fools on your birthday, and then maybe Christmas Day. You got those like 3 days where you can do whatever you want. My dad's been playing hide and seek for 17... Oh, wrong person. Cancer culture is about destroying things that people like, so hopefully those things don't exist. It's an interesting thing because, again, it's like I said, the first observation you always notice from this is that people will only cancel things they didn't like in the first place. Like, and people will never, you know, things that people actually liked, they won't generally go into. It's always people who are like, you know, I don't watch... you know, the Kardashians or whichever YouTube channel, Shane Dawson. But if that person is caught doing an awful thing, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna stop watching them so bad. But like, because that doesn't do you know, like, that's, and then I'm gonna start telling other people like, yeah, you gotta stop watching this person. This person I was never watching in the first place, and I never would have like cared if, I never would have like excitedly told you to watch anyway. But now I get to be like, yeah, you're actively doing bad things when you do it. Like, we have this, one of the things that, like, is kind of useful, like, we have this, like, societal guilt we can apply to things, like, if you, for instance, I don't know, what's a dumb one, like, if you, what's something that's, like, really mildly harmful that people do all the time, we societally shame people about, there's probably some great examples like, oh yeah, did you know you shouldn't be doing that? And we're all like, yes, that's not the greatest idea. But now we can start doing that for like shows. Like, oh, if you watch that show, you're actually supporting whatever else. What happened with your brand new door? I got an email, I think. Oh no, I might have dreamt it. I'm worried now. I got an email, either in my dreams or in real life, that said the door is on its way. I should check, shouldn't I? I should check. Not washing hands. There you go, right? Like, there's one where you gotta be like, we can apply a little bit of good old society of like, hey, you should be, you know, vaguely clean or whatever else. And then you do that, and it's kind of good. You know, like after you, or like before you touch someone, like do a little hand sanitize, you know, whatever, something like that. It makes everyone better as a whole in exchange for like, oh, policing that little behavior. But like when you police like the idea of like what entertainment other people get to enjoy, because there is a part of all of us that would love, like, I would love if everyone else only watched the things that I enjoy. There's a part of me that would love that if I could be like, hey, did you know I've been watching The Umbrella Academy recently? Because obviously my birthday's in 2 days, so I've got a I don't know how I'm gonna link that in, but I've been watching The Umbrella Academy again because I loved it on my first watch through, and there's season 2 coming out, so I'm watching it again. I would love it if everyone had watched that, so if I talk about it, like everyone would just get it, you know? It'd be nice. And it's like, why are people watching, you know, let's pick like a YouTuber or something. Like, why are people watching this James Charles speller on YouTube and his makeup videos when they could be watching The Umbrella Academy, so that when I make Umbrella Academy references, they get it? Why are people watching, what's a show I hate on Netflix? There's gotta be one. You know, there's, no wait, there's like a few Netflix originals that just suck so bad. Why are people watching those Netflix originals? The Office. I like The Office a little bit, actually. The Umbrella Academy, so well done. I agree. Also, what places do you suggest in London I go to? When are you heading to London, Mr. Pro Sniper Boy? Because that's going to change a lot about my opinion about what you go to. For instance, me on my birthday, which is in 2 days, I would love to go to, you know, like, there's a few places I'm a big fan of. But I've actually got a whole second channel video about things not to do in London. Death Note, but the Netflix one. I really like that Death Note Netflix one because it's so bad, but I just, like, I'll consume any Death Note, like, any like, remake of Death Note, no matter how bad. I'm, like, so into the series that I'll watch it, you know? Like, no matter how bad you tell me it is, the concept is so appealing, you literally can't ruin it. Like, you could show me a Minecraft YouTube video based around, you know, like, one of those, like, cringy, like, oh, hey, I'm in Minecraft, and I'm gonna do some voice acting over it, and for some reason, this is what entertainment is nowadays. You could give me one of those videos, you know, like, one of those weirdly scripted things, and I'd be like, yeah, this is, I'm gonna watch it. Not because I think it's good, but because I just want to consume all the content. Like, because I like that concept so much. I really know that definite version. Sorry, I have to unsubscribe now. Again, it's objectively awful, right? Like, it's not a well put together piece of content. Like, actually, I would say it's like someone had an idea how to make a movie, and then they kind of just threw Death Note in there as like a asterisk, like, it's basically the same thing. Yeah, you watch anime. I actually, again, it's so weird to explain. Like, I don't watch anime. I've watched Death Note though, and it's, even if you're a guy who's like, I don't watch anime too, because, you know, like, what Japanese animation, so different to Western animation. Maybe you just don't watch it because it's too different and confusing to you. There's so much good at Blackstone in this fortress. I'm so lucky. But Death Note's like the one anime I always recommend. Like, yep, that's the premise right there. That's the thing you gotta watch. The Floor is Lava is a Netflix show that I think sucks. Oh my god. Okay, Pookie Helms. That is literally like tip of my tongue. That's like a show that's like, oh, why? Who is watching this and why? Who is this for? Like, it's a Netflix game show, and it's so painfully over the top, like fake, like, oh, you know, just admit that the lava is, you know, red tinted water, and that when you fall in it, you know, like, we just remove, like, why do we have to pretend? And I guess it's like for kids or whatever, like, but just, it pained me so much, and like everyone acts like it's impossible to, you know, that show, like, it's not even like, the premise is like, oh yeah, like that game you play. And then the execution is just like, generally mad. Why are people watching The Floor is Lava on Netflix when I make perfectly good YouTube videos in and around my birthday, which is in 2 days, by the way. Minecraft Death Note actually exists, search it up. Should we watch some Minecraft Death Note videos together? Minecraft Death Note. No way! 8 months ago. It's a mod, and then someone made a note block song for the Death Note theme. Wait, you gotta listen to this together. They did it. They absolutely did it, and that's beautiful. And then there's and then there's a Minecraft roleplay by Dr. Meatball that has 3,000 views. Oh my god. Why is this a man, you know, this is what I love about YouTube. I literally named the 2 most unlinkable things in the world. And I found a mod, I found a note block song, and I found a roleplay. I didn't find one of those 3 things. I found all 3 of them. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. We absolutely should watch it. It's a 38-minute video. Like, I kind of feel bad for a guy putting 38 minutes into his Death Note thing. But yeah, humanity is saved. Humanity is indeed saved. I think people just watch one episode of Throws Lava, then become disappointed. It's such a like, it would be such a fun show to play, but like, clearly what it is, I can actually tell you, as someone who like makes stuff sometimes, I can tell you the problem with The Floor is Lava is they had a really cool concept, and then they like came in and recorded it, and it took maybe 2 minutes per round, and they're like, we have 6 minutes of footage. How do we turn this into a Netflix show? And they're like, what if we paused it a whole bunch and we had an announcer, and then we did a bunch of replays over and over again? And it's like, yeah, that sounds great. Also, what you're saying is I should watch Umbrella Academy. It's exactly what I'm saying. Thoughts on Death Note the musical? Love it. It was actually my introduction to the story. Oh, I didn't know there was a musical. I know there's like a Japanese live, like, when I watched the series, I felt so unsatisfied with the ending of Death Note. I was like, I need more of this and better. Like, this needs like, I want a different version of this. I don't want this. I want something better. Like, it was really good. Like, I actually liked the ending. I just felt like, I felt there wasn't enough of what I wanted in there. Like, I was like, someone can make this again, but with like my little twist on there or whatever. My 6-year-old loves The Floor is Lava. It's for kids, says Mark Steele. Yeah, that's honestly, like, so much of that show, my problems with that show can be explained by, oh yeah, this is for kids. This is for people with short attention spans. This isn't made for, like, you to critique as a beautiful little thing. But then, why do they have, like, you know, again, let's not question it too much. Let's just say, what are your thoughts on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I really need to watch it sometime. My editor really likes it, or, like, Cameron really likes it. I have more editors, so I've got to clarify which editor likes it. Cameron's a big fan of it, and he watches it with his girlfriend. I don't know if he's meant to. He watches it with someone close in his life that is a girl and a friend, and therefore, like, that makes me wanna, like, give it a whirl, you know. Toilet Cat must drink a lot of tequila before reading our comments. Honestly, I think I would get in trouble. Like, someone would be like, "Oh, Toy Cat, this is a bad impression." But I think a really great idea now would be like, you know, drink Q&A Saturday, but like every question we take a shot or something dumb like that. They'd be entirely incoherent responses by the end of that one. But yeah, I think I'd enjoy that one a lot. What anime have you watched? I watched one about a witch in a bathtub and she could turn into a cat, I think, maybe. Oh no, she could turn into like an axe. She was a weapon, but she was also like a cute anime girl for some reason. I wasn't like a biggest fan of that. I watched a bit of Ruby, but like I think I ran out and there's only like 2 minutes released every week, I think, at the time I was watching it, and I was like, this isn't like that good, you know. It's not like wait every week to come up with. Also incoherent responses, so your usual. Oh, I mean entirely correct, but also ooh, Soul Eater. Hey, there you go. Hand fetishes welcome. Oh my god. Of course, you're the sort of guy who, you know, with a username like that, of course you like a show about a cute anime girl who turns into an axe. Yeah, you know, this is disappointing. Everything about today is disappointing. Just like how my birthday, which is in 2 days. I'm disappointed at the idea that I can't, disappointed at the idea that I can't, like, have a normal birthday, which makes sense. Obviously, there's things happening in the world right now. Those things, very big deals of things. Paying my first Tokyo tax in time for your birthday. Took me a while using Google surveys, 10 cents at a time, but I love the streams and vids. Hey, Susano Bocarino. I always think that's so cool when people like who use like the the opinion rewards as their way of getting these. Because first of all, it says that like obviously like you kind of have to work a lot like mini surveys. Second of all, it's like thank you. That means you can only like do one super chat, and you're like, yeah, that's for you, Toy Cat. I know it's something nice. It's I've said this before, and it sounds like a dumb. Of course, you'd say that YouTube Toy Cat because that's a way to get our stuff. But like when you give money towards someone, it's like, hey, here is a finite resource. Use this to make yourself happy. I bought myself some Nando's before this. That Nando's made me happy. It cost me money, but it brought me happiness in exchange. Also, Kat says, are you going to buy a cat soon? I'm not going to buy a cat because I'm moving around so much in the next 6 months. But I would like to buy a cat soon, which is basically the same thing as just buying a cat soon. Also, JoJo Kills overrated. I watched Dragon Ball LOL. I watched Dragon Ball Z when I was younger, but like, I've never had the desire to return to it, you know? Like, I watched Digimon again, like, which is kind of like a Western, I know there's a few shows I've gone back and watched, but like, again, as a concept, I'm not like more into Japanese animation than any other animation. First of all, Toy Cat tax, obviously. Second of all, I just want to say I'm glad I found you again. I watched you during the Xbox 360 TU updates. You've been around for a while. You're the, I guess technically speaking, that might not be for a while. You've been around somewhere between a long time and a very long time. So that's pretty cool. It really is a shame about the way the console edition went. I'm always grateful that my channel, like, even survived that transition. Okay, but first of all, I find it very cool that you've been here since those days. Second of all, I want to say that it's cool that you're subscribed and you like refound the channel. That's always a cool thing to hear is working. Also, Devon LG, welcome to the Cheap Cat Club. I think I responded to your question in Q&A Saturday, right? Am I getting that right, or are you just is it like your YouTube comments every day? I've been around for a year and I still feel new. That's the wacky thing about YouTube channels, right? Like the kind of like age, the length that you follow a YouTube channel can vary so much. Like 3 months can be old, it can be new, depending on the length of a channel. And I feel like one of the big, not disadvantages, but weird things about running a channel for this long is just how many. It's just like, I don't know, like the age of your channel has like upsides and downsides to go along with it. I wish it was all upsides, but obviously, I guess people who just start YouTube today are glad that they have huge upsides of having new channels. You know, honestly, the biggest downside is when people go back and watch your old videos and they're like, yeah, I've been watching since that first video you made. It's like, no. 0 people are around since that video. Don't try and trick me, friendies. Like, I always find that funny when people, like, try to... Because I know that no one is, because it's just, like... It's factual. You can see how long someone's been subscribed for. But people are like, oh, yeah, I've been watching since then. It's like, why do you need to... Why do you need to pretend? Why do you need to? Speaking of things we need to pretend about, it's my birthday in 2 days. It's my birthday in 2 days. It's my birthday in 2 days. And Atos says, Toy Cat's looking kind of cute today. You know, I need more comments like this, my ego. Thank you very much. Very appreciated. If I could go back in time, I'd watch your channel when it was created. Now, if you could go back in time and watch my channel when it was created, you'd be like, oh yeah, this sucks compared to what is happening today. Like, sometimes I watch people's YouTube videos and I'm like, why did you do this? But then I realized, like, I had no idea how to make videos for the first few years I was here. Like, I try to watch some of my videos sometimes, and I'm like, this runs at like 8 frames a second. Why did I upload this? Did I think people wouldn't notice? Or what's the scoop, you know? And it's just that thing about trying to make like a minute. Oh, I heard some XP be picked up. Trying to make like the minimum, you know, thing you can that is functional. You look really cute in your liquid meals video. Oh, that's lighting. I've got like I moved some of my old stream lighting downstairs for when I record videos down there. So it's a whole thing. Hey Tokat, many people have been curious since your Christian Realm video, but I missed the answer. Are you religious? Says Octoman Uno. I am. I think like honestly, like my official position is like, no one can know for sure. Like, if you're the sort of person who's like, oh yeah, religion is numb. You can't know for sure there's a man in the sky. You can't be 100% sure there's no deity of some form. Like that's just as dumb as saying there definitely is. When you're talking about things we can't prove or disprove, you just gotta kind of look at them and be like, could be real. I think the best things to do is to look at religion and be like, what parts of this would make a person better? And then you can try and do those things. And every religion has a few things. Like, I think almost every religion, most of the book is put together to try and make people better individuals. So it's like, to me, the thing you've got to do is you got to look at them and you got to look at like, so why would someone else want to tell, like, if there's a religious rule against like eating pork, which both like Jews and Muslims are against, it's like, why would someone want someone else to do this? Why? Because how old will you be turning? A quarter century old, pro sniper boy. A quarter century in 2 days. But we're gonna trade out our pickaxe, by the way. We're gonna go switch it out for another one. But yeah, there's an interesting thing where like the real value you can look at in like I would say this is true for any human endeavor. Look at laws, look at religions, look at even like company rules or like school rules. Every rule has behind it, like even when you see a sign in a bathroom, right? Have you ever seen a sign that's like no squatting on the potty or something like that? Or like no flushing pajamas down the toilet? And you're like, why did they put a sign up saying no flushing pajamas down the toilet? Like, intuitively, it should be true that you should not flush pajamas down toilets. Intuitively, it should be true that you should not kill people. You know, this is my position at least. I am anti-murder. It's a bold stance to take, but I'm willing to do so. It's intuitive to most people that you shouldn't kill another human being because you're putting out their life. But like, why do we have laws that say don't kill someone? Why do we have religions that say don't kill someone? Why do we have, you know, why would someone try to convince someone else not to do that? And the answer is because like, oh yeah, when someone kills someone, they get some small benefit, but the damage done is like, you know, to the community or whatever set of words you want to describe that as. That damage is huge. Like, oh yeah, everyone else, yeah, their family is suffering a whole bunch. You know, anyone who like cares about them, and you know, that's before you even consider like, oh, and that person that you just killed, they're dead now. You know, when you kill someone, they stop being alive. That sucks. And that's why I think like every set of rules that exist that humans confine themselves to, or that humans confine others to, there's usually some reason behind all of them. And there's also, sadly, this is true for laws, this is true for signs on the sides of toilets telling you not to flush your pajamas down them. This is true for religions. But every set of rules that someone tries to convince you to follow also has people who would abuse that rule to... Because, you know, like, the reality is, there are some humans who are very vindictive, who just enjoy, like, making it, you know, like, making people unable to do stuff. You see this all over the world. What's your opinion on mandatory face masks as hypothetics? I think it's an interesting example of, like... Because the debate around it is all very much... Oh yeah, the way face masks work is you gotta wear them. That's the only choice. And people are like, oh yeah, it's not infringing on your freedom to wear a mask. And it's like, it is infringing on your freedom to force you to wear a mask if you otherwise wouldn't. It's, you know, it's a small infringement, but it's a infringement. But instead, the way you've got to look at it is like, oh yeah, we believe it's worth making this small infringement into people's safety in certain circumstances, because it's been proven that some percent, we don't think it's very high, but like some percentage less spread happens as a result. So that, like, I think it's like, I think it's a worthwhile cause or whatever. I just think it's like poorly communicated, because like you get a lot of people who are like, I'm never gonna wear one, and the simplest response is just like, okay, whatever, man, rolls your eyes. What's your favorite never update block? I like Gilded Blackstone a lot because everyone else like criticizes me for liking it, and therefore I like it more. I just joined it now. I'm flushing my pajamas down toilets and killing people. See, but like, it's not gonna kill anyone if you flush your pajamas down the toilet. It just like gives someone else another job. Something I've known like since I was young, because everyone, you know, have you ever heard the idea of like a tattletale, someone who like tells on you? And it seems dumb, right? The idea of like, why? Surely someone breaking the rules is something that should be enforced. It's like, well, rules are there to stop people from doing bad things. If someone egregiously breaks a rule, you can tell them that there was like a strict thing telling them they shouldn't have done that thing. But then there are some people who just enjoy like enforcing. There is like a class of human being who enjoys enforcing rules on other people. And you can tell this because my least favorite example, you know, there was always that person. There was always someone who was like, oh yeah, you know, when there's a victim in a crime, of course, someone's gonna go tell someone. But like, do you ever have like, I don't want to call them like snitches or whatever, like people who would be like, this guy hasn't done his homework. You know, if you get away with it, and they're like, you know, I don't want him to get away with it. I want him to suffer. The fact that there are people out there like that shows you that, like, even though rules are a good thing, trying to tell people to do things will result in good consequences. There are people who will, because, you know, like, it's fine enough to say, like, oh yeah, this person broke this rule, they should receive the punishment for whatever breaking this rule is. But it's also another thing to say, like, oh yeah, we can write rules that we know everyone shouldn't be doing, but only certain people are not doing. This is how certain parts of the US is very, you know, like, biased towards one group of people over another. You work out laws that no one should be doing anyway, but also a particular group is doing way more and is easy to catch doing it. And then boom, you've got a system for systemic abuse of just a fair, you know, even a fair rule can be enforced unfairly. And that's why, like, every set of rules out there, like, whether it's religion, whether it's, you know, like, whether it's the sign on the toilet saying not to flush your pajamas down there, every single rule. Also, thank you to Cat is yes, cutie. Like the police. Yeah, so, like, right now in America, there's a big, like, anti-police movement going on. And that's because most of the times you interact with the police, it's like, oh yeah, this is someone who just has a power complex, who enjoys being able to they enjoy telling me what to do. And that's what a lot of it is. There are a lot of people who become police officers because they want to make the world a better place. At least in the UK. I don't know about your town or city in America. There might generally be police departments where every single you know, person who works there is a horrible human being, or whatever. But like, generally speaking, there's like some people who want to make the world a way better place. There's people who just are there because, you know, like, I'm just here so I get paid. Because in reality, that's why people do a lot of jobs. And then there's going to be some people. Also, thank you very much to Thou Shouldn't Eat Pork is prehistoric understanding of. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's to do with you got a bunch of, like, there's a bunch of diseases that pork has that things don't have. You could imagine it because chicken didn't used to be widespread before like the 1960s or so. You can imagine if chicken was really common, we might have had a like thou shan't eat chicken, because if you eat chicken raw, salmonella's like a bad thing, I hear. You know, like if people were getting salmonella a bunch, you could, instead of telling people, oh yeah, cook your chicken, because a lot of people will just not cook their chicken or they won't cook it properly. Instead, you say it is a sin to eat chicken, and then you could do some real good stuff. It's like with I don't know, like when you right now a lot of people are refusing to go on a lot of different things because they're like extra worried. You say, oh yeah, never go within 2 meters of another human being. In reality, it's like, don't be within 2 meters of another human being while talking, laughing, coughing, or like whatever else. Like, well, maybe even breathing. I'm not too sure. But that's like scary. So what it is people just have it built in their brains that being anywhere within 2 meters of someone, danger zone. Try and be in and out of there as fast as possible. Which is a good, like, heuristic to apply. Like, if the actual realities of situations are hard to learn, so we have to simplify them down to catchy rules, and it's not so unfair in my opinion. And then when someone does eat chicken and gets sick, everyone believes it's a sin, says Pian. Exactly right. Like you can, if you make up a reason for something and then you make up the end result, the reality is you can do that for pretty much anything. It's like one of the things we developed like a while back, like when the plague was big, is that if you sneezed, the devil was inside of you. You should try change my mind in Minecraft realms. Change my mind in Minecraft realms, like I hate your realm, change my mind. I'll be like, oh yeah, I hate how Guild of Blackstone looks, change my mind. I'm not sure how you're saying it, but it's a possible thing. But yeah, here's an interesting thing. We used to think that like if you sneeze, that was the devil like coming out of you, and that's why people say like, you know, God bless you. You know, they're like they're blessing you because there is a thing inside you. We used to like when we hear someone like sneeze or whatever, we're like, oh, that person's dangerous, and it's not entirely correct, but also it's more handy than not doing it, and so the heuristic sticks. We all stick to the idea that like, oh yeah, it's real dangerous. Also, 2 Guild of Blackstone next to each other. We've got so much of this now. Like we are such a treat. All of the Guild of Blackstone we got. But then like by believing that the devil were inside of people who are sneezing, like you avoid them more and you avoid diseases. And it has a positive impact on your life. Like one of the biggest lies I'd say in like any intelligent community, one of the biggest like struggles is like, should you lie to people if it encourages them to lead a better life? Like sometimes doing the wrong thing can be the right thing, and doing the right thing can be the wrong thing. If you tell people factually correct, like hypothetically right, if actually here's a really fun one. So masks, you know, oh god, you know, the same masks that are mandatory. Those masks, we don't know with 100% certain. Like actually, I think right now the data's probably out there. But when this current disease was spreading really wildly, the UK government they didn't lie. They gave selective data to people that said, if you wear a mask, it barely reduces other people's safety of you, and it won't reduce like. Your transmission from other people is about, you know, like it's not going to be changed. And that allowed the UK, you know, because our hospitals are like owned by the government, that allowed the UK to buy up about all the masks without people buying them, so that like, you know, nurses and people looking after sick people could have masks. The number of people whose lives were saved by the government stepping in and being like, oh yeah, it's fine, you don't need masks, so they could buy all the masks, was a lot. But also you're lying to people, and some people who didn't buy a mask trusting their government would have died as a result, right? Like they would have caught it because they didn't have a mask on, etc. And like, but the reality is there's like deaths on both sides you've got to wear, and you've got to be like, oh man, that's a rough one, right? Like who's the moral authority who can make that choice about which set of lives is more important, the lives of the nurses working to make people better, or the lives of the people who are willing to, you know, pick up a thing so they can shelter themselves because they are already vulnerable, you know? And there's some answers there's like, there's no real easy way. Safety or freedom, what should be the priority? It depends on the situation, right? Like you want safety and freedom. You want to have both wherever possible. Sometimes we trade freedom for safety, but it rarely ever seems to work out as a good trade. Like, the problem with trading freedom for safety is that like, freedoms get given up forever for temporary safeties, you know? Like, you can never be truly safe, but you can, and maybe you can never be truly free either. But, it's a real bad trade-off to make, because the simplest way to get safety, the simplest way to feel safe at least, is trust. And if we believe that giving up freedom gives you safety, then no one needs trust anymore. And so we need to give up more freedom. Like, it's like, thoughts on, Boris Johnson. He is a Prime Minister of the UK. That's my high quality take. Oh, my drink fully melted, so it just tastes like water now. I'm gonna eat the cherry now, actually. You know, let's enjoy a cherry. Oh, it's like I don't know if cherry bakewells are big in other parts of the world, but it's like a cherry bakewell cherry. Oh, that's good. That's good. Someone says I think he's right about Boris Johnson. You know what? I had an epiphany. I might be right. But yeah, no. So the thoughts on people. The reality is like those who trade liberty for security have neither. I've heard that quote as those who trade liberty for those who trade liberty for security deserve neither. It's your quote's much less than that. But here's an interesting example, right? When you get on a international train, people are really shocked that there's no security. They're like, so someone could just blow it up at any moment. And the answer is yes, right? The answer is anyone can blow up a train at any moment. People think that because we have to go through like such processes to get licenses and like because of all these things, it's like, oh yeah, so the roads are entirely safe because they're filled with people with licenses. There's so many different examples of like a minor inconvenient. Like what I'm trying to say is if you ignore trust, if you replace trust with a hard and fast system, it sounds really good on some level, but then it also erodes the trust we have altogether. Like here's an interesting example. In the UK, if you want to catch a train, unlike most other European countries, and I think even like in America, this isn't commonly true, but if you want to catch a train in the UK, you need a ticket. You like to get past barriers, you need them. But in most parts of the world, you buy the ticket and then you get on the train, and sometimes there's a ticket inspector. It's like more trust-based. It feels like trust-based. And both systems have their downside. The trust-based system will like make people believe that it's not worth buying a ticket until they get caught. I've had so many people like, because in London it's there's some things that are like kind of the opposite, and people just don't buy tickets, and one day they get caught, and they're like, oh, that's why you buy tickets. I've had friends get caught so many times about tickets because they're just like, oh, I mean, unlike the rest of the UK, it's not required, right? Like when you remove trust from the system, people never develop it. And I think developing trust, developing your faith in your humanity is a good thing. Even though I hate humans, they're the worst. Can't stay for long, but good luck. Love the content. Thank you, Biggie Cheese. Really appreciate it. You know what? If you can't stay for long, that means that you'll miss my birthday, which is in 2 days, by the way. And that is a tragedy. That is a tragedy. This is a TED Talk, but it's someone mining a Bastion. Have you ever considered why I'm mining a Bastion? Like, are we really making progress, or is the progress making us? That totally makes sense. Never trust the government. See, the thing is, though, is like the idea of never trust the government is like again, it's like a valuable enough heuristic. Like, yeah, why you don't need to always, always trusting the government is bad. That's for sure. But I think never trust the government is a dangerous one, because the truth is every single thing that a government does is based on whichever voters made that policy a thing. Like, the reason the government is such a mess is because it's a collection of not just every citizen in your country, but every citizen who has ever voted in your country. The collection of all of their wants and desires makes this big unit that in reality is just, it's unwieldy. Like, if you ever look up how tax laws work, it's ridiculous how many exceptions there are. Like, did you know if I earn money, like, oh yeah, I pay tax on that, right? Well, unless I earn certain amounts. Well, that's kind of nice. And unless I earn that money via my money. If I earn my money like working as a doctor and I make $1 million a year, I earn a different tax rate than if I'm earning $1 million a year by just investing my money. What's the deal with that? If I earn my money and I'm blind, I pay a different tax rate. If you're a farmer, you can subsidize losses like for more years, etc. And we just give you money. Like, people like laugh at the idea of like UBI, like the government just giving you money. We've had it for farmers forever. Like, that's a thing we just do for them. Because every like voting group is different and bought by different ideas. You know, like, people like to believe there's just one group of citizens. Like, oh yeah, there's just, especially when you're young, you're really torn to just thinking, oh yeah, there's just people. But like, people are lots of different groups that are like generally bought off at different points in time. At least some very wacky situations. Yeah, when is IVX Toycat evolving to the Queen of England? I wish I was the Queen of England. I would have a much nicer crown than I do right now. Are you and Pixel Riffs collabing? I paid the Toycat tax. What makes you think that we are, Mr. MCMFG? He did give me an offer, and I'm curious to hear what it is, but he hasn't spoken to me directly yet. But it sounds like a lot of fun. A few people have asked for that to be a thing. But thank you for the Toycat tax, Mr. MCMFG. I hope you enjoy that. You know, think about this. This is why the Toycat tax is beautiful, right? The rules of the Toycat tax are simple. Do you feel like giving your boy Toycat some money? If so, pay a tax. Do you not feel like giving your boy Toycat some money? Feel free not to. Like supporting things you like on online. Who wants to do that? That's a lot of effort. You have to like, you know, over here, not even required. Not even, we don't even like ever politely say, hey, yeah, it's been 10 minutes since I last asked you to give my money. Where's my money? What I say is it's been 10 minutes since I last said it's my birthday. By the way, it's my birthday in 2 days. 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 What do you think of the new Never soundtrack, says Paris Evich? I like it a lot. Also, Siatsen Toycat donation to reduce Toycat tax. Honestly, I've always thought the smartest thing, like all the government has to do is just have a little form on there being like, here is the place where you can, if you'd like to, you know, chip in, pay a little more tax, you know? Like, you feel like doing that? You feeling generous today? Like, I would love to know the statistics on how many people would literally give money to the government versus, you know, like, directly, as opposed to, like, other charities. Because that'd give you a good intonation as to, like, well, how, you know, like, if charities make X amount and the government, oh, like, as to how people, like, want to give money to something, right? Should real taxes work like Toycat tax? Probably not. Probably. Actually, again, I would love to see a country that does that. But right now we don't see them. E-mugging is back, says Dan at Barrow. You know, you're right. Rather than not asking you money, let's just go back to it. Hey, this is an e-mugging. Get your hands up. Get your credit card out. Type in the 16 numbers on the front and the 3 on the back at streamlabs.com/toycat. Hey, this is an e-mugging. You think you're getting away from this? You think this doesn't include you? You're being e-mugged right now too. This is the best, but like, again, people say e-begging's a thing. I think e-mugging is much more effective. I think this is the single most effective way of doing things. Because you know, you could wait politely till people feel like they want to support you, or you could force people to support you by e-mugging right now. You haven't typed in those details yet. Puts up my e-hands. Anyway, fun fact, chat. I have a cool announcement actually. So again, I don't talk about the tipping thing too much. I just mention on YouTube takes 30%. On Streamlabs, they take I think 5%, but like that's payment processing fees. But I have a cool news for those who like supporting the channel or who have never done it before because they can't, because PayPal is now supported by my Streamlabs. I've got a PayPal account all set up there. If you wanna tip via PayPal because you think, you know what, this Toycat fella sure does need money to buy cherries and glasses. I stole this glass. I didn't buy it. I'll be honest with you. You know what? I've got a confession to make. Stealing is a crime, but I did in fact steal this glass. You know, this e-mugging has please don't hurt my ego. This e-mugging. Okay, take my money. Happy early birthday. Hey, thank you, How Hate Siemens. Thank you for paying up after that e-mugging. You know what? I like you. You're gonna be. Yeah, I'm not gonna hurt you because of that. That's how nice I am. I'm also not gonna hurt everyone else, but I'm not gonna hurt you specifically. You know. Also, thank you very much to Devon. Thank you. Welcome to Toycat Talk Show. It is kind of like a talk show sometimes. Please, I have a family, says Will Robertson. You know, you might think you have a family, but that's why you need to give me all your e-money. And thank you very much for doing precisely just that. But yeah, I'm really, I think it's really cool that we have a, I think it's pretty cool that we're now able to support PayPal. Because like a lot of people are like, yeah, I don't like using my card online. I like using PayPal. And it kind of makes sense. Like PayPal feels more right than other stuff. Also, did you know Elon Musk, one of the founders of PayPal? You might think that's crazy, but it's true. So Cat can't pay for his own glasses. We have to give him money to buy his own. Right, like I can't afford my own glasses, and the only way I can get it is by you going to streamlabs.com/toycat. That's my sales pitch. Just keep directing people there. This is an e-mugging. You think I'm gonna stop talking about e-mug? Yeah. I was earlier I was like, yeah, I don't ever do that, and now I'm proving myself wrong by exclusively talking about it. Also, Toycat the Bandit. Thank you, mischievous. It's good to see you. You could say I was very mischievous just then. I really hope, by the way, your last name is Chivas. If your last name is... Oh, God, no, it's going to block my... Okay, it's not. It's fine. Oh, God, that's bad. That's not good for anyone. Oh, that's not good for me either. But, also, Parisovich says, you just made my Sunday, dudes. You know what? Happy Sunday. Wait, is it Sunday? Wait. Oh, happy Sunday! Yay, happy Sunday, everyone. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday in the do. Happy Sunday, you're new. Thank you, Valkyrie Blackball, by the way. But yeah, if you think Toycat's muted, maybe you're muted. It's muted. No, what it is, it's one of those like famous stream trolls. Like you say your mic muted, and then people go, "Wow, is it really?" But like the pro tip is like if you do it on a streamer that's like, if someone's been streaming for more than like a week, they're familiar with it. So it's like a troll that doesn't really work because it's so widespread. It's like the boy who cried wolf or whatever, you know. Or it's like a better example is like if someone says, "Hey Toycat, your hair is on fire," I'm not gonna believe you. But if you say, "Hey Toycat, your face cam is turned off," I'll be like, that is something that's happened today by accident. For the glasses fund. You know, I'm gonna have the best glasses after this. Honestly, the problem with glasses is you have to buy them in packs of like 4 usually. But I like having a bunch of unique glasses. Like there's something like nice about that. Like having uniform glasses is like a thing. But you know what's way more fun? Having every glass be different. And if every glass has got a story about where you stole it from, it's just much more fun in my opinion. One day someone's going to stop me and they're going to be like, "Hey Toycat, you got to stop stealing glasses." And I'm going to say, you know what? No. See, they're like, if like the Bible, business rules, and the law says it's not okay to steal. But does that mean that I shouldn't? The answer is yes. I really shouldn't. Siatskin said, Siatskin said, Siatskin said, Siatskin said, yeah. Thank you very much, friend. Also, it's Sunday. It's Sunday in the UK, I should say. Obviously, honestly, you know, everyone knows time zones are relative. The interesting thing about time zones is because there's more than 24 of them. Like, there should be 24, but because humans are weird, there's 25. It's never the same day for the whole planet at the same time. Why are the two words in English glasses, sunglasses, and things you drink out of? Oh yeah, like, I always get confused with glasses too. Like, I need some glasses. It's like, you gotta be more specific, friend. Hey, can I get you to say...
Hey, can I get you to say apple?
Is this a stream joke? Oh no, this is the same guy. Carson Purvis is just... He's a man who knows what he wants. He's willing to drop $20 on me saying the word. Apple. There you go. You're welcome. I hope you enjoy that. You're welcome, Carson. You're welcome. No, I have a story. I'd like to tell everyone about this because I'm like generally a little bit mad about this. Like I mentioned this before, but like there's very few things you can do as a friend that are like genuinely rage-inducing to me. But one of the worst things is like not respecting, like you know, like if you mess up, just admit you messed up and then try to make it right. That's all you've got to do. Like there are some people who are like, oh yeah, there are some crucial mistakes you can never make, and like in reality there's not a lot of that for me. But I have a friend. I mentioned before. He's done something similar to this to me before, but this is like the worst he's ever done it. So I've got a friend. He's also my plumber. He's a very bad plumber, so I guess glad that he's just being my friend instead of my plumber on this one. Togat gets $20. Says you're welcome. Says someone random 89. Wait. Thank you. You're well. You know. Yeah, that's how that one works. That's how that one works. You know. See how much you can give me, and I'll just say you're welcome. I bet it's higher than you think it is. I bet you it's higher than you think it is. Yeah. So I've got a friend, and he agreed a long time ago, like 2 weeks ago, that he'd show up to my my little birthday thing, that was gonna be yesterday, right? Also, mostly Ghosty, it's good to see you, and yes, it is Jeff. I wasn't gonna call him out, but clearly you did. So my good friend Jeff, or maybe not so good friend, he agreed to go to like my birthday thing, and we said, oh yeah, we'll be in London. We'll be in London on like 8 p.m. or whatever. And oh my god, by the way, I saw this too soon. It's gonna take like a few seconds to show up, I think. Where is it? Whatever. Super chat's very slow. Also, Tato Cat, why don't you have a Neverite pickaxe? I'm going for a lot of them, so I think using it is a questionable idea. That's my idea. Yeah, right. I'm gonna quickly just take a drink.
You finally said it. This is Gamer.
You're welcome. There you go. You think I wouldn't do it? You think I wouldn't do it, friends? Yeah, there you go. No, Carson Purvis. I'm mind blown by like every time. Like his favorite thing, like every time he tips $20 and says say Apple, and when I do it, he's like, yeah, there's the stuff I want. I mean, different strokes for different folks, am I right? Some people like what they like, which is a very true statement. You can say anything is what it is, and then it's a correct thing. And apparently that's a thing. But yeah, also I have a Neverite pickaxe. Yeah, fun fact. Sir, paperweight with the collect moments, not things. I point out the irony to my friend. My friend then stole it. Great moment. Okay, collect moments, not things is such a dumb thing to put on especially a paperweight too, right? Like that's just a thing that exists. Okay, I'm real mad about the concept of paperweights. Like paperweights are, things that you put on paper, whatever. What a dumb concept. Who's ever like, oh yeah, my paper really needs to be weighed down. If only there was a thing for this. No, you're just in the store and you need to buy too much. This is something ethical consumption under capitalism gone wrong, am I right? No, but it's really dumb in my opinion. The concept of a paperweight alone, like door stopper, yes. Pen, sure. Paper, we need to write on things sometimes. But like paperweight, Also, I saw a it was like a photo frame or something that was like, I want to go back to a simpler time. And it was a photo of like Europe during 1941 or something. And it's like, did they know what they did? Someone knew what they did here. There's no way they didn't know what was happening. Would have not happened to the plumber friend house, says Marissa. Okay, we're gonna finish the plumbing friend story. I'm gonna do it now. For all of you, let's do this. So anyway, so my friend agreed to meet me. I think I originally said at 9 p.m. At a certain place in London. And it's like, and then like 3 days before, I said, oh yeah, it's gonna be 7 p.m. And he's like, yep, sounds good. On the day, I'm like, oh yeah, you're gonna meet us there at 7 p.m., right? And then the friend is like, yeah, I'll meet you there at 7. And then he like agrees to it. And I tell him, and he's like, oh yeah, and then he even says explicitly, oh yeah, I'll meet you guys there. So 7 p.m. arrives, we get to the station. I'm actually there like 10 minutes late, I gotta admit. It was like 7:15. I get there, I meet my other friends. And my friend, who I'm not gonna call out, he's not there. He is conspicuously missing from this station. And then so we go to a place nearby and we're like, okay, we'll wait for you here. He's clearly just stuck in traffic or something. So what happens is 9 p.m. rolls around. He's 2 hours late now. He calls me up and he goes, oh yeah, when you said 9 p.m., That's what I thought you meant. Oh, what a mistake. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna be there like, you know, real soon. And I'm like, so how soon? And he's like, probably about 40 minutes. So it's like, so you thought it was at 9 p.m. and you were gonna show up at 9:40. And he's like, oh yeah, man. And I'm like, just don't be sorry. Just tell me the truth. When are you gonna be here? He's like, yeah, no, 9:30, 9:40. So 9:40 rolls around. Like we've been there for so long. This is like half the evening. We've wasted up now waiting for this guy. And after that half of the evening is gone, he says, "Oh yeah, I'm near," and he says he's in entirely the wrong place. I'll get back to that later. Imagine that like he says he's 50 miles away. Like he's gone to the wrong place, way north of London. And it's like, we never said that. You never said that. I never said that. What have you possibly assumed here, friend? And so long story short, to cut a long tale into a short one, he just like he never says anything after that. He's just like, oh yeah, and then like it's like, what? You were 2.5 hours late. That's why you always tell people are gonna generally be there late, to be there 3 hours before you'll be there. But he varies like between being a little early and being so late. And in that case, he was just never there, right? He never showed up at all. Like he never left the house. I assume is my story, or he just wanted to go somewhere else and he like ditched on his plans to meet up with me. But like either way, I was a little bit upset with that. I was like, if the problem with like my problem with that is like, there's a level of dishonesty, right, where you're only helping yourself out. Like people think that they're being polite if it's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, make up a story for why I'm not gonna be there. But like, all you want from people sometimes is like, I don't care about the story, I just want to know when you'll be here. Like, you know, you can. I think telling someone a story about why you're late just makes you feel better. That's my theory. Tell me if you think I'm wrong with that. Also, first I get taxed. Been a viewer for a while, but today I can afford to support. Happy birthday. Good luck with the Bastion recycling. Do you have a project planned for it? I have a project in mind, but that project genuinely might just change. It's up for changing right now. That's for sure. But yeah. So I just there's something interesting about being real late to a thing, right? Just about lying, you know, like if you're really late to something and like coming up with an excuse for something, I feel like sometimes it's better to be like, oh yeah, this is on me, I'm sorry. And that's actually what I've started doing, like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. And then like just take full responsibility for like not being there at a time. Rather than trying to be like, oh, it's extenuating circumstances. It's you, it's this, it's... And then, like, if you're going to cancel on something, cancel as soon as you can. I know no one wants to cancel, but no one wants to not be cancelled on either. Like, yeah, so that's the story of how one friend was just, like, continuously saying, I'll be there soon, and then not being there ever. Like, if he just been honest. Because the whole time, he probably knew, like, yeah, he's probably not going to show up. He doesn't want to meet or do whatever we were doing. But when you get all light about it, that's the whole thing. I used to lie about being late and then came up with a reason I couldn't show due to having a lot of anxiety. Took a while to be able to just say I didn't want to go. Yeah, that's I would say that's the thing I kind of like ended up with too. Like there are some things I felt compelled that I had to say I'd want to go to, and then I just pray. Like my favorite thing, the thing I would enjoy more than anything else is like when the plans got cancelled. Or even worse, I know, like, again, bad human being for this, but... Actually, I don't know, like, even to this day, I think it's not the worst thing to do, just, like, say if someone invites you to something, again, it's kind of the... it's that thing about, like, if someone wants you to do something that you don't want to do, just say you're going to do it and then don't. If someone says you got to be somewhere and you really don't want to go, and they're the sort of person who, if you say no, they start trying to convince you, just say you'll show up, and then hope they forget that they invited you. And be like, and if they call and be like, hey, where are you? Be like, oh, I'm sorry. You know, schedule conflict. Or I'm real sick, you know, can't make it today. Call in sick to a party, you know. It's funny, the number of times that must happen every day, like people calling in sick to a party, like, I'm sorry, I can't make it. Doing my, you know, their best sick voice. That's gotta be real fun. It's gotta be a large number of people too, right? Build a Toy Cat temple off your mats. Also, emug, mute tax. Thank you, Eric Anderson. I missed it from like 6 minutes ago, but you can't say I didn't see it. I appreciate generous people. Oh boy, talk about KFC and Susan. So you know how Susan steals my KFC money, right? Real big problem, huh? Real big problem. I'm terrible when it comes to showing up on time. If anyone invites me anywhere, they have to tell me I need to be there half an hour before I actually should. Honestly, what it is like, I mentally just try to be somewhere 10 minutes early. Or like 5 minutes early. Although that's the thing, like, I know that's what I've got to do to myself. But because I just have this, like, desire... I never like to be somewhere before a thing happens. Because it feels like wasted time. So what I do instead, this is my high quality, how to be on time solution. Like, if it's a 30-minute walk somewhere, and then I leave the house 10 minutes late, I just run. Try to leave somewhere so that you get there in walking time, and then get some running time going in, and you can speed up. Like, it's hard and it's like a workout, but that's like how I keep myself balanced. Like, okay, I'll still be there. I just gotta do it. Just set your clocks 10 minutes early. I have the opposite thing where, like, to be on time to live streams, my phone time was set like 3 minutes late for a while, and I was like, oh god, I've got to stream now, and then I'd stream more on time. Obviously, my stream time isn't working anymore. Oh, I should totally start like making up reasons why I can't be at a live stream. I should call in sick to live streams. Be like, you know, I'm sorry guys, I'm just, I don't know if I can make it to the live stream today. I'm sorry. Yeah, I really want to, you know, I think it's probably best if I sleep this one off. What happens if you don't run? If I don't run, I just get there 10 minutes late. Honestly, here's the thing though, a lot of things you can get to 10 minutes late and it's just fine. Like, what's a good example of this? There's a lot of events I've noticed where being on time is being too early. And those are the sorts of things where I try not to be on time. I don't know, it's like, if I'm ever meeting anyone from like a big company, corporation thing, I try to be a bit late. I try to, if you get there early, it's like, we'll just wait for everyone to show up and then we'll do this. And it's like, well, I would rather be the person waited on than waiting for someone else. Sigh, it's fine, just let us know tomorrow. You know, I called in sick my doctor's appointment. Hey, yeah, I watched that video too. It's a high quality one. It's a fun idea. I'm stealing for my whole life now. But yeah, my family's tried to set my clocks early, but now I see the clock, I know it's exactly 19 minutes early. Honestly, the idea of setting clocks early is like the worst way to fix your bad habit. Like, imagine if... I think, okay, here's a controversial take. If there's something wrong with you, trying to change the entire world around you to make it fit in should be the last resort. That should be the very last thing we do. Never the first resort. Never the first resort. Like, I think it's a really bad message to tell people, like, oh yeah, if something's wrong with the world, everyone else is the problem. It's like, because, you know, like, blaming people if, like, something's wrong with, like, blaming people is a bad thing to do. Like, especially if you're any form of disadvantaged person. Blaming you is always bad. And that's, like, in a lot of cases, it's like, it's not the world's fault, it's not your fault. It's, you know, it's the fault of, you know, genetics or whatever else. But there are... Oh, okay. Not a good thing to do. Oh, he doesn't care. Oh, that's nice. But there's a really common, like, belief that, like, oh yeah, the whole world is at fault if, like, if someone wants something they can't get internally, whole world gotta fix that one. Like, the idea of, like, imagine, like, if a principal at school was like, oh yeah, so I've got, like, timeliness problems, so this whole school has to set back their clocks a bit. You'd be like, wait, why are we pandering? Why don't you just learn how clocks work, you know? Like, that's how it works in the real world. You gotta... But there are certain problems. I don't know, it's like, there are some problems where you can even, like, exacerbate them by catering to them, you know? Like, I really do think this is, like, this, just to clarify, this is my personal advice, what I do for me. If I even insinuated that someone should do this, I would get in trouble. But like, if you feel socially anxious, everyone feels socially anxious sometimes, and it is sometimes a very big, very debilitating problem. But the best thing to do is not to tell everyone, hey, got real bad social anxiety, so be prepared with that. The best thing to do is be like, okay, I'm just gonna try and find the best way to cope with it that doesn't require, everyone. Like, I'm trying to be like, hey, can you guys just not do this, not do that? Like, that should be your last resort, like trying to change the world around you, because you can't change the entire world. You can only change a localized world. Whereas if you can learn to change yourself, you can fix the entire world. There are so many problems people have. Thank you, Millie Dove, by the way. I hope you're doing delightful. Also, thank you, Epic Tiger. I recognize you from earlier, and I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, man. I enjoy these like let's chill, I enjoy these like let's hang out kind of streams, and I'm glad that it's not just me. Also, Zoto Acronym says, I swear this is taking longer than the one I mentioned. By the time this is done, it'll be about 13 or 14 hours, which is insane if you think about that. Like, just how long we've been here just mining. I think this might be Minecraft's hardest to destroy structure. Because bear in mind, unlike the Willow Mansion, I've had a diamond pickaxe with efficiency the whole time. Like, I think I was using regular diamond pickaxes for that one. Like, I've been just mining. And we've gotten some real progress made. Actually, how many layers are we to the bottom? I want to like have that like permanently in my brain so I can see it. Like, I wanna feel good about that one, So let's so we're 3 layers down, we're 4 layers down, we're 5 layers down. I think 5 is probably the end, right? Okay, let's see for sure. No, it's 6 layers. Wait, is it 6? No, it's 7. So we're 7 layers from the bottom now, and 7 layers will be at the very bottom we ever can or will get to. That's exciting. Only 7 more layers of Bastion, and then the outside as well. I'm kind of, I'm sad. I enjoyed the journey. The real Bastion destruction is the journey, not the destruction. Also, thank you, C. Atkinson. Remember when you thought this would take like 1 stream? I honestly, midway through that stream, I was like, oh, I have misunderestimated. Oh, okay. Thank God we got the right block for it. I have underestimated this one entirely. I was freely admitting that one, and I would like to freely admit it again. So it's 7 blocks from here, though. Oh. So actually, it's like 7 blocks plus the 8 over here. So it's more like 8.5. I love the chill streams too. I get so much grinding done in my rel, says Parasovich. Yeah, I really, like, there's just something to be said about chill in Minecraft. I'll always, like, advocate for this endlessly. Like, this is my big belief in the world. Just chill out, play some Minecraft, relax your soul, listen to someone talk about how they shouldn't, how you shouldn't, like, eat lizard snakes or whatever. I've probably said that at some point. And, listen about the guy who's like, hey, did you know it's 2 days until my birthday? It's my birthday 2 days. This is my whole fun life. So, am I allowed to steal the stream ideas? Says Guy Fieri. If you want to destroy an entire... Oh my god. I'm gonna do this so many times today, aren't I? If you want to destroy an entire Bastion, I say power to you, friend. I say power to you. You are free to do that. I don't know if it's the best idea, the best use of your time. Because I'm going to have so much Blackstone, and I don't even know what to do with it yet. But if you want to do it, who's to stop you, friend? Who's to stop you? Ooh, yeah, I'm excited. I'm like, honestly, whenever you start on any project, like Minecraft or not, there's the most exciting bits, and I'd say they're the beginning, and they're the end. I think everything in between is just a process to get you from the beginning to the end. Because as humans, we need to finish things. Like, I think if you could get paid for every idea you started, there'd be people who never finished ideas. Like, you know how there's a lot of people who genuinely have the dream job of, like, idea haver or, like, game designer. You know, like, I want to be the idea guy. You know, like, how everyone, like, this is, like, bear in mind, I've never developed apps outside of, like, my one job I ever had, and that was Windows 10 apps. And it wasn't even a real app. I designed a pretend app once. But I had a guy contact me once being like, oh yeah, you know computers, right? I've got this great app idea. I'll give you 50% of that app idea if you make the app, and oh, you know, you can use my idea in exchange for 50%. It's like, no, your idea is not worth 50%. The ideas are something everyone has all the time. Some ideas are so great, but the thing that makes it, the thing that makes an idea, like so many people, I think this is one of the problems of society. Like, ideas are powerful by themselves, but the thing that makes the idea is turning them into a thing, right? The thing that makes an idea great, the thing that makes an idea something that changes, is when you can execute on the idea. There are so many great ideas in the world that have never been followed up on, and that's because the challenge in being human is not in just having them, it's in doing things. Have you thought about using invisibility potions to easily do the outside world? Invisibility's made out of what? Golden carrot? Or is golden carrot night vision? It might be a good idea given the ghast problem we have. Or I could just bring a bunch of arrows and kill the ghasts and then work it down. I don't think it's going to be a huge issue personally. I don't think it's going to be the biggest issue. I was going to sleep, but now I don't want to miss the end. See? The most exciting parts. The beginning, the middle, and the end. Am I right? See, that's scary. I need to fix that. I need to make sure that's not a big deal. Also, let's go... Okay. Also, is this magma, like, part of the Bastion? Chat, what do you think? Do you think we should count this as part of the Bastion? Because I think this is just spawned into the monument. But... Into the Bastion remnant, sorry. But I'd be open to anyone who disagrees. Carrot, golden carrot plus fermented spider eye. Ooh, what a weird recipe. I don't know if I like that one so much. I love when you're sarcastic towards people's comments. I love when you're sarcastic towards people's comments. Thank you, Drew Hookie. Yeah, no, I'm sarcastic to most people all the time, honestly. Yeah, I feel like one of the things I wish they would teach better is like coming up with ideas well is important, and also there's an important thing in not following ideas till the end all the time. Sometimes you need to abandon ideas. Sometimes you need to just give up on something. Like honestly, yeah, like giving up is like some people need to learn the value in ideas, and some people need to learn the idea. Like some people need to learn the idea in. Okay, wait. Some people need to learn the value in not giving up. And some people need to learn the value in giving up. There is extreme value to, like, if you give up too much or you give up too little, it's a problem. You know, this is one of those dumb phrases which is actually true, but like everything in moderation. Like if you do anything too much, you're gonna have some problems. And I think that's generally true for giving up as well. Like if you give up too much, you're gonna run some stuff. If you never give up about anything, you know. Imagine if this was a PSA about homelessness, says Con. So, I'm delighted to announce that I've partnered with Shelter. That sounds like a homeless person charity. I've partnered with Shelter. You know, have you ever lost your home because a madman with a pickaxe has roamed through and taken all the resources so he could make some grand castle that he hasn't even specifically mentioned or explained? I'm sure that happens to the best of us. You know how you can stop that happening to you? By donating to shelter.org. That's probably there. You know what? Charities are always .org, right? Look at me. I know how to make up charities that probably are real. I don't look it up now, just in case it's not. But you know what? I'm going to keep on believing anyway. Don't stop believing. Oh, no. Guild of Blackstone. That's got to go in the special Guild of Blackstone place. Oh, yeah. Look at that. We got 3 and a bit stacks. We might even get some more. Everyone has a positive problem and a negative problem. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, everyone does some things too much and some things too little. There are some people who enable you and be like, oh yeah, you know that thing you're doing too much? You're not doing it too much. You know that thing you're doing too little? You're not doing it too little. Like, I don't know. Like, if you know how like everyone hates human beings. It's just a part of the internet. Like, oh yeah, we're all introverts, we all hate human beings, etc. But the reality is not talking to humans for a long time can be a bad idea just as much as talking extensively to human beings. There is, but if you don't like humans and you do this thing where you never talk to people, it'll be like, oh, that's so quirky. I'm like, that's cool for you to do, but it's actually dangerous to be excessively focused on that. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table, says Kool-Aid Man. I don't know if that's a good life lesson, but sure. When you're doing the ice project, you explain the castle, says Oxymoron. Yeah, that's my grand goal idea. But I might I might have another one after all this. I really want to take inventory of what we've got first, and then we can work from there. I'm like looking forward to seeing where that goes after the fact. Shelter for Life International is an international faith-based relief and development organization with over 30 years of experience in providing sustainable development. It's a real website. Look at me, I know charities. I made one up, and it's great. You gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them. No, what I'm actually trying to say is that everything can be really bad if you overdo it or underdo it. Think about water, right? Too little water, you'll die of dehydration. Too much water, you die because your brain gets flooded. I don't understand why or how it works, but like when you take certain drugs, you drink too much water and you die, and that's like terrifying to me. But oh, maybe that's just me. But there is a over and under thing to everything. Actually, something I've been thinking about recently. So on the subject of drugs, so because I've been watching The Umbrella Academy again, season 1, great Netflix show by the way, would recommend. One of the characters has a superpower where basically he sees dead people unless he's high on drugs. If he's high on drugs, he doesn't see dead people anymore. And there's this is like a comical thing because he's a junkie that's somehow a superhero. Like all he wants is his next fix, but also he's a superhero, or like he's a superhero in the context of this universe. So the thing about that's interesting to me though is like the idea of having to, because most people do drugs, most people do harmful things to their body to not feel normal. Like the number one sales pitch for alcohol is like, hey, you won't feel like yourself for a bit. But if you get seriously into any drug, there's a lot of ones that get like this. But like, I know heroin gets real bad. But like, there's a lot of drugs that when you get really into them, after a while, you just feel normal when you're on the drug, and you feel abnormal off it. And I've always wondered, like, that must be awful to be so dependent on something that without it, you could not live. But that's how we are with, like, so many things on a day-to-day basis, right? Like, people who say, I can't function without my morning coffee. Imagine a world where the coffee bean harvest fails. You know how there's, like, diseases that almost wipe out humanity? There's a coffee bean disease. All the coffee beans are gone. Your life is like, you are reliant on not only the coffee bean continuing to exist, which is obviously likely to happen, you're reliant on someone shipping those coffee beans from Colombia to here to like a barista, this or that or that. You're like, you need that in your life, Without coffee, you don't feel normal. You're not a, you stop being a normal thing. Also, Umbrella Academy Season 2, 21st July, my dude. I'm binge watching it. Oh yeah, me too. I'm very excited, Louis. But the I can't function without Toy Cat. Actually, wait, 3 people said that. But so he's delusional about drugs, so it's opposite day. It's just his power, right? Like his power turns off when he does drugs. So in effect, because he's not actually delusional. He actually sees the dead people. Although like the thing about, have you ever like watched a TV show that like where people do drugs and they like hallucinate and see dead people, and wonder like, is it actually possible to actually see dead people and think that they are dead people? Because I've always thought like, well, that's not really true. Because a feeling that I get sometimes, not drugs, just like this is me being a human being. But sometimes like I feel like there's bugs crawling around me and there's not. I'm like, oh. I freak out because I think there's a bug, and it's like, oh no, that was just my skin? Question mark. But this, like, imagine that, but something not just like, oh yeah, I thought there was a bug, but oh yeah, I thought there was a dead person, someone who I know is dead, who is definitely standing there alive. But, it's a, because in TV shows you see like these crazy cartoon modes when people go into drug stuff. And it's like, I wonder, does anyone feel that? Because most people don't, right? Most people just feel like, oh yeah, I do the thing and I feel some amount of something. But are there some people who genuinely can do a thing and, I don't know, it's a whole fun thing. I was prescribed Ritalin when I was 6. It's pretty much off-the-counter meth. I was struggling to get off them. Yeah, I have a whole... One of the, like, formative stories of my life is the whole, like, expired Ritalin panic attack story I've told before on this channel. It wasn't a very pleasant thing. But, like, again, non-pleasant events, if nothing else, like... This is the everything in moderation. I think, literally, one of the things you need in your life are harmful events, are bad experiences. Because that one bad experience, that one, like, life-ruining evening where I was convinced I was worthless, that evening is part of what helped define me and part of what helped me want to be a... I know, it's like the moment where I'm like, oh yeah, this is... there's a lot of things that changed that have still remained changed, for the better, since that day. I would say, like, people who never go through any hardship never have to change. They choose to. And maybe that's better. I think ideally you should want to choose to change rather than have to change. But it's also a real thing. Was that a cough toy cat? I'm sorry. You guys caught me. I have the stuff. Too much water lowers your electrolytes, which sends you into cardiac arrest. How do I get electrolytes in me? Because I generally feel like sometimes, like, oh, I'm drinking too much water. But I'm thirsty still, you know? And I'm assuming that's, like, electrolyte water want. You know, maybe I should just drink Gatorade or whatever. My expired Ritalin gave me chest pains. I low-key thought I was having a heart attack. Hey, yeah, exactly, yeah. I got really tired, and then had chest pains, and then had non-stop panic attacks for a whole evening. Fun story, you know? Again, I'm not gonna tell it here, though. I think I've told it before, and if I haven't, then... Again, someone's always gonna accuse you of, like, if you're playing Minecraft, you can't talk about anything that is, like, not appropriate for a 4-year-old to hear. And it's like, well, if you're a 4-year-old. Also, electrolytes is salt. So all I've got to do is chug some salt. Wait, Kool-Aid Man says eat less salt. You know what? I'm not sure what to do. I'm going to eat salt and then not eat salt. Do you need this much base salt, says KH? I mean, I need this much base salt in the sense that I want this much base salt. I don't need this much base salt in the sense that I absolutely do not need this in any real sense of that word. I thought too much water caused all your cells to explode. That's because animal cells have no cell wall, so you die that way. Really? We have no cell wall? You know, I don't know. I'm not gonna go from stuff. If you're a 4-year-old, why are you up at 12:30, says Ebsk. Like, people who get angry about stuff like that, they don't have any logic. The worst bit is every single person who's angry that, like, children might be watching Toy Cat. There's never a child who's like, oh, I'm a child and I'm angry. Actually, there is sometimes, but, like, it's the dumbest thing to me that, like, people who are like, oh yeah, I'm 18, but I'm the only one who's 18 and watching videos. I'm 25, and I'm the only one. I think it's the dumbest thing that you see, because I guess a lot of people generally think Minecraft is a game that only... Like, even people who are not children who play Minecraft are like, Minecraft is a game that only children play. It's like, how can you be not a child and playing Minecraft and genuinely have that misconception? How can you be that, like, fundamentally missing the point, you know? I'm 12, and what is this, says Chantal. I'm sorry, all of my subscribers are 13, so... That means you've got to leave. I'm a child, I'm 4 years old, says John Spetsnaz. with a name like John Spetsnaz, how could you not be 4 years old? You know, we're coming near to the end of the stream. One of my things that I like doing the other day is giving some therapy. So chat, leave me one detail about your life. Tell me a problem you're having in your life, chat, and I'm gonna diagnose how to solve it. That's the thing I'll do for you. Just type your problem in chat. I'll tell you what the solution is. It has to do with exotronic and isotonic solutions. If injected, they cause your cells to explode or shrink. Jesus, you know, I'm gonna stick to my thing. I'm gonna stick to not doing anything. So, what do we got here? I have no iron. Go mine some iron. Glad to help you out, friend. Or, wait, unless you mean in real life, in which case, you can get iron tablets. I've been taking some recently because I was like, you know, I lost so much blood recently. I'm just going to take some iron tablets. You can get into that. I used to bleed so much as a child. Waiting for my oven to preheat, says Mocha. The trick is, turn your oven up to a higher temperature. And then, like, it'll be like, you know, because if your oven thinks it's only got to go to 180, it's like, we can get there at our own time. If your oven thinks it's going to, like, 500 degrees... It'll be like, oh god, we gotta hurry, we gotta start going. And then you like, you cut it off at 180 and you're like, ah, I tricked you, oven. I tricked you. So, I want to find a good career for me, says Imja. Work out what you want to do. Work out who's... Wait, unless if you want a good career, work out the things that are in demand right now. Work out things where there's more demand than there is people, and you'll be good. So we got, gender dysphoria from Mukati Shardab. Yeah, the concept of, like, looking in a mirror, like, you know, any form of dysphoria, like, looking in a mirror and not liking the result that you see. Looking at yourself and being like, what is this and why is this not the thing that I imagine or dream it to be, is not... There's no, like, easy one fix cure, right? I would say, honestly, the simplest cure is, like, never look in a mirror. I would say I have a genuine, like... I wouldn't call it dysphoria, obviously, like, cause then I'm co-opting your struggle and someone's gonna be mad at me. It won't be you. It'll be someone else being mad on your behalf, because that's how being mad on the internet works. You find another group to be mad on behalf of. But, I have, like, genuine... like, when I see myself, it's not as bad now I do YouTube. I'm, like, genuinely upset. I'm like, that's not me. When I picture me, it's not... This guy... This isn't me. This is my, like, weird avatar I play online. I have, like, genuine struggles believing I am me. Like, it hurts me a little bit to, like, really feel and admit it. I have to go to work on Monday, solve my problems, just Chantal. Oh, you just gotta call in sick. You just gotta say, sorry, I can't come in. I got sick last Sunday. I've been really healthy these last, you know, furlough days. But now I've gotta go into work. No, I think in reality, like, going back to work sucks, because, like, who wants to do work in it? Who wants to perform services in exchange for money? But that's the whole thing. Can't see my girlfriend because of quarantine. Help therapist, I can't. I'm not allowed to say this as a YouTuber, but what if, again, this is a hypothetical. I'm not encouraging you to do this because someone will be mad and say that I'm single-handedly causing corona. But, like, everyone's allowed to make personal exceptions for certain rules. As long as you follow most of the rules, I would say it doesn't matter if you follow all of them. That's my personal opinion. Obviously, your government may disagree with that seriously. But, like, you know, maybe even though that's the rules, maybe, you know, maybe make an exception. Maybe. I'm not saying she should do it. Internet, that's not what I said. She's following all the rules in her jurisdiction, and that's what I'm telling you to do. Maybe. Wink, wink. So I forget work on Monday. I'm leaving for work in 20 minutes, says Charlie V. Call in sick for work. Say that I watched an absolutely sick Toy Cat stream, and now it got me. It was a contagious stream. It was so sick that I caught the bug myself. So Cat, you better take care of yourself to feel like yourself. I don't know, like even when I like what I see, I also feel bad about that. Like if I look bad, I feel like, and if I'm like feeling good about myself, I'm like, that's not me. That fella there. I don't know. Maybe it is my body just being like, hey, we want to feel good about this mess. Why aren't you doing that right now, body? Or maybe it's not. I don't know for sure. I just figured I'd mention that's a thing. I actually like the answer you gave me. I have to think about that more. Yeah, the reality is there's two things you can do for a job. There's your passion, regardless of your pay. But if you do your passion regardless of pay, you're trading money in exchange for doing what you love. And your second option is to do pay regardless of passion. You're trading the potential to do what you want in exchange for money. But the reality is money allows you to do what you want. Because of how our society is built, if you do make it big, you can use that money to do the things that you then want to do. So that's the whole thing. I get the idea of losing a friend, but I also being near them. They're my emotional support. We'll be different classes, but also at the same school. Honestly, if you're at school, losing a friend and having to find new ones, it sucks, but it's like a really key part of a personal growth. Like, you'll be better off doing this than not, even if you're worse off in the short term. That's my official opinion. Let's grab the crossbow so we can take down, because I'm gonna start destroying these now, right? Oh yeah. Oh god. Yeah, I'm like pretty much done otherwise. So let's destroy these edges. Let's get this done. We're also gonna have to put down some scaffolding so we don't lose. Like, just to be safe here. Just put some scaffolding down. Right over here. Connect it up to this. And there we go, look at that. Now we got some temporary... Now we can catch the blocks temporarily. If they fall down. Whew. And let's start destroying these little corners. It's gonna be kind of messy at first. But I hope we get better. Chat, tell me your problems. I want a job but no one give me a chance because I'm under 18. There are types of jobs for under 18-year-old. It's usually like apprenticeship style things where like you don't learn like if you want the money part of a job, like if you want to earn 6 figures as a 16-year-old, obviously you're not going to. But if you want someone to teach you the skills that you can then use to earn more and more, that's something a lot of people are willing to do. Like the reality is if you want a lot of money, you need someone else to want to give you all of that money. This is true for like the world, you know, like money doesn't come from nowhere. There's no ethereal job god that like everyone has a god-given right to get money from. Instead, the way it generally works, in my experience, is someone else needs a task done, and you can do that task more efficiently than they can do it. As a result, they give you some monies. Whew. The combination of being a homebody but also not wanting to be single, it's a struggle. Yeah, I've always considered that actually, like, the sort of person who is more likely to find someone to be with them is an outgoing type, right? Because you need to go out to meet new people. But also like, if you want to be inside a lot because you enjoy being a homebody or whatever, it's like, so how do you find someone to... I don't know what the answer to that is. I'd love someone to... Oh, no. Okay. I'd love to one day find the answer. Oh, wait, we need to... Oh, God. I hope that doesn't destroy too much. Let's just get back to working on the bottom bit here. Let's just treat ourselves a little bit more of this before we go back to that nest. So, Kat recently got top comment on one of your videos, and it felt pretty good, says Kate Taylor. Hey, you're welcome. Wait, you didn't thank me. You know, thank me. I'm welcome. I like laughing at my own jokes. That's a good sign that you're having fun. Ooh, yeah, we're so close, by the way. We're so close. I am excited for the finish line. Yeah, this is gonna be about the time we expected to. We're like right down here at the bottom, just making the last big push, the last big grind. It's gonna be great. I feel like everything is pointless and life is really monotonous right now, says Alana Smith. Yeah, a lot of people end up in a situation where things feel like they don't have any real benefit or point. Like, they just happen because they happen. And that is a hard cycle to get out of. It's hard to go from everything feels pointless to, oh, I understand the point of things. I have $13 to spend. I don't know what to do, says C. Atkinson. Hey, C. Atkinson. This isn't e-mugging. I know you have $13. Give it up, friend. This is my finger gun. You know what your big problem is that you need me to help with? You're being e-mugged right now. Put your hands on your head and your wallet. Put your hand in your wallet. Go get the 16 numbers on the front, the 3 numbers on the back, and type them into streamlabs.com/... I'm going to stop doing this. Someone's going to be mad at me one day. If you ever make money on the internet, there's always someone who's like, oh, even though those people give it to you willingly, you're kind of a dick for asking them for it, you know, like, even though you said they totally didn't need to do it, and you did it as a joke, and like, you make free content that they choose to support. It's like, you monster for making a living doing something I'd like to do. Should I get my girlfriend a ring or a necklace? Toycat, please help. Don't get her a ring or a necklace unless she's really into jewelry. Get her something that shows that you remembered something about her. Like, if she said she really likes go-karting one time, take her to go-karts. Or if she said one time, like, oh yeah, I really love Squirtle. He's such a handsome Pokemon. Sometimes I just want him to snuggle up right into my... But then if she says that sometime, be like, oh yeah, I got you Squirtle, because that was me being really cute. That was my girlfriend's voice. I hope you enjoy it. Maybe a minor cat can do crafts to sell. You can sell them as an adult. Oh yeah, there's so many ways to make money as an under 18 now. I'm so glad I was born in this generation because I never had money. My mother just, there wasn't spare money going around, etc, etc. You'll never take my money. You know what? He's refused the e-mugging, and see, that's a choice too. No, thank you very much, C. Atkinson. Thank you very much. I'd like advice on how hard dating long distance is, says Pracer Kayeko. So, honestly, I think even people who are in long distance relationships right now will tell you this. If you have the choice, if you're not currently in a long distance relationship, or you're not sweet on some girl across the planet, the best solution is do not have an online, like, anytime I saw someone who had a girlfriend, like, even though this is a thing I've done, most of my relationships have been medium to long distance. I'd say medium distance, like, unless you're willing to close that distance regularly. I'm talking, like, every week, or worst case, every month or two. If it's not more than every month, then you're not having a relationship, you're just not dating other people so you can talk to each other online. No offense, anyone who's in that situation. But, like, you need to, like, oh, God, we broken up one. You need to just, like, you need to, like, level with that fact. If you're going to have an online relationship, you need to have those things. If you can't do those things, find someone who lives in your area. Which I know it sounds hard, like, oh no, love is love, Toycat. You can't make it fine. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Toycat is yes, please rob my money, says Ursus Goaltender. Thank you very much for the money, crazy animated hunter. I enjoyed e-mugging you today. But the, what percent of the Bastion do you think he's done by now, says Gaming Bros XL? We're definitely, like, 98% done now. We're, like, so close to being done. Toycat is, yes, please rob my money. Also, will you play RuneScape again? Your clan chat is not dead. Wait, do people really use the clan chat from my old RuneScape thing? That blows my mind if so. My worst thing about quarantine is my girlfriend lives across the road, but I can't see her due to the Rona. Okay, first of all, never call it the Rona again. Second of all, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I gave you the solution. I told you the solution. I can't say it again, or people will give me some trouble. But I'm just saying, no one expects to control love with quarantine. No one expects to. They might say that they are for official reasons, but they're not expecting to control you. It's okay. How are you gonna get all the blocks that are directly above lava? I'm thinking of leaving the black base here so you can see where the bastion was. I honestly think it's better that way, to ignore the base. I could be wrong. People might disagree with me on that one. And you know, that's okay. Disagreeing is okay. I'm not gonna call you a bad person for it. How do I make friends, says Hal Hate Demons. Making friends, like, this is one of those arts, like, as a guy, it's very hard to do. The simplest way is just to find a hobby, a passion, or something like that. Find some dudes who are into the same thing. Like, you like Minecraft? Find some dudes who like Minecraft. Like, friend groups are such a weird thing that just kind of, like, hop out of thin air sometimes. If you wanna find some friends, it's the simplest and best I can really say right now. Yeah, unlimited rice pudding. Thank you very much, C. Atkinson. That's the answer to how can you make friends? Unlimited rice pudding. If you give your friends unlimited rice pudding, you better believe they will stay your friends for as long as they can. By the way, how I mentioned how unlimited rice pudding is something I'd love for my birthday, which is in 2 days. Have I told you it's in 2 days yet? I don't think I've mentioned that, so I'm glad I can mention it right now. Actually, wait, my birthday, as of now, is in 1 day. It's my birthday in 1 day. It's my birthday in 1 day. I'm about to be a century old, a quarter century old, and we'll all die one day. There we go. That's the beauty right there. It's in 1 day, in 23 hours. Yeah, I think happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yeah, no, actually, I think happy birthday one day. Happy birthday one day. Happy birthday, we'll die someday. Sunday, you know, we'll all die Sunday. I just got an advert halfway through a live stream. Is that a thing? It is. There's a little button here, like compress, and it's like it's a way of generating a little bit of revenue. Hello, Mr. Cat, the funny internet man.
Hello, Mr. Toy Cat, the funny internet man. How are you?
I'm honored that you think of me as the funny internet man. I would describe myself as the moderately average at best internet man, so that is quite the step up from my personal take on myself. Oh god, why did I mess that up so bad? So I'm gonna quickly look around for ghasts. No ghasts. Destroy some stronghold. Destroy all of those blocks. Nice and easy. Oh, yeah, that's gone now, too. Destroy these blocks. Yeah, we definitely want to go for, like, all the disconnected ones first. I think leaving the edges till last was probably a bad idea. I'm going to regret. But that's okay. Who doesn't regret something in their life sometimes? Yes, a century old. Okay, I'm like a quarter century old. It's fine. Happy early birthday. When you blow out candles, wish for the playable Shadow the Hedgehog and Smash. Honestly, Shadow the Hedgehog is like one of those characters where they've just had to admit, like, oh yeah, we tried, and then we tried too hard, and now he's gone. Actually, this actually ties to go full circle on this thing. You know how I was talking about, like, games being removed from catalogs, like, trying to be removed from existence? There's a lot of things out there that kind of fall into this category where, like, someone didn't want this thing to exist anymore, so they didn't. And an example actually is Sonic the Hedgehog. They made a series of really bad Sonic the Hedgehog games between, let's call it like 2004 to 2008. And then they stopped selling those games digitally. If you want to play those games, you have to buy a physical copy. You have to find someone who bought the game, and you have to buy it from them, because you can't buy a new physical copy. And it makes you realize, like, if we didn't have physical copies, that game would just stop existing. No one new would be able to get that game. Same with Minecraft Story Mode, right? Like, and it's a scary thing to me because I'm always... A lot of people don't appreciate how precarious the world is. You know, a lot of people's understanding of why the world is this flawed, awful place that we should all hate, and, you know, it's the worst thing, comes from an understanding that the world is really easy. That we got to where we were really easily. And admittedly, you personally did pretty much nothing to get the world where it is, and that's fine. You know, like you weren't born, you can't have fought during all the various things, you know, like for all the rights that we had to get to this day. But it isn't to say that, like, oh yeah, the rights just happened one night. It's like, no, people do a lot of stuff with that stuff. And one of the things that I feel like people don't realize is so precarious is like the state of preservation of pretty much anything in the world. Like, people need to be actively trying to make a thing. Also, thank you very much. Extreme Isolation. Inspired by your speedrun attempts, I beat Minecraft the first time yesterday. Random seed took 3 hours 53. But hey, not bad for a first attempt. No, that is really cool, actually. Again, it is so cool that someone is inspired to be like, yeah, let's see if we can beat Minecraft. Because on an existing world, you're always like, oh yeah, I've got to do this, that, and then you get lost. But like a new, fresh world is like such a fun little experience. And I'm glad I helped you. Because I think I'm taking a break from speedrunning for a bit now. Like, I still kind of want to do the drink every time we fail a speedrun idea, just to see how that ends up going. Okay, we should be mining this right now. I don't know how we're going to mine this layer at all, actually. We're going to come back for this last. We're going to just ignore this until later. That's how I'm going to deal with it. As with all good problems, you can put it off until it's too late. That's what I say. So if we just kind of lean on the outside here, it shouldn't be able to go that far to our left. I hope. There we go. Now we mine up. Every time there's a ghast anywhere nearby, we should get a nice, healthy distance. No! Okay, it's fine. And now we're good. Put something under the black stone, then mine it. But then I have to lose the block I put under there. Realistically, I'll just put a bunch of netherrack down. I think that'd have been smarter than what I did. But whatever. Never mind, dinner plans have changed. I can stay for the rest of the stream. You're about to witness history. I think this might generally be the first Bastion destroyed by hand in Minecraft, right? Like, tell me if you think that's wrong. But where there was once Bastion, there is now this. And I don't know if that's beautiful or not, but I choose to believe it is. You know, after so much work, it'd be hard to believe it's not. So now we just gotta go back to, like, here. A lot of blocks below us. That just sounds like a drunk speedrun. How about we just do a drunk speedrun then? You know, how about we speedrun the drinks and the Minecraft? So Cat is obviously, my birthday was on Wednesday. Let's have a joint birthday. You know, are you trying to steal the fun day off my birthday, which, by the way, is in one day? It's my birthday in one day. It's my birthday in one day. It's so dumb. I usually don't care about birthdays in the slightest. Like, it's just like, again, I really want to, like, I'm trying extra hard this year to, like, make a birthday mean something. So I can, like, memorialize 25 forever. Like, just keep it in the tank. And that's the cool thing about, like, again, I think that's how you should treat birthdays. Like, Never feel obliged to make it something, but if you ever get like, if you want to make something out of it, you kind of can. Because I think there's so many holidays that people will try to force you into saying it big. Like, oh yeah, well you can't miss Halloween. It's so important. I mean, like, it's when Mr. Sir Halloween himself was born. That's what Halloween is celebrating, by the way. Mr. Hallow of the Ween variety. Drunk Speed Drunk could be its whole own category until you can't be the best at it. I feel like I have the same level logic while sober speedrunning than I would while drunk. I'm just saying. 25th was the worst birthday I've had, says Nemo and Nameless. Well, now I've got high expectations. Got high expectations. Gonna have a great bad day. I'm gonna watch till his pickaxe breaks. Oh, chat, what do you think will break first? The Bastion or this pickaxe? You know, I'm just saying. Bastion's got a few blocks left, but so does the pickaxe. Who knows which one will last longer? Oh, we've got such a full inventory. We have to bounce out of here. Come back in a minute, I guess. We're gonna check down here, see if anything fell down. Yep, we missed a few blocks here and there. Anything down there? Oh, yep, nothing. Fly. Oh, God. Okay, we're on fire. Honestly, I'm so bummed that they didn't make the fire blue when you land in a soul fire. It'd be such a good idea. It's just one of those great things that Minecraft missed. That it's okay that they missed, but also it's not okay. You know, you feel me? Like it's okay, but it's also not. The pickaxe is definitely gonna break first. Everyone's saying the pickaxe, but I think you're wrong. But I also thought this would only take one stream to destroy. So there's that. Hungover speedrun the next day. This is like the best worst idea we're all collectively coming up with. And like, thank you, but also... Okay, let's try this again. Every time I try to do this, I waste like 5 fireworks and don't land on the thing. But this time is different. Okay, I tried. Check out, look behind you, it's orange squares. Guys, you can't hear us. Oh god, frick. There, oh, man, how does that even spawn there? Like, what even is that Ghast spawn location? A bad one as well. Also, Enderman is starting to get angry at me. You know, I don't know what I did to offend you, sir. But I'd like it if you stopped. I'll just stand here. Nice little safe place. Yeah, you want to come get me? You want to come get me? Oh, he actually did. Wasn't anticipating that response. Okay, so let's get back to destroying this thing, I guess. We'll make like a little staircase up somewhere, maybe. They're just spawning everywhere now because we destroyed too much, I think. I think I've got myself stuck in a dangerous situation. I already thought they would have fixed the blue fire thing. It doesn't feel cool to add. It feels necessary to burn blue from blue fire. It feels wrong. Yeah, there's so many features that like seem like they're bugs, but then they just never get fixed and they become features, you know? I feel like the blue fire thing is one of them. Maybe they just concluded blue fire was too hard to add, but they didn't want to not add the blue fire just because they couldn't light you on blue fire. And like to them that makes sense, but to us the community it's just like why is fire wrong? And it's hard to like level those two thoughts out. Yeah, I think this pickaxe will definitely last. Oh, actually, I'm starting to think the pickaxe will break before the stronghold does. Before the bastion does. It's gonna be a sad day, but I think it's gonna be a day. I mean, it's gonna be today. Today is gonna be the day that I mine my entire bastion for you. By now, you should have somehow realized it was my birthday in 2 days. If you don't, that's on you. I don't believe that anybody watching my live stream now doesn't know that. And I'm going to keep up this bad song no one wants. Because I committed to it way too long ago. And if I stop, then I'm admitting I shouldn't have even started. And that's why I will continue to sing my really bad Oasis. That was a song. Please rate 5 stars and buy it on iTunes. My balance is now 009. You're a very good mug. You know, I try my best to be a high service mugger, an e-mugger in fact, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it. grabs guitar. So I can actually do more remixes of bad songs. Should we just do Pig Step with lyrics? Man, to this day, I feel like one of my favorite things to do is just to write bad lyrics to songs. Like, I could have a whole chat. Again, if ideas got you paid, I'd be... Also, thank you for the 5 stars, Claudia. Also, is it morning for you? I just realized you must be up late or up early, and I don't know which one that is. Answer please, I'm subbed, so 1.5 million up people. Yeah, a lot of people, like, assume that you owe them something. Or they want it to be that way. They want it to be like, oh yeah. Like, so, this is one of the most toxic attitudes you can have as a fan of anything. That because you support that thing, you're the reason it exists, personally. Oh yeah, well, I support your stuff, and you're not gonna support me? And it's like, well, I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves, you supporting the thing doesn't help it out. And in real life, it's fine to accept... It's fine to expect reciprocal relationships. But expecting them, like, with a TV show is, like, I would say is the toxic thing itself. Oof. I'm waiting to sleep. Hurry up. We're good. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's happening. Make a Minecraft song, please, Troy Cat. I have made a Minecraft song, and everyone universally says it was the worst thing they've ever heard. So, definitely don't look up Savannah by Toto Cat. No, that thing got so butchered in the edit. I had a much better song that was going to be, like, the next year for Mountains. Like, it was going to be Don't Stop Me Now, but vote Mountains now. You'll be having such a good time with snowier snow. Vote Mountains now. You'll be having such a good time. Just give it a vote. Vote Mountains now. Vote Mountains. Snowier snow. Go to your goats. And even a better Mountains. It was a whole thing. Pig Step with lyrics is yes. Do you like Stampy? Oh, he's nice, good. When we've met at events a few times. He's been a really nice fella, I would say. Like very. I know this is true for a lot of people who are like super excitable online characters. He's like very calm, relaxed, and like reasonable to just like have a conversation with, which is nice. He gave me some. Wait, I don't know if I should say this. He gave me some tax advice once. I thought that was nice. Like when I have like brothers like who are like 4 years old or something that really like this stuff. And they'd be like, yeah, I spoke with your idol. He gave me some tax advice. It was very useful, in fact. So yeah, that's I know it's there's that realization where like, oh yeah, there's Minecraft is a game that has so many different audiences contained within that same audience. That like, because when I first saw them watching, I was like, my god, this is weird. Something about these videos is like, it's done a thing for them. So pickaxe, please break already. You trying to prove yourself right there? Man, it's nice seeing this slowly vanish, right? It's just seeing it go bit by bit. It sure do be real good. Okay, so okay, we're gonna get these blocks. It's gonna be hard, but I'm gonna do it. There we go. So all I've got to do is mine the block, and then on the way down, go up to here. And let's mine this out now. Thank you very much, Griffin Shaver. Appreciate the super chat. Hope you have a good one, my dude. Oh god, was reading chat. I shouldn't be doing that when I'm on such dangerous ground. Rebuild the Bastion in the end. Oh, that's a really fun idea, actually. I definitely am not going to. But I like that as an idea. Can piglins survive in the end? Oh my god, I've never questioned it till just now. What happens if you put a hoglin in the end? Like, probably the same thing, but I need to know. Oh lord. This is my next question for Q&A Saturday. Man. It is late in the UK. It is 1 something. But 1 what is the question? One way to find out, says Claudia Stone Stacy. I totally agree. Castle of Blackstone. Sounds like an interesting video experiment. Yeah, there's a lot of questions I have now about, like, never blocks in the end. Also, like, you know, like, grass and stuff. I wonder how that is. You know, I could make a whole video just, like, I had questions about the end. I figured I would test them. Hey, thank you, Dax Adams. I had surgery this morning and woke up from a nap. The first thing I see is a Toycat stream. Hey! First of all, congratulations on surgery. Can you say that? I don't ever know. Like, I've never had surgery. I just imagine like I got you a get better soon card, but it's a get surgery earlier today card. You know, every single card now is get well soon, just like replaced with birthday. That's my new dream. That's all I want from any card. One Bastion away from going to bed, says Brandon Sarv. See, if there is anyone here, like, waiting till the end of the stream to, like, sleep now as well, I kind of want to be like, you know, what if we never finished it? What if we leave this forever? What if this never ends? What if this, wait, the never ends? I'd mine 64 diamonds blocks worth of diamonds today. So that's like, what, like 500 diamonds? You must have been mining, like, all day. It's not even the most effective way to find diamonds, but I guess that's, it is one way to find diamonds. What about rebuilding a stronghold or fortress using bastion blocks or vice versa? I think a stronghold of bastion blocks would look really cool, actually. I kind of want to do that now. I think it might... Oh, Lord. I think it'd probably be better to use, like, creative commands to do that. Yeah, maybe I should do that in my, like, you know, 8 survival projects you shouldn't make in survival. Like, my next one of those should be like, oh, yeah, don't make a never thing in the... Yeah, I think replacing the two things with each other would be really fun. I really want to do that now. How full's our inventory looking? This pickaxe is definitely going to break before the Bastion. I wanted to believe the pickaxe would carry me all the way to the end. But the bad news is I don't think it's gonna. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the stuff away. And we're actually gonna level up the pickaxe. We're gonna take the pickaxe to the next level. It's gonna take me a little bit of flying away to do. Okay. Hi, I just watched what do you just watch? The song? I just watched the song and I have no words. Oh, you did watch the song and you did have no words. We still don't have the mountain update though, Toycat, says Gregory Hill. Because you monsters voted for... What did we vote for, actually? Swamp? Oh, no, we voted for mountains. I was right. Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay, you know, okay, that makes me madder, actually. I was like, oh, we don't have it because you guys didn't vote for it. We voted for mountains a year ago now. And they're like, oh, yeah, but we meant we'd add them at some point in the future before we added the other things. It's like, in what world does it take a year to add community wanted features? Like, it's such a non-defensible thing, you know? Like, oh yeah, we just when the community wants things, that's when we get kind of like lazy about them, you know. Okay, we need to go to my chest room. Something deserves update more than mountains. They all deserve the update. They all deserve it. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I'm gonna go repair my pickaxe, and I'm gonna get me a. I'm gonna turn this up to efficiency 3. I think I'm worth it. Honestly, I don't care about the upload. I want an end update. Don't we all want an end update? Don't we all want the end update to end us all? I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Imagine voting in a parity update. I'm just so confused about the lack of, like, we had the Buzzy Bees update and their argument was like, oh yeah, that was already like planned at the time, and it's like, okay, could kind of give you a pass on that one, but then for another update to come by and then be like, oh yeah, same thing, sorry, we just didn't want to add in the like, you guys voted for it, we don't care, was what they effectively are saying. It's like, oh, okay, that's fair, I guess. I didn't consider the fact that you didn't care about what we voted for. You know, Minecraft doesn't like democracy. Yeah, everyone's always like, oh, Toycat, you're the one who's not a big democracy fan. Nah, it's Minecraft. It is Minecraft. Police have no items to repair it. It's not very nice of you, Olivia Goat. You're not the goat. You're a... Actually, you're not. Goats are coming in the mountain update. One day you'll be a goat. Hope we'll still mountain snapshots soon. I really think they might even say, like, oh yeah, 1.17, of course it's not a mountain update. Unless maybe they want to tie it into the cave update, because mountains and caves have to update together. It's just facts, you know? That's just facts. The pickaxe didn't break, so says Angry Soda Cans. Oh, that's a good point. If you voted that If you thought the pickaxe would break before the Bastion, didn't technically break, therefore we're fine. Is the stream coming to an end? It's very close. It's not actually very close. It's like getting close. Actually, I want to leave this. I think this is a great place to fight the Wither. I was going to maybe get some scaffolding. Oh, I need more scaffolding. Okay, we're going to take this scaffolding over here. This is definitely my new scaffolding. We need whatever we can get so we can try and... Oh, God. Get... Okay. I need to get whatever scaffolding I can get my hands on so I can try and get as much of the last bits that are just like... Scrape them out, you know? Scrape the last of that stuff out. Oh, God. Hit the ceiling. It's fine. Okay. This is good. This is how I want to be. There we go. We're up. We're over. And okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Hey. Honestly, it's such a pain to fly all the way back just to repair a pickaxe. But now we've got a pickaxe that will outlive the Bastion. And that's what really matters, in my opinion. Okay, so we're going to break these, and we're going to get, like, some of them back. But not all of them. And that's okay. And then we have to, like, break... Oh, we're going to kill a nice Ghast as well. At least forget about the pain of these guys. It's such a shame, because when you kill Ghast, you don't always get experience, because they're so far away, you can't actually get it. I think Ghasts are a great argument as to why you should have experience not be based on, like, proximity to the mob. Like, I'd be much more excited about killing mobs if you, like, immediately got the XP, you know? But I digress. Mine the blocks while flying. Now that is a solid idea, Chantal. Let's do a flying-only mine of all the blocks. Change a village with warp planks and blackstone. Oh, I think I could do a whole, like, things you shouldn't do in the Never update. Maybe I should do that, like a little special Never update version. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Toy Jesus Cat is absolute yes. I have no idea what that means, but thank you, friend. Whew. Okay, we're there now. We got a slightly faster pickaxe, so I'm thinking this like extra little pace we've got now, this will help us some great distance. And yeah, I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling very strongly positive about all of this. Just destroy all the way up here. Look at how close we are to gone. The Bastion is in its last... There's something cool about being near the end of something. Seeing the light at the end of any tunnel. Assuming it's not a train, of course. But seeing the light at the end of a tunnel and knowing that, like, we're, like, there. It's one of those things that is always appreciable. You know, like, there are a few, like, universal human experiences. I thought about this before, like, but if you want to get a viral tweet, or you want to get, like, a viral anything... Just say something that people don't think that everyone does, and then be it true, you know? Like, hey, anyone else feel like they have bugs crawling on their skin, but actually they don't? Some people relate to that. Oh, yeah. Does everyone else ever, like, get hungry and then not eat? Yeah. I literally saw a tweet, by the way. This is the most insane thing. That was like, oh, I've been so hungry this week. Anyone else? And it had, like, 100,000 like interactions. People were like, yeah, this girl gets me, you know. And it's like, oh man, yeah, like if you want to make relatable things, you just gotta like make it the most basic parts of the human experience that are relatable. Don't expose my Twitter strategy. That's how you get famous, you know. You've worked it out. You found the secrets. I mean, death is pretty darn appreciable, I guess. It's interesting, though, because I feel like the one thing we should all have in common is, like, a vague fear of death for ourselves and those we love. But I feel like wanting death is so common now that, like, I think you can generally be more relatable by being like, haha, wanna die, am I right? Than you can by being like, yeah, one day we're gonna die and we don't know what happens to us. Could just fade to black. The scariest thing is, like, what we all actually are pretty sure of is that, like, oh yeah, when you die, it's just... No! Okay. Whew, that was a scary moment. Almost lost one of the last gilded blackstone we're gonna get our hands on today. But, man, I've been breathing a whole lot this week. Anyone else? That's my whole tweet. Man, anyone else been breathing recently? Anyone else been breathing today? Artie, if you have like if you haven't. Reply if you. And you know, I'll just leave it. I'll see if you have. Like if you haven't. Okay, let's. This is my most relatable tweet ever. Going live now. Let's. Actually, no. Let's go this week. Breathing this week. I'll see if you have. Like if you haven't. Let's see how that goes. Oh, I just got cut off by Chantal there. That's sad. You one-up me if anyone else just exists. I guess there are some human beings that don't breathe because they're on like some form of life support or like ventilator, right? I guess ventilators is like automated breathing, but it's still breathing. You know, life is complicated. Why aren't things simpler? Dislikes from COVID patients. Should have kept it simple, bro. So okay, isn't it weird you can elytra out of water? It's very weird in my opinion. It's very weird in my opinion. I've committed several war crimes and on the one says Orphan Slayer. What a fun name you have, Orphan Slayer. Don't we all just want to slay an orphan or two sometimes? Honestly, you know, society should just look at orphans and be like, you know, this is our collective group now. That when bad things need to happen to people, we've got like a designated group for it. Always wanted to use Twitter just to retweet because relatable. Honestly, first of all, that tweet has more likes than retweets, which I find insane. More people haven't been breathing this week than have. You ever just like get hungry and decide to eat food? Artie, if you've been hungry this today, like if you've eaten food. Hashtag relatable. There we go. A nice hashtag. Relatable tweets. There we go. There's me. That's my day sorted out. You guys are witnessing my this is how I make the big bucks. You might think like, oh man, making money on the internet is so hard. Like being an influencer or whatever people call it these days is real hard to do. No, this internet content is being this internet content is real hard to come about. When Twitcat talks about your tweet but doesn't like your tweet. I wish I could dislike your tweet, Chantal. You know, I don't ever exist, and I think it was pretty selfish of you to exclude me from your tweet. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna throw away the edit poll. I've got plenty of those. I got a notification on my phone when Twitcat hasn't finished typing it on stream. Yeah, today's live stream is on slightly low latency, so I think it's like a 10-second delay instead of a 5-second one. So you can see that what you're seeing right now is actually the past, which means your phone is seeing the future from the perspective of the stream. Man, I need to get some of these Striders in my Overworld. I still think that's I think they're just so adorable. I just wanna have Striders around, you know. Just wanna have some Striders. Is that so much to ask? It's not so much to ask. Does Jura still edit thumbnails? No, actually. Jura does not edit thumbnails anymore. There's a whole like long story about why, but he vanished for a bit. For I think good enough reasons. Well, by good enough reasons, I mean like. I don't want to badmouth a friend of mine. I'll just say like basically like we had this thing like it happens to a lot of people where like I'm sure he wanted to be there a lot and he was he was just doing it out of the goodness of his heart, whatever. And then he like he's like, oh yeah, I can do that, and then he'd be like slower and slower and slower, and then months would pass and be like, hey, can you? And it's like that happens with like a lot of people, like your friendship like drops down a level, and it's sad, you know. I always like to believe that one of the hardest things to admit with humans is that like as you don't talk to someone for longer, your friendship degrades. If it's been 10 years since you spoke to your best friend, no offense, but you're not best friends anymore. You know, like that's how human beings do work. You know, but it's also really painful to like see it happening in the flesh sometimes. Can we all agree that Ghast is the worst? In the future, all human will be randomly generated, says Diesel Dorky. Weed Eater. There you go. There's your punchline. You're welcome, friend. You're welcome. Whew. Okay, one more, like, big batch. Okay, also, Look at this. I think that's the last bit of Blackstone we'll be collecting today. I'm probably wrong, but I mean, I think it is. Man, look at this, by the way. Okay, we're gonna go back. Look at this. This used to be a giant bastion. Now look at it. It's this now. Oh, that is beautiful to see that difference. That is absolutely beautiful. And we're on fire. Not so beautiful. Oh god! Oh lord! Oh, okay. Let's be careful. Okay, that's not careful, but it's fine. It's close enough to careful. Okay, so now we're gonna go pick up the rest of the things. What if ghosts were handsome, but nobody sees them? You know, I think the Boo from the Mario series, they're cute looking ghosts. But you know, they don't look at you, so you never see them. So how many megabytes is your world? 810. It's like, it's way too big. It's like a problem for me, honestly. How big this world is. Can you ride a strider before the end of the stream? I need to get a saddle and everything for that. So like, no. I want to get like, I haven't done that like in my Let's Play world yet though. I generally might make like a strider path. Oh, what is happening here? Look at this. Oh god. What is Minecraft's problem? Like, quite big apparently. Place some scaffolding. Go up a few blocks. Mine all of these. And now we fixed it. Now we fixed it. Look how nice that is. Ooh, okay, pick up these blocks over here. Yeah, this is real close to coming to fruition, huh? It's kind of sad after, like, this is such a mega project. Whenever you get to the end of one, you're like... There's... Again, I think I was mentioning earlier, like... I guess there's a lot of mixed emotions about finishing something. There's the feelings that, like, oh yeah, the thing you were setting out to do is finally done. Like, achieving a goal, always cool. But there's also this, like, immediate feeling of, like, but what happens now? Where do we go now? What do we do from here? That always kicks into me. It's like that thing I mentioned, like, you know how your friends, like, kind of slowly fade out, and they, you know, if your best friend from 10 years ago isn't your best friend, it kind of hurts, because it means that at some point, you had your last conversation with your best friend while he was still your best friend. You know, like, when someone dies, that means that you had your last conversation with that person, and you didn't know it. It was the last conversation you were ever going to have with that, you know, like maybe it's a family member you care about, or a friend or whatever. But you didn't know it was going to be the last one until it was the last one, you know? Oh my god, what happened there? And I felt like you have this moment with, like, projects. Because obviously, like, humans are attached to things. Humans care a lot about things, almost as much as we care about people. So when the things that we're working on get finished, it has, like, a similar effect, I find. Make a love pen for striders so they aren't cold, says Derek Morale. Don't you worry, those striders will be looked after very nicely. Actually, wait, you know that thing in my overworld? That, like, lava pit that's in my house? I think putting striders in there would be a fun use of that. But yeah, piglin riding thing. I definitely want to do something with striders. Maybe I'll make like a little glass enclosure with some things out of them. Could put them in my rare mobs museum. I'm not sure. But there's this, like, interaction we have with a thing where it's the last time we're gonna care about a thing. Like, you know when you're young and you have, like, a toy you follow around that follows you around everywhere. In my case, it was like some dumb tweenie toy. Like, I think if you don't know the Tweenies, then I'm glad you don't. It's a weird TV show in the UK. But I used to be, like, so attached to this doll, and it was like this thing would follow me around everywhere. I was, like, irrationally attached to it. And then at some point I wasn't. Like, right now I don't need that. You know, no, I don't know if this is obvious, but I don't actually carry around a little plush that big around with me. But at some point there was the last day where I was like, oh, I need to carry this around with me. Like, this is essential to me. It seemed like it was always going to be that way, but it wasn't, because that's not how things are. This attachment to things, and this, like, realization that those things are temporary. Like, even our, like, most permanent of senses are temporary in some sense. Even the most permanent of loves is gonna be cut short by one of the one of the participants' death or discontinued existence, you know. It's really interesting to think about because it makes you realize that what coming to the end of anything it's really different because in this project, unlike those dolls, unlike your friendship with someone or a person in your life, when you finish a project, you're the one killing the project, which is great on the one level because you see it coming, but it's also got all the same emotions, but you're the one feeling like you're doing it. You're the one who's like, I could make this project go on longer. Like, what if I also get those blocks in the ceiling? And, like, what if we also grab these blocks on the floor that I'm not going to? What if, you know, like, if I immediately start recycling it and I just count it as the same project? We can like, continuously cycle and add. But I think, oh my god, I just hate this so much. I think the real thing to take from it, I think the real lesson here is not to be sad, life is pain, and you should give up before you even care. But I think instead it's, the lesson is like, hey, doing a project, being attached to things that you care about, is a good way to, it's a good way to like learn about the finiteness of things and learn about how to react and to deal with them. And so if you get, if it gets real sad, you're like, whoa, yeah, I don't know when or how some stuff is going. I think the real lesson to take is that if you can control when something ends, just know that if something ends on a high note, that's not a bad thing. If it ends on a low note, that's regrettable. But just try to end things good. If you want to extend them, that's cool too. But also know that something ending when it's good isn't bad, but it's kind of the dream. That's what we should ever want. We should want to end for things to be good, and for that thing to be cared about by someone. Yeah, that's. I don't know how we got like on such a deep little tangent, but this project's coming to an end, and that's nice. We're so close. The walls are almost done now. It is almost 2 a.m. Actually, it's 1:30. I lied to you. I'm the worst person around. But okay, maybe try and get away from my depression, not get close with it. But no, I think the reality is like, if you are more comfortable with how the world actually works, you can hide from it. You can be like, oh, everything's gonna be good. It gets sad, but to kind of lift you out from that, it's like being in control of when things will be done, being in charge of making sure they're as good as they can be while they are, is the best you can ever manage. But most people don't even manage that. So all you've got to do is make things good while they are, and you're doing better than most people. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's everyone thinks like funerals are sad, right? But usually funerals are held to like remember the life, not think about the sadness that comes afterwards. And I think we applied that same attitude to more things in our life. Like, loss is bad, but if you lost something, it means you had something. Finishing is bad, like the end of a relationship is bad, but it means you grew from it, you know? A lot of people have told me, like, recently, like, oh yeah, I broke up recently, something, quarantine. And breaking up sounds like a real bad thing. Breaking up sounds like the worst thing in the world. But my, like, lesson to you is, like, your next girlfriend, boyfriend, whoever you decide to date, is going to be better than that lost person. You know, you're making an improvement as a result of this failure, if nothing else. And that's the cool thing here. The improving factor is always going to be there. Also, look at it. We're so close to done. We're not there yet, but we're basically there. Oh yeah, look at this. Last few blocks coming. We're on like the last stack or two now. Or you'll never date anyone again and you'll die alone, says Chantal Exley. That's a good point, actually. You know, so just know that if you break up with someone, you'll find someone better. Unless you're Chantal, in which case you'll die alone. And you should get you should get some cats already. And yeah, that's that's the life lesson for this, everyone. You won't die alone unless your name starts with C, a H, an A, and an N. I'm sorry if there's any other Chantals out there. I'm just picking on the one of them. I want that to be known. The music fits. Also, there's like a bunch of people being like, I'm 13 and this is deep. And it's like, well, you know, we are all 13-year-olds here. And this was, in fact, a deep bastion that we mined. So, we're going to leave this last block here until after we mine the few blocks in the ceiling we haven't got to yet. Because I think those are important. This has been a delightful time that we've all gone through together. Actually, no, I feel like I have to destroy this magma. Like, I don't know if it's part of the generation of the thing itself, but it feels like it has to be. So let's just go in there. Let's just do this. Okay, that's all mine now. That's gone now too. Also, these magma blocks are close enough that, like, just in case, you know. And then also I want to get these gilded blackstone out of the ground. It's really risky, but I think I want to try it anyway. But first, you know, I think the stream's over. We can't end the stream yet, because what we got to do now. Actually, I'll use the magma as like, I'll place them out here above this, because I don't think blocks are destroyed on magma. Actually, are they? No, they're not. So we can just place a bunch of magma out here, and then you can save the blocks up there by placing them onto a bunch of magma. That's my plan. And we'll do like an 8x6 little grid, and it'll be fine. Mine the block, it's giving me anxiety. I said I won't stop the stream until the last block is mine. But I want that block to be the last symbolic one. It's gonna be great. I'll probably die alone, yay. Your name's not Chantal. we're just picking on her now. She's very nice and she's moderating the stream all day. And in exchange, she gets to know that she's gonna die alone. If that's not a trade-off worth making, then I don't know what is. Search employment opportunities at employment.ibxtoycat.com. Is it a real link? You'll have to find out. It's not. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go. Get this done now. Break these last few blocks around here. Should be easy enough to do. Okay, so after these blocks, we've only really got those ceiling ones. And I don't know if we want to count those or not. I guess we have to. Guess we have to. Oh, I've also got those over there, right? I'm going to break those onto that. Okay, break that. Break these. Break those. Break these. Break that. Break this. Oh, no. I actually broke that one in the sky. Oh, no, I didn't. I lied to you. So this is my last block, my symbolic last block that's going to be broken. Great stream by the one and only Toycat. Are you saying there's not another Toycat out there? I am shocked to learn this. But no, thank you very much, Tiger. Yeah, when streams go on for a long time, like a lot of the support dries up, and it's like, you know, there's always a part of me that's like, you know, the best time to end a stream is always at exactly 2 hours in. I really appreciate when people like tip at the end, like, you know, thank you for keeping it going. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have to get up there somehow. Oh lord, don't know how to do that. Wait. There's like a. I know a way we can do this. We've just got to like fly into there, up there, and then land. Like, oh lord, like that, but without falling out again. I'll run in and I'll like have a pickaxe ready. Oh god, that wasn't what I wanted at all either. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be great. I'm not gonna do it. You know. Oh god, okay. What is all of this? This is not how this works at all. Damn it. Okay, we can get this base cell block though, right? We can get this base cell block. We just gotta believe in ourselves for long enough. Okay, let's mine it. 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 No! Oh, okay. We got this. We got this. Okay. Yeah! That right there is a sense of accomplishment you won't get anywhere else. That is only found right here at this stream, www.youtube.com/toycat/livestreams or something like that. I don't know, man. Yeah, that was a good feeling. This is so risky. Now this is what you all signed up for. Oh, why did I? Oh no! Oh, okay. How do I get out there? Okay. I wanna fly. Okay, let me fly. Let me out. Okay. Oh Christ. Yeah, that's what we call bad. Whew. It's okay if my boyfriend breaks up with me. Oh, did you see that? What just happened? Okay, I think I was crouching. Okay, it's fine. So we're good. I'm fine. I'm alive. That's what matters, really. I think from down here we can maybe get to... Aha! There we go. We got this. We got this. Now we just mine all the blocks and they'll drop down onto the... Oh, okay. Guess we're going down this way now. Now we mine these blocks. Except this one. Where we go. There we go. This is the good stuff. How many blocks? Oh, we have to actually empty our inventory one more time before we're done today. Run along with this. Love standing on magma. Very good for me. Whew. You hope anyone was falling asleep watching this. You know, that one was targeted at people who say they fall asleep watching my stream. Like, no. You don't get to fall asleep watching my stream. That's offensive. It implies they're boring. So now I wake you up. You'll ever just, huh? We probably shouldn't do it. You know, I said we shouldn't do it, and then we did it, and now we learned our lesson. That's the circle of life. Only one there to go, says Alikid. We've got one more block to go, and well, we're just doing the ceiling first before we can get to it, because obviously. Where's this place? I guess we'll just throw it wherever there's a block lying around. Over here, I feel like. Yeah, there we go. One more piece up. Okay, let's go back. This is the that was my last time until the last one, where we have to actually do this. Thank you, Pygol! That was a close one. Yeah, that was my most terrified, because I was like a layer below it, so I couldn't just save myself. I had to like think on my feet, like, okay, what's gonna happen? I knew I had the Tome of Undying, so I was less stressed than I otherwise would have been, and I was like, okay, just know, no matter what happens, I can always save myself. I feel like that fort kept me alive to some extent, which is always a good thing. I'm gonna switch out of this just so we can mine faster. They're the last few blocks. I can treat myself to some efficiency 5. Or maybe we should try and delay it, make it last longer. What do you reckon, chat? What do you reckon? Okay, just mine our way through. Yeah, let's delay it. Let's go back to efficiency 3. It's so much slower, but let's do it. F for the series, says Nemo Nameless. Yeah, I always like these big project series. It's always fun to see the start, the end, and everything in between. But that's part of the beauty, isn't it? That's part of the beauty. Okay, so now we wanna. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a leap. Okay, we're good. Now I wanna get that out there. Okay, good. And now I think that. Okay, no, we've got those blocks over there to do. Okay, that's fine. That's easy. That's livable. That's doable. We need. Okay, there's a block up there as well, so let's just let that fall down. We're just like kind of dealing with this later now at this point. Jump over there. Okay, we're falling back up again. Actually, let's look at it from down there. Let's see if there's like... No, those are the last ones. Those are the last ones. This block and all of those. And then we are done here, friendies. It's so hard to see the blocks when they're like falling on this, but there we are anyway. Okay, let's get back up again. I get knocked down, but I get up again. They're never going to keep me down, is a phrase I've heard. Okay, so... Oh, Christ. It's so scary. Even though I can fall, just the idea of falling down is still terrifying to me. Okay, so all these blocks going away. Big projects equals chill stream between the speedruns equals intense streams. Honestly, I enjoy the chill streams, like the project streams, much more. I think we need to like find like a third category of stream to do. Like I like chill streams, I like project streams. We need like an in-between. We need like a mildly chill, mildly going out there kind of project. Like I want to try some challenge maps maybe. You know, but like I enjoyed Skyblock, Ultimate, etc. Play Pigstep once you're done. Do. You know, I can't play Pigstep, but you know who can? Chat, this is on you. You have the ability to play Pigstep. Are you willing to take it? Whew. Okay, we got this. Oh yeah, this is exciting news. We are only a few. Man, there were so many blocks in the ceiling here that I didn't mind. Like I didn't really appreciate it till just now. How many we really left behind. But now we're getting them all, which is always a good thing to do. Like some of them we like physically wouldn't have been able to see if I didn't come up here. So I guess that's for the best. That some of the blocks were mined at least. Mine those two and that one and those three over there as well, but that's a whole nightmare we'll get to later, I guess. Also these blocks. Okay. I think now, I could be wrong, I think those three and the last one, and then we're done. Okay, let's jump over. Okay, now we're coming back up. Oh, Christ. Okay, let's just give you a quick thing. Let's try and mine them as we go past. Oh, we got one. We got one. You know, for fun, if these are the last blocks anyway. Oh, no, they're not. There's more to go. Let's mine down then. Let's get them the less satisfying way. Wait, where are they? I literally don't see them. Huh, where, like, I guess they're in some little ceiling crevice that they... Okay, so there's 3 over there, and then where are the rest of them? I can reach those out from over there if I, like, never rack myself over a bit. Okay, 1 more block after that. We're overdue for another melon stream. I realize I have 3 types of Minecraft. Thank you, you made me realize we do have 3 types of Minecraft stream. We have normal streams, we have melon streams, and then we have speedrun streams. I just want to take a break from the speedrunning, you know? I don't know how long. But it has to be like some amount of time we just like take some time to chill. Okay, so... Oh, there are the blocks. I see them now. I can see clearly now the blocks are gone. Oh yeah, that's satisfying. You know, people say that sex is good, but they have never mined the last few blocks of a bastion from the ceiling of the nether after they convinced themselves they couldn't do it. Okay, I think those are it, right? Oh no, there's one all the way over there. That's just frustrating at this point. Like, come on, basalt block. Oh, that was 2. Okay, it's good that we went over there. Wait, is there more? Oh, there is. We would have felt like a fool if I didn't check that. So now we have to destroy all these blocks as we go. Break this one. Now pick all of those up. And chat, I've got some bad news for you today. I think we're now down to just 1 block left. In this, yep, 1 block. Oh wait, okay, those 4 as well. I keep over anticipating the ending. I'm like, oh, it's hit, and it's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, it's hit. Oh no, it's not. It's almost hit. No, it's not. Okay, I did say I wouldn't stop until it was over. It went. I would have preferred to sleep like an hour ago. I've been tired for a while, but you know, I kept it up. I believed myself. I stuck to my vision, my goal. And the last part of that is breaking. Oh god, how did I mess that up? Okay, fly up. And then fly back on. I can't believe I messed that up. That was the most basic of basic things we could have done. And I messed it up somehow. Okay, let's pick that up. Oh no, it burned! Okay, okay, chat. The moment. It's come here. This is the last block in the entire bastion. Every other block in the bastion has been destroyed besides this one. The only question is, can we destroy it? I don't know if we can. Like, emotionally, am I ready for that, you know? Like, can I deal with that, you know? Can I even? You know? This is the question. Once this block is gone, the live stream is over. And then we're done. We've come so far together, but can I bring myself to end it? The answer should be yes. But we've had such a delight along the way. I've enjoyed hanging out, talking with all of you. Some of you. I haven't enjoyed talking with all of you. Some of you are bad human beings who should die in a fire, but I'm just kidding. This has been a real delight. And Hal Hates Demons, thank you for becoming a channel member. So, I now have an entire Piglin Bastion stored up in chests. It's done. 100% destroyed. I hope you enjoyed this weird mini stream series. And I hope you choose to join me for the next one. Because at some point, we got to use all that blackstone, huh? I'm going to turn this into some form of like video later. So you can like see the progress we made. Because it's so weird to me looking at this now and seeing no bastion. There was a bastion there. And now it's gone. And that like blows my mind. That genuinely blows my mind. But, you know, it's a thing we learned. I hope you'll enjoy. I will see you in the next one. Good.